Upon awakening, I found myself in the perilous realm of Dragon Ball, amidst formidable warriors, with the legendary Super Dragon Balls in existence. Yet with the assistance of a system, I commenced my journey equipped with the immensely powerful Ultra Instinct, perfected, no less. Lacking in strength, I resolved to sign in for additional support. Chapter 1. The perfect beginning of Ultra Instinct. In the vast and boundless cosmos, an object akin to a shooting star streaked across the sky. Upon closer inspection, it revealed itself to be a diminutive single-pod spacecraft, within which sat a young boy adorned with tail. Suddenly, the boy opened his eyes and instinctively surveyed his surroundings, his expression morphing into one of bewilderment. He almost uttered a classic expletive, but managed to restrain himself at the last moment. Goodness, this time, I've truly gone too far. I never anticipated I could actually traverse worlds. Indeed, he was a traveler from another realm. His unexpected journey stemmed from a bout of boredom while browsing the internet at home, where he stumbled upon a site dubbed the Traveler's Welfare website. Although the name seemed rather juvenile, curiosity compelled him to click on it. What began as mere amusement turned into a week of unremarkable browsing until one fateful day, he revisited the site, only to be greeted by a system prompt. Do you wish to proceed with the traversal? Destination randomized. A confirmation box appeared, offering options for yes or no. Puzzled, our protagonist, Reiner, wondered about the bizarre nature of the site, suspecting it to be a glitch. He clicked no. However, despite his choice, a flash of light enveloped him, and in an instant, he vanished from his desk, reappearing in his new surroundings. Is this truly so forceful? This is ridiculous. If you're going to select someone, it should be done with more consideration. His frustration left him at a loss for words. But at that moment, the main event commenced. Ding! System initializing in 3, 2, 1, successfully activated. Congratulations, host. You are the 100th traveler of this website, and this system is at your service. Reiner's mind swirled with confusion. What was this? The 100th traveler? It felt as if he were engaging in a customer service chat. Could you perhaps introduce yourself? Reiner spoke in a youthful, innocent tone. After a brief silence, during which he feared the system was lacking intelligence, a voice finally responded. Ding! This system is the multiversal sign-in system, allowing you to check in at various worlds and locations to receive rewards. Once the system concluded its explanation, silence resumed. He had anticipated a more elaborate discourse, but after several minutes of waiting, it became clear that the emotionless system had finished its introduction. Taking a few deep breaths to quell the inexplicable anger bubbling within him, he murmured, in simpler terms, this system is essentially a sign-in system. If that's the case, doesn't that mean I can sign in today? With that thought, he promptly summoned the system. Sign in immediately. Ding. Sign in successful. Congratulations on receiving your first sign-in gift package. Before the system could finish its announcement, he opened his inventory and clicked on the square box that lay quietly within. Congratulations. You have obtained the perfect Ultra Instinct, Kamehameha, a can of Senza beans, and the universal language. Wow. This gift package is incredible. It grants me the perfect Ultra Instinct right off the bat. He immediately began to learn it. Wait, a sudden realization struck him, prompting him to inquire again with the system. System, which world am I currently in? You are in the Dragon Ball world. As a reminder, this system must inform you that this Dragon Ball world has merged with the Super Dragon Ball universe, so please tread carefully. Upon hearing this, Reiner's jaw dropped in astonishment. Good grief, system, please send me back. I do not wish to remain here. It's far too perilous. I want my mother. At that moment, the system fell silent. Seeing that his pleas were ineffective, he sighed in resignation. Since resistance was futile, he opted to accept his fate. Yet upon reflection, it didn't seem so bad. After all, he had acquired the perfect Ultra Instinct, a skill that could only be described as a game-changer. Shaking off the distractions in his mind, he glanced at the display panel inside the small spacecraft, which revealed the destination, causing him to twitch his lips in. Exasperation, 2 words encapsulated his feelings. Incomprehensible. Goodness. Where on earth are you taking me? Just as he finished speaking, the spacecraft, surprisingly intelligent, announced the destination. Beep, beep, beep. The destination, planet Beeklerat, will be reached in 3 hours. Please prepare for landing. He scratched his head, then broke into a mischievous grin that could have captivated many admirers back on Earth. Stretching his hands, he began to tap energetically on the control panel. After a flurry of rapid taps, the entire spacecraft emitted a series of alarm-like beeps. Suddenly, an ominous feeling washed over him. Beep, beep, beep. Destination is being randomized. 3, 2, 1. Change successful. The new destination, the desolate lands of Earth. This is also possible. Well, going to Earth is certainly preferable to an unknown location. After a moment's contemplation, he stretched lazily, yawned, and closed his eyes to sleep. Meanwhile, high above the universe's expanse, in a gray fog-laden realm, stood a palace adorned with a character for all. Outside this palace, a figure of ethereal grace, with blue skin and deep-set eyes, gazed into the distance. That energy I just sensed? It vanished. How could it disappear so swiftly? Intriguing. He then turned and opened the grand doors of the palace, which slowly creaked shut behind him. For him, as long as it did not pertain to the safety of the entire kingdom, there was no necessity for him to intervene. Such matters were best left to those beneath him to handle. At that moment, in the realm of the gods, Whis abruptly halted during his training session with Goku and Vegeta, causing the two warriors to inadvertently collide with each other. Instantly, Vegeta shot back at Goku. "Hey, Kakarot, what in the world are you doing?" "Well, it's not my fault." It was Whis who stopped first. Upon hearing Goku's explanation, both turned their gazes toward Whis. At that juncture, even the usually slothful Beerus made an appearance. "Whis, what was that energy just now?" Whis nodded in acknowledgement. "Did you sense its authenticity?" "I'm not certain. That presence flickered by too swiftly to be captured." There was a moment of silence as both warriors contemplated the situation, leaving Goku and Vegeta perplexed. What on earth was happening? "Whis, what has transpired?" Vegeta inquired. Whis shook his head and regarded Vegeta and Goku. "Let us conclude today's training. You should both return and solidify your current state. There may yet be potential for further advancement." With that, he and Beerus turned to depart, leaving both warriors in a state of bewilderment. However, the oblivious Goku paid little mind to the perplexity, while Vegeta donned a contemplative expression. Nonetheless, he did not dwell too long on it and promptly instructed Goku to teleport them back to Earth. Chapter 2. Resurrection. On the verdant grounds of the Earth West City Capsule Corporation, Sun Wukong and Vegeta materialized. The moment they appeared, Vegeta swiftly withdrew his hand from Kakarot's shoulder. Within less than half a minute of their arrival, Piccolo, Krillin, and Bulma emerged. "Oh, Piccolo, Krillin. You two are here as well." Sun Wukong greeted them cheerfully. Vegeta merely nodded in acknowledgement. "You came to borrow the gravity chamber, huh? I didn't expect you two to return." Krillin scratched his head. Admittedly, ever since marrying and having children, he had seldom engaged in martial arts. This time, he whimsically decided to train a bit and sought out Piccolo, leading them both to the Capsule Corporation to request the use of the gravity chamber. "Haha, Krillin, would you like me to join you for training?" Sun Wukong asked with a bright smile. Despite the radiant grin on Sun Wukong's face, Krillin inexplicably shivered. He hastily waved his hand, realizing that training with a Saiyan would be akin to seeking death while searching for a lantern in a toilet. All right then. He turned to see Vegeta scoffing as he headed toward the house, his intentions unmistakably clear. Sun Wukong followed him with a grin. Krillin and Piccolo merely shrugged. After all, even Piccolo, the mighty Namekian, could not keep pace with Sun Wukong and Vegeta. In the vastness of space, aboard a colossal spaceship, a diminutive extraterrestrial addressed two towering aliens. "This time, we must not alert the warriors on Earth," Lord Salb declared. "Are they truly that formidable?" inquired the lanky Margata. The small Salb seated himself upon a slowly descending chair. "Do not underestimate them. Although they lack detectors, they can sense powerful energy. Therefore, it will just be you and I venturing forth." Tagoma nodded in agreement. At that moment, their spaceship neared Earth. The hatch above the ship opened, and a smaller craft slowly emerged, heading towards the planet. Meanwhile, in the blind spot of their vessel, another small ship surged towards Earth. Whoosh! A meteor-like object streaked through the sky, crashing into a desolate area and creating a massive crater. Crack! Amidst the billowing dust, a strange mechanical sound resonated, and a boy with a tail emerged. Well, thankfully, there's no one around. He surveyed his surroundings and began to float upwards, heading in a specific direction. On another isolated island, Salb and Tagoma watched three children. "Quickly summon the Eternal Dragon, or I shall eliminate you this instant," Salb commanded sternly. "What do you want from us?" Pilaf stammered, his voice trembling. Despite their previous notoriety as villains, the trio had grown fond of their current lives and wished to refrain from causing any harm to Earth. However, Salb disregarded him and glanced at Tagoma, who immediately understood the implication. He drew a gun and fired it into the ground, melting a hole in the earth. Terrified, Pilaf and his companions hastily produced the Dragon Balls, striking a pose as they proclaimed, "Come forth, Eternal Dragon, and grant my wish." Salb regarded him with a puzzled expression. Pilaf stepped back, and the Dragon Balls began to emit a radiant glow. The sky gradually dimmed, and a brilliant light shot upwards, forming a magnificent green dragon. "State your wish. Any wish I can fulfill." Simultaneously, in the gravity chamber, Vegeta, Sun Wukong in the hyperbolic time chamber, and Piccolo at Gohan's house sensed an unusual disturbance. "Revive Lord Frieza," Salb declared. However, upon uttering this command, the dragon did not respond but instead exhaled a puff of breath. "Are you ordering me?" the dragon questioned. After a moment of contemplation, it waved its hand. Please assist in reviving Lord Frisia. This time, the dragon nodded. With a flash of its eyes, chunks of flesh appeared on the ground. Very well, state your second wish. Just as Salb was about to say he had none, Pilaf interjected. I want 10 million coins. The dragon's eyes flickered again, and a stack of coins appeared on the ground. The trio hurriedly gathered the money and fled. Subsequently, the dragon transformed into light and vanished, while the dragon balls scattered across the globe, restoring the sky to its original state. Should we eliminate those three? Tagama asked. Salb shook his head, opening a box beside him to place the pieces of Frisia's remains inside. Let us leave quickly. I suspect those super warriors will arrive soon. He entered the spaceship first, and Tagama surveyed the surroundings, conjuring a highly dense energy sphere that detonated, obliterating the island. The deafening explosion generated colossal waves that concealed their departing ship. In a small village in the west, at a home where an elderly couple was dining, Reyna wore a slight smile. It seems the resurrection was successful. In a few months, I shall witness Frisia again. I wonder how the anime differs from reality. He resumed devouring his meal, having already finished his 8th bowl, leaving the elderly couple who took him in utterly astonished. Sun Wukong and his companions arrived at the site of the incident, only to find a scene of desolation. Someone definitely used the Dragon Balls, Krillin remarked. I suddenly have a very ominous premonition. He added, You're right, I share that feeling. Something dreadful may indeed occur. Piccolo pondered, stroking his chin. The group exchanged glances, finding nothing of value, and decided to return home. After they departed, Pilaf and his companions slowly surfaced from the sea. Phew, that was close. One exclaimed. Indeed. Thank goodness we are good swimmers. Another added. That was definitely Sun Wukong and his group that just left, remarked the third. Meanwhile, in the spaceship beyond Earth, Frisia's remnants were undergoing rapid recovery in a nutrient pod. Time ticked by. After approximately half an hour, the glass of the green nutrient pod shattered, spilling green liquid everywhere. Soon, Frisia emerged in his first form. He flicked his tail, surveyed his resurrected body, and examined his surroundings. What a delightful sensation. Was it you who brought me back? Salb immediately replied with reverence. Yes, Lord Frisia. As we were unable to locate the Namekian, we had no choice but to use the Dragon Balls on Earth to resurrect you. Frisia stretched his limbs, producing a series of cracking sounds. It appears that without my guidance, you lot cannot survive at all, can you? Am I right? The individuals surrounding Sorbet lowered their heads in collective shame, acutely aware that they once reigned supreme during the reign of King Frisia. However, with the demise of their sovereign, everything had irrevocably changed. Enough, enough. This is the extent of your abilities. Frisia waved his hand dismissively. Find me a secluded place. I must engage in rigorous training. Sire, can you still grow stronger? Sorbet inquired cautiously. Frisia shot him a nonchalant glance. Why not? With a little diligence, those insufferable Saiyans, like Goku, will be utterly insignificant. Very well, my lord. I shall make arrangements immediately, Sorbet replied dutifully, retreating along with the others. Frisia gazed out into the vast expanse of the universe from the window, muttering to himself. Just wait. Once I have unlocked my full potential, whether they be Saiyans or gods of destruction, I shall trample them all beneath my feet. Chapter 3. The fateful confrontation and the arrival of Renard. Time flew by, and before long, 6 months had passed. In the realm of the Kaishin, Goku and Vegeta were engaged in a spirited sparring match, their azure auras intensifying. Boom, boom. The air was punctuated by the sound of fierce explosions reverberating through the divine realm. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 blue figures darted past. Ah, battling you is truly exhilarating, Vegeta. It also reveals many of my own shortcomings, Goku exclaimed with a grin. Vegeta merely scoffed, sharing Goku's sentiment, as he too recognized his own flaws through their exchanges. Suddenly, a rapid beeping interrupted their duel. Vegeta fished out a crystal orb from his attire, revealing his wife, Bulma. Vegeta, Goku, it's terrible. Frisia has been resurrected. Bulma's voice was laced with urgency. What happened? How did he come back? Vegeta demanded. I'm not entirely sure, but Piccolo mentioned it might be related to the Dragon Balls from 6 months ago. You must return quickly. Piccolo and Krillin are already engaged, and they may not hold out much longer. The image abruptly vanished. Grab my hand. I will use instant transmission, Vegeta insisted. Goku placed 2 fingers on his forehead. Yet instead of taking hold of Vegeta's hand, he rested a hand on his shoulder, and in an instant, they vanished. Ruins of North City, Earth boom, boom. Waves of vibrant energy erupted in a dazzling display. Whoosh, whoosh. The sounds of battle echoed as Piccolo, Krillin, Gohan, and Master Roshi had already dispatched nearly 700 or 800 foes, panting heavily. These adversaries are formidable. Sorbet swallowed hard, his voice trembling. Frisia chuckled disdainfully. Huh. As long as my son is willing, they are no match for him. Alas, he is as soft-hearted as Goku. Well, it should be sufficient now. Frieza slowly raised his right hand, extending a finger towards Gohan. With a swift motion, a purple beam shot forth. Watch out, Gohan! Just as it was about to strike, two figures appeared and deflected the attack. Ah, I've been waiting for you, Goku. You've finally arrived. Frieza taunted. You really are insatiable, Frieza. Why resurrect yourself after so long? Vegeta retorted with a cold smirk. Oh, Vegeta, it seems you've grown bolder to speak to me in such a manner. Frieza sneered. Vegeta rolled his eyes and leaped onto a nearby boulder. Huh, aren't you going to fight, Vegeta? Goku asked. I'll leave it to you. But if you're struggling, I can step in. No need. I can handle this myself. Vegeta's expression shifted as he fixed a piercing gaze upon Frieza. Frieza, if you were not a malevolent being, you would make for an excellent adversary. To think you remain so naive after all this time, Frieza replied, a sinister grin forming. Enough of this idle chatter. It's time for my revenge. He stepped out of the spacecraft, landing on the ground, unleashing an aura that sent tremors through the earth. With a low growl, Frieza's purple radiance intensified, and within mere moments, he transformed into his complete form. This state feels quite comfortable, he remarked, stretching his limbs with a wicked smile. You truly possess remarkable skills, Goku retorted, unleashing his own energy. A pure, white aura flickered like flames. Frieza's expression darkened as he swiftly appeared behind Goku, launching a punch. Goku reacted swiftly, spinning around to absorb the blow. With a resounding impact, the force sent shockwaves through the already crumbling structures. Grasping Frieza, Goku executed a powerful spin, accelerating to form a miniature tornado. Whoosh! A figure shot off at incredible speed, crashing into a distant mountain several kilometers away, with Goku following closely behind. The air thickened with dark clouds, thunder rumbling ominously overhead, an anomaly brought forth by their overwhelming power. Thankfully, there were no drones or aircraft in the vicinity, otherwise, ordinary people would surely be terrified. The fierce battle raged on for over half an hour when Vegeta could no longer contain himself. Kakarot, for heaven's sake, stop wasting time. If you don't wish to fight, step aside. His sudden outburst halted their clash. Calm down, Vegeta. I'm on it. Goku replied, turning to Frieza. Frieza, you might as well show your full strength. Otherwise, this may never end. Huh, you seem quite confident that you can defeat me once more. Let us see if that holds true. Frieza taunted. With a steely resolve, Goku summoned his pure white energy. The air vibrated with a resonant hum as lightning flickered in concert with his aura. In an instant, his hair transformed, and his entire being radiated a brilliant blue light. With a swift motion, his white energy morphed into a blue, particle-laden aura. Meanwhile, Krillin and the others lost their sense of Goku's power. Has he transcended to a godly state? They wondered, though it felt different from his previous transformation. I can't sense his energy, but I can tell he is stronger than during that red-haired form. Piccolo observed intently. This is a Super Saiyan beyond Super Saiyan God. We shall call it Super Saiyan Blue. Vegeta explained slowly. Krillin and the others nodded, recognizing the remarkable potential of a pure-blooded Saiyan. Incredible. To master such a transformation in such a short time is truly astonishing. It seems my predictions were not amiss. You have indeed mastered a new transformation. Now that you have unveiled your new form, allow me to showcase the full extent of my power. Behold, as Frieza's purple aura surged skyward, rivaling the energy unleashed by Son Goku moments prior. A brilliant flash of golden, legendary light illuminated the surroundings, revealing Frieza's newly transformed golden visage. What do you think? As you can see, this is the entirety of my strength. You may refer to me as Golden Frieza. In this moment, Frieza reveled in the depths of his own power. What kind of training have you undergone to reach such a pinnacle? Are you, Son Goku, afraid? Son Goku shook his head, a thrill evident in his expression, and erupted forth with a vibrant blue aura. His speed was beyond the grasp of Piccolo and the others. Save for Vegeta, who could keep pace. With a thunderous impact, Goku launched a powerful punch, which Frieza effortlessly intercepted with a raised hand. Although he blocked the blow, Son Goku swiftly followed up with a knee strike. Frieza's back arched dramatically as he was propelled away like a missile, with Goku in hot pursuit, appearing above him to deliver a devastating headbutt. The impact sent Frieza crashing into the mountainside. Boom! The mountain shattered, sending forth a colossal golden energy sphere hurtling towards Son Goku. Undeterred, Goku unleashed a sphere of his own to collide with it. The collision produced a blinding light that illuminated half the sky. The terrifying force of the explosion reverberated throughout the earth, sending shockwaves that startled the unsuspecting populace. On television, reports declared impending doom for the planet, leaving many in a state of panic and confusion. In response, the government unveiled long-dormant spacecraft, offering a glimmer of hope to the masses, who rushed towards the government facilities, resulting in considerable congestion. Returning to the scene, atop a dilapidated building 100 meters away, Reina had somehow procured a chair and sat nonchalantly, snacking on sunflower seeds while observing the battle unfold. With his current strength, he could discern the intricacies of their combat with clarity. Indeed, the spectacle was breathtaking. Yet, he remained focused, for though he possessed great power, his combat skills were lacking. And he could only learn from these titans. Chapter 4. Do I, Golden Frisia, lack pride? Boom. The dazzling explosions resembled a vibrant fireworks display. Zipping through the air, two figures, one golden and one blue, danced in a blur, followed by a series of explosive energy blasts lighting up the horizon. Their display only heightened the terror of the ordinary people below, with scientists dubbing the phenomenon as a solar flare. In Satan City, Satan himself remained blissfully unaware, seated quietly, watching news reports filled with sensationalism before switching channels. Goku, the fate of the Earth rests in your hands. Satan prayed fervently, then picked up a picture frame, tenderly caressing the image within. The clouds thickened ominously as bolts of lightning intertwined, forming colossal serpentine shapes that writhed within the darkness. Goku, meanwhile, began to breathe heavily, wounds appearing across his body. Observing this, Frisia chuckled. Ha ha ha. What's this, Son Goku? Are you already faltering? I have yet to unleash my true might. Goku smiled in response. Perhaps you are too eager, Frisia. Vegeta, you've noticed his weakness as well. Why not step in? He called out to Vegeta, prompting confusion among Gohan and the others watching, as they struggled to discern any weakness. However, Piccolo, the intellectual pinnacle of the group, had his suspicions. This is your battle. Resolve it yourself. Vegeta retorted coldly. Goku chuckled, scratching his head as he resumed his fighting stance. Humph, do you think such words can disturb me, Son Goku? It seems your tricks have run dry. Whoosh. Goku surged forward in a burst of energy. Bang, bang, bang. The two clashed fiercely, creating waves that splashed across the ocean, as if the water were boiling. During their intense battle, Beerus and Whis made their entrance. Lord Beerus, what brings you here? Bulma asked in surprise. Beerus absently tapped his cheek. I merely came to see if there are any new delicacies. Bulma was momentarily speechless, wanting to retort, but holding back due to Beerus's stature. Indeed, there is. I had the chef prepare a magnificent Christmas ice cream yesterday. At this, Beerus and Whis's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Quick, bring it forth. Let me sample it. But, there are no buts. Hurry, or I shall not hesitate to wreak havoc upon you. All right, I will fetch it. Bulma hurried towards the spaceship. Meanwhile, Reina, observing from the building, shook his head at the antics of the two, marveling at their fondness for Earth-esque cuisine. This moment did not escape Whis's keen eye, who noticed Reina's reaction and stepped back, his eyes glinting with intrigue. That fellow is. Beerus caught Whis's subtle movement and glanced at him, receiving a knowing look in return. Quite perceptive, you noticed me at once. It seems it's my turn to make an entrance. He rose, stretching his limbs before leaping into action, vanishing from sight. On the battlefield, Frisia had just sent Goku crashing into the sea and was about to gloat when his gaze inadvertently drifted towards Vegeta, spotting Beerus indulging in food, which left him astounded. Lord Beerus, what brings you here? Do you intend to thwart my revenge? Hey, are you blind? Can't you see I'm enjoying my meal? I have no interest in your affairs. Now continue your fight. Frisia's heart lightened momentarily at this response. However, before he could fully relax, he felt a hand on his shoulder. He turned abruptly to find a fist, as large as a cooking pot, hurtling towards his face. Boom. Like a kite severed from its string, he flew through the air, crashing into the ocean just as Goku had, albeit to a greater depth. The sudden turn of events left Vegeta and the others in shock. With a thunderous splash, both Son Goku and Frisia surfaced simultaneously. Goku scratched his head in confusion, wondering who had just intervened and what had transpired. Who are you to meddle in my quest for vengeance? Frisia seethed, his face darkened with rage, teeth clenched. He had been unable to comprehend the swift actions of his assailant, barely catching a glimpse of a fist in motion. Ah, Kakarot. You truly embody the rare breed of combat genius that our Saiyan lineage produces. Rina spoke to Goku, disregarding Frisia entirely. Goku, perplexed, was left wondering how this individual knew his name, having never encountered him before. The youth before him appeared to be barely out of childhood, yet his tone suggested otherwise. Could it be, you are a Saiyan? Rina nodded, and the exchange did not escape Frisia's notice, his frustration manifesting as visible veins throbbing on his forehead. Damn it, how dare you two underestimate me? I am Frisia, after all. With a ferocious roar, he unleashed a golden aura that surged toward Rina without hesitation. Does he not realize that I am Golden Frisia? How dare he disregard me like this on my own turf? If Rina were privy to Frisia's thoughts, he might have retorted, what worth does your pride hold here? Are you not aware of your own standing? In an instant, Frisia altered his approach, transforming a punch into a kick as he charged at Rina. Rina merely shook his head, slowly raising a hand and casually waving it. Seeking death, are we? The nonchalant manner of his strike made Goku's mouth twitch. Surely, this was an act of bravado. However, the next scene left him utterly astounded. Bang! In a heartbeat, Frieza was sent hurtling backward at 5 or 6 times his initial speed upon the collision of their palms and soles. Following Frieza's trajectory, Goku was taken aback to see the youth had already positioned himself at the spot where Frieza was about to plummet. Such incredible speed, such formidable strength. If this individual is indeed a Saiyan, then what is the nature of his current state? Though he pondered this, an inexplicable thrill began to swell within him. As Frieza neared the ground, Rina seized his arm and flung him into the sky as one would discard refuse. He then assumed a familiar stance, one that Goku, and indeed all Z fighters, recognized well. The Super Kamehameha. Whoosh! A silver-blue beam shot skyward, striking Frieza with a resounding impact. Despite the apparent complexity of the sequence, it all unfolded within mere breaths, leaving Frieza with no opportunity to react. The sky was soon filled with the echoes of screams and explosions, which faded in the blink of an eye. Rina, dusting off his hands and humming a tune, strolled over to Goku. Meanwhile, Frieza's remaining minions, witnessing the scene, fled at what they believed to be the fastest speed imaginable, wishing they had been born with additional limbs. Yet, before they could venture far, they were swiftly dispatched by a few energy blasts from Vegeta. Vegeta, what a delight to see you! Goku exclaimed. I have long admired both of you, though I never had the chance to meet you until now. Rina spoke earnestly, for in his previous life, he had held a fondness for Goku. While Vegeta had initially been rather irritating, his redemption arc had revealed a more charismatic side. Vegeta furrowed his brow. As far as I am aware, aside from myself, Kakarot, my brother, and 3 other pure-blooded Saiyans, there should be no others. So from where do you hail? Rina smiled slightly, about to respond, when Beerus and Whis arrived. He greeted them with a friendly nod, and they returned the gesture amicably, which surprised both Goku and Vegeta. It was known that the two had never fought since achieving their Super Saiyan Blue forms, and even more astonishing was Whis, who could effortlessly overpower them without using his hands. What was this new scenario unfolding? Chapter 5. Let us engage in some activity. My friend, I must inquire if you have reached that level. Beerus began slowly. His words astonished not just Goku and Vegeta, but all remaining Z fighters. They incredulously rubbed their ears. Did Lord Beerus just refer to him as a friend? Had he ever addressed anyone like that since arriving on Earth? No. And now, it was different. Confusion engulfed them as they were left wondering if this was a dream or merely a hallucination brought on by the exertion of battle. Rina simply smiled. Although he did not explicitly state it, both divine beings understood the implications of his presence. They exchanged glances, fully aware of the stakes involved. I have investigated. And you are indeed a Saiyan from this universe, Whis remarked, glancing at the crystal ball atop his staff. Rina's eyes sparkled, and he replied, Your abilities as angels are indeed remarkable. You recognize my origin. As they conversed, Goku interjected at an inopportune moment. What are you two discussing? I haven't understood a word. Rina chuckled. Oh, Goku, don't fret about the details. However, I must say, your mastery of Super Saiyan Blue is quite impressive. Had you truly been unable to defeat Frieza just now, I presume you would have resorted to your trump card, no? This left Goku momentarily speechless. Indeed, he possessed a secret technique taught by King Kai, but its limitations rendered him hesitant to use it, fearing it could cost him his life. My apologies, my apologies. Rest assured, if the opportunity arises, I will teach you both some new techniques that may enhance your prowess. Oh, are you serious? I am truly looking forward to that. Although Rina was relatively young among the Saiyans, by Earth's standards he was an adult, yet his voice retained a youthful quality. Gentlemen, I have a modest request and hope you might assist me. Rina addressed Beerus and Whis. Oh, what is your request? Whis inquired. His willingness to engage stemmed from a desire to avoid conflict with this individual, or rather, the angelic order as a whole could not partake in battles. He was also eager to discern this person's true origin, yet he had uncovered no trace of it. Actually, I wish to spar with Beerus. Yes, indeed. Just a friendly bout. What? You wish to fight me? Beerus nodded. He hesitated, aware that his duty was to destroy, and like Whis, he could not engage in combat. He glanced at Whis, and at that moment, a voice echoed in his mind. Subsequently, he nodded at Rina. The two ascended into the cosmos. Whis, standing on the ground, tapped his staff, and a vast screen materialized, allowing them to observe the impending clash. Meanwhile, in the Kaioshin realm, the elder Kaioshin and Kibito gazed up at the cosmos, witnessing the unfolding spectacle. My, I never anticipated Lord Beerus would consent to battle another. I wonder if the universe can withstand it. Elder Kaioshin, what do you mean by that? However, before he could finish, he received a swift reprimand from Elder Kaioshin. Indeed, One should immerse oneself in literature to combat ignorance, Jebbet remarked, timidly rubbing his head. Was it not the case that I alone survived? The old Kai sighed deeply in response. He spoke slowly. The universe exists within certain energy limits. Should one exceed these boundaries, it may lead to annihilation. Furthermore, the young man whose origins remain unknown possesses strength that likely rivals that of Lord Beerus, which is why I express such concerns. What? Grand Ancestor, are you truly serious? That seems implausible. This is merely my hypothesis. Whether it holds truth will soon be revealed, he replied, gazing into the cosmos. Please, Lord Beerus. The two combatants assumed their stances, yet did not rush into battle, instead remaining locked in a tense stalemate. After several minutes, they simultaneously unleashed their attacks. Whoosh, whoosh. Two orbs of distinct colors erupted, colliding with a violent resonance that sent ripples of extraordinary energy throughout the universe. Bang, bang. The two engaged in close-quarter combat, their visible energy waves expanding as surrounding planets disintegrated. Whoosh, bang, bang. Rina instantly teleported behind Beerus, delivering a powerful knife-hand strike to his neck. Boom. A thunderous sound resonated, as this move was unexpectedly deflected. Swish, whoosh. He vanished and reappeared at a distance, simultaneously launching an energy sphere. Beerus's expression grew serious as he raised his hand to unleash a slicing attack. However, the moment his hand made contact with the energy sphere, it detonated, illuminating the cloud-laden earth with blinding radiance. What an astounding battle. This exceeds all expectations, exclaimed Son Goku, a mixture of excitement and astonishment evident in his voice. Meanwhile, Vegeta clenched his fists in silence, begrudgingly acknowledging the prowess of this Saiyan, while also sensing a new target on the horizon. As the light dissipated, nearly 100 energy spheres appeared behind Beerus. With a mere flick of his wrist, the spheres surged forth like meteors towards Rina. Reacting swiftly, Rina unleashed a super Kamehameha wave with one hand. Whoosh! The silver-blue beam intertwined with a multitude of purple energy spheres, creating a breathtaking spectacle. In the Kaishin realm, the Grand Ancestor observed in disbelief as the energy wave from earlier vanished. What on earth is happening? He exclaimed. The old Kai feigned a cough and replied, simply pay attention, and you shall discern the answer without my further elaboration. Jebbet scratched his head, feeling as though he had invited trouble upon himself. Back in the universe, Rina glanced at his hand and then at Beerus. Let us cease our probing and settle this with a single decisive blow, he proposed. Beerus nodded in agreement. A deep purple aura emerged, conjuring a dragon made of energy behind him. This resembles what I witnessed in my previous life. It is quite similar. Rina's own silver-white aura flared, transforming into a dragon that was far more aesthetically pleasing than Beerus's. Whoosh, whoosh. The two dragons collided, unleashing a cataclysmic wave of energy that ravaged the cosmos. Buzzing with intensity, the energy waves surged once more violently than before. He exclaimed, raising his hand and pushing forward, causing the energy waves to gradually diminish. What is this? You can wield destruction? Beerus remarked, astonished. Although aware that his opponent had reached a level akin to Whis, the ability to destroy was a skill exclusive to the gods of destruction. Rina, puzzled, wondered, isn't destruction a technique accessible to anyone who reaches a certain level? In the comics I once read, Goku employed this technique, albeit with significant energy cost. Why is he so surprised now? Unbeknownst to him, the technique of destruction was a divine skill exclusive to the gods of destruction, impossible for others to wield authentically. I find this rather intriguing, and it does not seem overly difficult, Rina remarked, his eyes unwavering. Very well, let us call this a draw. Rina shrugged nonchalantly, and thus, the two combatants inexplicably ceased their confrontation. They instantaneously reappeared on Earth, the ominous clouds dissipating as sunlight illuminated the land, restoring the initial beauty. Yet, the chaos among the Earthlings persisted, shattering this newfound tranquility. Yawning, Beerus declared, I am fatigued. Whis, let us return. Moments after they touched down, he stifled a yawn and rubbed his eyes, feigning drowsiness, yet Rina found his demeanor somewhat endearing. Whis smiled and nodded at Rina, his staff striking the ground, transforming into a beam of light that ascended into the sky. After Beerus and Whis departed, Rina glanced at the Z warriors, intending to speak, when suddenly his stomach audibly protested at an inopportune moment, leaving him slightly embarrassed as he scratched his head. The group erupted into laughter. Now that this is concluded, how about I treat you all to a grand feast? Bulma, the affluent heiress, proclaimed with flair. Consequently, everyone soared into the sky, with Vegeta escorting Bulma. As for the city, it would be restored with the Dragon Balls in due course. Chapter 6. A culinary contest and exchange within the Universal Capsule Corporation. A massive table overflowed with an array of delectable cuisine. Son Goku and Vegeta ravenously stuffed their mouths, displaying a sense of grandeur in their feasting. Not to be outdone, Rina joined in the culinary competition. The scene transformed into a contest of gluttony. Given that Goku and Vegeta were fervent practitioners, their appetites were considerably larger than those of an average Saiyan. With Rina joining their ranks, the mountain of food quickly diminished. Bulma sighed in exasperation, having anticipated this outcome. She promptly retrieved her phone from her pocket and placed a call. Shortly thereafter, a dozen chefs wheeled in carts laden with more dishes. The three Saiyans' eyes sparkled with anticipation as they began devouring the food before the chefs could even set it on the table. Bulma rolled her eyes, contemplating whether to chastise them, but ultimately refrained, especially since Goku and Vegeta were manageable. Rina, however, remained an unknown variable. Since when have Goku and Vegeta developed such hearty appetites? Their previous consumption levels are incomparable. Chi-Chi inquired, offering Goten a large slice of meat, perplexed. Little did she know, ever since Goku and Vegeta achieved Super Saiyan Blue, their appetite had multiplied several times over, as the energy expenditure was immense. Thus, a whirlwind of feasting ensued for over an hour, leaving the three Saiyans sprawled on the floor, their bellies protruding. Burp. The trio's loud belching echoed remarkably, even causing a slight tremor within the Capsule Corporation. Sun Wukong turned to Bulma, flashing her a cheeky grin. Thank you, Bulma. I am thoroughly stuffed after this meal. Bulma shot him an exasperated glance, finding his demeanor rather unfamiliar. Ever since their encounter at Baozi Mountain, Bulma had always regarded Sun Wukong as a younger brother. His personality remained unchanged over the past decade. He was still exactly the same, not an iota different. After indulging in their feast and exchanging a few pleasantries, they departed, leaving only the three Saiyans sprawled on the ground. In the expansive realm of the god of destruction, a streak of light descended from the heavens. Upon returning home, Beerus immediately regained his vigor, shedding the lethargy he had experienced on Earth. What do you think, Lord Beerus? He pondered. It is certain that he has indeed reached that level of mastery, yet I find it peculiar that he seems to be contemplating the application of this power. Oh, Whis chuckled. Having observed the duo's battle from the screen on Earth, he had discerned some hints. With a playful smirk, he remarked, Hee, Lord Beerus. What do you think of that destructive display he just showcased? Beerus's expression shifted several times, ultimately resulting in a dismissive snort. He too found himself perplexed, you see. Just as the two were engaged in their conversation, a streak of light suddenly streaked across the sky, crashing into the distant forest and kicking up a massive cloud of dust. Upon witnessing the luminous streak, they exchanged knowing glances, for they recognized who had arrived. Emerging from the dust-laden forest were two figures, one portly and somewhat resembling Beerus, and the other slender with a high ponytail, akin to Whis. Ugh, Bardos. Can't you find a better spot? Kampa complained somewhat petulantly. Oh dear, did you not say to just find any place to land, Lord Kampa? Bardos retorted, leaving Kampa momentarily speechless. Hey, you fatso, what brings you here? Their banter was abruptly interrupted by Beerus's voice. Kampa looked up to see Beerus with his arms crossed, exuding an air of superiority. I say, you lanky bamboo, who are you calling fat? I'm not fat. Fatso, say that again and see what happens. I'm not afraid of you, you skinny stick. In an instant, the two were at each other's throats, their foreheads nearly touching in confrontation. Before long, a purple aura enveloped both of them. The overwhelming energy began to shake the entire god of destruction realm, startling even the sleeping prophecy fish. As their energy escalated to a certain height, they suddenly struck out. Bang, bang, bang. Their hands blurred in a flurry of motion, unleashing waves of terrifying energy that obliterated numerous nearby planets like mere trinkets. Enough. Just as they were about to clash blows, two divine staffs intervened. All right, Lord Kampa. You should calm down. After all, Lord Beerus has a point. You have indeed put on a bit of weight lately. Bardos interjected. Her words immediately elicited laughter from Beerus. And even Whis couldn't help but chuckle. Kampa pointed an accusing finger at his master and attendant, at a loss for words. How could they side with an outsider? Ahem. Enough of this. Fatso, tell me, what exactly brings you here? You're not here just to pick a fight with me, are you? If that's the case, I'd be more than willing to oblige. With a smirk, he added, I suppose you just want me to say something, right? Ugh, what a nuisance. With that, Beerus soared towards his palace, and the others followed suit. Inside, at a long stone table, Kampa retrieved an oval device from Bardos's divine staff space. After pressing a button, it emitted a sound, followed by a slow release of cold air. Two egg-sized objects, comparable to cooking pots, emerged. Kampa gestured to Beerus, urging him to partake. Beerus picked up an egg and lightly tapped its shell with his finger. It shattered completely, and he popped it into his mouth to chew. Kampa looked on with a smug expression. So how is it? Is it not delicious? I must tell you, this is my latest culinary discovery. I can hardly bear to eat it myself. Beerus's expression remained rather indifferent. Well, it's passable, I suppose, just average. He then motioned to Whis, who promptly understood and produced several buckets of instant noodles, a few sausages, and hot water. As he began preparing the noodles, both Kampa and Bardos looked on in stunned silence. After completing the task, an awkward silence ensued as they exchanged wide-eyed glances for several minutes. Once he deemed it ready, Beerus immediately dug into the noodles. Kampa, watching Beerus relish the meal, felt his mouth water and soon grabbed a bucket of noodles for himself. Minutes later, he finished and couldn't help but lick his lips, savoring the experience. Beerus caught sight of his expression and chuckled. What's this? Still not satisfied? I've grown weary of such fare. You. Kampa was left speechless. Resigned, he shot a glance at Bardos. This stuff is indeed quite tasty and convenient. What is it, Whis? This is instant noodles from Earth. Whis replied just as Kampa interjected excitedly. Hey, if you have this in your universe, then my universe must have it too. Quickly, Bardos, check if we have Earth in our realm. She then activated her divine staff to begin her search, with Whis providing guidance. Before long, they found it, but compared to the seventh universe, it was nothing short of a desolate wasteland. Ha ha ha, this is what you call Earth? Oh my goodness. Beerus laughed heartily, nearly losing his breath. How could it be like this? Bardos shrugged, helplessly returning to his seat. Yet, he did not wallow in despair for long. Suddenly, a spark ignited in his eyes as he stood up and addressed Beerus. Beerus, how about we make a wager? Oh, a wager. What do you have to bet? I have several wish-granting orbs. If gathered, any wish can be fulfilled. Upon hearing this, Beerus and Whis exchanged knowing glances. You're not referring to those orbs with a few stars inside, are you? Ah, since you know, that makes things easier. So what do you say? Care to wager? Uffed, as if I don't have those. Kampa, those are called Dragon Balls, a product of the Namekians. Kampa scratched his head, utterly perplexed. What on earth? Surely, what you speak of is merely a trifle for mortals. I refer to treasures of divine magnitude, colossal enough to rival the very size of planets. At this proclamation, Beerus found himself intrigued. Very well, do enlighten me on the terms of this wager. After a moment's contemplation, Kampa's eyes sparkled with inspiration. Let us proceed thus. Each universe shall designate 5 champions to engage in a best 2 out of 3 combat. The victorious side shall claim the spoils from the vanquished. Beerus nodded in agreement. That seems acceptable. However, what is it that you wish to claim from my side? I possess no Super Dragon Balls, you know. Upon hearing this, Kampa revealed a mischievous grin. Ha ha ha. All I desire is that you relinquish Earth to me. Following this declaration, Beerus fell into a contemplative silence. At that moment, Whis gently nudged him and exchanged a knowing glance. This glance prompted an immediate realization, and Beerus nodded in response to Kampa. Very well. When shall we commence? Haha. Splendid. Let us convene for our duel on an unnamed planet 1 week hence. With that, Kampa gathered his belongings and departed alongside Vados. Whis, you cannot possibly intend for that fellow to participate, can you? Whis affirmed with a nod. At this, Beerus felt a moment of somber reflection for the denizens of Universe 6. Chapter 7, Father and Son Battle, Part 1. In a villa located in West City on Earth, as sunlight streamed through the windows, Reyna awoke from slumber on a grand bed 2 meters wide. System, initiate the daily sign-in. Ding. Sign-in successful. Reward package has been issued. Reyna chuckled as he opened the reward from his system backpack. Ding. Congratulations, you have received the 6 paths of earth-shattering stars, the Rinnegan, the Great Wilderness Prison Finger, Super Serum, and a set of 30th century smart casual wear. He found the first 4 items agreeable, yet the casual wear puzzled him. Upon inspection, he learned it was a smart outfit that could adapt its style to the wearer's preferences, complete with protective features and navigation capabilities. Is this even of any use to me? With my current power level, do I truly require protection and navigation? He pondered momentarily before deciding to store it within the system space. After utilizing 2 skills and 1 item, he retained the remaining item in the system space. A radiant light enveloped Reyna, and he opened his eyes to check his status panel. Host, Eddie Reyna. Race, Saiyan. Battle power. Skills, Super Kamehameha. 6 paths of earth-shattering stars, Great Wilderness Prison Finger, Rinnegan. Satisfied, he closed the status panel just as a ringtone pierced the air. Reyna lifted his pillow to reveal a flashing cell phone. Noticing the caller ID was Bulma, he recalled the phone and villa keys she had given him the previous night. What could Bulma want? He felt somewhat resigned to using such a formal address, having been playfully coerced into it by her the night before, especially since his youthful voice was rather melodious. Lord Beerus and the others have arrived. They wish to see you, and Goku and Vegeta are here as well. Nanny? Why do they seek me? With Whis's capabilities, they could simply locate me without the need for a phone call. However, he dismissed the thought, realizing he would rather see for himself. After ending the call, he freshened up and stepped onto the balcony, observing the bustling scene below, which bore no resemblance to the apocalyptic dread of the previous night. He sighed, thinking to himself, it was not in vain that I took to the skies last night. At Capsule Corp, Goku's face radiated excitement as he gazed at Beerus and Whis, while Vegeta maintained his customary aloof demeanor. Lord Beerus, is it true what you have said? Why would you doubt me? Oh no. It's just that it's hard to believe there are not just one, but 11 other universes beyond our own. Goku's enthusiasm surged at the prospect of battling warriors from other universes. Vegeta interjected, You ought to exhibit some maturity. You know nothing of your opponent's identities or their strength, yet you yearn for combat with formidable foes. Oh, come on, Vegeta. I know you feel the same way about facing strong opponents. Vegeta scoffed, tilting his head. This time, in addition to the two of you, there will be another Saiyan, followed by 2 more contenders. The battle is set for 1 week from now, Beerus declared. Nanny. Both Goku and Vegeta were taken aback, realizing that Beerus intended for Reina to participate. Although they were uncertain of Reina's strength, their instincts told them that even together, they would struggle against him. Much akin to facing Whis. Surely, Lord Beerus, if Reina is competing, what place is left for us? He won't be the first to enter. Rather, he will take the stage last, as the grand finale. Just as he finished speaking, Reina's voice rang out. What are you saying? Finale? Last to enter? He then soared in from the distance. Ah, Reina, you're here. I have splendid news for you. Reina glanced at Goku's exuberant face, and then at the others, sensing he might have an inkling of what was afoot. What is this good news? We shall engage in combat with warriors from other universes. Is that not splendid news? A sudden realization struck Reina as he recalled the storyline. However, the pace of this plot seemed hastily advanced. Could his arrival have instigated a butterfly effect? And there were indeed 11 other universes besides their own. After his proclamation, he observed Reina's expression, which remained remarkably unperturbed. Whis, too, noted Reina's reaction, a glimmer of intrigue crossing his eyes. It appears you take this as a matter of course. Did you foresee such events occurring? A jolt of surprise ran through Reina, yet he quickly regained his composure. He shook his head and replied, Oh, not at all. I merely assumed that with 2 deities present, something of this nature would unfold. It hardly seems extraordinary. Whis chuckled softly, choosing to refrain from further inquiries. One must not grow complacent. I was fortunate to have navigated this situation. But what shall we do next time? Ah, what a bother. He sighed inwardly but soon regained his resolve, jesting to himself, with the system at my side. What do I have to fear? Following this, Beerus recounted the details of the matter, and Reina nodded, reflecting on how the storyline had indeed accelerated. As they deliberated on the remaining 2 participants, 2 individuals entered the room, Piccolo and Gohan. Upon spotting them, Goku's eyes sparkled with excitement, and before he could speak, Piccolo stated, No need to elaborate. I have gathered most of the details. Piccolo, are you joining us as well? Piccolo nodded affirmatively. Goku then turned to his son, Gohan. Gohan scratched his head, his expression serious as he spoke. I wish to participate as well, which is why I came to ask you, Dad, for a friendly spar. But Gohan, aren't you supposed to be preparing for your academic exams? Gohan nodded and spoke again. I will participate in the academic examination, but not at this moment. After the incident with Frieza, I've come to understand that even if I become a scholar, without strength, I cannot protect the Earth. Therefore, I aspire to be both a scholar and a guardian of our planet. I implore you, Father, to support my ambition. After finishing his statement, he bowed respectfully to Goku. Reina, observing Gohan, recalled his potential unleashed form, a transformation distinct from Super Saiyan, which consumed minimal stamina, standing as a unique metamorphosis. He speculated that should this potential continue to develop, it might lead to achieving another realm of power. After a moment of contemplation, Goku nodded in agreement with Gohan. He, too, longed to gauge his son's strength during the Cell Saga, when he transformed into Super Saiyan 2. He had wished to test himself against Gohan in Super Saiyan 1 at full power, but tragically, he had perished at that time. Later, during the Majin Saga, he witnessed his son's mysterious new form, but was unable to return to Earth, leaving that desire unfulfilled. However, today, that long-held wish was on the verge of realization, albeit not in Super Saiyan form, but in Super Saiyan Blue. If you two are set on battling, then let's head to the hyperbolic time chamber, Reina suggested. Both Goku and Gohan nodded in agreement. The others expressed no objections, and even the two deities were keen to witness the unfolding of this father-son duel. With a consensus reached, they positioned themselves beside Goku, who placed a hand on his shoulder, and in an instant, they arrived at the temple. Upon reaching the temple, he explained the situation, and without hesitation, 1010 instructed Boppo to activate the hyperbolic time chamber. Chapter 8, Father-Son Battle, Part 2. Inside the hyperbolic time chamber. The expanse remained as vast and blank as ever. So, this is the hyperbolic time chamber. Indeed, it stretches infinitely in whiteness. Not much different from what I saw in the animations. Reina mused quietly. At that moment, the system's voice resonated, Master. This space is crafted from fragments of a shattered world. System, what do you mean by world fragments? Please elucidate. Master, you will understand in due course. Very well. I see you enjoy keeping me in suspense. Meanwhile, Goku and Gohan stood at the center of the chamber. Please, teach me, Father. They both bowed to one another and took their stances. Whoosh, whoosh. The two clashed in their base forms. Bang. Their fists collided, unleashing a tempestuous gust of wind that shook the massive hourglass. Almost immediately, they vanished, and the air reverberated with the sounds of their fierce battle. Rinnegan, activate. Reina discreetly opened his Rinnegan, recording every move of the father-son duel. The aerial skirmish persisted. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of their fists striking flesh reverberated, causing the entire space to tremble. Suddenly, Goku appeared behind Gohan, transforming into Super Saiyan Blue. Witnessing this, Gohan shifted into Super Saiyan 2 mode. The sheer intensity of their auras caused the space to quiver once more. Whis glanced around, tapping his staff, and a ripple spread through the room, restoring calm to the atmosphere. Remarkable, the abilities of the angelic race are indeed manifold. Reina thought to himself. Whoosh, whoosh. The two unleashed energy blasts of contrasting colors, resulting in a series of explosive bursts reminiscent of fireworks. Amidst the brilliance, Goku utilized the distraction to maneuver behind Gohan. Delivering a swift kick, Gohan, quick on his feet, raised his arm to block the strike, propelling himself backward. As he flew back, he unleashed a barrage of energy blasts. Goku grinned, sweeping his hand to cause the blasts to explode in midair. In the blink of an eye, he teleported above his son, landing another kick. This time, Gohan anticipated his father's energy signature and countered with a punch. Boom. The resounding impact echoed sharply. Reina involuntarily shuddered. How exhilarating, he exclaimed. Their attacks, if unleashed in the universe, could obliterate a star. Impressive, Gohan, but I sense you're still holding back your true power. Give it your all, Goku encouraged. Huh, Gohan growled, entering a state of explosive energy, gradually pushing Goku back. Naturally, Goku released his own blue aura, leading to a standoff between yellow and blue energies. Go for it, Gohan. I believe in you. Piccolo cheered for Gohan, who continued to exert himself. Suddenly, Reina raised an eyebrow, silently thinking, here it comes. As Gohan, locked in a standoff with Goku, felt his hair darkening back to its original hue, his aura began to transform. Huh. With another powerful shout, his golden aura morphed into a sharp silver hue. Not bad, Gohan. Is this your true strength? You've truly ignited my excitement, Goku exclaimed, also ascending his blue aura. Once again, the two resumed their stances, as if nothing had transpired moments before. Whoosh, whoosh. The two waved their hands in unison, launching potent energy blasts from their palms. Bang, bang, bang. The explosive energy waves reverberated through the space, akin to a divine force capable of erasing everything in its path. Clang. Whis tapped his staff again, enveloping the spectators in an energy shield that insulated them from the violent energy. Reina glanced at him in surprise, to which Whis merely responded with a smile. Buzz. In an instant, Gohan unleashed a torrential downpour of energy blasts. Trying the same trick again. Not so fast. Goku adeptly dodged most of the blasts through rapid teleportation, though a few struck him directly. Amidst the swirling dust, a burst of blue light pierced through, revealing the authentic Kamehameha wave. Concurrently, Gohan also fired his own legitimate Kamehameha. Boom. The violent explosion reverberated, fracturing the space fortified by Whis. The sheer magnitude of their Kamehameha waves illustrated their immense power. A fierce gale swept through the entire chamber, shaking even the temple, leaving Tenten and Boppo in a state of awe. Just then, in a split second, Goku closed in on Gohan, delivering a punch to his abdomen. Gohan doubled over, spitting out bile and stepping back. Gohan, don't get too complacent during battle. Gohan wiped his mouth and nodded, disappearing in an instant. Sun Wukong's expression grew serious as he instantly unleashed his aura to sense his surroundings. Before he could perceive much, Gohan appeared and executed a tit-for-tat move against him. However, Sun Wukong skillfully crossed his palms to block the attack. Nonetheless, the tremendous force penetrated through, inflicting considerable damage upon him. TCH, is Kakarot teaching his son how to fight anew? Vegeta remarked disdainfully. Rina nodded in agreement. This battle was, in fact, inevitable, after all. With the upcoming inter-universal tournament and the events that would unfold across various universes, it was essential for Gohan to further harness his power. Huff, huff. Gohan gasped. Dad, let us settle this with one decisive move. I will unleash all my energy, and you must do the same. Otherwise, I shall feel unsatisfied. Sun Wukong nodded. Taking a deep breath, his fists clenched tight, muscles bulging, as a blue aura enveloped him once more, this time gradually revealing a layer of red energy. Kaioken times 10. In an instant, his entire body was encased in the red aura, and the terrifying pressure expanded the fissures created earlier even further. Damn it, it's Kaioken. Has Kakarot lost his mind? Vegeta coldly remarked. Vegeta, what do you mean by that? Beerus inquired, puzzled, though he noticed a slight increase in power. It hardly seemed significant to him. Vegeta then elaborated on the effects of the Kaioken technique. Upon hearing this, Beerus appeared unconcerned, believing that even with enhanced combat power, they were still no match for him. The two fathers simultaneously assumed the stance for the Kamehameha, and soon, beams of blue and blue-red light surged forth. Boom. A cataclysmic force erupted, releasing an unparalleled surge of energy that caused the shattered space to collapse into chaos. Fortunately, Whis reacted swiftly, creating a protective barrier with his staff, ensuring their safety. In the void, after unleashing their attack, Gohan reverted to his normal state, while Sun Wukong returned to his Super Saiyan form. Dad, you are truly formidable, but I will strive to surpass you, Gohan murmured before plummeting rapidly. In a flash, Sun Wukong caught him, gently lowering him to the ground. Watching Gohan's smiling face as he drifted into unconsciousness, Sun Wukong smiled back, his expression a tapestry of emotions. At that moment, Reno approached, retrieving a Senzu bean from the system space, his hand tucked in his pocket. After handing the bean to Sun Wukong and patting him on the shoulder to transfer a burst of energy into him, he glanced at Whis, who instantly grasped his intention. Whis then waved his staff, and a soft glow like fireflies began to rise, as everything around them visibly restored at an astonishing speed. Thank you, Whis. Whis smiled nonchalantly, indicating that such matters did not contravene the principles of the Destroyer class, thus were not a cause for concern. Chapter 9. The Tournament of the Nameless Star begins. After Sun Wukong fed the Senzu bean to Gohan, he soon awoke. Dad, you have done excellently. Keep pushing forward. Gohan nodded. At that moment, Vegeta approached, his expression icy as he glared at Sun Wukong. Kakarot, you've once again outpaced me. Truly infuriating. Vegeta, just you wait. I will surpass you before long. With that, he turned and began his own training. Beerus and Whis departed the hyperbolic time chamber, but before leaving, Rena instructed Whis to create several sets of extremely heavy weighted clothing. Put on those weighted suits and commence your training. Sun Wukong and Gohan nodded, yet Piccolo interjected. I'll pass. I prefer to train in my own way. There's no comparison. Rena shrugged and nodded, then moved aside to train. As Sun Wukong and Gohan approached the heavy suits, they were taken aback, astonished that they could barely lift them with one hand. Rena, how heavy is this clothing? I have no idea. It's what I asked Whis to create. How heavy does it feel to you? The two fathers exchanged glances and ultimately donned the suits, only to find breathing somewhat difficult and their movements severely hampered. Rena chuckled. You can transform. It will aid in your physical training and energy control. Upon hearing this, they immediately transformed into their Mystic and Super Saiyan Blue forms. Yet even in transformation, they felt the weight pressing heavily upon them. Their commotion caught Vegeta's attention, causing him to pause. Hurry up, Vegeta. Put on that weighted clothing. He didn't rush over immediately. Instead, he stood still, pondering before finally approaching. After examining the weighted suit and feeling its immense weight, he listened to Sun Wukong and donned the suit, transforming into Super Saiyan Blue as well. Hey, Rena. Aren't you going to wear one? Of course I will. Rena casually squatted down and effortlessly lifted the suit, appearing remarkably at ease. Sun Wukong and the others watched, utterly astonished. If their eyes did not deceive them, he had lifted it with one hand and seemed remarkably untroubled. Don't look at me like that. Honestly, this isn't of much help to me, but it does allow for some physical exercise. After greeting them, he wandered a bit further away and sat cross-legged. He did not engage in training, for he knew not how, but rather began to contemplate various matters. After all, they would be spending 7 years here. How much they could improve would depend on their efforts. In the 6th universe, on a technologically advanced planet, Kampa and Vados appeared in a certain canyon. Vados, I asked you to help me find competitors. Why have you brought me here? Vados pointed forward into the canyon. I'm currently assassinating a target. Assassinate? That individual is a professional killer, boasting a 100 success rate. His strength should not be underestimated, Kampa nodded. He had intended to say more, but Vados vanished in an instant, only to reappear shortly thereafter. Lord Kampa, it's done. He has agreed to participate. So soon? What did you say to him? Vados smiled slightly but did not respond, and Kampa said nothing further. Together, they departed to locate the remaining 4 individuals. As the days turned, 7 days had passed in the blink of an eye. Within the hyperbolic time chamber, Only 4 Saiyans remained. Piccolo had left on the 5th day, unable to endure any longer. Had it not been for Rina aiding them in their training, they would not have been able to stay, given the monotony and the unpalatable food. Oh dear. It's almost time. We can exit now. Rina stretched lazily, producing a series of cracking sounds from his joints. Sun Wukong and the others nodded in agreement. Upon arriving at the door and pressing the doorbell, it swung open, and a group of individuals stepped out. Outside, waiting for them, was Tenten, who was nearly overwhelmed by the pungent odor wafting from the newcomers. Swiftly, Bobo prepared a bathing area for them. As they shed their weighted garments, the moment the heavy attire hit the ground, the temple trembled slightly. After wiping the sweat from their brows, they followed Bobo to the bathing quarters. A little over 10 minutes later, the group emerged, rejuvenated and refreshed. In an instant, Sun Wukong teleported to the Capsule Corporation, where Whis had been patiently awaiting their arrival, standing atop a transparent, square glass enclosure. Inside the enclosure stood over 20 individuals, all familiar faces from the original narrative. At last, you have arrived. I was about to set off. Whis exclaimed. Oh dear. My apologies. Sun Wukong scratched his head sheepishly. A few individuals stepped inside. With a wave of his staff, Whis summoned a beam of light that shot skyward, and they vanished. At the boundary of 2 universes, upon a colossal, brownish-gray planet, Kampa and his entourage were the first to arrive, directing Beerus to prepare the venue. Hee. This time, I will ensure that fellow Beerus is thoroughly defeated, Kampa declared, a mischievous grin spreading across his face, which caused Beerus to raise an eyebrow in disapproval. Just as he contemplated further, a streak of light illuminated the ground. And soon Whis and his group materialized. You fat fool, I caught sight of your earlier expression. It was quite unbecoming, Beerus remarked. Humph, do not get too smug. This time it will be you who faces defeat, Kampa retorted, turning his head away. At that moment, a group approached from the distance, comprising the Kais of the 7th and 6th universes. Sun Wukong soared forward to greet them. Following their greetings, the group orderly took their seats in the spectator and competitor sections. Why are these seats so unyielding? Kampa, you truly lack an appreciation for comfort, Whis noted. Understanding his friend's plight, he waved his staff, transforming all the seats into plush cushions. This left Kampa slightly embarrassed, glancing at Beerus. Oh, wasn't it you who said such matters could be overlooked? He mumbled. I never suggested you be so careless. Beerus chuckled heartily at Kampa's discomfort. As his laughter echoed, a green-skinned alien referee emerged upon the vast arena, microphone in hand. Welcome, everyone. Today's competition is straightforward. It will follow a best-of-5 format. Before we commence, allow me to explain the rules. First, no underhanded tactics are permitted. Any violators will be disqualified. Second, falling outside the ring also results in disqualification. Third, the use of weapons and healing items is prohibited. Offenders will be eliminated. After outlining the rules, he coughed a few times and continued. Now, let us invite Lord Kampa and Lord Beerus to draw lots for their respective universe contestants. With that, he produced a black box from seemingly nowhere. The two approached the box, each taking turns to draw, eventually establishing their lineup. Humph. They exchanged disdainful snorts before returning to their seats. Once the referee received the finalized list, he announced, Now, I present the first match. From Universe 7, we have contestant Vegeta, facing off against Universe 6 Magetta. Please take the stage. With that, he stepped back. Go, Dad, cheered Bulma and her son Trunks from the stands. After a brief warm-up, Vegeta leaped onto the stage, followed closely by the robotic Magetta from Universe 6. Once both competitors were on the platform, the referee raised his hand slowly and then brought it down with a flourish, declaring begin. Chapter 10, The Outburst of Vegeta. Vegeta assumed a battle stance, but Magetta merely glanced around. Does this guy really look down on me? Magetta thumped his metallic chest, creating a series of jarring sounds. After several strikes, the flames within his chest shifted to molten lava, and only then did he prepare for combat. Vegeta narrowed his eyes, dashing forward, but instead of attacking, he vanished, reappearing above Magetta and delivering a punch aimed at his head. However, to Vegeta's surprise, Magetta showed no signs of evasion. Just as Vegeta's fist was mere millimeters away, Magetta raised his head and spewed forth a torrent of lava. In mid-air, Vegeta deftly dodged the molten attack, which sizzled upon contact with the ground, melting it instantly, showcasing the lava's extreme temperature. This guy's power is quite impressive, Sun Wukong remarked from the contestant area. On the arena, Vegeta furrowed his brow and ascended into the air, transforming into his Super Saiyan 2 form. A tempest of golden energy surged forth, pushing Magetta back several paces. While your strength is commendable, I have no time to waste with you. Let me end this swiftly. With that, he gathered his golden energy in his hands, unleashing a barrage of twisted, laser-like energy. Magetta, meanwhile, emitted steam from his head as the magma within him continued to churn violently. Ultimate flash, maximum power. Huh. With a fierce shout, he released the amassed energy. Magetta retaliated, spewing lava once more, akin to an erupting volcano. A thunderous clash erupted, as golden light and red magma collided in a fierce standoff. The debris from their strikes caused the arena to tremble and crater under the strain of their powers. Both competitors exerted their utmost strength in this fierce exchange. As time progressed, Magetta's lava attacks began to wane. Seizing the opportunity, Vegeta intensified his ultimate flash output, forcing Magetta to retreat perilously close to the edge of the arena. Steam billowed from his head as his mechanical joints buckled under the pressure, rendering him immobile. This guy. Vegeta noticed Magetta's subtle movements and swiftly ceased his energy wave assault. Channeling his energy like a meteor, he charged at Magetta, delivering a powerful punch imbued with golden energy. Magetta, caught off guard, took the blow directly. The sound of grinding metal echoed as his mechanical joints protested, and he was forced backward until he teetered on the brink of the arena, his heels hanging precariously over the edge. Upon witnessing this, Vegeta once again unleashed his energy, causing the very edge of the arena to shatter with a resounding explosion, leading him to tumble amidst the debris outside the ring. He exhaled sharply as he landed back on the stage, just as the referee approached. After surveying both sides, he proclaimed, "Competitor Magetta is disqualified, and the victory of this match goes to Vegeta from Universe 7. Oh yeah, Daddy won. Daddy is amazing." Trunks shouted joyously from the audience. Vegeta merely scoffed, returning to the contestant area with an air of arrogance. After taking a sip of water, he made his way back to the arena. The referee then produced an iPad, yes, that very device, and projected its contents into the air, displaying their battle rankings. Magetta's avatar was now shrouded in darkness. The referee continued, "Now, for the second match. Let us welcome the competitor Batamo from Universe 6. No sooner had he spoken than a large yellow bear clad in a red vest leapt onto the stage. Presenting a rather haughty expression to Vegeta and gesturing mockingly with a dismissive hand signal. Vegeta said nothing, yet his icy gaze made it abundantly clear that he was incensed. The contestants Goku and Piccolo exchanged glances, both sensing that Batamo was courting disaster. "All right, please prepare yourselves. The match begins." Without a moment's hesitation, Vegeta surged forward, mirroring his earlier bout, and delivered a punch. However, the situation was markedly different this time. Thud. His fist connected, yet the rotund creature simply grinned in response. After a flurry of punches that proved futile, Vegeta swiftly retreated. "Is that all you've got? Your attacks barely register with me," Batamo proclaimed with great pride. "You seem quite confident in your resilience, but it's rather average," Vegeta retorted. "Oh, very well, then allow me to introduce you to my next move." With that, he transformed into Super Saiyan 2, instantly appearing before Batamo and striking once more. This time, however, Batamo chose not to absorb the blow, swiftly dodging to the side and unleashing a barrage of Azure energy blasts. But how could such an attack possibly land on Vegeta? Boom. Vegeta's fist ultimately struck Batamo, producing a thunderous roar as a wave of formidable energy radiated outward, causing the repaired arena to explode once again. Wow. The sheer force compelled Batamo to spit out bile, clutching his abdomen as he collapsed to the ground. "Humph, is this what you call resilience? Hardly impressive," Vegeta remarked, his tone devoid of emotion, his eyes filled with disdain. Yet, moments later, Batamo managed to rise, dusting himself off and gingerly prodding his indented stomach. With a deep breath, he miraculously restored his form. That punch was quite strong. Had it been anyone else, they would have remained incapacitated. Yet, for me, it was of little consequence. Allow me to show you my true strength, Universe 7. With that, a light yellow aura erupted around him as he stretched his limbs, taunting Vegeta with a provocative gesture. Vegeta's expression hardened. Goku in the contestant area rubbed his forehead and remarked, "Oh dear, this is bad." No sooner had he finished speaking than Vegeta roared, his energy surging dramatically. In an instant, his aura coalesced, his hair elongating and his brows vanishing. A brilliant light flashed, revealing the cold visage of Super Saiyan 3 Vegeta. "You all dare to underestimate me. Now I am truly angered." With that declaration, he assumed an attacking stance, eschewing any further words, and unleashed his ultimate flash. This time, the blast was even more potent than before. Zzz. Batamo, like an unwitting bear, opened his mouth to retaliate with a ki blast. The clash of yellow and blue energies erupted in a violent explosion, but soon, Batamo's attack faltered, and with a pained cry, he was sent tumbling out of the arena. As the dissipating smoke cleared, the referee ascended the now ravaged stage, assessed the situation, and once again declared, "Competitor Batamo is eliminated." The victory of this match once again belongs to Vegeta of Universe 7. Damn it. How can these fools be so inept? Kampa from Universe 6 seethed with frustration. His remaining competitors included Kaba, Frost, and Hit, yet among them, only Hit maintained his composure, while Frost disregarded Kampa's outburst. Only Kaba, the more naive of the trio, swallowed nervously. Vados chuckled quietly, saying nothing but casting a meaningful glance toward the referee's iPad, and then at Hit, for the next match would feature these two combatants. Chapter 11. Defeat. Goku takes the stage. Haha. It seems Kampa is utterly incensed. How delightful. And today, Vegeta performed remarkably well. Beerus proclaimed, his voice unabashedly loud, ensuring that Kampa heard every word. Damn that Beerus. Kampa gritted his teeth but felt a measure of reassurance upon seeing Hit in the arena. Let him revel for now. Soon enough, he'll have his comeuppance, he added with a sly grin. Now, let us welcome the third competitor from Universe 6, Hit. Hit stepped onto the stage, hands casually tucked into his pockets, exuding an air of nonchalance. The referee cleared his throat theatrically before announcing the commencement of the match and stepping aside. This individual. Vegeta regarded Hit with a serious expression, recognizing him as the strongest among their ranks. Despite his well-concealed aura, the sharpness of his presence was unmistakable. Let me see what you can truly do. With that thought, Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan Blue. Such energy rivals that of a god. Are the Saiyans of Universe 7 truly this formidable? The god of destruction from Universe 6 exclaimed in astonishment. Not too shabby. The old Kai from Universe 7 retorted. Hearing this, the Universe 6 god of destruction couldn't help but twitch his mouth in irritation. As Vegeta, now in his Super Saiyan Blue form, glanced at Hit, he noted that the latter remained unperturbed, arms still at his sides without a hint of an offensive stance. Vegeta chose not to speak further, standing resolutely in opposition. After nearly a minute of tense standoff, sweat began to bead on Vegeta's forehead. This adversary exhibited no vulnerabilities. Enough of this. With that, he dashed at high speed towards Hit, ready to strike, only to be met with a sudden afterimage that sent him careening through the air. Vegeta spun mid-flight before landing on the ground. What just happened? How could I? He turned to Hit, only to see him assume an incredibly narrow attacking stance. At that moment, Hit spoke. Surrender, for you are no match for me. Surrender? That word does not exist in my vocabulary. I was merely careless just now. However, before he could take any action, Hit instantly vanished from his position, so swiftly that even Vegeta had no time to react. Bang, bang, bang. A series of muffled impacts ensued, and Vegeta's body seemed to sway as if dancing in the wind. In the audience, someone exclaimed, "Oh dear, what is Vegeta doing? Why is he falling to the side?" Bulma said, bewildered. At that moment, Goku teleported to the audience and explained to Bulma, Vegeta isn't falling on his own. He's being attacked by his opponent. But that guy hasn't even made a move. What's going on? Bulma questioned. Goku was momentarily at a loss for words. As from the spectator's perspective, they could see none of Hit's attacks, only Vegeta writhing in apparent agony. He then turned to the keen-eyed Jocko and asked, "Can you see anything?" Jocko shook his head. "I can't see it, but it seems like his attacks disappear halfway." Goku scratched his head, and at that moment, Rina, seated among the competitors, took on the role of commentator. That technique is called time skip. It's a form of time manipulation. Theoretically, he can jump ahead by 0.1 seconds. But for a fighter of his caliber, that brief moment is sufficient to finish off his opponent. Incredible. Such a marvelous technique exists. I'm getting excited, Goku exclaimed, eager to return to the competitors' area. Oh, Rina, you certainly know your stuff, Whis remarked, glancing at Rina, who simply smiled in response. Meanwhile, on the stage, after sustaining numerous critical hits, Vegeta lay on the ground. Hit stood still, looking at the referee, who immediately understood the implication and began the countdown. 10, 9, 8, 5. Just as he reached 5, Vegeta slowly stood up. Oh, he can still stand. It seems you are quite resilient. Vegeta wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and smiled. Damn it, being able to skip time, no wonder I couldn't see his attack trajectory. Vegeta pondered inwardly. He had no brilliant ideas, but could not bring himself to surrender. I can see that your attacks are formidable, but you still have a flaw. However, Hit merely shook his head. Vegeta took a deep breath, and his azure aura surged forth. The entire nameless planet trembled, but after merely a few seconds, it ceased. With Vegeta's blue aura gradually dissipating, or rather, retracting. Come on. He then reassumed his stance. He achieved the Super Saiyan Blue form. He actually using this technique. Rina thought, realizing it was quite similar to Goku's reckless style. But regrettably, he won't have the opportunity. Rina mused. During their time in the hyperbolic time chamber, Vegeta had mastered this form under Rina's guidance, but he had previously stated that he should avoid using it unless absolutely necessary. as it significantly drained stamina, even life force. After Vegeta achieved this form, Hit returned his hands to his pockets. In the next instant, he vanished, moving so quickly that Vegeta lost his focus. Boom. A powerful and immensely heavy punch struck his abdomen. Spurt. In an instant, Vegeta spat out a spray of blood, his eyes nearly popping from their sockets. He looked at Hit in disbelief, unable to utter a word, and clutched his abdomen as he fell to the ground. This sudden turn of events left the competitors, spectators, and the referee in shock. Hit glanced at the referee once more. The referee gulped and began the countdown again. 10, 9, 8, 4, 3, 2, 1. After counting, seeing no sign of Vegeta waking, the referee announced, "The winner of this match is Hit from Universe 6. After the announcement, Hit casually walked off the stage, hands in pockets, exuding a nonchalant demeanor. In the audience, someone asked, "What just happened?" Krillin turned to those beside him, voicing the question that puzzled everyone. They all shook their heads, unsure of what transpired, but one thing was clear: Vegeta had lost. "Vegeta, Dad!" Trunks flew onto the stage and flipped his father over. Seeing the blood trickling from his father's mouth, he wiped it with a tissue, just as Krillin arrived, producing a Senzu bean and placing it in Vegeta's mouth. Among the competitors, Kampa erupted in laughter, even making a face at Beerus, who was infuriated. "I can't believe that fat fool outsmarted me. What'll I do if we lose?" Beerus said, somewhat dejected. "Oh ho ho, Lord Beerus, you still have Rina, so why worry about losing?" Upon hearing this, Beerus's eyes lit up, almost smacking his forehead for forgetting Rina. The moment he thought of Rina's strength, his spirits lifted once more. Whis, observing the scene, couldn't help but smile, glancing at the closed-eyed Rina and Goku, who both exhibited a glint of determination in their eyes. Perhaps one of these two could be chosen. On the stage, Vegeta, filled with rage, punched the ground fiercely, rising to his feet and wiping his face with a towel. After taking a sip of water, he headed towards the competitors' area, just as Goku ascended the stage. The two brushed past each other, with Goku asking, "What should we do?" Vegeta ignored him entirely. This left Goku scratching his head, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Chapter 12, Goku's Defeat. Goku stood on the stage, first bowing politely to Hit, then assuming his stance as the referee signaled the start of the match. "What? Aren't you going to transform?" Goku shook his head. "Transforming consumes too much energy, and I'm still devising a strategy." "A strategy? Are you thinking of a way to defeat me?" "Huh, you're truly youthful." Goku merely smiled, not responding further. Whoosh. He stepped forward, instantly vanishing, reappearing behind Hit and delivering a sweeping kick. At that moment, Hit also made his move. The space around him suddenly froze, and he unleashed a flurry of punches at Goku. In an instant, Goku was sent flying over 10 meters before regaining his balance. "Ouch, that hurts." Goku grimaced as he rubbed his leg. After a few seconds, he shook out his limbs, reactivated his muscles, and charged back in, this time choosing to attack head-on. Whoosh. At the moment he closed the distance, Hit activated time skip once more. However, as he executed this technique, the space around him rapidly collapsed, and Goku's fist came crashing towards him. Snap! By a stroke of luck, Hit slightly veered to the right, narrowly evading Goku's punch. What just happened? On the contestant seat of the 6th universe, Kampa gazed in utter astonishment at Son Goku. Not only was he shocked, but so were the other students and spectators. However, some expressed their thoughts. "This must be mere coincidence," said the god of destruction of the 6th universe. "Coincidence? You underestimate Son Goku," replied the old Kai of the 7th universe, shaking his head with a tone of immense pride. "Hee, how about that? I've deciphered your time skip," Son Goku proclaimed with a smile. Hit frowned. "That was just a fluke. Fine, let us see you try again." As soon as he finished speaking, he charged forward once more, this time engaging in close combat. Bang, bang, bang. The two engaged in a fierce clash, causing the arena to tremble incessantly. Huh. Son Goku transformed into his Super Saiyan Blue form and swiftly delivered a fierce punch aimed at Hit's face. Buzz. Crack. Hit activated his time skip. The space at the point of their fists colliding froze momentarily before shattering with a resounding bang, forcing both fighters to retreat swiftly, carving a deep trench in the ground before finally halting at the edge of the arena. "I can't believe you truly broke my time skip. How is that even possible?" Hit found it hard to accept, but he had no choice but to believe it. "Hee. I must admit, your skill is indeed formidable. But I foresaw your moves, which enabled me to counter your time skip." "Oh, so that is how it is, but isn't it a bit unwise to reveal that?" Son Goku stretched his limbs. "It doesn't matter. Even if I say it out loud, your attack patterns and habits won't change, and that is sufficient." Buzz. Whoosh. Son Goku unleashed a torrent of blue energy, swiftly following up with a barrage of energy blasts. As Hit prepared to deflect the attacks, Son Goku suddenly vanished. Reappearing before him, and kneeing him in the abdomen. Thud. In a split second, Hit blocked with his right arm, producing a sound akin to a ringing bell. Subsequently, he grabbed Son Goku's knee in an attempt to sap his mobility, but he miscalculated Goku's physical strength. Buzz. Son Goku's leg muscles flexed, shaking off Hit's grasp, and he quickly retaliated with a powerful right hook. Bang. The punch connected solidly with Hit's face, yet he did not budge an inch. Instead, it was Son Goku who slowly sank to his knees. A wave of shock rippled through the audience once more, with only a few understanding the situation. Did Kakarot let his guard down? Or has that guy evolved? Vegeta pondered, eyeing the downed Son Goku. Just moments ago, he had seen Kakarot's movements falter, indicating that although the strike had landed, it had dealt no significant damage. Son Goku of the 7th universe, you are indeed impressive. After all these years, I have never encountered someone like you. I never imagined I could still grow, Hit remarked, a rare smile gracing his typically stoic face. This fleeting smile bewildered the god of destruction of the 6th universe, as they all recognized Hit's reputation and prowess. Hit, throw him off the stage at once, Kampa shouted. Nevertheless, Hit remained unfazed. Hit, do you dare defy my orders? Do you want me to destroy you? Yet, the more Kampa insisted, the less Hit paid him mind, instead focusing on the prostrate Son Goku. What is this, Son Goku? Are you attempting to stall for time? As he spoke, Son Goku gradually rose to his feet, a somewhat pained smile on his face. That last move was quite heavy. It seems you have indeed evolved. In that moment, my time skip has advanced to 3 seconds. Haha, you are indeed impressive. I am thoroughly exhilarated. Now, I shall not hold back. Son Goku assumed a stance, blue energy erupting from him, soon enveloped by a crimson aura. 15 times Kaioken. Instantly, an overwhelming force filled the air, a tempest of ferocity swirling around them, accompanied by crackling lightning. Such violent energy. Is this your ultimate technique? Indeed, this is the ultimate technique that the KO gave me. Son Goku nodded in affirmation. Once he did, deep purple energy burst forth from Hit. Since you've unleashed your ultimate move, I shall amplify mine as well. The sharp, piercing energy surged like a miniature whirlwind, clashing against Son Goku's ferocious aura. Soon, the energy gusts dissipated. Whoosh, whoosh. Both fighters launched themselves into action, their forms becoming indistinguishable on the stage. So fast, Vegeta and the others couldn't even catch a glimpse, not even sensing their energy. Crack. Suddenly, the space in the arena ruptured, unleashing a powerful suction that drew in debris, even pulling the referee into its grasp. After a few breaths, the referee was ejected, landing awkwardly on the ground. Boom. The ruptured space exploded, birthing a colossal mushroom cloud. Whoosh bang. The two figures collided violently against the ground, mere inches from being thrown off the stage. Not bad. During that clash, my time skip has further evolved to 10 seconds. Reina squinted at the two fighters sprawled on the arena floor. In truth, as the two had vanished, the space had been solidified by Hit's time skip. However, the power unleashed by Goku's 15 times Kaioken was no trifling matter, breaking through the confines of that space. Consequently, the rupture in space occurred, and the two exchanged dozens of blows without determining a victor. Thus, Son Goku unleashed his Kamehameha, and at the same moment, Hit activated his time skip, resulting in their attacks evolving to 10 seconds upon collision. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Both fighters struggled to rise to their feet. Hee. Did you expect that, Son Goku? In that fleeting moment, my attack evolved once more, which means you've lost. Indeed. I lost. You are truly remarkable. With that, he fell with a thud, raising a cloud of dust. Daddy. 2. Goku. 3. Kakarot. The cheers from the crowd became inaudible to Son Goku as he succumbed to unconsciousness. At this moment, the referee, looking disheveled, reappeared. He swallowed hard, glancing at both sides before beginning the countdown. Upon finishing, and still seeing no sign of Son Goku awakening, he declared, "The match is won by Hit of the 6th universe." Just as he concluded his announcement, Gohan and Goten rushed onto the stage, assisting Son Goku back to the contestant seats. "Ha! Though you disobeyed my command, since you won this match, I shall let you off the hook." After speaking, he proudly glanced towards Beerus. However, Beerus paid him no mind, instead focusing on Reina. Reina yawned before rising gracefully and stepping lightly onto the arena. This person. Babidi observed Reina with a hint of suspicion. It seems my sister has made a discovery, Whis remarked with a smile directed at Beerus. It matters not. A revelation is inconsequential, for the outcome of the next match is all but certain. Beerus shrugged nonchalantly. On the arena, Reina produced a Senzu bean from his pocket and tossed it to Hit, signaling him to consume it. Without hesitation, Hit chewed and swallowed it, instantly regaining all his energy, which caused his eyes to widen with surprise. I don't wish to take advantage of the situation. I too wish to experience your techniques. Reina felt a tinge of embarrassment as he uttered these words, yet he could not suppress them. After all, having witnessed the spectacular fight between Son Goku and him, how could he refrain from participating? Chapter 13, An Unexpected Turn of Events. Hit nodded and assumed an attacking stance, while Reina pretended to strike a pose, recognizing the importance of the ceremonial aspect preceding the attack. Moreover, they were not bitter enemies nor deceitful adversaries. However, this pretense was sufficient for the moment. Swish! Hit vanished and appeared before him in an instant, the void around them momentarily solidifying as he unleashed a flurry of palm strikes. Reina made no attempt to evade, for he was attuned to the essence of Hit's technique. Bang, bang, bang. A series of powerful impacts resonated within the frozen moment of time. As the assault concluded, the space returned to normal, accompanied by a violent gust of wind that stirred up a cloud of dust. After several seconds, the dust settled, revealing Reina standing unfazed. You're not hurt. Reina's lips curled into a slow smile. Well, I cannot say it was entirely ineffective. Your technique still holds some merit for me. It seems you are the most formidable contender among them. The beings of Universe 7 are truly impressive. You aren't suggesting that you wish to concede, are you? Hit's lips twitched involuntarily. I have no such intentions. I can still grow stronger. Buzz! He erupted with energy once more, the aura around him transforming into a deep purple hue, which he subsequently contained within himself. Oh, let me see what you can do. Reina observed Hit's every movement with calm composure, his eyes activating the Rinnegan to study his method of sealing energy. Moments later, Hit had completely confined his energy within, and he swung a punch to the right. Hey, Hit, are you planning to hold back? If you dare do so, I shall destroy you now. Zampa could no longer contain himself upon witnessing this action. He stood up and declared, extending his hand, where purple energy began to coalesce towards Hit. Yet before the energy could fully form, a disturbance rippled through the air beside Reina, the space warping like a surface of water as his fist manifested. This technique resembled a dimensional shift akin to the evil containment wave. Bang! A thunderous sound erupted as a powerful wind burst forth from his body, yet Reina remained unperturbed. No effect. No, wait, it seems you managed to withstand it. Your physique is quite resilient. Let us see how many more of these you can endure. He muttered to himself, then unleashed both hands simultaneously, launching rapid strikes from either side, moving so swiftly that only a blur remained visible. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The barrage of attacks pierced through the air like bullets, striking Reina and igniting sparks akin to iron being hammered. This continued for several breaths until smoke billowed forth, signaling Hit to cease. Even if your body is formidable, it ultimately cannot withstand the intensity of my strikes. While this notion was commendable, reality proved otherwise. As the smoke cleared, Reina stood there, seemingly unaffected. Is this your assassination technique? To me, it is merely a trifle. How can your body withstand this? As he uttered these words, Reina stepped forward, vanishing from sight as if he had traversed through space, leaving no trace behind. From the contestant seats, Barros observed this scene, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes, pondering. The contestant from Universe 7 has reached such a level. How is this possible? He is merely human. Could it be that the legends circulating in the divine realm are indeed true? While he contemplated, the battle on the arena had already undergone a dramatic transformation. In the blink of an eye, Reina appeared before Hit, raising his hand and lightly tapping him on the chest. It was this seemingly gentle touch that caused Hit to spew blood, his eyes widening as he slowly toppled backward. A hush fell over the arena. What just transpired was completely unseen by them. Regardless of their awareness, the referee approached Hit, beginning the countdown. Curse it, this useless Hit. How could he lose so easily? This is an utter embarrassment. Zampa thought to himself, his gaze fixating on Hit, ready to unleash his wrath the moment he faltered, unable to contain his frustration. Losing the Dragon Balls was secondary. It was his pride that truly mattered. The final victor of this match is Reina from Universe 7. After reading the countdown, the referee announced the result as Hit remained unconscious. Oh yay, hurrah, we won. Ha! I knew we would triumph. The audience erupted in cheers. But the contestants were another story. Just how powerful has Reina become? Though Vegeta voiced this thought, his hands were clenched tightly, betraying his unwillingness to accept defeat. Indeed, I never anticipated that besides Lord Beerus and Whis, another such formidable being existed. I wonder if we combined our strengths, could we even match him? Son Goku found himself in a similar predicament. While he cared little for the hierarchy of power, he had unleashed his ultra instinct against Hit. Confident he could conquer many foes, yet against Reina, he felt utterly defeated. I can sense an ethereal aura emanating from him, a sense of superiority. Piccolo mused, stroking his chin. As the most astute warrior, he possessed a modicum of divine essence, allowing him to perceive the dimensional disparity. the gap in realms. Reina glanced over at Son Goku and Vegeta, preparing to depart, when suddenly a fierce wind surged toward him. Watch out! Those in the contestant and audience sections warned. Yet Reina merely shifted slightly to evade, though a frown crossed his face, for amidst that attack, he sensed an exceedingly unpleasant aura. Turning to look, he saw Hit had risen, surrounded by a dark purple energy, the malevolent black aura enveloping him in a manner that was most distasteful. Ding! Energy detected from alternate dimensions. Just then, the system provided a timely notification. Alternate dimensions. Has it already begun? Reina mused, gazing at Hit, or rather, the corrupted version of Hit. This fellow has truly tarnished my reputation. Kampa seemed oblivious to the transformation occurring in Hit, engrossed in his own monologue. Lord Kampa, do take a closer look at what has transpired with Hit. Bardos interjected. It was only after her reminder that he fell silent and turned his attention to Hit. This is demonic energy. How could this be? Have demons emerged? Bardos shook her head. I conducted an investigation moments ago and found nothing. There must be other circumstances at play. A deafening roar erupted, the violent sound waves crashing like a tsunami. With a resounding crack, the glass of the entire arena shattered into a shower of shards, which vanished almost instantaneously. It was Vados who had used her staff to eliminate all the glass fragments. Ah, having a buff does make a difference, doesn't it? Quite the show-off now, Reina remarked with an air of indifference. Swish, swish, swish. It seemed Hit understood his implication, as he swiftly launched a barrage of dark purple energy blasts. Chapter 14 unfolded. Reina let out a cold snort, flicking his fingers to send forth miniature energy blasts that pierced through Hit's dark projectiles. With each impact, Hit's form rippled like the surface of a lake, forced to retreat under the onslaught. Roar! With a mighty shout, Hit unleashed his own energy, deflecting Reina's smaller blasts. In an instant, Hit, now exuding a fierce aura, appeared before Reina, instinctively employing his time-skip ability. Crack, crack, crack. The void froze momentarily. However, unlike previous instances, time did not halt, but continued to expand. This fellow was actually exhausting his life force to forcibly enhance his power. Reina observed the blood trickling from Hit's mouth, controlled by demonic energy, and could not help but shake his head. Yet he chose not to remain a mere bystander. In the frozen space, Reina raised his hand and delivered a swift flick to Hit's forehead. Boom! A sound akin to a bell echoed, and the stilled space resumed its flow. Hit, cradling his forehead, gradually collapsed to the ground, convulsing slightly as the demonic energy began to dissipate. Hey, divine energy is quite effective. That flick had not been trivial. He had injected a trace of divine energy into Hit, driving away the encroaching demonic essence. After a few breaths, the demonic energy around Hit vanished completely, and with a wave of his hand, Reina summoned the divine energy that had coursed through Hit, which then emerged from his forehead and returned to him. At that moment, the angels and destroyers from the two universes arrived at the arena. You have won this match, but this matter must be reported immediately. Bardos's voice carried a somber tone. Beerus, consider yourself fortunate this time. Next time, luck won't be on your side. Kampa scoffed at Beerus. Beerus merely shrugged, uninterested in further dialogue. For the victors of the contest were the true winners. Subsequently, Bardos presented them with the 6 Super Dragon Balls, leaving only one unaccounted for. Now it was Reina's turn to speak. Lift everyone into the air. I know where the last one is. The two angels nodded, and with a wave of their staffs, everyone was enveloped in a protective barrier and elevated into the sky, leaving Reina alone on the nameless planet. Boom! He struck the nameless planet with his fist, causing it to tremble and reveal cracks that swiftly spread, unveiling its true nature, a Dragon Ball. Impressive. How did Reina know this? Beerus pondered, glancing at Vados, who merely shrugged in response. Upon returning to the protective barrier, Reina smiled at everyone. Vados exited the barrier, standing before the 7-star-sized Super Dragon Ball, appearing diminutive in comparison. Soon, he uttered a series of obscure phrases. Is this the language of the gods? It differs from the universal language. Reina contemplated, attempting to learn the divine language but finding it utterly beyond his grasp. The Super Dragon Ball shimmered, and a magnificent golden Shinron emerged, encompassing numerous universes. Beerus then articulated his wish to Vados, who, despite some restraint, conveyed it to the Super Shinron. The dragon's eyes glimmered momentarily, indicating that the wish had been granted, before it transformed into a stream of light and dispersed across the two universes. From a distance, Kampa gritted his teeth, realizing that this wish could have been his. Frustrated, he instructed Bardos to take him away. Meanwhile, in the future timeline, the city of West City lay in ruins, consumed by flames. Within the Capsule Corporation's basement, a time machine bearing the company's emblem activated, revealing Trunks, his face a mixture of reluctance, anger, and sorrow. Boom! The ground erupted, and a dark figure charged forward. At that moment, Trunks pressed a button, and a flash of light enveloped him as the arriving shadow let out a furious roar, unleashing a torrent of destructive energy blasts that obliterated the entire Capsule Corporation. After wreaking havoc, the figure vanished in a fit of rage. On a mountain acquired by the Earth Capsule Corporation, Goten and Trunks were playing when a dazzling light flashed before them, materializing into a massive machine. "Trunks, what is this?" Goten inquired, gazing at Trunks with confusion. Trunks shook his head, but being slightly older and braver, he approached the machine and discovered it bore his family's emblem, with someone unconscious inside. Without delay, he rushed home to inform his mother. Upon hearing the news, she hurried to the mountains, finding the future Trunks in a state of unconsciousness. With practiced ease, she opened the machine and carried Trunks out. She then rushed back to the Capsule Corporation, ensuring Trunks was taken care of before retrieving a crystal ball to begin communication. This left young Trunks and Goten perplexed, but they soon resumed their play. Just after making a wish and returning to the Destroyer realm, Goku and his companions had barely settled when they received Bulma's notification. Utilizing instant transmission, they returned to Earth. The group, including the Destroyer and Angels, exchanged glances upon seeing the unconscious Trunks, a glint of understanding passing between them. Goodness, I never expected this situation to follow so closely. Rina quickly grasped the unfolding events. One cannot help but acknowledge that the universe of superheroes is truly formidable, with events unfolding in rapid succession. First, the invasion of demonic energy, followed by this future anomaly. Sigh, Rina knew precisely how to articulate his thoughts. Though he entertained such thoughts, he was not idle. He retrieved a mystical bean from his pocket and tossed it to Bulma. After she administered the bean to Trunks, he gradually regained consciousness. However, upon opening his eyes and perceiving his surroundings, especially the sight of Son Goku, he impulsively retaliated with a punch. Boom. The fierce force of his strike sent the grass in the vicinity flying. Ah, it truly is the same. That much remains unchanged, Rina mused to himself. Hey, Trunks, what are you doing? Vegeta admonished coldly, startling the two children. Young Trunks and Goten exchanged bewildered glances, scarcely believing their ears. This fellow was also Trunks. Dad, Mom. He is. Young Trunks stammered in inquiry. Bulma knelt beside him, gently patting his head. He is you, the grown-up version. The grown-up me. Young Trunks gazed at his future self with a mix of confusion and curiosity. Meanwhile, the future Trunks, upon hearing the surrounding dialogue, returned to reality and glanced around the hall, realizing he had returned to the past. He sighed deeply and slumped onto the bed. What has transpired? Trunks, how did you end up like this? Bulma inquired, her heart aching at the sight of her future son's despondency. Mom, I am utterly useless, Trunks exclaimed as he rushed to Bulma, embracing her while weeping. After a considerable time, he finally wiped his tears and said, I can't believe I am truly back. It is simply wonderful. What exactly happened? Please tell me. After much contemplation, Trunks recounted the events. What? Say that again. Vegeta's forehead throbbed with veins as his anger surged. Yes, Mom was already slain before I arrived here. It was that damned Black Goku. How infuriating. Losing to Hit in the tournament had already ignited a flame within him, and this new revelation only added fuel to the fire. He cast a cold glance at Son Goku and strode towards the gravity chamber, leaving Goku feeling somewhat awkward. I cannot believe such a situation has arisen. How could you create such a perilous entity? At that moment, standing beside the time machine, Beerus scratched his forehead, speaking out. Rina approached the time machine as well. Indeed, the ingenuity of humanity is boundless. He nodded and smiled. However, that does not imply I share your intentions. Regardless, you may refrain from intervening, but that does not preclude me from taking action, correct? Whis and Beerus nodded in agreement. Yet, one point must be emphasized. We cannot create alternate timelines. That is indeed a delicate matter. The intricacies of alternate timelines are indeed complex. According to Super Dragon Ball heroes, there are numerous parallel dimensions and timelines. Chapter 15, Return to the Future. In a secluded cabin on a mountainside, Black Goku and Zama's sat facing each other, savoring their meticulously brewed tea. With our strength, we could obliterate Earth directly. Why complicate matters? Zama's remarked. We possess the power. Yet such an act would deprive humanity of any suffering or fear, which is not part of my design. Truly, I am remarkable. The two exchanged knowing smiles. In the main timeline, within the Capsule Corporation's gravity chamber, crimson lights illuminated the space, as various electronic machines hovered midair, unleashing beams of laser at Vegeta. Under the immense pressure of 400 times Earth's gravity, Vegeta struggled even in his base form. Curse it, how could the future world end up like this? Black Goku, whether you are Kakarot or not, prepare yourself. I shall make you wish you had never been born, Vegeta thought as he dodged the lasers. At that moment, a laser struck his arm, abruptly breaking his concentration. In retaliation, he unleashed a moderately potent energy blast, obliterating all the machines in the vicinity. Beep, beep, beep. An array of sounds echoed as all activities in the gravity chamber ceased. Upon exiting, he encountered future Trunks waiting by the door. "Father," Trunks called out. But Vegeta merely scoffed and continued walking forward. Trunks, glancing at his father's retreating figure, pursed his lips and followed. Meanwhile, within the time chamber of the sacred world, Son Goku gasped for breath. "Goku, you cannot continue like this. Though you can amplify your power with a 30-fold Kaioken, it is still insufficient to reach a higher realm." Son Goku wiped the sweat from his brow. "A higher realm? Is it akin to the one you occupy, Rina?" Rina nodded. "Your battles rely on sensing your opponent's ki. Yet such a method only diminishes your body's instincts and confines you. If you genuinely wish to learn, you must first calm your mind and relax your neural pathways. Once you can master those two aspects, you will have merely brushed against the threshold of this realm." Listening to Rina's words, Goku appeared troubled, deep in thought. Observing his distress, Rina added, "Once the future's crisis is resolved, you may ponder this further. For now, focus on your training." Encouraged by Rina's words, Goku relaxed, realizing the urgency to address the future's peril. At the apex of the universe, before the Grand King's palace, Beerus, Whis, Kampa, and Beerus stood solemnly at the entrance. This time, the two gods of destruction unusually refrained from bickering. As they approached to knock on the door simultaneously, it swung open automatically, revealing the Grand Minister. Upon seeing him, the four bowed respectfully. As they finished their greeting, Whis attempted to speak, but was halted by the Grand Minister. "I am aware of your purpose, indeed. It is malevolent energy, and I have traced its origin, yet it abruptly ceases at a certain point in the future. Once again, the future, what could be amiss?" Beerus pondered silently. However, the Grand Minister seemed to perceive his thoughts, gradually stating, "In the future world, the gods have vanished." "What?" Both gods of destruction were taken aback, bewildered by the revelation. The Grand Minister, however, chose not to elaborate further, shifting the topic. "Now that the denizens of the future have arrived, let them proceed." Whis and Beerus exchanged glances before nodding in agreement with the Grand Minister. Kampa and Vados appeared somewhat perplexed. "Very well, you may all return. This matter will be resolved." With a wave of his hand, he sent the four away. That timeline is beyond salvation. May he succeed in erasing that timeline. His profound gaze seemed to penetrate the layers of the universe, reaching towards Earth itself. As the scene shifts, Earth finds itself in the twilight of the second day. In Bulma's laboratory at Capsule Corporation, Bulma and her father, Dr. Brief, gazed with satisfaction at the time machine that stood before them, now fully restored. At last, it has been repaired. Indeed, this is all thanks to that child, Rina. I never expected him to possess such knowledge. I shall have to seek his counsel next time, Dr. Brief remarked, puffing on a cigarette. After 2 days and nights of relentless work, combined with Rina's insightful contributions drawn from the original text, the machine was finally brought back to life. I never anticipated that this little brother, Rina, would prove to be so formidable. I shall go inform them to prepare. With a hasty farewell to her father, she dashed off. Dr. Brief watched his daughter's retreating figure and shook his head, reflecting on how, despite being a mother, she retained such a spirited demeanor. Over half an hour later, on the back mountain, Trunks, having been revived by Vegeta's unique form of affection, regained his composure. Simultaneously, the two became aware of the message Bulma had sent, prompting their return. After about 10 minutes, the father and son encountered Rina and Goku. Trunks nodded in acknowledgement to the two, while Vegeta merely grunted in their direction as a form of greeting. At that moment, Bulma emerged, retrieving a space capsule from her pocket and tossing it to the ground with a resounding pop. The time machine materialized, and Trunks stepped forward, examining it with admiration. "Mother, you truly are remarkable. To have repaired it with such modern technology is nothing short of genius." "Indeed, I am a genius." Though she proclaimed this, her gaze shifted to Rina, offering him a grateful glance. Rina merely smiled, for such accomplishments were trivial. The true significance lay in their journey to the future. Then, Trunks opened the glass dome, and the four of them leaped inside. Fortunately, during the repairs, modifications had been made to allow for increased capacity and space, accommodating up to 10 individuals. Thus, the four of them fit comfortably within. Trunks activated the machine and, through the glass dome, looked at Bulma and his younger self. Addressing the latter, "Listen, young me, you must grow strong enough to protect our mother. Do you understand?" Young Trunks thumped his chest proudly. "You need not worry. I shall safeguard mother." Afterward, he made a silly face at his future self, which lightened the mood for future Trunks considerably. "Thank you." The future Trunks silently expressed his gratitude. The lights within the machine flickered, and with a swift motion, they vanished. Barely a breath after their disappearance, Beerus and Whis materialized. How unfortunate that my timing is so poor. Lord Beerus, who caused you to oversleep again? Well, that's a rather pointed remark, Beerus replied, slightly embarrassed. Lord Beerus, what brings you here? Bulma inquired, puzzled by their presence. Ahem. Beerus pretended to cough. I originally came to bid you farewell, but alas. It seems you departed before I could. Thus, I have come to partake in some food instead. How should Bulma respond to that? Suddenly, an idea struck her. She rummaged through her coat pocket and produced several sausages, handing them to the two along with her son, and they began to eat. Thus, the four stood there, enjoying their sausages. Meanwhile, in the desolate square of West City in the future, a brilliant light flickered as the time machine reappeared. The glass dome opened, and the group flew out. I have returned, Trunks murmured to himself. Chapter 16, Suppression and the Emergence of Zamasu. Damn fiend. How could you have laid waste to this world? Goku exclaimed in anger, yet as he spoke, Trunks felt an unusual sensation wash over him. He quickly dismissed it. For after all, the one responsible for this devastation bore an uncanny resemblance to Uncle Goku. Let us proceed, Uncle Goku, Father and Rina. I will lead you to the survivor's base, he declared, setting off towards the southeast on foot rather than flying. Why not fly? Wouldn't that be faster? Goku queried. Trunks shook his head. No, if we fly, the dark beings will detect us. Humph, this is preferable. It saves us the trouble of searching for him. However, he wanted to say more, but upon seeing his father's expression, he fell silent. Thus, the group powered up and soared into the sky. Simultaneously, the two individuals still sipping tea and deliberating on how to achieve humanity's extinction halted their actions. Black Goku revealed a sinister smile. That human named Trunks has finally appeared. This time, I shall eliminate him for good. In this plan, there shall be no room for rebellion. Subsequently, the two ascended slowly, with Black Goku leading the charge towards Trunks, while future Zamasu followed closely behind, albeit at a slight delay. As for Trunks and his companions, they did not head directly to the survivor's base. Instead, they arrived at a ruined location and hovered there, awaiting the arrival of their adversaries. After approximately 30 seconds, a swirling pink energy approached. Here they come, Trunks announced. Is that the energy of that individual? It feels rather peculiar, Goku observed, glancing at Vegeta, who nodded in agreement. Both sensed the odd aura emanating from their foe, which felt strangely mixed with something else, though they could not precisely identify what. Buzz. The energy dissipated, revealing Black Goku's form. Humans, I never expected you to have the audacity to return. The dark entity regarded Trunks with utmost disdain, then turned his gaze to Goku and Vegeta. And Rina too, though I do not recognize him. That does not hinder my contempt. I wondered where you had vanished. It seems you returned to the past to summon reinforcements, and now, I shall eliminate you all. Oh dear, you truly do resemble me. Goku scratched his head, feeling a strange sensation at the sight of his doppelganger. However, Black Goku was less than pleased, coldly retorting. Goku, you overestimate yourself. I detest this form. But it is essential for my plan to eradicate all humanity. Ah, how benevolent of me. In an instant, Goku felt nauseated by the dark being's words. And Rina shared a similar sentiment. Boom. At that moment, Vegeta exploded with rage, transforming into his super blue form and charged forward. Ah, unforgivable. How dare a mere human wield divine energy? This is blasphemy. Black Goku's expression twisted in fury. In response, he too erupted with power, transforming into his pink form. He raised his hand, intercepting Vegeta's punch, unleashing a torrent of fierce energy. The ground beneath them collapsed into a massive crater. Hee. Vegeta, since you have chosen death, I shall grant you a swift end. The dark entity swung his energy blade toward Vegeta's neck. However, Vegeta is not to be underestimated. With his other hand enveloped in a blue aura, he effortlessly blocked the incoming attack with a resounding thud. A smirk danced upon his lips as he unleashed a fierce surge of energy, propelling his adversary backward like a bulldozer, leaving the dark figure utterly astonished. This was not merely due to the overwhelming force exerted upon him, but rather the incredulity of being subdued while under the influence of such formidable power. The impact sent him crashing through several dilapidated structures, ultimately pinning him to the ground. Humph, I expected more from you. It appears you are nothing extraordinary. Compared to the original, you are vastly inferior. The dark version of Goku, held firmly by Vegeta's single hand, grinned wickedly. Instantly, a sense of foreboding washed over Vegeta, as he heard a rush of wind behind him. Boom! A powerful energy sphere erupted, engulfing both combatants in a blinding explosion. Father! Trunks cried out in concern. In a flash, Vegeta reappeared, appearing only slightly disheveled. TCH. Such despicable tactics. An ambush, really? He cast a disdainful glance at the newly arrived figure. Humph. Human. Mind your tone. I am a singular deity. Uft. You are a far cry from the likes of Lord Beerus. A destroyer, you say? How laughable. There are no other gods left in this world. I am the sole deity. Haha. Zamasu cackled maniacally. Now, let us eliminate them once and for all, my companion. Zamasu nodded, and unexpectedly, they produced Patera earrings. The swift movements of the two sent a wave of concern through Goku and Vegeta. We cannot allow them to fuse. Goku shouted, transforming into his blue form at 20 times the power, charging toward the dark entity, while Vegeta entered his deep blue state and lunged at Zamasu. In a blink of an eye, the two donned their earrings, and a tremendous pulling force drew them together, unleashing a blinding light accompanied by a tempest that sent Goku and Vegeta hurtling backward. Ha! Rejoice! Bow before the birth of the ultimate god. Ha! The absolute god laughed maniacally. Damn it, they beat us to it. The energy they unleashed is no trifling matter. Goku's expression turned grave as he gazed up at the towering absolute god. Prepare to meet your end. The absolute god extended his hand, conjuring a massive energy sphere of immense density that hurtled toward them. Kamehameha and Gallic Gun. Goku and Vegeta unleashed their attacks simultaneously. A blue and a purple beam converged, colliding with the enormous energy sphere. The resulting cacophony reverberated through the desolate landscape. The explosive energies obliterated all remnants of structures within 100 miles, reducing them to mere dust. The terrifying energy caused the earth to tremble violently, with strange phenomena erupting across the globe. Goku and Vegeta roared, exerting themselves to amplify their energy, gradually pushing back the absolute god's force. The absolute god, displaying a look of disdain, countered with renewed vigor. Curse it, no? I can't hold on much longer. Just as Goku exclaimed, the two of them reverted to their normal states. However, the energy sphere showed no signs of abating. As it neared, Trunks stepped up, transforming into Super Saiyan 2 and unleashing a Gallic Gun. Yet, his attack proved futile, as the energy sphere consumed it and accelerated. He quickly fell into despair, reverting from his Super Saiyan form, gazing hopelessly at the approaching energy sphere. You are the only warrior of this timeline. How can you succumb to despair? Think clearly. The people of Earth need your protection. A series of encouraging words reached his ears, jolting him back to attention as he looked up at the speaker. Reina smiled gently, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. His encouragement stemmed from his profound admiration for Trunks, particularly during the Android saga, where Trunks' debut was nothing short of spectacular. Thus, he was more than willing to lend a hand. Be careful, Trunks warned as the energy sphere drew closer, but he was stunned the next moment. Without even glancing, Reina unleashed a silver-hued energy sphere toward the oncoming blast. A deafening explosion echoed through the air, with a colossal cloud of smoke enveloping half the sky. You, Trunks, strive with all your might. One day, you too shall possess such power. Upon hearing this, Trunks nodded solemnly, rising once more, his gaze now imbued with unwavering determination. Suspended in midair, the absolute god squinted at Reina. You are different from these humans. You possess a unique aura. Who are you? And why do you aid these foolish beings? Foolish beings? Humph, your words are quite amusing. Yet, why do you rely on the body of these foolish humans? This body is necessary, for it harbors immense power that I require. Ha! Reina laughed heartily. Ultimately, you are merely a fool. Chapter 17. The Liberation of Perfect Self-Realization. You dare to call me, a magnificent deity, a fool. You possess quite the audacity. I shall annihilate you. Divine retribution descends. He spread his arms wide, forming a cross, as a white halo appeared behind him. Swish, swish, swish. A barrage of lightning-like attacks rained down indiscriminately. Reina waved his hand, conjuring a barrier that shielded them from the onslaught, albeit only within their immediate vicinity. Elsewhere, the attacks detonated, transforming the land into a sea of flames. Impressive. To think you could withstand my attacks. Buzzing, 3 massive energy spheres materialized behind him, aimed at Reina. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 3 spheres advanced from different directions. Is this the game you wish to play? Reina's eyes narrowed, a powerful aura erupting forth, halting the energy spheres in their tracks. This sudden shift left Zamasu momentarily stunned. You, how is this possible? Nothing is impossible. That is why you are a fool. Instead of being a proper god, you wish to eradicate humanity. You possess strength that surpasses a god. No, I refuse to believe it. Humans cannot transcend deities. Deities are the singular existence. He raised his left hand, pointing toward the sky. The clouds above began to converge around him, and in mere moments, the entire area was enveloped in darkness, as purple lightning flickered ominously. What is happening? His energy is becoming chaotic. Goku exclaimed. I see now, I understand. Vegeta suddenly realized. Vegeta, what have you figured out? Goku inquired, puzzled. Humph. That fool is merely reaping what he sows. With half a human's body and half a god's, how could his energy not be in disarray? So it is. I was wondering why his aura felt so peculiar. Vegeta, do you believe Reiner will emerge victorious? Vegeta offered no response. Observing this, Goku let out a sigh. Alas, I should have brought some Senzu beans. I yearned to battle that fellow. Vegeta, unusually, concurred with Goku's sentiment. At that moment, a violent explosion echoed through the air. Smoke billowed, and a tempest swept across, raising a torrent of dust as the very ground trembled beneath them. Boom, boom. Amidst the smoke, lightning struck Zamasu, who uttered, "A god that cannot vanquish evil is unworthy of the title. Thunder, assist me in obliterating these vile creatures." As the thunder roared, his form began to transform. Oh, has he arrived so swiftly? I am eager to witness the strength you possess in this state. Truth be told, he had been anticipating Zamasu's transformation, for his ordinary form had proven inadequate. Since they were essentially the same entity, the energy produced by their fusion was nearing that of a destroyer god. Yet, even so, it paled in comparison before him. However, the situation had now changed. Empowered by the essence of the universe, he had reached the realm of a pseudo-angel, making him a perfect sparring partner. In mere moments, the half-destroyed absolute god materialized. Huh, Reiner remarked in surprise, suddenly realizing that this being appeared somewhat different from the anime. Nevertheless, he misinterpreted Reiner's expression as fear. Haha, human, now you know fear, but it is too late. Whoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, he appeared before Reiner with astonishing speed, delivering a swift kick. Bang! The earth-shattering sound reverberated endlessly. Quite impressive. I can feel it. Put in more effort. Reiner teased. In that instant, veins throbbed on Zamasu's forehead. Boom. His entire being erupted with energy like raging flames. Just then, a cracking sound emanated from the void behind him, reminiscent of glass shattering, and a fissure began to widen. What is this? Upon seeing the crack, he was momentarily overwhelmed by a feeling of revulsion, yet it dissipated almost instantly. Though fleeting, he held firm to the sensation. Tendrils of blackish-pink energy seeped from the fissure, enveloping the absolute god. In that moment, his aura shifted, resembling that of Hit. Ha ha, this energy is truly formidable. Ha ha ha, no one shall impede me now. I have obtained the most powerful energy. I am the sovereign of the universe. Ha ha, more dark energy, what is happening? Why has dark energy appeared in the future world? This dark energy is even stronger than what possessed Hit. How intriguing. This is becoming more fascinating. Reiner was now brimming with vitality. His eyes gradually transformed, awakening the Rinnegan, while he unleashed his own energy. Unlike Zamasu's, the energy he radiated was divine and noble, his hair shifting to a silvery hue. Whoosh. The sacred aura instantly dispelled the oppressive atmosphere brought forth by the dark energy. On the ground, what is happening? This sensation is remarkable. I feel my body stirring with energy. Goku and Vegeta exchanged astonished glances, both recognizing the surprise reflected in each other's eyes. They simultaneously closed their eyes to absorb the sensation before suddenly opening them to gaze upward. I cannot sense it. I cannot believe I cannot feel his aura. Yet, the one who claims to be the absolute god, his aura resembles the transformation Hit underwent back then. Indeed, what is going on? The two were utterly perplexed. Trunks, standing nearby, appeared dazed, entirely oblivious to the conversation between his father and Uncle Goku. You are actually impossible. That can only be a legend. It cannot be true. The absolute god bellowed in fury, manipulating his energy to form a giant claw that lunged at Reiner. Bang! A resounding explosion echoed as the energy claw shattered in an instant. Whoosh! Reiner, as if wielding the ability to traverse dimensions, suddenly appeared before him and delivered a powerful blow to his head. In an instant, he was sent crashing into the depths of the earth like a meteor. Within moments, the absolute god re-emerged, albeit in a disheveled state. His hair was tousled, his clothing tattered, and the divine halo behind him had vanished. No. I am a god, an immortal being. I cannot be defeated by an insignificant insect. Absolutely impossible. The absolute god, in a frenzy, gathered a uniquely potent energy in his hands and relentlessly bombarded Reiner. Boom. The cataclysmic light and the sounds of explosions reverberated throughout the cosmos. If this energy were unleashed upon the universe, it would be obliterated in an instant. As for why the earth remained intact, do not inquire. The answer is simply unknown. Alas, what a pity. Without reaching this realm, one cannot truly comprehend what it means to be powerful. Reiner's sigh resonated amidst the explosions, making it seem all the more insignificant, yet inexplicably, they all heard it. Crack! A silvery light surged forth from the smoke, vanishing as it passed by the absolute God. Subsequently, his body deflated like a punctured balloon, dark energy surging forth. Ah, the agony. What have you done to me? Why does it hurt so much? His complexion shifted repeatedly, his body trembling and convulsing, until his features contorted beyond recognition. When his face could no longer be discerned as human, he ceased to tremble. Who would have thought this dark energy could be so perilous? It seems that the dark energy Hit possessed was relatively benign by comparison. Earlier, he had infused a trace of divine energy into the absolute God, expecting it to yield results similar to that of Hit, yet no one anticipated such a disastrous outcome. Chapter 18. The Grand Priest's Terms, Destroying the Future. The absolute God had now transformed into a faceless monstrosity. TSK, TSK, TSK. I never anticipated this outcome. But the appearance suits you quite well, Reiner remarked. Meanwhile, the absolute God flailed his disproportionately sized arms around in desperation. You look utterly grotesque now. It is time to end this. Reiner approached him slowly, his fingers forming a sword as he struck downwards. Zing! A visible spark of electricity flickered. This dark energy possesses a will of its own. It has grown, Reiner muttered to himself, observing the dark energy consuming his own aura. Initially, he had intended to finish him in a single strike, but he was taken aback by the density of the dark energy clinging to him. Suddenly, he turned his gaze toward the absolute God, and saw his features slowly materializing once more. Ah, damned human. Everything you have done to me shall be repaid 100-fold. The absolute God's voice was gravelly and filled with rage. Boom. The black energy enveloping him formed a halo resembling an eye behind him. In an instant, he vanished from sight, only to reappear before Reiner, delivering a powerful punch. Faced with an imposing fist, he retaliated with equal fervor. The two punches collided with a resounding thud, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that echoed across the battlefield. In an instant, both figures vanished from sight, leaving only the deafening sound of sonic booms in their wake, with no trace of their presence. Remarkable. It is utterly impossible to capture their movements. That self-proclaimed absolute God seems to have enhanced his power. I hope Rina is unharmed. Vegeta and Son Goku exchanged their concerns. Meanwhile, both warriors felt a modicum of their strength return, yet they remained incapable of engaging in combat, a source of considerable frustration for them. Trunks gazed towards the source of the explosive sounds high above, slowly drawing his sword from behind him. He looked at the reflection of his own face on the blade and reminisced about past events. In midair, the two combatants exchanged blows with ferocity, but suddenly, with a sharp crack, a streak of black light flashed, tearing through Rina's clothing and leaving a white scar upon his chest. Your hide is remarkably tough. You truly are a filthy bunch. Rina observed as a black scythe began to coalesce in his hand, dark energy swirling around him. With a casual flick of his wrist, he sent ripples through the void, as if the air were a placid lake. Furrowing his brow, Rina contemplated, this world is on the brink of collapse. I must swiftly resolve this before he brings about its annihilation. Perish, humans. The absolute God swung his scythe, unleashing a torrent of dark energy that cleaved through the void, creating gaping black rifts akin to abysses. Clang, clang, clang. He had even shattered the dimensional barrier, as he defended against the onslaught. He couldn't help but think of the similarity to the time when Majin Buu had created a hole in the dimension while trapped in the hyperbolic time chamber. In the blink of an eye, Rina appeared beside him, extending a finger skyward. With a resonant hum, the ominous clouds parted, revealing a colossal finger descending, imbued with an overwhelming aura, bearing down upon the absolute God. What in the world is this? The absolute God swung his scythe to intercept, but it shattered effortlessly like a mere twig. In his desperate struggle, the immense finger pressed him into the ground with absolute dominance. A sharp crack reverberated, and a searing pain erupted throughout his body, eliciting a heart-wrenching scream. No, 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 I am immortal. I cannot. Before he could finish, a violent explosion erupted, scattering him into a pool of blood. Incredible. I can no longer sense his energy. Has he been utterly obliterated? Son Goku remarked. Not yet. It is not over. Vegeta replied with a grave expression. The three turned their gaze towards Rina, who slowly raised his hand, conjuring a highly condensed silvery energy sphere, which he hurled towards the cosmos. Trunks, prepare the time machine quickly. I intend to obliterate this world, Rina declared emphatically. Upon hearing this, Trunks' expression darkened. No, there are still humans on Earth. We cannot destroy the world. I am aware, but there is no other choice. This world can no longer sustain itself. Just look at those rifts. Upon hearing this, the three Saiyans peered into the fissures, noticing vague silhouettes moving within. What are those? These rifts were born from the shattered dimensional barrier, and we do not know who resides on the other side. If they were to cross over, not only Earth, but the entire universe could be at risk, leaving me with no viable option. Rina found himself trapped in a moral quandary. He surveyed the desolate landscape, tears welling in his eyes, though he quickly wiped them away, resolutely stating, "No, I cannot destroy Earth. After all, there are people here whom I cherish, my dear friends. And all other humans, life itself." Rina's heart echoed the same turmoil. On one hand, time was of the essence, as the past could yield unforeseeable consequences. On the other, he did not wish to annihilate humanity. Cursed being, how dare you present me with such a dilemma? Were it not for my lack of spatial abilities, this would not be so troublesome. Just as he pondered his options while grumbling, a radiant, multicolored light descended from above. With a resounding hum, the divine Kaishin appeared, adorned with a halo. "Great Kaishin, wait, you are the supreme Kaishin of this universe." I wondered what was amiss. It seems I have come from the past. I never expected a human to reach such heights. It is truly a rarity. The great Kaishin spoke thus because, moments ago, in the realm of the Omni King, he sensed an aura akin to his own, prompting his arrival here. He surveyed the devastated surroundings and then turned to Rina, speaking slowly. "You wish to annihilate this universe and rid it of these invaders, yet there is still life on this planet, so you find yourself at an impasse, do you not?" Rina nodded, though he was profoundly astonished that the Kaishin could discern so much with just a glance. However, the next words of the great Kaishin left him speechless. "Allow me to assist you in relocating them to a suitable planet, but you must aid me in a task." Rina paused for a few seconds. "Great Kaishin, do not jest. If you cannot accomplish this, how could I?" The great Kaishin merely smiled gently. "Fear not, it is not a daunting task. I only require you to deliver a message to my past self. This task seems surprisingly simple. Choose wisely." After much deliberation, he gritted his teeth and thought, "To hell with it. With nothing to lose, I shall accept. What is your request, great Kaishin?" The great Kaishin nodded, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. "Relay a message to my past self." So straightforward. Rina's face was a canvas of confusion. Simply say, "Let him make the right choice." He nodded, committing the phrase firmly to memory. Observing this, the great Kaishin waved his hand, unleashing a peculiar wave of energy that enveloped the entire earth. The survivors hidden underground instantly transformed into radiant orbs of light, vanishing from sight. "What is happening? All the humans have disappeared," Trunks exclaimed anxiously, while Son Goku placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, saying, "Do not fret. It was likely that individual who intervened." The trio gazed upon the figure, not particularly tall, yet exuding an aura reminiscent of Rina, a presence that evoked a sense of reverence, especially in Son Goku and Vegeta, who felt an insurmountable aspiration to grow stronger. "Yes, that will suffice. Let us commence." With that, he vanished. "The humans have been relocated. Prepare the time machine without delay." Trunks nodded and hurried to ready the time machine. Moments later, it emitted a series of sounds, indicating successful activation. Son Goku and Vegeta settled inside. As he observed their preparations, Reina emitted a low hiss. The energy sphere coalescing in space unfurled like a blooming lotus, radiating a dazzling light. Seizing this moment, he swiftly plunged into the time machine. The instant Trunks pressed the ignition button, the Earth was enveloped in brilliance. Boom! With a resounding explosion, the time machine vanished. At that moment, the Grand Priest, now back at the palace of the Omni King, gazed at the cosmos that had already faded away. "Past self, I hope you do not make the same decisions I did." Subsequently, his form gradually faded into oblivion. Chapter 19. Enlightenment and Decision in the Present Realm. Whoosh! The time machine materialized. A massive dining table was set upon the lawn, where several individuals were savoring their meals. "Back so soon?" Beerus mumbled through a mouthful of chicken leg. However, he considered that with Reina present, it was hardly surprising. At that moment, the glass cover lifted, and Goku along with his companions soared out. Upon seeing the feast laid before them, Goku and Vegeta could hardly contain their excitement and immediately began to indulge. Hey, you two, save some for me," Beerus bellowed, quickly joining in. At this juncture, Reina and Trunks also emerged. "Trunks, how did it go? Is it resolved?" Bulma inquired. "It is resolved, all thanks to Reina." Trunks nodded appreciatively. Bulma sighed in relief. As the mother and son conversed, Whis approached and glanced at Trunks. "The universe of the future has been obliterated. Do you intend to remain here in this timeline?" Trunks shook his head. "No. I will return to lead a better life with the remaining humans." "Oh, so you saved those humans? Not us, but one." Before Trunks could finish, Reina interjected. "It was the Grand Priest of the future who rescued the remaining humans and relocated them to a habitable planet." "I see. Alas, this adds unnecessary timelines." A glimmer of light flashed in Reina's eyes as he committed this statement to memory. "Whis, take me to the Kaishin realm. I must speak with the Grand Priest about certain matters." Whis nodded, refraining from questioning, content to fulfill his duties. Hey, Reina, aren't you going to eat something? Goku asked. Not right now. I'll join you once I'm done. With that, Whis waved his staff, enveloping the two in a stream of light before they vanished. In the Kaioshin realm, beneath a grand tree, the Elder Kaioshin and East Kaioshin were engaged in a game of chess, while Jebbet served tea nearby. Ever since their last match against the Sixth Universe, Shin and Jebbet had wished upon the Dragon Balls to separate, as they found their fusion rather peculiar. Hee, Shin. You've lost again. The Elder Kaioshin chuckled. Shin scratched his head in disbelief. Really? Elder, you've beaten me 200 times already. Haven't you only recently learned? Shin, your words are mistaken. This game is quite simple. Once you grasp its rules, it becomes effortless. The Elder Kaioshin replied with a grin. Yes, I understand. Shin responded weakly. Just as a streak of light descended from the heavens, drawing their collective gaze. Hey, Reina, what brings you and Whis here? They had met during the previous contest with the Sixth Universe, though not as intimately as with Goku and the others. East Kaioshin, would you kindly escort me to the palace of the Omni King? You wish to see the Omni King? Reina nodded, puzzled. Is there an issue? No, I'll take you there at once. He then positioned himself beside Reina, placing a hand on his back, uttering a few incantations, and in an instant, they disappeared. Come, Whis, play a game of chess with me to alleviate my boredom. The Elder Kaioshin beckoned. Whis smiled gently and took a seat opposite him, beginning a match with the Elder Kaioshin. Before the palace of the Omni King, Reina and his companion materialized. Is this the palace of the supreme ruler of the universe? It is truly magnificent, exuding a sacred aura. Indeed, it cannot be compared to the anime. It can only be truly appreciated in person. Reina mused. Approaching, he prepared to knock on the door, which opened automatically. The Grand Priest emerged. The two bowed in respect. You are the human who has attained the divine realm, correct? Reina nodded. Then what brings you here? He glanced at East Kaioshin, who quickly understood and vanished with a blink. Speak. He then recounted the events that transpired in the future world, along with the Grand Priestess' words. I see. Since it is a message from my future self, something must indeed have transpired. I have made my decision. The Grand Priest briefly furrowed his brow, but it soon vanished as his steadfast decision lingered in his heart. Since he entrusted you with this message, it signifies his belief in you. Thus, I shall convey my decision to you. However, I suspect you still have other queries. Do you not? Reina awkwardly scratched his head, indeed having several questions. Please, voice your inquiries. I shall provide answers. Reina nodded. I wish to understand the nature of parallel timelines, for I have heard Whis mention them multiple times. The so-called parallel timeline functions as follows. When an individual from the future arrives in this world and alters certain events, a new timeline emerges in their original world, closely resembling the former, yet distinct in its developmental trajectory. It is akin to how humans dream, envisioning events that have not transpired yet seem profoundly familiar. However, at some point in the future, when you undertake that action, it feels as though you have experienced something similar before. That is the essence of a timeline. After pondering for a moment, Reina nodded, perhaps grasping a fragment of understanding. Yet he soon posed a second question. I wish to comprehend the relationship between time rings and time scrolls. You are aware of time scrolls. The two items you mentioned are indeed complementary in nature. While they may not be intricately linked, they are still interrelated. The time ring is an artifact that allows travel to both the future and the past. Albeit not to a specific moment, it can only select a relatively proximate time, such as 1,000 years prior or 1,000 years hence. Each time a new timeline is generated, a time ring materializes. The time scroll, on the other hand, contains the temporal essence of numerous dimensions, safeguarded by the Kaioshin of time. Their similarity lies in their ability to traverse time. However, the time scroll permits entry to any chosen moment, albeit without the power to alter anything within that timeline. Any change would result in temporal chaos. To elucidate, the relationship between the time ring and parallel timelines can be likened to that of a father and son, where they share a symbiotic bond. One's glory is the other's, and one's loss is equally shared. Conversely, the time scroll embodies a hierarchical dynamic. For instance, if one were to alter certain aspects within the time scroll, it may result in a disruption of a specific timeline, yet the scroll itself remains unscathed, unless external forces intrude upon it. Reina nodded, gaining an inkling of understanding. Great High Priest, I am no longer perplexed. Since you harbor no doubts, I shall convey my decision. Reina perked up, listening intently. I wish to orchestrate a martial tournament among the 12 universes to select a new god of destruction to address impending crises. He was taken aback. The revelation was indeed sensational. Such a grand initiative? If the Great High Priest truly intends to proceed with this, one could only compare it to the Universe Martial Arts Tournament hosted by the Omni King in a previous life, which pales in comparison, especially given the differing number of participants. But why must it be done this way? I recall that each universe has candidates for the role of god of destruction. Indeed, they do, the great high priest confirmed. But time is of the essence, and the quality among these candidates varies significantly, which is precisely why I proposed this martial tournament. He fell silent, unsure of how to respond, as the great high priest had made his choice. I will return you now. I shall also inform Lord Omniking about this matter. When the time is right, I will dispatch someone to notify all universes. With a wave of his hand, he transported Reina back to the realm of the Supreme Kai. The old Supreme Kai and Shin were taken aback. Reina smiled at them, glancing at Whis. Whis rose, and with a flourish of his staff, the two vanished in a flash of light. Chapter 20. The Royal Tournament, 1 day later. Wow, Reina, you're back so soon. Come, come, let us eat together. Goku exclaimed with his characteristic simplicity. Reina, however, was tempted to give him a playful knock on the head. When he left, the table was laden with food. But now only remnants remained, though not entirely leftovers, as there was still some food to be had. Bang! Bulma playfully smacked Goku on the head and shot him a disapproving glare. You all finished everything. What is he supposed to eat? If he is still hungry, I'll have the chef prepare more for him. Oh, Goku rubbed his head in mild grievance. Reina found the scene quite amusing. After a brief conversation, the group departed. But Reina lingered behind. Bulma insisted, I've told the chef to prepare food for you. You can't just leave without eating. That is absolutely out of the question. Thus, he found himself unable to leave. In the Omni King's palace, the adorable Omni King sat on his chair, engrossed in playing with the planetary model laid out before him, thoroughly enjoying himself. At that moment, the great high priest approached, gazing at the Omni King with a look of fondness that he quickly concealed. Hey, great high priest. Where have you been? Come play with me. The Omni King said in a childlike voice, reminiscent of Reina's youthful tone. The great high priest smiled. Lord Omni King, I have a proposal, and it promises to be quite entertaining. What is it? The great high priest remained silent for a moment, then waved his hand, causing a screen to materialize in the void, displaying footage of the battle between the contestants from Universe 6 and Universe 7, featuring Goku and Hit. Wow, this looks amazing. The Omni King was instantly captivated by the dazzling combat effects. The planetary models on the table began collapsing, disappearing as they hit the ground. Is this what you meant? Great High Priest? It certainly looks fun. Indeed, Lord Omni King, and my proposal is related to this. The Omni King, fixated on the screen, nodded in agreement. My suggestion is to host a martial tournament involving all 12 universes. Wow. Yes, let us do it. It sounds like fun. The Omni King clapped joyously. Since it's a competition, should we establish some rules? He inquired. Yes. That sounds rather troublesome. Great High Priest, could you take care of that? The Omni King pouted. However, I will directly erase any universe that loses, as managing 12 universes is simply too much for me. The Great High Priest nodded with a smile. Knowing that the strongest 12 would be selected, and any erased universe could be restored with the Super Dragon Balls. Meanwhile, the battle on the screen reached its most thrilling climax. Wow, this human is fascinating, he exclaimed, pointing at Goku. The Great High Priest, observing Goku on the screen, suddenly suggested, how about we have some contestants perform before you? What do you think? Sure. But that interesting human I just mentioned must also be present. The Great High Priest nodded and departed, leaving the Omni King, eyes wide with excitement, engrossed in the battle footage, accompanied by 2 guards. A night had passed on Earth. As sunlight streamed through the window and illuminated Reina's face, he groggily opened his eyes, shaking off the remnants of sleep. What on earth were Vegeta and his son up to? He felt a pang of annoyance recalling the previous night's events, where he and Vegeta had indulged in strong spirits, and Trunks had joined them, resulting in Reina being unable to withstand the two and getting drunk. It was Trunks who had brought him back. His head still felt a bit foggy. After a moment, he addressed the system, check-in, ding, check-in successful. He then opened his backpack interface to unveil his rewards. Ding, congratulations, you have obtained the Buddha Palm, a Cybertronian intelligent robot, a super functional beverage, and a luxurious family meal recipe. What was he to make of these items? Aside from the first item being somewhat beneficial, he questioned the utility of the others. What is going on? The rewards for my recent check-ins have been lackluster. Am I out of luck? While the nature of the rewards was inherently random, the randomness had become excessively erratic. He shook his head, dismissing the matter. After freshening up, he left the villa, casually finding a breakfast shop to eat before heading to Capsule Corporation to see Vegeta. Today was the day Trunks would return, so he came to bid farewell. Upon arrival, he noticed everyone was already present. Looks like I'm the last one here. Not at all, it's just right, Bulma remarked with a smile. He nodded, glancing at Trunks standing before the time machine. Cherish your current life and strive to become stronger. He stepped forward and patted Trunks on the shoulder. Trunks nodded solemnly, bidding farewell to everyone before boarding the time machine. With a flash, the time machine disappeared. The atmosphere grew quiet, but not long after. A brilliant light suddenly appeared in the void. A foot emerged from the brilliance, revealing the Grand Priest. Great Priest. Reyna greeted him with a respectful bow. The others, unfamiliar with his identity, did not bow, yet the Grand Priest paid them no mind. You remember the decision I shared with you, don't you? Reyna nodded. The Omni King has consented, albeit with some deviations from my initial expectations. I have come to inform you and the representatives of 3 other universes to select 5 individuals to participate in a royal match before the Omni King tomorrow. Reyna felt a chill run down his spine, realizing how closely this mirrored the anime he had watched in his past life. Understood. Thank you, Great Priest. Reyna replied. And the Grand Priest vanished. After his departure, Son Goku inquired, Reyna, who was that? He seems incredibly powerful. Reyna chuckled and recounted the events. What? We can battle with warriors from other universes? Is that for real? Vegeta, did you hear that? We get to fight against beings from other universes. Vegeta, clearing his ears, looked at Son Goku with an exasperated expression. Of course I heard. I'm not deaf. Son Goku scratched his head, surprised. But I didn't expect that person to be one of the top 5 strongest beings in the entire universe. No wonder he felt so untouchable. Vegeta nodded gravely. I understand what you're implying. Rest assured, they are the guardians of cosmic order. They pose no threat. As the 3 conversed, the other 3 universes received notifications as well, specifically the 9th, 11th, and 5th universes. In the realm of destruction, Whis exclaimed in astonishment as he read the message on his staff. This startled Beerus, who had nearly dozed off while fishing. What is going on? Is there something delicious on Earth again? Whis pointed his staff, and information materialized from the void. After reading it, Beerus nearly went into a frenzy. What in the world is happening? A royal match is set for tomorrow, and a week later, the tournament of the 12 universes will commence. The losing universe will be erased by the Omni King? No, this is too much information. Take me to Earth. I need something delicious to calm my nerves. Whis stifled a smile, fully aware of Beerus' motivations, and indeed took him to Earth. Chapter 21. Each with their own objectives. At Capsule Corporation, Vegeta asked, what kind of opponents do you think we will encounter this time? How should I know? Regardless of who we face, I am determined to win and surpass you. The 2 engaged in conversation. Meanwhile, Reyna was in the gravity chamber, eager to test the limits of his endurance under increased gravity. Although he had mastered the perfect Ultra Instinct thanks to the system, he knew that without training, he would be rendered ineffective. Thus, he seized the opportunity to experiment. On the expansive lawn, a flash of light caught their attention, revealing Beerus and Whis. They greeted the 2, while Beerus scanned the surroundings. What? Is Reyna not here? He seems to have gone to the gravity chamber, claiming he wants to test how much gravity he can withstand. Beerus scoffed at this. Your human efforts are utterly pointless. You might as well have Whis create the gravity. Son Goku chuckled. Hey, Vegeta, hurry and prepare some food. Beerus commanded. Sure thing. Vegeta quickly departed, earning Beerus' satisfaction with his promptness. Inside the gravity chamber, Reyna gasped for breath. Damn, my body can only withstand about 600 times the gravity. If Vegeta and Son Goku heard this, they would surely reprimand him, as they could handle around 500 times. It was only due to the incredibly heavy gravity suit Whis had crafted that he managed to endure it at all. This won't suffice. I must strengthen myself further. Jiren from the 11th universe is no easy adversary. The thought of Jiren's formidable presence, whose battle power surpassed even that of a god of destruction, compelled him to enhance his training. On a scorching planet in the 9th universe, the Kaioshin Laura and the god of destruction Sidra watched the dangerous trio of wolfmen battle a group of malevolent beings on the planet. Sidra, these 3 have considerable strength. We should recruit them to complete our 5-man team. That is feasible, but the other universes will not be easy to contend with. Do not worry. They have ways to overcome those opponents. We must perform excellently before the Omni King. Perhaps our universe will be spared from destruction. Laura continued. Moreover, I have heard rumors that Iraq plans to strike first against the 7th universe due to Beerus' previous actions. Sidra nodded, recalling how impactful that incident had been. Should we send someone to intervene? Laura suggested slyly. Isn't that risky? What if we get caught? If we keep it discreet, who would know? There are others like Iraq involved. Fine, you can make the arrangements, Sidra conceded with a sigh. Meanwhile, the battle below reached its conclusion as the 3 brothers unleashed their ultimate techniques to vanquish the evil foes, after which they were summoned. Upon hearing the Kaioshin's words, the trio readily agreed, recognizing this as a rare opportunity to showcase their prowess. On a brownish-gray planet in the 11th universe, atop a grand edifice, Jiren, clad in a black and red uniform, surveyed the vibrant city beneath the night sky. Suddenly, he heard rustling behind him. Topo, what brings you here? Aren't you on a mission? Jiren replied in a neutral tone. I just received instructions from the Kaioshin and the god of destruction. Without comment, Jiren patiently awaited further details. We are to gather 5 individuals and arrive at the Omni King's palace for a royal match tomorrow. This is merely an appetizer, as the tournament of the 12 universes will follow in a week. Jiren nodded thoughtfully. So, I came to ask if you would participate. Jiren silently shook his head. Jiren, I believe you should consider joining. Topo urged. Give me a reason. The god of destruction stated that the universe losing in the tournament will be erased by the Omni King. Furthermore, the victorious universe may receive special rewards from him. Topo gazed intently at Jiren. After a prolonged silence, Jiren finally blinked and spoke. I have agreed to participate. However, I shall not attend the royal tournament. Toka nodded slightly and leaped from the edifice with grace. A special reward indeed. This is something I shall claim. Julian gazed up at the starry sky, murmuring to himself. In the realm of the 5th universe, the god of destruction, Arak, surveyed with satisfaction the assembly of over a dozen individuals clad in black robes, their faces obscured by uniquely crafted masks that concealed their auras. With a flick of his wrist, a violet orb materialized, which he entrusted to the leader among them, declaring, "This is destructive energy. Merely cast it forth to unleash chaos. I hope you will not disappoint me." The leader nodded solemnly. Though his visage remained hidden, his demeanor conveyed a palpable seriousness. Subsequently, this group departed. I must inquire. With such destructive energy bestowed upon them, shall there be no repercussions? Aguma expressed his concern. Fear not. That destructive energy does not belong to me, but rather to Katra, who arrived here a few days prior. Ah, so it is his. I sense something amiss, Aguma remarked, realizing that Quitra's long-standing rivalry with Beerus provided an opportunity for him to lend assistance. Even if the misdeed were to come to light, the blame would fall upon Katra, not Arak. On Earth in the 7th universe, as Beerus was indulging in a meal, he suddenly sneezed, expelling food from his mouth. Oh dear, Lord Beerus. Do mind your image. Whis chided gently, offering a napkin. Beerus feigned a cough, dabbed at his mouth with the napkin, and unhurriedly moved to another seat. Make sure to have someone clean this up later. Do not disturb my meal, he commanded, resuming his meal as if nothing had transpired. Vegeta couldn't help but smirk at the absurdity of Beerus's behavior, questioning whether the once cold and proud god of destruction still existed within him. At that moment, a thunderous explosion echoed from afar, causing the ground to tremble. They turned to see Reina emerging from the swirling dust, his upper body bare. Oh, you are all here. Haha, my apologies. Upon seeing him, Beerus rushed over, grasping his hand eagerly. At last, you have emerged. Pray, tell me what transpired to cause such a commotion. Reina, feeling the urgency in Beerus' grip, was struck by a sudden realization and quickly withdrew his hand. Wait, let me compose myself first, he exclaimed, darting off towards the bathing area. Chapter 22, A Brief Interlude. After more than half an hour, Reina emerged, refreshed from his bath. During his absence, Vegeta had ordered a complete change of the table's contents. They sat across from one another. Reina surveyed the room and began to elaborate on what the Grand Minister had conveyed to him, interweaving elements from previous anime narratives. So that is how it unfolds. Beerus exclaimed, his expression one of dawning comprehension, yet he soon caught Reina's peculiar gaze. Clearing his throat, he adopted a more somber demeanor. Now that the events have transpired, you must secure victory for me. By the way, aside from the 3 of you, who are the remaining 2? Reina smiled. I've already asked Sister Bulma to notify them. They should arrive shortly. At the boundary of the 7th universe, amidst flickering lights, a group of over 10 appeared. Is this truly the 7th universe? One of the cloaked figures inquired. The leader nodded. According to the coordinates, this is indeed the 7th universe, which harbors many primitive planets. Shall we obliterate a few of these lowly planets? Another suggested. The leader waved his hand dismissively. Let us not complicate matters. We shall complete our task and return to report. Yes, came the unified response from the 16 individuals. The leader retrieved a device resembling a watch from his pocket, tinkered with it until the screen illuminated, projecting the image and coordinates of Earth. Forward, towards this planet. The group soared through the cosmos in unison. At Capsule Corporation, Reina, your guests have arrived at the door, said Mai, piloting a hovering vehicle toward him. Thank you, Sister Bulma, he replied with a smile. Bulma waved her hand dismissively. Glancing at Vegeta, Vegeta, you promised your son an outing. When do you intend to fulfill that promise? At her words, Vegeta's eyes widened in realization of his forgotten commitment. Ahem. Once this matter has concluded, I shall take him out, he stated, maintaining his composure. Just don't forget, your son has asked me several times. With that, she departed. Not long after her exit, 3 individuals emerged at the entrance. Oh, Satan, Bu, and Gohan, what brings you here? Goku greeted them. Gohan, adjusting his glasses, smiled sheepishly. Meanwhile, the rotund Bu ignored him and turned to Satan. Is there plenty of food on that table for me? Satan, eyeing the surroundings and particularly the god of destruction, swallowed hard, recalling past events. Go ahead and eat. Bu joyfully approached the table, indulging in a feast. Are these two the ones you sought? Vegeta inquired. Reina nodded. Lunch is fine, but Bu. Vegeta trailed off, yet Reina understood his implication. Currently, Bu would only heed Satan's commands, and if combat were to be instigated, only Satan could facilitate that. Nevertheless, Reina wished to test whether he could sway Bu. Truth be told, Bu possessed formidable strength, particularly during his saga where he exhibited nearly unbeatable abilities, only to be thwarted by the narrative. He approached Bu and patted his shoulder, but Bu showed no response. However, when Reina released a hint of divine energy, Bu suddenly turned to him. What do you want? Reina whispered in his ear, listen to me, and I shall have you resurrected. Bu paused, nodding after a moment of contemplation, then resumed his voracious eating. Yet, Reina's words were not solely for Bu. They were intended for the Grand Supreme Kai residing within him. Bu still harbored a considerable amount of divine energy, and upon examination, Reina discovered that some of this energy retained consciousness, indicating that the Grand Supreme Kai had not been entirely assimilated. At that moment, aside from Bu and Satan, the others cast their gazes skyward. A dozen figures clad in black floated above them. They were utterly undetectable. Who are you? Gohan asked, removing his glasses. Hee. We have merely heard of the prowess of you Earthlings and wish to engage in a friendly contest, proclaimed the leader clad in black. However, his words seemed to fall on deaf ears. Vegeta, shall you take action, or shall I? Inquired Goku. Humph. I harbor no interest in such insignificant pests, retorted Vegeta. Then I shall not hold back. With that, he soared into the air, charging directly toward the group of black-clad figures. Swish, swish, swish. The black-clad individuals scattered in an orderly fashion, forming a formation as they unleashed a barrage of energy blasts toward Goku. The ki blasts rained down like a torrential downpour. These feeble attacks are of no consequence to me, Goku declared as he transformed into Super Saiyan 2. The overwhelming aura from his transformation caused the incoming energy blasts to detonate midair. The resounding explosions echoed throughout West City, drawing the attention of pedestrians and police alike. What is going on? Is Capsule Corporation hosting some sort of event? Several officers murmured among themselves. Chief, this guy is no ordinary opponent. What should we do? One black-clad figure exclaimed to the leader. Realizing that his subordinates were no match for Goku, the leader pulled a purple orb from his cloak and hurled it toward Goku. Engrossed in his own battle, Goku did not notice it until the orb collided with his energy blasts, causing them to vanish instantaneously. What was that? Exclaimed Gohan. That is destructive energy, and it carries an unsettling aura, Beerus remarked, furrowing his brow. The destructive energy struck Goku directly, unleashing a potent wave of energy that obliterated everything in its vicinity. This sudden devastation enraged Bu, who was dining at the time, but he was restrained by Satan, who insisted there were still many delectable dishes to enjoy. Hee. Enjoy yourselves. Hurry, we must leave, Satan urged as he pressed a few buttons on his watch, causing a vortex to materialize in the air. Trying to escape? Did you consult me first? In an instant, Reina appeared at the vortex's entrance and delivered a powerful blow, causing a deafening crack as the vortex vanished. How is this possible? That was set up by the esteemed Lord himself. It shouldn't have been so easily destroyed. The leader stammered in panic. You fools have truly brought your demise upon yourselves. Without uttering another word, Reina waved his hand, summoning a fierce wind that caused the black-clad figures to burst apart. Yet there was no gory spectacle of bloodshed. He glanced at Goku, who was still enveloped in destructive energy, and frowned. As he moved to reach out, Beerus appeared before the destructive energy, flicking his finger and causing the energy to dissipate instantly. Phew, I was careless and didn't dodge. Goku gasped for breath. Beerus regarded him and remarked, if you had transformed directly into Super Blue, this would not have been such a hassle. Doesn't it feel rather unpleasant? Goku nodded earnestly. Beerus chuckled at Goku's expression, but his smile faded within moments, his face growing serious as he thought to himself, that Rat-Katra dares to instigate such chaos. I shall remember this. You will pay dearly. Though he cared little for the lives of Goku and the others, aside from Reina, this affront was a direct slap to his face, and he could not let it slide. Meanwhile, Reina's expression was equally grim. For the first time, he felt a flicker of anger. Is this the work of those from Universe 9? No, their attire is distinctly different. Which universe is responsible? I must not discover whose idea this was. Even if the Grand Minister intervenes, I will have them pay dearly. Suppressing his fury, he glanced at the time and realized it was nearly 5 o'clock. He informed the group of his departure and headed home. Goku and Gohan followed suit, as did Satan and Bu, leaving only Beerus and Whis behind. Whis, Beerus called, and Whis nodded. With a wave of his staff, the protective barrier dissipated. This barrier had been conjured the instant the leader unleashed the destructive energy orb. Without it, West City would have faced utter devastation. After retracting the barrier, the two departed as well. With everyone gone, only Vegeta remained. Clenching his fists, he soared toward the sacred temple, determined to make the most of the remaining time for his training. Yet, he was not alone in this ambition. Chapter 23, Stronger Than You. Time flowed like a gentle stream, ushering in a new day. Goku and Gohan, along with Bu and Satan, arrived at Bulma's house bright and early. Even Beerus made an appearance. Reina hasn't arrived yet. Did he oversleep? Goku said, glancing around. Does he possess no sense of time? Beerus frowned, reluctant to voice his thoughts, given the disparity in their strengths. At that moment, Reina was savoring breakfast at a local diner. This breakfast is quite delightful, my good sir. He complimented a plump middle-aged man behind the counter. The man wiped the sweat from his brow and smiled. As long as you enjoy it. I've been running this establishment for over a decade, and the flavors are guaranteed. After consuming 6 hefty portions, Reina patted his slightly full belly, settled the bill, and departed. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at Capsule Corporation. What on earth? Why are you all here so early? Bulma exclaimed, rolling her eyes. Look at the time. Those guys arrived just as dawn broke. Can you expect to compete with that? She retorted, unsure of how to respond, as he had lost the habit of waking early. All right, since we're all here, let us set off, Beerus declared. Everyone nodded in agreement, and at that moment, Whis waved his staff, enveloping everyone except Bulma in a massive light ring that shot skyward and vanished. Good luck, everyone. Bulma cheered in her heart. In the 5th universe's Kaioshin realm, a figure remarked, those pests have been eradicated. What a useless bunch. Yet, I never expected them to cause any trouble for Beerus. Arak scoffed, brushing the dust from his hands. Will this be discovered by Beerus and his companions? Aguma expressed his concern. Fear not. Those individuals are gone, and that destructive energy does not belong to me. If anyone is to be held accountable, it will be Katra. With that, they exchanged glances, summoned their chosen candidates, and departed the Kaioshin realm. In an expansive, empty space, the Omni King sat high above, flanked by 2 attendants. Every 10 meters, there was a platform on either side, totaling 12 platforms. Suddenly, several platforms radiated with light as the gods of destruction and their angels arrived. We pay our respects to you, Lord Omni King. They bowed in unison. The Omni King waved his hand, looking around as if searching for someone. More beams of light appeared, and soon the remaining individuals had gathered. Lord Omni King, everyone has arrived, the Grand Minister announced. The Omni King nodded, his gaze sweeping across the arena once more. Upon spotting a figure, his eyes gleamed with excitement as he spoke in a childlike voice. Let them begin. The Grand Priest acknowledged with a nod. Turning around, and with a grand gesture, a colossal arena manifested before them. He then proclaimed, this tournament will consist of 3 matches, with the victor being the first to win 2. No lethal harm is permitted. It suffices to incapacitate your opponent. Display your prowess well. Upon hearing the Grand Priest's declaration, the crowd erupted in animated discussions. At that moment, from Universe 5, a being clad in a gray cloak, sporting pointed ears and brownish-gray skin, leaped onto the stage, pointing towards Universe 7 and declaring, I wish to challenge a formidable warrior from Universe 7. May I? In Universe 7, Goku and his companions exchanged glances, sensing no discernible aura from this individual. Dad, let me take the lead, Gohan proposed, just as Goku was about to encourage his son with a pat on the shoulder. Bu leaped onto the stage. Bu, Mr. Satan exclaimed, astonished by Bu's assertiveness for the first time. Reina secretly smiled, having been the one to suggest that Bu step up. Very well, commence your battle. With the Grand Priest's words, the atmosphere in the space shifted dramatically, becoming exceedingly solemn. On the arena, the brownish-gray-skinned alien raised an eyebrow and made a provocative gesture. However, after a tense 10 seconds without any response from Bu, he taunted, is the warrior from Universe 7 feeling scared? Afraid to come at me? Ha! Yet, Bu remained unmoved, inciting the alien's ire. All right then, you underestimate me. I will make you aware of the cost of such arrogance. The alien bellowed, and in an instant, he appeared before Bu at an astonishing speed, swiftly conjuring an energy sphere that he thrust into Bu's abdomen, resulting in a massive explosion. Boom. As the explosion erupted, the alien deftly evaded the blast radius. Surely, this cannot be the end. The contender chosen by Beerus seems rather ineffectual, but it is for the best. It will demonstrate to Lord Omni King that our Universe 5 possesses greater overall strength than Universe 7. Arak mused inwardly. Amidst the swirling smoke, a sound echoed as Bu emerged. launching himself at the alien with a palm strike aimed at his head. Is this what you call a challenge? Such a simplistic attack. The alien smirked, leaping backward. But Bu anticipated his movement, extending his arm to ensnare the alien's leg and swinging him about vigorously. The arena reverberated with the sound of violent impacts. Damn it! You bear some resemblance to a bear. The alien roared in fury, breaking free from Bu's grasp and raising both hands. A series of pulsating energy coalesced within his palms, which he unleashed in a barrage of crimson energy spheres, bombarding Bu with relentless fury. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye, with the resounding explosions echoing throughout the arena. Bu! Mr. Satan shouted, covering his ears, though his voice was nearly drowned out by the cacophony of explosions. Through the haze, Bu examined the hole in his abdomen, wrinkled his nose, exhaled a puff of air, and instantly restored his body. He then flexed his arms and turned his gaze towards the alien amidst the smoke, vanishing in an instant. With a sudden crack, the attacking alien halted, feeling a pair of hands pressing against his back. How is this possible? How did you appear behind me? He questioned, astonishment evident in his voice. Just moments ago, he had been certain Bu remained within the smoke, yet now he found himself caught off guard. Bu offered no response to the inquiry, instead declaring with unwavering confidence, "You are indeed formidable, but I am even stronger." With that, he unleashed a powerful wave of pink energy that engulfed the alien. Amidst the cries of astonishment, the energy wave detonated in the air, sending a scorching gust that rattled the surrounding columns. A figure fell from the smoke onto the arena floor. Wow, how thrilling! The Omni King exclaimed with delight from above. The Grand Priest smiled, preparing to declare the victor of the match, but paused as he observed the arena, joined by the gods of destruction and angels from other universes who also turned their attention to the stage. Well done, Bu. Show us your true strength for all to see. Arak called out unabashedly. Yes, Lord Arak. The alien named Bu responded, his voice gradually growing hoarse. Suddenly, his aura intensified explosively, resembling dynamite, and his brownish-gray skin transformed into a pale gray, his eyes sharpening with ferocity. The real battle is only just beginning. As he spoke, he vanished from sight. In an instant, he reappeared before Bu, executing a high kick that sent Bu flying sideways like a cannonball. Oh no! The expression on Beerus's face shifted dramatically. Losing in the first match would be a considerable blow to his pride. But soon, his expression returned to neutrality. For Bu executed a flawless 360-degree spin midair, halting at the edge of the arena, albeit with one side of his body indented. Huh, not bad. You managed to devise such a method to mitigate my force. But unfortunately, you cannot defeat me, the alien boasted. Meanwhile, Bu was not idle. A thick fog enveloped him, and in moments, the mist dissipated, revealing his body restored to its normal form. With a swift motion, Bu vanished again, without a trace of disturbance. The alien scanned his surroundings, suddenly pivoting and throwing a punch. Boom! A resounding thud echoed, followed by the sound of Bu's arm shattering into pieces. This scene sent a chill down Mr. Satan's spine as he watched in horror. Dad, don't worry, Bu will be fine, Gohan reassured him. Mr. Satan nodded, reflecting on Bu's past exploits, feeling somewhat comforted. The being known as Bu was indeed powerful, but he suspected that he had yet to reveal his true capabilities. Goku stroked his chin thoughtfully and glanced at Reina, who merely smiled back without offering any words. Up on the arena, Bu observed the remnants of his shattered arm, furrowing his brow for the first time. He then let out a soft sound, his pink skin rippling as his arm regenerated. And he spoke. I have already grasped the extent of your prowess. Indeed, you have significantly improved since our last encounter. However, I have yet to unleash my true potential. Allow me to demonstrate my genuine strength. With that, he began to transform, his entire body flowing like liquid, morphing into a mass resembling dough. Let me witness the tricks you can conjure. Bassa did not deter him. Rather, he spoke with utmost confidence. Bassa's old habits have resurfaced, Arak lamented, smacking his forehead in resignation. On the side of the seventh universe, since their previous battle, it had been apparent to Goku that he possessed even greater strength that had yet to be revealed. Now, it was finally coming to light. Goku exclaimed with a hint of excitement, his gaze fixed on Bu, recalling the time he had battled him during the destruction of Earth. In the arena, Bu's dough-like form seemed to be kneaded by unseen hands, constantly shifting. After approximately a minute, he finally ceased his transformation. A peculiar sound resonated, followed by a plume of smoke enveloping him. Glub, glub. Suddenly, a bubbling noise erupted, and as the smoke dissipated, a slender, pale pink Bu emerged. Wow! Is this Bu's new form? I can sense that he is indeed stronger than before, Goku remarked, somewhat astonished. Kakarot, who do you think is stronger, this version or Kid Bu? Vegeta suddenly posed the question. Goku fell silent, pondering for over 10 seconds. It's hard to say, after all. That fellow may not be particularly strong, but his irrational destruction and boundless stamina are incredibly challenging. However, Mr. Bu is different. In this state, he is formidable. The true measure of his strength can only be determined through direct confrontation. Vegeta nodded, observing the lithe Bu and the drowsy Rina, already forming conclusions in his mind. Since Bu's appearance, he had harbored doubts, and now it seemed those doubts were validated. On the stage, Bassa gazed at the transformed Bu and chuckled. I expected you to conjure something spectacular. It turns out you are merely this. Heh, not necessarily. The slender Bu replied with a smile. In an instant, he leaped forward, crashing into Bassa with his head. Bang! The sound of their collision pierced the air, followed by Bu's relentless assault of punches and kicks. Boom, boom, boom. A series of punch shadows relentlessly battered Bassa, forcing him to retreat, while the sheer force of his blows created craters in the arena beneath him. Bassa exhaled sharply, suddenly unleashing a burst of energy that repelled Bu's attacks, swiftly landing on the uneven surface of the arena. He took a moment to catch his breath, feeling the state of his body, his brow furrowing as thoughts raced through his mind. What is happening? His strength has increased dramatically, yet his energy remains the same. Never mind, I won't dwell on that. I must win this first match. It's time to employ that technique. These thoughts flitted through his mind in an instant. Having made his decision, he clenched his fists tightly, and like volatile dynamite, his fighting aura abruptly settled, causing his physique to grow a few centimeters taller. Unique patterns began to emerge upon his body, transforming his grayish-white skin to a shade of purple, enveloped by a faint energy shield. What is this? On the side of the seventh universe, Beerus narrowed his eyes and glanced at Arak, who happened to be looking back at him. Their gazes locked, igniting a fierce spark. Arak has actually sent forth a candidate for the god of destruction. Beerus felt an inexplicable toothache. His remark drew the attention of Goku and Vegeta, who were about to inquire about the meaning of candidate when Beerus abruptly silenced them. We shall discuss this once the victor is determined. Meanwhile, on the side of the fifth universe, it appeared that this contestant possessed some merit, compelling him to unveil this technique. However, it remained uncertain how proficient he was. The other gods of destruction and Kaioshin's also commented on Boss's transformation. My, Arak is certainly bold to have sent forth a candidate for the god of destruction. I wonder what he is thinking. Who knows? But this could be advantageous. It would be delightful to see Beerus humbled. Although their conversations were hushed, the assembly was composed of formidable beings, hence Beerus's expression was one of profound displeasure. High above, in the position of the Omni King, Hey, Grand Minister, what are they discussing? I can't comprehend. The Omni King asked innocently, perplexed. They appear to be deliberating on a matter of great significance. Just continue watching, my lord. The Grand Minister replied with a smile. The innocent Omni King paid little heed, nodding and continuing to observe. On the arena, the slender Bu scowled, expressing his displeasure. Your aura is quite unsettling. He swiftly moved to Bossa's front, launching a powerful punch. Yet, Bossa merely took a step back. With a resounding boom, his punch, infused with immense power, struck the air, instantly creating a vacuum zone, unleashing a tempest that swept in all directions. Crack! The arena shattered under the overwhelming force. However, Bu did not relent. His arms elongated, and a faint aura appeared on his pale pink skin. The moment his hands made contact with Bossa's skin, a sound akin to a cutting machine resonated. Oh, quite impressive. Is that white magic? So it is as such. Humph. Let me see whose magical prowess is superior, yours or my destructive energy. Bossa grinned, having discerned the nature of Bu's energy. He had been puzzled as to why the opponent emitted no energy fluctuations upon vanishing, but now it was clear it was due to his magical abilities. Defeat is inevitable. Yet it matters not. This is sufficient, for it allows Bu to grow. On the side of the seventh universe, the drowsy Rina slightly lifted his eyelids. He already knew without looking that Bu was destined to lose. Aside from him, Whis and Beerus were also aware, yet they remained silent, constrained by their positions. Beerus no longer wore a stoic expression. He had come to terms with the unfolding events. Chapter 25, vs. Belgamer. Their universe possesses magic as well, albeit in a different form, which is why he did not perceive it at first. The energies clashed in a stalemate for several seconds. Suddenly, Bu's hands exploded, and Bossa instantly appeared before him, conjuring an energy blast that erupted against his chest. Both were engulfed in the explosive energy's haze. Splendid, Arak exclaimed, disregarding all decorum. As the smoke dissipated, Bu had transformed into a puddle of mud, lying outside the arena. Yet, even in such a state, he still harbored hopes of restoration. Unfortunately, the destructive energy coursing through him rendered revival impossible. At that moment, the Grand Priest stepped forward to announce, The first match of the Royal Tournament is won by Boza from Universe 5. Upon the Grand Priest's declaration, Boza bowed towards the Omni King and returned to his universe's platform. Yarlik smiled at him, then cast a provocative glance towards Beerus. Damn that guy? Beerus thought, his expression inscrutable as he clenched his fists. With a swift motion, Goku and his son leaped onto the stage to retrieve the puddle of Bu. Bu, what's wrong? Don't scare me, Satan exclaimed anxiously, piecing Bu back together with his hands. He then crawled over to Beerus, pleading, Lord Beerus, please save Bu. It was evident that Satan had completely embraced Bu as family, which explained his frantic actions. Beerus, due to his position, paid him no heed and instead glanced at Whis, only to fall silent upon seeing Whis's indifferent expression. The drowsy Reyna stood up, approached Bu, and waved his hand over him. In an instant, the obstructive destructive force was dispelled by his divine power, allowing Bu to begin his gradual restoration. Before long, he resumed his slender form, albeit with an unusual weakness, murmuring, I'm so tired. I think I'll sleep now. No sooner had he spoken than his head drooped, and he fell into a deep slumber. Satan stood up, looking at Reyna with concern. Is Bu going to be all right? Rest assured, he simply needs to recuperate, Reyna replied, turning his gaze to the contestants on the stage. Among them was a figure he recognized from his past life watching anime. Belgamore, the leader of the dangerous trio from Universe 9, whose strength was commendable. If he did not utilize his ability to absorb others' powers, his prowess would be comparable to that of a Super Saiyan 3 on Earth. In the anime, Goku had sought to test the limits of Belgamore's strength, which explained his use of transformations. Belgamore surveyed the fighters from Universe 11 and Universe 5 before finally settling his gaze on Universe 7. I surmise that you did not fully enjoy that last battle, so I would like to challenge someone from Universe 7. Are you willing? He proposed warmly. On the platform, a flicker of concealed light flashed in Beerus's eyes. He understood that this was a coordinated effort by the other three universes to target him specifically. These petty individuals still remember that incident, and they are seizing this opportunity for revenge. They wish to humiliate me before the Omni King. Their scheme is quite clever, but they likely do not anticipate that I possess a trump card, he thought, casting a sidelong glance at Reyna. Just then, Gohan leaped onto the arena. I am here to test your skills, my lord, he said politely, surprising Belgamore. Very well, let me see what you are capable of, Belgamore replied. And both fighters assumed their stances as the Grand Priest announced the commencement of the second match. With a flash, Belgamore vanished at an incredible speed, reappearing instantly before Gohan, delivering a powerful kick toward his abdomen. The force of the strike sliced through the air, producing a sharp sound of friction. Quick on his feet, Gohan retaliated with a kick of his own. The collision of their legs erupted with a thunderous boom, and the two combatants clashed, battling their way into the air. They darted about, colliding intermittently and creating an intense uproar. The warm-up for Universe 7 should conclude now. Show me your true abilities, Gohan declared, nodding in agreement as he sensed the right moment had arrived. Having gleaned enough about his opponent's basic strength from their earlier skirmish, he sprang into action. In an instant, he unleashed a sharp surge of silver energy, darting behind Belgamore and swiftly grappling him. Like a wrestler, he hurled Belgamore down from the air. With a thunderous crash, the arena erupted once more, leaving a massive crater amidst swirling smoke. Alas, this arena had endured more than it was designed to withstand. Suddenly, a shape emerged from the smoke. Gohan, poised for attack, his gaze sharp and unwavering as he addressed the haze. Come forth. I know that blow did not harm you. Belgamore, lying in the pit, gradually stood up and stretched leisurely, unfazed as he walked out of the smoke, stopping a couple of meters away from Gohan. You from Universe 7 are quite formidable. I will no longer defend myself. Unleash your full assault, he declared, leaving himself wide open and standing still. On the Universe 7 platform, Goku watched Belgamore's actions with curiosity. Vegeta, what do you think this person will reveal as his ultimate technique? Vegeta merely scoffed, rolling his eyes and ignoring him. Goku scratched his head, feeling somewhat awkward. Meanwhile, on the stage, Gohan narrowed his eyes, taking his time to assess the situation. He first scrutinized his opponent, then sensed the aura around Belgamore, repeating this several times without detecting anything unusual before finally deciding to strike. On the platform of Universe 9, Lavanda, the second member of the dangerous trio, smiled ominously. To compel the leader to reveal such a move, it seems the opponent possesses some strength. The third member, Bazel, nodded in agreement. Oh, so Belgamore has even more formidable techniques hidden away? I look forward to witnessing them. The Supreme Kai, Laura, watched with keen interest. He was confident that Universe 9 would emerge victorious in this match, especially considering that, based on the first match, the fighters from Beerus's side seemed rather lacking in ability. Coupled with the comments made by the two brothers, his confidence in their victory soared. With a resounding thud, Gohan unleashed a punch at Belgamore's chest. Yet it failed to inflict any damage, not even causing him to budge. Belgamore raised an eyebrow, expressing disdain. What is this? Is this your strength? Nothing remarkable, really. Such a trivial attack is utterly ineffective. Gohan remained silent, gradually increasing the force of his strikes. The sounds of impact echoed around them as his fists left numerous varying impressions on Belgamore's chest and abdomen. At that moment, Belgamore grinned, the marks on his body glowing with a faint red light before vanishing, and his form visibly doubled in size. As he expanded, he swung a punch at Gohan, who, caught off guard, took the blow head-on, stumbling backward. Each step he took left behind a footprint, and his arm felt slightly numb. A testament to the tremendous strength behind Belgamore's strike. How does it feel to experience the power of your own attacks? Belgamore laughed, his mirth growing increasingly boisterous until Laura cleared his throat a few times, prompting him to compose himself. Son Gohan steadied himself, shaking off the slight numbness in his hand. So this is your ability. However, it's hardly something extraordinary. Upon hearing this, veins began to surface on Belgamore's forehead. He despised it when others belittled his skills. I shall strike you down without you having the chance to retaliate. He charged forward like a frenzied bull. Chapter 26, A Victory and a Defeat, designated by the Omni King. He hurled a fist down towards Gohan. Gohan slightly sidestepped to evade the blow and swiftly delivered a sweeping kick aimed at Belgamore's lower body. Yet, his opponent's stance remained as unyielding as a mountain. Suddenly, Belgamore's tail lashed out, and with a resounding smack, Gohan was sent back to his original position. In that fleeting moment, Belgamore unleashed a left hook. Bam! The force sent Gohan soaring into the air, and Belgamore followed suit, leaping and surpassing him by a considerable margin, then executing a 180-degree spinning high kick. The heel, imbued with terrifying power, struck Gohan squarely in the abdomen. Whoosh! Like a meteor plummeting to the earth. With a thunderous crash, it created a pit even larger than before. How does that feel? This is what I call returning the favor in kind, Belgamore proclaimed triumphantly. Emerging slowly from the deep crater, Gohan landed gracefully on the intact stage, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his spirit soaring as he gazed at his opponent. Your ability to perfectly convert another's strength into your own and return it is indeed a remarkable technique. Yet I refuse to concede so easily. Since you can convert, I shall ensure you convert enough. With a firm shout, Gohan clenched his fists, his energy surging forth like a howling gale. Buzz! Crossing his arms, he concentrated his energy to the surface of his skin. This technique bore similarities to his perfected Super Saiyan Blue form. Once prepared, he narrowed his eyes, and in an instant, he appeared before Belgamore like a flash of lightning. Such speed! Belgamore's expression hardened, yet he made no move, confident in his skill. Meanwhile, in Universe 11, Kai asked a figure cloaked in black, "What do you think?" The robed figure responded in a deep, resonant tone. Although this individual from Universe 7 is youthful, his strength is formidable, already half my level. As for the contender from Universe 9, I can only say his abilities are mediocre, and he relies on tricks. To think you hold the mortal of Universe 7 in such high regard, Kai remarked, somewhat surprised. It's not exactly an evaluation, merely an observation. Back in the arena, the sound of fists striking flesh echoed, each blow from Gohan resonating with power. Yet, every strike was absorbed by Belgamore, causing his physique to gradually expand. As he grew to about 10 zhong, Gohan's eyes sparkled with determination. In a flash, he leapt backward, hands forming a blossom shape as he unleashed the Kamehameha wave. A cerulean beam struck Belgamore, resulting in an earth-shattering explosion, accompanied by a cacophony of cries. Zzzz. Amidst the smoke, a sound akin to electricity crackled, and moments later, a figure staggered out from the haze, half kneeling on the ground, gazing incredulously at Gohan. What have you done to me? Why is this happening? Conversely, Gohan exhaled deeply. My new technique has finally succeeded, he stated contentedly, then turned to Belgamore. Your ability is indeed impressive. Yet I sense you might be overly reliant on it. Each time I strike, I leave a trace of my energy within you. Once it reaches a certain threshold, I trigger an explosion, resulting in your current state. Curse you. You're quite skilled, boy, Belgamore retorted, his body convulsing before he slowly collapsed. After a tense silence of several seconds, the Grand Priest announced that the match was won by Son Gohan of Universe 7. As soon as the declaration was made, Belgamore's brothers rushed to the stage to assist their fallen sibling. Gohan bowed to the crowd before returning to his position. The Grand Priest waved his hand, restoring the arena to its former state. Well done, Gohan, Son Goku praised, patting him on the shoulder. Gohan smiled shyly. Beerus secretly gave him a thumbs up. This victory had restored some of their lost pride. Now standing at 1 victory and 1 defeat, the atmosphere in the arena felt tense. The deities understood the implications of the first 2 matches, But who would step up for the third? In this charged atmosphere, the Omni King spoke. I want to choose someone. A person named Son Goku. Is he here? The moment the Omni King spoke, the atmosphere shifted to one of intense anticipation. The Omni King himself was selecting a fighter. What could this mean? Who knew? But who was this Son Goku? As the gods murmured among themselves, a voice rang out. Huh? Me? Son Goku exclaimed, bewildered, his voice loud. The deities and contestants turned their eyes toward Universe 7. Yes, it's you. Hurry, I want to see you fight. The Omni King clapped eagerly. Beerus felt a rush of anxiety, bowing to the Omni King before giving Son Goku a firm pat on the back, urging him to ascend the stage. Son Goku nodded, still in shock, and climbed onto the arena. The Grand Priest regarded Son Goku on the stage. Since he has been designated by the Omni King, he must possess exceptional abilities. So, who wishes to challenge Son Goku? Barely a breath had passed when the figure clad in black from Universe 11 leaped forward. Allow me to test my skills. He shed his cloak, revealing his black and crimson uniform. It was none other than Toph, the proud captain of his team, who bowed to the Omni King and introduced himself. I am Toph. Ah, you are quite strong. I can sense it. Son Goku exclaimed with enthusiasm. Every cell in his body pulsating with excitement as he sensed Toph's might the moment he appeared. From Universe 7, let me see what abilities have captured the Omni King's attention. In a flash, Toph vanished from sight, reappearing behind Son Goku. Reacting swiftly, Goku turned and threw a punch, but Toph caught his fist, executing a high leap and swiftly dislocating Goku's arm. Ah! Son Goku cried out in pain, quickly flipping to deliver a swift kick to Toph's abdomen. However, Toph did not evade. He absorbed Goku's attack directly with his midsection. What? Sun Wukong was momentarily taken aback. The force behind his kick was no trifling matter. With a roar, he erupted into his Super Saiyan form, freeing himself from Toph's grasp and landing gracefully to the side. He placed his left hand on his dislocated right arm, deftly manipulating it to rejoin the two. After a brief test of movement, he exclaimed, "You possess quite a nimble physique. It appears you are adept at joint techniques. However, this only serves to heighten my excitement." Toppa, with a low growl. Sun Wukong transitioned into his Super Saiyan 2 form, crackling with electricity as he appeared before Toppa in the blink of an eye, initiating a fierce melee. As Chapter 27 concluded, the selection was complete. The intensity of their hand-to-hand combat escalated at a breathtaking pace, leaving spectators in a daze. With a thunderous clash, the two found themselves locked in a battle of strength, their energies forming a vibrant red and yellow aura around them. The center of their conflicting energies erupted in a dazzling display of intertwining crimson and golden lightning. In an instant, the arena lay in ruins, with the arcs of electricity threatening to consume everything in their vicinity. As the sparks crackled upon contact with the god's platform, they were all repelled. With a swift motion, the two warriors vanished, exchanging blows at blinding speed. Sun Wukong seized an opportunity to teleport behind Toppa, delivering a powerful kick that sent him flying. Toppa, however, quickly regained his footing and reappeared before Sun Wukong, engaging him once more in a fierce clash, their strikes resonating with explosive force. Kakarot has fallen back into his old habits again, Vegeta remarked, unable to suppress his disdain. Uncle Vegeta, what about my father? Gohan inquired, perplexed. With a dismissive smirk, Vegeta explained, Kakarot always tests his opponents first before revealing his true power. Gohan was left speechless. The two continued their intense exchange, unleashing torrents of formidable energy. This mortal, named Sun Wukong, possesses remarkable skill, managing to hold his ground against Toppa. Kei was taken aback by Sun Wukong's prowess. His strength is merely average. Toppa hasn't even unleashed half of his power, remarked the god of destruction, Wymite, with a hint of disdain. Kei nodded in agreement. Had Vegeta heard their exchange, he would undoubtedly reiterate his previous remarks. As the battle raged on, Toppa attempted to employ a joint technique once more, only to be thwarted by Sun Wukong's instantaneous movement. In that fleeting moment, Sun Wukong unleashed a formidable energy wave. The explosion of energy engulfed the arena in smoke, adhering to the unscathed principle of combat. Impressive. You managed to withstand my attack without a scratch. Sun Wukong grinned widely. With a wave of his hand, Toppa dispersed the smoke, contemplating Sun Wukong's approach. Are you really planning to conceal your true strength? If you don't reveal your capabilities, you stand no chance against me. Sun Wukong chuckled. And you too are holding back your power. Very well. Let us unleash our full potential. A commanding red aura enveloped Toppa. Sun Wukong narrowed his eyes, entering his Super Saiyan blue form. The energy radiating from this transformation astonished the assembled gods. It was power akin to that of the divine. The two once more engaged in a frenetic exchange, the sounds of their devastating blows echoing throughout the arena. Seizing a moment, Sun Wukong teleported in front of Topa, delivering a precise and powerful strike that sent him hurtling backward. But Topa quickly regained his composure, stabilizing himself mid-air. Now this is more like it. Topa wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth. As he spoke, his gaze fell upon something, and his expression darkened. His imposing aura intensified, creating a pressure that made even Sun Wukong's skin tingle with discomfort. You dare to tarnish the uniform of my esteemed warrior squad. I will not let this slide. His energy surged yet again. Your strength is indeed formidable. Sun Wukong replied. In that case, I shall not hold back either. Huh. He unleashed a 20-fold Kaioken, remembering Reina's prior warnings. As their energies reached a crescendo and an epic clash loomed, a voice pierced through the tension. This match is hereby concluded. It was the Grand Minister. The moment he spoke, the energy surrounding the two dissipated. I was just getting warmed up. Must it end so soon? Sun Wukong lamented, slightly disappointed. The Grand Minister offered a reasoned explanation. Sun Wukong, you may challenge him again during the tournament. He glanced toward Zeno, who was surprisingly fast asleep. Sun Wukong nodded, preparing to return to his universe when Topa called out, advising him to concede, for there was someone stronger in his team. Sun Wukong responded resolutely. I will not be defeated, and returned to the platform. Topa scoffed quietly, muttering about stubbornness as he too rejoined the others. The Grand Minister then declared, this preliminary contest has concluded. I hope you all prepared diligently for the upcoming melee. With that, he vanished alongside Zeno and two attendants. The gods bowed respectfully in the direction of their departure, and then, without further ado, each destroyer led their respective angels and attendants away. On the vast grassy expanse of the Capsule Corporation, a streak of light descended from the heavens as Sun Wukong and his companions returned. Upon their arrival, Beerus immediately instructed Vegeta to procure food, seeking to alleviate his frustrations. Half an hour later, a sumptuous feast was laid out before them, and Beerus wasted no time devouring it, completely disregarding his usual decorum. In the upcoming competition, show your true abilities and let them witness your might. Beerus mumbled through mouthfuls. With the exception of Reina, Sun Wukong, and the others nodded in agreement. After another half hour, having feasted to their heart's content, Gohan and Satan took Bu home, while Beerus returned to the realm of destruction. Only the three pure-blooded Saiyans remained. Reina, aside from you, Vegeta, my son Gohan, and Bu. How shall we find the remaining individuals? Sun Wukong inquired. Reina pretended to ponder, stroking his chin thoughtfully. I regret to inform you that Bu will not be able to participate. What? What happened? Isn't he just sleeping? All we need to do is wake him up. It's futile. He will be in slumber for an extended period. Furthermore, I have already devised the personnel arrangements. Though one individual may pose a bit of a challenge, you will need to seek them out. So soon? Wow. Reina, you are incredibly astute. Goku couldn't help but smirk at Reina's remark, feeling a tad embarrassed. The personnel he mentioned was identical to the original, save for the substitution of Frieza with himself. After he detailed the arrangements, Goku and Vegeta nodded in understanding. Goku stated, I recall that number 17 is the brother of number 18. She should know his whereabouts. But Krillin and 18 have a daughter, which complicates matters a bit. At that moment, Vegeta, seemingly having anticipated this, remarked, that's simple. We can have Goten and Trunks entertain their daughter. It shouldn't take too long. His final statement carried a hint of uncertainty. All right, I shall go find them now. With that, he vanished in an instant. Only the two of them remained. Vegeta glanced at Reina, appearing hesitant to speak. Reina rose and said, let us go. I'll practice with you and teach you something useful. Vegeta nodded and followed Reina out. Chapter 28. The turmoil of the Void Realm commences. The two arrived at the gravity chamber, adjusting the gravity to approximately 650 times normal, just within his tolerable limits. However, Vegeta found himself bent under the immense pressure, supporting himself with his hands on the ground. Reina remained silent, patiently waiting until Vegeta adjusted slightly, no longer needing to brace himself. He then began to explain how to more skillfully harness strength and ki. In addition to this, he intended to give Vegeta a vial of super serum from his system backpack, feeling it could aid in enhancing Vegeta's abilities. Meanwhile, Goku had arrived at the island where Master Roshi resided. Unfortunately, Krillin lacked the funds to build a proper home, so he was residing with Master Roshi. Krillin, are you there? After calling out a few times with no response, Goku was about to enter when the door swung open. A small head peeked out. It was Krillin's daughter, Marin. Ah, it's Uncle Goku, she exclaimed, rushing out and reaching for a hug. Goku promptly lifted her, playfully eliciting delightful laughter from her. Where's your dad? Goku inquired once more. Marin replied in her sweet, childish voice, Daddy seems to be in the bathroom. Goku nodded. And at that moment, 18 emerged from the house. Ah, 18, you're here. This concerns you as well. As 18 expressed her confusion, Goku recounted the situation. I never expected such a development. My husband and I will participate, but honestly, I have no idea where number 17 is. After a brief contemplation, 18 agreed, knowing it was for her daughter's sake, and surely Krillin would consent as well. Goku nodded appreciatively, setting Marin down. Thank you, 18. I'll go look for Tien. Perhaps he knows where number 17 is. With a wave, he took off into the sky. As Goku departed, 18 led Marin back inside. Thus, a week slipped by in the blink of an eye. On this day, Goku and his sons, along with Vegeta and Reina, returned from the realm of the Kais, leaving behind a world in disarray and a distressed Supreme Kai. On the Capsule Corporation lawn, Beerus, Whis, and 6 competitors had been awaiting their arrival. This time, apart from the 2 deities and 10 fighters, there were no spectators. Hey, Goku, Vegeta, why is it always the 2 of you? What is going on? You're always late. Beerus reprimanded sternly. Goku scratched his face with a finger, glancing at Reina, acknowledging that it was Reina's restroom break that had caused their tardiness. Now that everyone is here, let us depart, Whis. Whis smiled gently, tapping his staff on the ground, enveloping them in light and propelling them skyward. An event imperceptible to ordinary mortals. In the boundless void, within a unique space, a colossal platform reminiscent of a mountain hovered. The Grand Minister waved his hands, assembling the incomplete sections. Surrounding these platforms were rows of connected seats. Swish, swish, swish. Several beams of light flickered, and numerous individuals appeared in the seats, participants from their respective universes, alongside the gods of destruction and Kai. Is this the Void Realm? The air here feels so heavy. Gab of Universe 6 remarked. Hey, Gab, where are those Saiyans from Universe 7? Don't tell me you're deceiving me. Watch out, or I'll give you a beating. A girl with spiky hair and a rebellious outfit demanded haughtily. Calm down, Caulifla. They probably haven't arrived yet. They should be here soon. Gab explained. Caulifla, hands on her hips, retorted, I hope so. Otherwise, you'll be in trouble. She shot him a fierce glare. During their conversation, several more beams of light appeared, heralding the arrival of other universes. Hey, Gab, Hit, it's good to see you again. Goku's voice called out. Hit merely nodded in acknowledgement. There he is, the Saiyan from Universe 7. Gab pointed towards Goku. And me too, Caulifla interjected, striding confidently toward Goku, her tone slightly arrogant. I've heard you call yourself the strongest Saiyan. You're quite confident in your strength. Through this match, I will demonstrate that the title of the strongest Saiyan belongs only to me. With that, she huffed and turned away, leaving Goku somewhat bewildered. Hey, Goku. It seems you have quite the luck with the ladies. Krillin teased as he joined Goku. Amidst Krillin's jest, a commanding and formidable aura enveloped the venue, compelling warriors from all universes to gaze toward its source. Is that the Pride Troopers from Universe 11? The onlookers murmured, astonished by the overwhelming presence emanating from one individual. Hey, Topo. Goku greeted. Topo scoffed. What a stubborn fool you are. I didn't expect you to actually show up. This battle will surely lead to the obliteration of your universe. How intriguing. Goku replied with a grin. How can one know the outcome without facing the challenge? He glanced toward the bald man beside Topo. You must be Jiren, as Topo mentioned. Indeed, you possess formidable strength. Yet Jiren paid him no heed, completely ignoring Goku. His gaze fixed upon Reina, as if sensing the power within him. However, he merely cast a fleeting glance, not allowing it to linger in his thoughts. Sun Wukong said nothing, but merely squinted his eyes before returning to the ranks. Reiner patted Sun Wukong on the shoulder, to which Sun Wukong nodded in understanding. Now that everyone is assembled, I shall elucidate the rules of the competition. The High Priest's melodious voice resonated throughout the venue, instantly silencing the previously raucous crowd. The duration of the competition is 200 tak, which translates to 96 minutes in mortal time. The stone pillar at the center of the arena serves as the timer. With each segment that descends, 3 minutes are deducted. Additionally, the use of flight skills is prohibited on the arena, with the exception of those possessing wings. Furthermore, the usage of restorative items to regain stamina is forbidden, as is the use of any weapons beyond techniques, and elimination occurs if a participant falls off the stage. During the High Priest's announcement, some individuals attempted to fly, only to find themselves grounded. It is indeed a fierce battle. However, this is preferable, as it allows me to transcend my limits in this confrontation, thought Sun Wukong to himself. Vegeta tightened his fists with a fierce gaze, silently declaring, I absolutely must survive this contest and reach a new realm, showcasing the terrifying power of a Saiyan. Naturally, aside from those hailing from Universe 7, most mortals present shared a similar mindset, aspiring to endure or grow through this battle, with a few exceptions. Well then, I have conveyed the rules of the competition. Now, I would like to invite Lord Zeno to deliver a few words. The Supreme Being, seated at the highest point, stood up, joyfully spun around, and displayed a radiant smile. Hey, everyone, have fun. After saying this, he embraced his divine iPad and returned to his seat. Thus, the martial arts tournament officially commenced. Chapter 29, A Display of Brilliance. As soon as Lord Zeno finished speaking, a cacophony erupted from the colossal arena. The gods returned to the audience seats, leaving only the mortal contestants on the stage. The members of the second universe exchanged glances before dispersing to select their opponents for battle. In an instant, the arena exploded with a kaleidoscope of colors and deafening sounds. Wow, how spectacular! I'm getting excited. Let us all give it our best. With that, Sun Wukong dashed into the throng, disappearing amidst the explosions. Dad! He called out loudly, but alas, his voice was lost. Vegeta stretched his muscles, donning a haughty expression. You all better take care of yourselves. Just don't get eliminated. Of course, he did not include Reiner in this admonition. In a flash, he too surged into the crowd. Uncle Vegeta. Gohan's lips twitched. He was at a loss for words, as it seemed that his captain's advice had fallen on deaf ears. He had explained the battle strategy earlier, yet it proved fruitless. Piccolo approached and patted Gohan on the shoulder, offering solace. Don't worry, Gohan. After all, your father and Vegeta are rather combative, but there's still one who hasn't left. Hearing his mentor's words brought a slight sense of balance to Gohan's heart as he glanced at Reiner. Reiner shrugged, saying, I'm not saying Gohan, but those strategies you devised seem rather futile. Conserving stamina in this battle is simply impossible. Besides, raw power is the best strategy, isn't it? As he spoke, a red beam shot towards them. Indeed, you are correct. Power is the best strategy, which is precisely why you lack it. A sharp and arrogant voice rang out. Above them, a blue-skinned birdman swooped down, unleashing a torrent of fiery energy balls that quickly multiplied into over a dozen, hurtling toward them. Gohan, with a stern expression, raised his hand and unleashed a barrage of energy blasts. Whoosh! Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosive sounds filled the air. Yet, some attacks slipped through. Fortunately, a long arm intervened to deflect the incoming assault. Thank you, Uncle Piccolo. Gohan expressed his gratitude. Piccolo nodded and leapt into action, extending his arm towards the flying birdman. What on earth are these creatures? The birdman exclaimed, dodging Piccolo's attack. As he evaded, a whistling sound filled the air, followed by a massive foot crashing into his face. Whoosh! He was sent flying like a cannonball, nearly tumbling out of the arena, but he exerted his wings to stabilize himself. What an impressive fighter. To stop mid-flight like that, Krillin remarked, rubbing his smooth bald head, feeling somewhat deflated. Dear, what are you doing? Focus on the match, don't overthink it. Our daughter is waiting for us. 18's voice pulled Krillin back from his moment of discouragement, instantly reviving his spirit. Right, my daughter is waiting for me. I cannot afford to give up. That would tarnish my image in her eyes. Motivated, Krillin charged towards the birdman's position. However, before he could advance 10 meters, he was intercepted by a figure who immediately launched an attack without hesitation. Is this another ally of that creature? Krillin thought, glancing between the circling birdman and the disheveled figure before him, gritting his teeth as he engaged in combat. Ladoya, you're quite the meddler. I could handle this bald head without you. The birdman grumbled. Meanwhile, Ladoya, engaged in battle with Krillin, retorted, stop boasting, Sally. You should focus on that long-armed freak. The two pairs were locked in fierce combat. Ladoya, Sally, you two have no shame, bullying the weaker universe without including us. That's rather inconsiderate. At that moment, a voice echoed as a group of 8 emerged from the smoke. Together with the previous 2, they formed a 10-person team. Since you are here, let us annihilate them together, starting with the elimination of Universe 7. The 8 nodded and encircled the remaining 6. Roar! The leader, a one-eyed alien with pale blue skin, unleashed an assault on Gohan. The others selected their opponents. 18 faced a pink-skinned, 6-eyed alien. Master Roshi battled a slender, freckled extraterrestrial. 17 confronted a robust creature with 2 mouths, and Tien Shinhan faced an opponent significantly shorter but with remarkably strong arms. Thus, each had found their adversary, leaving only Reiner and 2 extraterrestrials in a tense standoff. In the audience, the god of destruction from the 12th universe watched with delight at the exploits of his universe's competitors. This is how we eliminate the members of Universe 7 one by one, making them feel despair, helplessness, and powerlessness. Beside him, the Supreme Kai, Egel, found it hard to endure Jean's words and patted his shoulder, only to be met with a dismissive glare. Among the various gods of destruction, he and Beerus were not particularly fond of each other, and he still harbored resentment over past events, remembering that if not for that incident, his universe's overall level might have been even higher. Thus, he harbored a considerable grudge against Beerus. Hey, you from Universe 7, you appear quite youthful. Is there no one else in your universe that they would send out a mere child like you? Taunted one of the extraterrestrial beings. whose webbed feet resembled that of a duck. This kid doesn't even have a facial expression. Could it be that we have frightened him into silence? Ha! Laughed the other alien. At that moment of their mockery, a brilliant light expanded in their pupils and then vanished instantaneously as Reyna materialized behind them. Before they could comprehend what had transpired, an abrupt cacophony akin to popping beans erupted from their bodies. The two convulsed violently before collapsing onto the ground. This unforeseen turn of events astounded the combatants from the 12 universes who were engaged in battle. The most shocked among them was the one-eyed alien who was clashing with Son Gohan. As the saying goes, an amateur watches the spectacle, while an expert observes the details. Although his abilities were not among the most formidable, he possessed a particularly useful skill, keen eyesight. In an instant, he had caught a glimpse of the young-looking fellow's movements. What he witnessed was Reyna gliding past and deftly pinching each of the two aliens on their shoulders, after which they exhibited the convulsions reminiscent of shattered bones. "What just happened? What did you do?" exclaimed the Birdman, who had been grappling with Piccolo, as he accelerated out of Piccolo's blockade, appearing less than 2 meters from Reyna. With a swift motion, he unleashed a powerful energy sphere. Without even glancing, Reyna countered by slapping the energy sphere back. And due to its overwhelming speed and their lack of anticipation, the Birdman was unable to dodge, resulting in him being knocked off the stage and back to the audience area. The Grand Priest, holding his divine iPad, crossed out the name of the eliminated contestant with delight. "Wow, one by one, they are disappearing. How impressive," he exclaimed, while the Grand Minister smiled subtly. Yet his gaze held deeper significance as he observed Reyna, Son Goku, and Jiren. Could he be the ace hidden by Beerus? That momentary speed was indeed astonishing. Moreover, there is a familiar aura about him. Reyna's recent display had successfully captured the attention of many deities, and they sensed a familiar energy emanating from him. How could it not be captivating? Even some of the aloof angels took note of Reyna's presence, casting furtive glances at Whis and Beerus from Universe 7. However, the two in the know feigned ignorance, leaving the angels perplexed. Chapter 30. The first universe to be eliminated. You may take your time to guess. Rest assured, Reyna will surprise you. Beerus thought to himself, feeling quite pleased. As for the course of this battle, he pondered what it might evolve into, hoping no unexpected incidents would arise. Whis, on the other hand, appeared contemplative. Let's shift our focus to the 11th universe. The once proud team of 10 had dwindled to just Topo, Jiren, and Dispo. Dispo, what is your opinion? While his speed is indeed impressive, it's still far beneath mine, Dispo proclaimed with unshakable confidence. If Reyna were to hear this, he would certainly learn what true speed entailed. And Jiren, what do you think? Topo inquired of Jiren. Jiren merely nodded coolly in agreement with Dispo's assessment. However, Topo felt an inexplicable oddity, though he couldn't pinpoint its source. He glanced at Jiren and dismissed the feeling. He could not believe anyone present could surpass Jiren. Boom, boom. The explosive sounds and dazzling effects continued to manifest on the arena. Zoom. The one-eyed alien, battling Son Gohan, seized an opportunity and swiftly positioned himself in Gohan's blind spot, gathering energy into a vibrant orange sphere before hurling it at him. At the moment of release, he darted towards Reyna. Yet, he had only moved a few meters when Son Gohan intercepted him, astonishment etched on his face. How could this be? Just a moment ago. You, such petty tricks are futile against me. Reveal your true abilities. The one-eyed alien glanced at Reyna, who remained motionless in the distance. Then back at the obstructing young warrior before him. Gritting his teeth, an intense aura erupted from him. With a guttural shout, his previously bald head sprouted a tuft of fiery red hair, while his limbs shrank slightly, and his eyes brimmed with blood vessels. He exhaled a wave of scorching air. You must be quite special to have drawn me out, little brat. The raspy tone and altered inflection indicated a significant transformation. Did he possess a dual personality? No. It seemed more like a dormant power had been unleashed. Indeed, he was a formidable opponent. Though Gohan thought this, he was not idle. He instantly entered his mystic form. Bang, bang. The two figures clashed in a flurry of punches. Meanwhile, on Piccolo's side, after several rounds of futile attempts, he finally seized the flailing Birdman. As the Birdman struggled, Piccolo expelled an energy blast, sending him precisely off the stage. Turning to assist Gohan, he was intercepted by other extraterrestrial beings. Uncle Piccolo, rest assured. I can manage here. You should focus on your current adversary. Upon hearing Gohan's reassurance, Piccolo felt a wave of relief and directed his full attention to the opponent before him. Elsewhere, Son Goku and Vegeta, having long since separated from the team, were engaged in combat with fighters from the 3rd and 4th universes. Boom, boom. The immense arena exhibited various levels of craters and protrusions. On Krillin's side, solar flare. He unleashed the solar flare, temporarily blinding the disheveled opponent before him. Swiftly, he He closed the distance and delivered a powerful knee strike to the alien's abdomen, the force penetrating deeply. However, before he could follow up, the alien spat out a bitter liquid, and as his temporarily blinded eyes regained focus, Krillin seized the moment to leap back and execute a Kamehameha. A brilliant blue beam expanded in the alien's pupils, engulfing him before he could mount a defense, resulting in an explosion that sent him flying off the stage. Upon landing, the alien sat on the ground, panting slightly, as the rapid sequence of events had left Krillin somewhat breathless. Not bad at all. You've grown, Reina silently praised. He felt somewhat awkward. After eliminating the two, he had been left undisturbed for the time being. He too longed for a worthy opponent to engage in combat. However, each time his gaze flitted around, those who met his eyes hastily retreated from his presence, leaving him in a rather helpless predicament. Meanwhile, there was Jiren, seated cross-legged, eyes closed in meditation, flanked by two formidable guardians who were dismissing others. As for the female Saiyan from the 6th universe, capable of transforming into a transcendent mutated form, he held little interest in her. It would be better to leave that to Goku. Thus, he found himself idly lingering in this spot. Alas, although he appeared to be merely idle, he was keenly observing the dynamic shifts across the arena. Through his heightened perception, he discerned that the representatives of the 4th and 3rd universes were suffering the most eliminations, 5 from one and 3 from the other, a rather even exchange indeed. Should I eliminate the 3rd universe first or the 4th? At this juncture, Reina stroked his chin in contemplation for about 10 seconds, a sly smile creeping onto his lips. Upon scanning his own universe's fighters, he noted they were still holding their ground, prompting him to take a decisive step and vanish from sight. Has this lad, after merely observing until now, finally decided to make his move? I wonder who his target might be. The Grand Priest mused silently. Hey, Grand Priest. Who was that just now? They were incredible, Zeno queried, pointing at a figure from the 7th universe with his divine iPad. The individual he referred to was none other than Reina. While Zeno had been playing with his iPad, his eyes had also been sweeping across the arena, allowing him to catch sight of Reina's sudden disappearance, and he sensed a remarkably unique aura emanating from him. Thus his inquiry. Lord Zeno, that individual is named Reina. A Saiyan much like Goku, the Grand Priest replied. Oh, another Saiyan, how fascinating, Zeno exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement, before he returned to quietly observing his divine iPad. The Grand Priest smiled subtly to himself, thinking, perhaps the only truly interesting one here is that Saiyan named Reina. On the arena, Reina, having executed several swift movements, had already infiltrated the territory of the 4th universe. I might as well eliminate you lot, seeing as your numbers are somewhat lacking, he murmured to himself as he entered the enemy ranks. Everyone be alert. Someone is approaching. The blind warrior Majara sniffed the air, alerting his comrades. Just as he issued the warning, he was abruptly sent flying backwards, without any extraneous movements, and before he could comprehend what had transpired, he fortuitously landed outside the arena. Subsequently, under the horrified gazes of the 4th universe warriors, Reina flowed through their ranks like water, while the remaining fighters were sent scattering, akin to punctured balloons, each one tumbling off the stage. Witnessing all his fighters return to the arena, the god of destruction of the 4th universe was left utterly astonished and frustrated. He was astonished that the assailant was from the 7th universe and frustrated because he had been preoccupied with conversation and failed to notice the unfolding events, leading to this unfortunate outcome. Could it be any more frustrating, especially as it was the very individual he harbored a deep disdain for? Beerus? Damn it. I refuse to vanish. I refuse to disappear. Quitella clenched his fists, seething with rage, just as he was about to plead for mercy before Zeno. Zeno merely cast a fleeting glance in his direction, causing Quitella to swallow his words. Then, Zeno raised a small hand and gently clenched it. In an instant, the audience from the 4th universe, god of destruction, Kais, and warriors, was obliterated. In that moment, the atmosphere of the arena turned extraordinarily heavy and silent. The stone pillar in the center had only descended by 3 segments, yet the 1st universe had vanished. What of the others that would follow? This resonated in the hearts of many. Even Jiren, who had been meditating, opened his eyes and gazed towards the audience, his resolve deepening. Is this the power of the supreme ruler of the cosmos to erase existence? It resembles an eraser, indeed, Reina mused. Contemplating the implications of mastering such a power, could he not simply erase anything he deemed undesirable? It would be so simple and convenient. Yet, he shook his head. Such fantasies were impractical and should remain mere daydreams. He brushed off non-existent dust from his attire and leisurely made his way back to his universe. As he moved, the previously silent arena erupted into chaos, returning to its former state. Chapter 31, Another Elimination. As Reina strolled, humming an unfamiliar tune, no one impeded his path. Upon reaching the area belonging to his universe, he sat cross-legged and began to meditate. Truly, Reina is remarkable, capable of dispatching several foes in an instant, Goku exclaimed, standing upon a massive rock, marveling at Reina's prowess. Just as he was lost in admiration, a sudden whoosh pierced the air. He swiftly turned, delivering a punch that sent a figure hurtling several meters away. Hit, are you here to challenge me? Indeed, the one who approached was none other than Hit, the strongest assassin of the 6th universe. Goku, last time we had no clear victor, so this time, let us determine the outcome. You can witness how much I've grown during this time. Alright, let us do this. In an instant, Goku transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, charging towards Hit. Meanwhile, Vegeta was struggling to extricate himself from a pile of rubble, looking somewhat disheveled. TSK. Reina dispatched them all in an instant, completely disregarding my presence. Vegeta grumbled, his eyes drifting to a familiar silhouette emerging from the smoke ahead. The figure stepped forth. It was none other than Toppo, the leader of the Pride Troopers from the 11th universe. You are from the 7th universe, a Saiyan named Vegeta, correct? Toppo inquired. Oh, you recognize me? I thought you only had eyes for Kakarot. Vegeta replied, his words dripping with a hint of bitterness. Toppo snorted derisively and continued forward, seemingly uninterested in engaging Vegeta. However, Vegeta had other intentions. He unleashed his fury, transforming into Super Saiyan Blue, and launched a punch toward Toppo. Toppo countered with a punch of his own. With a resounding crash, the ground beneath them crumbled. Vegeta sought to prove that he too was formidable. The scene shifted back to the 4th universe, where a scientist from the 3rd universe, Paparoni, with his white hair and purple skin, scanned the surroundings until his gaze fell upon Reina. He murmured softly to his staff, Kais, Pankyu, Bolarita, you three merge together. Eliminate that individual from the 7th universe. As if responding to his command, the 3 robots swiftly combined. And after a burst of light, they formed a new warrior named Kayikura, whose combined abilities significantly enhanced their powers. Paparani nodded in satisfaction, gesturing towards Reiner as Kyuki Alrita vanished in a flash of high-speed movement. Apart from the perilous trio from Universe 9 and the remaining Sissup and Oregon, these 5 individuals disregarded their surroundings entirely, charging directly towards Reiner. In the audience, Beerus observed the unfolding situation, a slight smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Though he suppressed it, musing to himself, Moscow, Sidra, you are in for some misfortune. On the arena, Reiner opened his eyes, revealing a faint smile as he slowly rose to his feet. So, they have come to challenge me. Alas, it seems they have yet to grasp the disparity in our strengths. If that is the case, I shall not be held accountable. He waited in silence. And after what felt like a dozen breaths, Kyuki Alrita materialized before him, swinging his colossal fist. Reiner merely shifted slightly to evade the rapid strike, simultaneously delivering a kick. The opponent's reflexes were commendable. Although he blocked the kick, he was sent staggering back over 10 meters, leaving deep imprints on the ground. Initiate calculation mode. Kyuki Alrita's eyes glimmered with an unusual light as he charged again, just as the dangerous trio arrived, encircling both combatants in a triangular formation. You from Universe 3 shall enjoy the company of those from Universe 7. Lavanda grinned ominously. However, the next moment, a streak of light zipped past them, appearing before the 2 latecomers from Universe 3. Reiner flashed them a grin, and in their horrified gaze, a hand loomed larger in their vision. That hand seized their faces, hurling them high into the air, followed by a swift double kick that struck their abdomens with impeccable precision, sending them plummeting off the stage in a perfectly orchestrated fall. What just transpired? The trio was bewildered. Their encirclement had seemed flawless, yet their opponent had escaped. This is bad. Split up. The eldest, Belgamer, shouted, darting aside, while the other 2 brothers hastily followed suit, albeit a tad slower. Kyuki Alrita spun towards the 3 with whirlwind speed. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 brothers were propelled over 10 meters with each impact, as he swiftly retreated towards his universe. Seeing this, the trio exchanged glances and bolted towards their own universe's territory, though they were now reduced to just the 3 of them and desperate to remain. Oh dear. Do you not think it is too late to escape now? Reiner's voice, laced with amusement, echoed ominously in their ears. The brothers halted, aligning back to back and channeling their energy to unleash waves of energy blasts in all directions. A dazzling display of energy accompanied by violent explosions illuminated the arena. The gods of destruction and kings of the 9th universe, seated in the audience, felt the sweat bead on their palms. You must endure, no matter the cost, urged King Kai Lor, gritting his teeth. Though his voice was not loud, the trio distinctly heard him. Belgamer was tempted to roll his eyes. They wished to endure too. But at present, they couldn't even catch a glimpse of their opponent, leaving them paralyzed with fear. Brother, what shall we do now? Bazel inquired. What else can we do? We will unleash our ultimate combination attack. I refuse to believe he can keep dodging indefinitely. Upon hearing their elder brother's words, the other two shared a knowing glance. Placing their hands on his shoulders as they gathered their strength, shouting in unison, Super Death Triangle Ray. A massive beam of energy surged forth, obliterating everything in its path. The destructive force swept around them, diminishing as their energy waned. Moments later, Reiner appeared behind them in a flash. A powerful gust of wind lifting them into the air and interrupting their final burst of energy. As they soared, Reiner gathered energy in his palm, launching a white energy sphere the size of a basketball. With a thunderous roar, a blinding white light illuminated the surroundings, sending the three brothers flying off the stage. All of this transpired in mere blinks of an eye, leaving Kyuki Aurita momentarily stunned. However, he quickly regained his composure, recalling Dr. Paparoni's earlier warning. Otherwise, he might have remained dazed. Damn it. We have become the first universe to be erased. This is utterly infuriating. I will remember this. Universe 7. Lore seethed with fury. Yet there was little he could do about it. The Grand Priest cast a glance at Universe 9 before declaring, all contestants from Universe 9 have been eliminated. As he finished speaking, the king raised his small hand, sealing the fate of the universe in a familiar scene of erasure. What on earth is happening? Why did I not sense anything unusual? How is it possible to eliminate two universes consecutively? Tis of Universe 11 wore a perplexed expression. Even the usually proud Jiren couldn't help but cast a sidelong glance at Reiner. Next, it shall be your turn, Universe 3. Reiner remarked with a subtle smile. His gaze fixed on Universe 3, locking eyes with Dr. Paparoni. The doctor, startled, quickly grasped his staff, examining the switch embedded at the top before resolutely pressing it down. Chapter 32. A mediocre encounter, the rampaging Kale. Buzzing. The instant he pressed the button, a surge of light enveloped him, charging straight towards Kyuki Aurita. After a burst of light, a colossal figure towering nearly 10 meters emerged from the glow. Roar. His powerful sonic wave instantly sent nearby stones flying. Is this the Oniraza that Dr. Paparoni spoke of? Indeed, a formidable warrior. King Kai-El adjusted his glasses, smiling broadly. Hearing El's remark, the god of destruction Mosco emitted a strange sound, and an angel translated. Indeed, it seems the unfortunate fate of that little brat from Universe 7 is imminent. Oniraza's gaze fell upon Reiner. With a single punch aimed at the air, his fist inexplicably vanished. In an instant, a mirror-like aperture appeared before Reiner, and the punch erupted from within. Unfazed, Reiner responded with a punch of his own. Boom. The deafening sound of their clash resonated throughout the arena as he forcefully repelled Oniraza's attack. Oniraza staggered back several steps before regaining his footing. Undeterred, he unleashed a flurry of punches, each one distorting the space around it and making their trajectory unpredictable. Reiner merely shook his head, narrowing his eyes slightly. With a simple burst of energy, a thin layer of energy shield enveloped him within a 5-meter radius. Bang, bang, bang. The opponent unleashed a barrage of over 10 punches, all of which were effortlessly thwarted by the protective shield, barely stirring a ripple, thus underscoring the formidable nature of the barrier. How could this be possible? Oniraza murmured in disbelief. Despite his incredulity, he had never entertained the thought of defeat. He opened his mouth wide, gathering an immense quantity of energy. Whoosh! A colossal red energy beam shot forth. Boom! Crack! At the moment of impact with the protective shield, it shattered, crashing into him. A resounding thunderclap reverberated, accompanied by a light as bright as day illuminating the arena, causing it to tremble incessantly. Is this how I am to be eliminated? I thought I was facing a formidable adversary, but it seems that the series of actions earlier were merely coincidental. Oniraza, now sprouting wings from his back, soared into the air, scanning the ground below and spotting Sun Wukong and Vegeta, who were about to dive in when a voice interrupted them. You're leaving already? I haven't had enough fun yet. Is this truly all you are capable of? He turned his gaze towards the source of the voice, and through the dissipating dust, he beheld Reina standing unscathed, with only the sunken ground surrounding him as evidence of the tremendous explosion that had just occurred. Did I miscalculate my attack? Impossible. What did you just do? Oniraza demanded. Reina raised an eyebrow and smiled lightly. In a flash, he surged forward like an arrow released from its bow, exhibiting a speed surpassing even that. In an instant, he appeared beneath Oniraza, glancing up at his airborne opponent. Entering a state of explosive energy, he raised one hand, channeling energy into his palm to form a gigantic translucent hand that seized Oniraza's leg and yanked downward, while simultaneously his other hand created another translucent palm that gripped his wing and pulled back. With a sharp tearing sound, accompanied by agonizing screams and a spurt of unknown purple liquid, Reina tore off Oniraza's wings. After the removal, His translucent palm transformed into a fist which crashed down, driving Oniraza into the ground, followed by a relentless barrage of translucent fists raining down. The echoes of anguished cries reverberated, truly a lamentation for those who heard it. Buzz. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared in the distance, and an extremely powerful aura erupted, creating ripples in the air. Bang, bang, bang. A figure barreled through, demolishing numerous massive stones while simultaneously eliminating several contestants from different universes. Roar. Kill, kill, kill. The figure bellowed as it continuously unleashed energy blasts. This is bad. Kale has gone berserk, Gabe said, slapping his forehead in exasperation and concern. What's going on with Kale? Hit inquired. Gabe shook his head. I have no idea about Kale's transformation, but once she transforms, she enters a berserk state that is difficult to control. No, I'm not talking about that. I mean no killing. At Hid's reminder, Gabe recalled that there was indeed such a rule in the tournament and shouted Kale's name. However, at that moment, Kale was facing off against Sun Wukong. Wow, your transformation exudes such ferocity and power, Sun Wukong exclaimed excitedly. From a distance, Vegeta's voice rang out. Kakarot, be careful. That transformation might be the legendary Super Saiyan that appears once every millennium, and it's different from our acquired forms. Don't worry. Kill. Kale roared, charging forward with bull-like determination. How dare you rush in like that? What audacity! Sun Wukong remarked as he entered his ultra-blue form. Bang, bang. The two clashed instantly. But unfortunately for Sun Wukong, he was sent flying, crashing through several massive stones before finally coming to a halt. With a buzz, the brilliance exploded, and the stones were reduced to dust. Sun Wukong, with his clothes completely torn, emerged, shaking his numbed arm in astonishment. You are incredibly strong. I'm starting to get excited. Simultaneously, he unleashed a boiling blue aura, quickly retracting it within himself to achieve a perfect ultra-blue form as he charged forward. Boom. As they collided, a violent shower of sparks erupted, their formidable auras clashing, causing the very fabric of space to warp slightly. This spectacle left the Grand Priest momentarily astonished. This space had been fortified by him. Otherwise, it could not withstand such intense battles from so many powerful fighters. Yet, these two were capable of such feats, indicating the strength of their attacks. Meanwhile, on the other side, Reina, having decisively overpowered Oniraza, retracted his transparent fists, grinning at the utterly disheveled opponent. This is rather dull. Your strength compared to those I eliminated earlier is only marginally superior, quite mediocre indeed. His words dripped with nonchalance, accompanied by a dismissive gesture. Oniraza's face was a mixture of rage and helplessness. He was now completely immobilized. Had he the ability to move, he would have unleashed all his energy. After a slight smile directed at him, Reina extended a finger, condensing an energy point of extremely high density, about the size of a glass marble, and flicked it into the pit. The moment the point landed, it detonated like an atomic bomb, causing the arena to tremble once more, while some of the more fragile areas collapsed again, significantly shrinking the arena. Reina did not even glance back. He turned and walked away from the explosion. This was something he had always wanted to do. Real men never look back at explosions. The blast sent Oniraza and his three companions spiraling away, while the remaining two comrades attempted to rescue them, only to be swept off the stage by the powerful gust. By the time they returned to the audience stands, they were unconscious. Damn those 7th Universe fighters. How can they be so strong? Who on earth are they? The angel translated the words of the destroyer god Moscow. At the same time, the angel was filled with confusion, casting a glance towards the 7th Universe, where Whis appeared completely unfazed, revealing nothing unusual, yet it was too unexpected. One thing was clear. The aura emanating from the 7th Universe fighters felt strikingly familiar, but he couldn't quite place it. Reminiscent of a feeling that was just out of reach. In truth, it was not just him. Angels from other universes, aside from Whis of the 7th Universe, experienced a similar sensation of something being just out of grasp. That fellow. At this moment, Jiren, who had re-entered his meditative state, opened his eyes and stood up, walking towards Reina. Chapter 33, Clash of Titans, Part 1. Meanwhile, the destroyer god Vermouth communicated telepathically with Jiren. Jiren, do not act rashly. We have yet to ascertain his true nature. If we are to strike, we must first eliminate Sun Wukong and that oil-haired fellow. However, Jiren paid him no heed and continued on his way towards Reina. The audience member, Waymide, observed Jiren's indifferent demeanor and let out a sigh, choosing not to interject further. If he wished to proceed, so be it. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong, who was engaged in an intense battle with Kale, abruptly halted, his gaze shifting towards the moving Jiren. A glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. Yet, he refrained from approaching, as he still had to deal with the formidable opponent before him. Swish, swish, swish. Energy blasts, as dense as raindrops, erupted from her form. Sun Wukong dodged while seeking out her weaknesses, but after evading more than a dozen attacks, he had yet to discern any vulnerabilities. At that moment, Kale's sister, Caulifla, sprang forth, positioning herself in front of the rampaging Kale, grasping her hand with urgency. "Wake up, Kale. Look closely, I am your sister," she implored. As Caulifla's repeated calls resonated, Kale's aura began to shift. Sun Wukong focused intently on the fluctuating energy of Kale, and suddenly, his eyes glimmered with surprise. Before him, Kale's ferocious aura began to subside, her massive form reverting to its normal state. Her hair transitioning from yellow-green to a soft green, and her energy exhibiting a significant enhancement compared to her previous frenzied form. "Sister," Kale whispered, tears brimming in her eyes, fearful that she might not return to her former self. Caulifla held Kale's hand tightly and earnestly declared, "Well done, Kale. You have gained control over your power. Together, we are the universe's strongest duo." Caulifla exclaimed with delight. "Yes, sister. We shall strive towards the pinnacle of strength, regardless of our adversary. We will give our all to defeat them," Kale stated with utmost seriousness. The two sisters exchanged smiles before turning their attention to Sun Wukong. "Sun Wukong, we, the sisters, will triumph over you and seize the title of the strongest Saiyan." Sun Wukong offered no further comment. He held no interest in such a title. His sole desire lay in battling formidable foes. With a swift leap, he charged toward the sisters, who met his advance with equal fervor. The three soon became entangled in a fierce melee. During this tumultuous exchange, Krillin and Tien were successively eliminated, but the losses were not overly significant, as 8 warriors remained, making it the highest number of competitors apart from Universe 11. On another front, Jiren had now confronted Reina. "What is this? Have you rested enough, Jiren? I expected you would seek out either Sun Wukong or Vegeta, yet here you are, facing me." Reina spoke with a broad grin. "You possess quite an understanding," Jiren replied, his expression devoid of emotion, his tone flat and impassive. "As a being whose power surpasses that of a destroyer, do you truly participate in such a contest merely to utilize the Super Dragon Balls to resurrect your master?" At Reina's words, Jiren's normally stoic face betrayed the slightest shift. "Who are you? How do you know of this?" His tone lost its earlier neutrality. "I am merely a Saiyan who surpasses both Sun Wukong and Vegeta by a slight margin," Reina retorted. "Now, Jiren, let us cease idle chatter and witness your true strength." Upon hearing this, Jiren narrowed his eyes slightly, and in an instant, an overwhelming aura erupted from him, causing the entire void to tremble. This surge of power instantly captured the attention and astonishment of many warriors. In the audience, aside from Waymide, the remaining 9 destroyers displayed expressions of shock. Is this fellow truly immortal? His aura exceeds our own. They wondered, could the legends that speak of mortals stronger than gods truly be valid? Waymide, observing the fully charged Jiren, murmured, "Let the gods witness your prowess and fulfill your own desires." At the same time, Sun Wukong and the two sisters momentarily paused their battle, yet none had the upper hand. Although Sun Wukong had yet to employ the Kaioken, he sensed a slight improvement in his own abilities. Could this truly be the existence that Topo spoke of, one even stronger than himself? The magnitude of such power was beyond imagination. How had he cultivated such strength? He pondered whether Reina stood a chance against him. In another arena, Topo, empowered by divine energy, faced off against Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta, and both combatants also took a brief respite. "Is this your ally? Truly a monster. Mind your words, Saiyan. Jiren's strength is not merely as it appears. Mark my words, the ultimate victor will undoubtedly be Jiren." "Humph, that remains to be seen," Vegeta replied, his gaze directed at Reina, a fact not lost on Topo. Reina remained unfazed by the formidable aura, casually brushing off the dust from his attire. "All this flair is appealing. I shall indulge in it as well." With that, an invisible force emanated from him, creating a counterbalance to Jiren's overwhelming presence. The collision of their energies resonated throughout the void, echoing like rolling thunder. In a blur, the two nearly vanished simultaneously. In the fleeting moment of their clash, an explosive surge of energy erupted, shattering the spatial barriers of the void like fragile glass, creating a vacuum zone from their powerful collision. They soared into the air, unleashing a series of intense strikes, and as their attacks intensified, the entire void quaked violently. That fellow can actually contend with Jiren like this. Could he also be a mortal who transcends the gods? Kate echoed his astonishment. Years had passed since he first encountered Jiren, yet he had never seen anyone engage him with such fervor. Not even Lord Waymide had managed that. Waymide's expression remained stoic, as a sudden thought crossed his mind, prompting him to glance towards Beerus. He then uttered a statement that left the gods astonished. "This mortal has reached the stage of ultra instinct. Impossible. Absolutely impossible." This is a realm that even gods struggle to attain. How could a mere mortal achieve it? Indeed, this is preposterous. The other gods chimed in. Yet the angels bore expressions of dawning realization. They finally comprehended why there was an oddly familiar aura about Reyna. He too had reached this level of mastery. While the gods remained incredulous, Beerus's subsequent words confirmed Waymide's assertion. Reyna had indeed attained the level of ultra instinct and mastered this state. The gods fell silent, unsure how to respond. However, one thing sparked their curiosity. It is indeed understandable for them to encounter a being whose combat prowess surpasses that of a destroyer, given the abundant resources available in his universe during earlier times. However, considering the comparatively inferior capabilities of Beerus, one might wonder how such an individual could possibly exist. Oh, I see. It appears you have attained a realm that even these gods find difficult to reach. Nonetheless, regardless of the level you have achieved, it is impossible for you to vanquish me. You should concede, Jiren declared haughtily after a cordial exchange with Reyna. Reyna stretched languidly, speaking with a sense of satisfaction. Hey, how could you be so inconsiderate? We merely exchanged pleasantries moments ago and have yet to reveal our true abilities. If you think you can force my surrender under such circumstances, you must be sorely mistaken, for I would find that quite infuriating. As he spoke, his relaxed demeanor transformed into one of solemnity, and the aura that had just dissipated reemerged, even more potent than before. Very well, since you seek your own demise, I shall oblige. His words resonated as he conjured a fiery red energy sphere in his hand. Chapter 34, Clash of Titans, Part 2. He hurled the energy sphere, which gradually expanded into a colossal orb the size of 10 zhong as it soared through the air. Just as it approached his face, Reyna executed a swift hand strike, cleaving the energy sphere in two and causing it to explode in a cloud of smoke. Within the smoke, Reyna extended his hand toward Jiren and unleashed a beam of energy, which, upon reaching him, inexplicably split in two, obliterating the two mountains behind him. With a surge of energy, Reyna's formidable aura erupted, igniting the ground around them, while Jiren responded in kind, albeit with an exceptionally searing intensity. The clash of their powerful auras generated a pressure so immense that fine cracks began to appear in the spectator stands. Subsequently, both combatants launched their assaults simultaneously, and the violent collision of their energies caused the previously calm void to erupt once more. At that moment, half of the arena collapsed, leaving only the other half intact, and several inattentive contestants fell from the stage. Consequently, fewer than 60 contestants remained on the arena. The two engaged in a series of fierce exchanges, with the explosive force of their clashes possessing the potential to annihilate the universe itself. Yet here it merely resulted in the arena collapsing into a vast chasm. With no discernible victor in close combat, they retreated to engage in ranged attacks. A dazzling array of energy spheres collided, marking the initiation of the prince's combat style. However, both were still probing each other's capabilities, rendering the prince's technique somewhat ineffective. Suddenly, a streak of light flashed, prompting Reyna to swiftly take a defensive stance. Jiren's powerful punch sent Reyna staggering back several steps, leaving deep footprints in the ground from his retreat. Is this what it takes to be fair? Reyna exclaimed, instantly appearing before Jiren and retaliating with a punch of his own. The force of his attack was formidable, yet it failed to inflict significant harm. In a flash, Reyna executed a technique reminiscent of the afterimage fist, leaving a tangible shadow before him while he maneuvered behind Jiren to deliver another blow. This punch, devoid of any energy fluctuations, narrowly missed Jiren, who instinctively sidestepped to the left, avoiding the strike. However, Reyna's assault was far from over. He withdrew momentarily, raising one hand while murmuring, 5 fingers of the great wilderness prison, shift the heavens. With a resonant hum, the void shattered, unleashing a torrent of immense energy, followed by 5 colossal fingers descending with inexorable force. This spectacle left even the gods of destruction, nay, even the grand priest, taken aback. What in the world is this? They mused. Yet, Jiren's crimson aura materialized, forming a protective barrier that expanded outward. With a resounding crash, the 5 fingers collided with the searing red shield, generating visible shockwaves in rippling circles. However, within moments, the red barrier shattered, and the fingers plummeted, producing a thunderous sound that echoed throughout the universe, enveloping the arena in a cloud of dust. Observing the smoke, Reyna couldn't help but smirk, his expression betraying a hint of displeasure. As expected of a martial artist of unparalleled caliber among mortals, you dismiss my attack so lightly. It seems I must employ my true capabilities. As Reyna flexed his muscles and shifted, his aura fluctuated. His once pitch-black hair gradually took on a subtle silver sheen, though not overtly noticeable. This transformation elicited widened eyes from the gods of destruction present. This is truly the ultimate state. Only now did these deities dare to acknowledge its existence. In the midst of the smoke, Jiren squinted, dispersing the mist with a wave of his energy. As he beheld the transformed Reina, a glimmer of light flickered in his eyes, yet his pride forbade him from striking first. This sentiment had been demonstrated in their earlier encounters. When Goku gathered his spirit bomb, Jiren refrained from attacking, wishing instead to witness Goku unleash his full potential before being overwhelmed. A column of energy, completely formed from aura, surged skyward, spanning the heavens. At that moment, Jiren's gaze sharpened, and a radiant light illuminated Reina, who now appeared with fully silver hair. The remaining gods of destruction in the audience rose to their feet, paying homage to a form they had yet to achieve. No matter how many times they beheld this transformation, it emanated an aura of sanctity. Goku's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had been immensely curious about this form ever since witnessing it in the future timeline. Yet, beneath his eagerness lay a tinge of bitterness. For he could feel that this state was beyond his reach as his own power grew. Despite his frustration, he remained undaunted, believing that one day he too would attain it, and until then, he must survive this battle. He then turned to the newly formed warrior born from the fusion of the two sisters using their earrings, named Kefla. Finally, Reina is unleashing his true abilities. I wonder what means Jiren will employ. Vegeta's sentiments were not much different from Goku's. As the prince of the Saiyans, he already felt overshadowed by Goku. And now with Reina in the fray, he found himself in a predicament. Where could he possibly save face? However, perhaps it was a shared trait among Saiyans. The stronger the opponent they aimed to surpass, the greater their motivation became. Jiren, unleash your true power. I suspect you possess more than just this current level of strength. Jiren narrowed his eyes but refrained from responding, instead taking action. What an intriguing little fellow. I never anticipated he could reach such heights in this state. The Grand Priest perceived a complexity in the situation far beyond what the gods of destruction could grasp. As an innate being, he had always existed within this realm, fully cognizant of the immense difficulty in attaining such a level of mastery. Reflecting upon the figures of history, he realized that those who could reach his tier numbered no more than the fingers on one hand. However, the emergence of another contender brought him a sense of solace. Come forth, Jiren. Do not conceal your true capabilities any longer. I imagine you would prefer not to hear my crude provocations that might disturb your spirit. The voice of Reina resonated with an air of sanctity, yet the words he uttered felt somewhat dissonant, lacking the gravitas one would expect. Very well. If you insist on witnessing my true prowess, I shall oblige. Jiren's low roar accompanied by clenched fists exuded an overwhelming aura. The crimson energy surged forth, enveloping him entirely. As the pressure he emanated swept across the arena. Boom, boom. At that moment, the arena could hardly withstand such a tempestuous force, resulting in several explosive bursts. Flames rapidly engulfing the surroundings. Amidst the inferno, several notable competitors were eliminated, their departures occurring with remarkable uniformity, sparing the cosmos from erasure this time. A similar effect akin to that emanating from Reina flickered, heralding the emergence of the battle-worn Jiren. At last, you have unleashed your full power. Let us engage in a true contest. The clash of red and silver energies collided, crack. The spatial barrier of the void realm shattered instantaneously, unleashing a vortex of energy that voraciously consumed all nearby objects. Fortunately, the High Priest acted swiftly, using divine power to mend the fractured barrier and reinforce it, averting an unimaginable catastrophe. Chapter 35, A Clash of Titans, continued. What was that just now? Exclaimed Klin from the audience, visibly shaken by the previous spectacle. The sensation had been truly terrifying. Tianjin Fan nodded in agreement. In fact, aside from the two of them, 4 competitors in total had been eliminated, among them the likes of Master Roshi and Piccolo. As for Piccolo's elimination, he had sacrificed himself to shield Gohan from the devastating shockwave unleashed by Jiren, knocking him to the ground while he himself was swept off the stage by the force. Were Reina to learn of this, he would surely give a thumbs up, applauding the valor of his surrogate son. That was a spatial barrier. Should it have expanded, the consequences would have been dire. Beerus remarked, his expression grave. Although they did not fully comprehend the concept of a spatial barrier, the severity of the situation was evident from Beerus's demeanor. As the battle unfolded, Reina and Jiren transitioned the arena to the skies above. They were not flying per se, but rather utilizing their innate ability to suspend themselves in midair through their energy. Whoosh! Reina unleashed a barrage of energy blasts. While this maneuver appeared deceptively simple, its potency was undeniable. Jiren, equally undeterred, retaliated with his own assault. Boom, boom. The two exchanged energy attacks in a relentless barrage, creating a tempest of fierce winds that radiated outward. Suddenly, Jiren shifted, reappearing before Reina in the blink of an eye, delivering a straightforward, yet powerful punch. Smack! Reyna countered with an open palm, absorbing the blow, as the ferocious winds generated by their clash obliterated the stones beneath them. Seizing Jiren's arm, Reyna yanked him closer and unleashed a punch aimed squarely at his face. Thud! The strike connected with Jiren's right cheek, sending him crashing onto a segment of the arena while simultaneously releasing a potent Kamehameha wave that generated an explosive surge of energy, illuminating the arena with its brilliance. Yet, Reyna furrowed his brow, executing a rapid dodge just as a fiery energy sphere detonated in his previous location. In the aftermath of the explosion, a figure darted through the chaos. Bang! Bang! The two warriors found themselves once again locked in combat, returning to their initial point of entanglement. On the remaining portion of the arena, two separate battles raged, one featuring Goku and Caulifla, and the other pitting the deep blue Vegeta against the destroyer mode Topo. Despite the limited space, a handful of competitors continued to clash, while others had been eliminated in the fray, resulting in several universes being wiped from existence by the Omni King. Remaining were the contestants from Universe 11, Universe 7, Universe 2, and Universe 8. Universe 7 retained Gohan, Android 17, and Goku, totaling 5 fighters, while Universes 2 and 8 each had 1 survivor, and Universe 11 had the speedy warrior Dispo still in the fray. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Caulifla unleashed a series of light green energy blasts. Goku, in his super blue form, felt his stamina rapidly depleting. He took a few breaths, channeling his energy into his arms, deflecting the incoming blasts with a wave of his hand. Heh, Goku still refuses to concede? How much longer can your endurance hold out? Caulifla exclaimed, reveling in her newfound power. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Goku smiled. In my life, the concept of surrender does not exist, especially since I have yet to unleash my true strength. Oh, then let's see you try. I'm capable of surpassing any form you possess. As she spoke, a vibrant green aura erupted around her. Goku grinned, his muscles tensed, the blue energy surging forth as he declared, 30 times Kaioken. The fierce red and blue auras clashed against Caulifla's vibrant green energy. At long last, Goku had employed the 30-fold Kaioken, having previously relied solely on his perfected super blue form. The two warriors engaged in a whirlwind of combat, their duel proving to be as exhilarating as that of Reyna and Jiren. Meanwhile, on Vegeta's side, enveloped in his deep blue enhanced form, he regarded the destroyer mode Topo with a smirk. I never imagined you concealed your true self so well. A candidate for destroyer, are you? However, your commitment to justice makes your candidacy laughable. This deep blue form was a product of his training with Reyna in the gravity chamber, a feat made possible thanks to the serum Reyna had provided. Humph. Vegeta, I believe you are mistaken. A candidate for destruction? Huh. Do not liken me to those half-hearted individuals. I am the legitimate heir to destruction. Topo retorted with a scoff. TCH. It's all the same, Vegeta scoffed in response. With narrowed eyes, Topo raised his hand, releasing a destructive energy blast. Vegeta showed no intention of evading. Enveloping his fist in blue energy, he struck the destructive blast head-on. Boom. The energy sphere quaked before erupting, engulfing Vegeta in a cloud of thick smoke. Dad, Uncle Vegeta, and Reyna are all battling formidable foes. I cannot afford to lose. Gohan and Android 17 faced off against Dispo with unwavering determination. Gohan, fueled by his energy, focused intently ahead, barely catching a glimpse of Dispo's elusive form. While quietly instructing 17, I will find a way to hold him off. You must unleash your most powerful attack to eliminate both him and me. 17 nodded in agreement. A radiant glimmer flashed in Son Gohan's eyes. With utmost concentration, he finally discerned his opponent's movements, prompting him to surge forth with great force. Midair, both Reiner and Jiren sustained varying degrees of injury. At last, Son Goku and Vegeta were showcasing their true prowess, and Reiner silently hoped they might seize the opportunity to transcend their limits in this fierce contest. What's this? Even at such a critical moment, you still wish to concern yourself with others? Jiren's voice carried a hint of irritation. Reiner shook his head. I merely pondered that this battle has reached a pivotal juncture. It's nearly time to conclude it. Are you suggesting that you possess untapped abilities? You jest. The Grand Zeno's eyes widened in astonishment. Say, Grand Priest, who do you believe will emerge victorious? The Grand Priest stroked his chin and uttered ambiguous words. These two have transcended the realm of mortals. It now hinges on which of them can endure the longest. As he spoke, an odd sensation flickered within him, as if he had overlooked something, but it vanished as swiftly as it had come. The Grand Zeno nodded, somewhat understanding, his fingers incessantly scrolling through the remaining contestants on his divine iPad. However, unbeknownst to these celestial beings, a fissure had opened in the deepest recesses of the void realm. Should anyone gaze through it, they would behold a visage that exhaled an exceedingly faint aura, taking root within. This essence, akin to a seed buried deep underground, absorbed the myriad energies generated by their battles, growing ever stronger. Enjoy your fleeting moments, you lofty deities. This world shall ultimately be reset by us. Ha! A nearly imperceptible and cryptic language emanated from the rift. Chapter 36. Victory. Returning to the arena's surface, Vegeta seized Toppo with a whirlwind maneuver, casting him aside while propelling himself towards the point where Toppo was about to descend. He struck Toppo's back with a forceful blow, sending him careening once more. And this time, Vegeta landed directly in front of him, delivering a powerful punch to his abdomen. Boom! Toppo's back arched, expelling a bitter bile as he staggered backward, incredulously gazing at Vegeta. How can this be? You. He could scarcely believe his own eyes. He was being overwhelmed by his opponent. Such absurdity was beyond comprehension. It was not entirely unfathomable. However, Toppo had yet to grasp the essence of Saiyans. As the battle progressed, Saiyans could incrementally grow stronger, and with the potion Reiner had provided, Toppo's body had been revitalized. Although his spirit did not possess the purity of Son Goku's, his physical aptitude was vastly superior to what it had once been, coupled with a form that rivaled Goku's Kaioken at 30 times its original strength. Now, using a Kaioken at 30 times, Son Goku could contend equally with Super Saiyan 2 Kefla, underscoring the immense power at play. While Kefla lacked the divine ki enhancement, she bore the lineage of Kale, a bearer of the Saiyan bloodline, enabling her to unleash power that was hardly inferior to Toppo's destructive form. Nothing is impossible, Toppo. You are destined to lose this match. As he spoke, Vegeta's hands converged, accumulating a tremendous amount of energy between them. Realizing this, Toppo dared not underestimate the situation, raising one hand to gather his destructive energy. Ultimate explosive flash. Destruction. Whoosh. Whoosh. The moment their dual-colored energies collided, a formidable energy storm erupted, obliterating all organic matter in the vicinity. The two remaining fighters from Universes 2 and 8, along with Son Gohan, Android 17, and Dispo, could not withstand the sheer force of this energy storm and were eliminated. Thus, in this dramatic turn of events, Universes 2 and 8 were wiped out by the Grand Zeno. The arena was left with only Universe 11 and Universe 7. Amidst their hoarse cries, the two energies clashed repeatedly. Suddenly, at the epicenter of their collision, the energy violently contracted before erupting into a beam of light that seemed capable of piercing the very heavens. Yet, this beam flared briefly before vanishing just as swiftly. With a thunderous boom, Vegeta's assault ultimately surpassed Toppo's destruction. In the wake of the explosion, his figure faded, marking yet another loss for Universe 11. Vegeta, now back in his normal state, exhaled a heavy breath and collapsed onto the ground in a starfish position, utterly exhausted and unwilling to move further. Well done, Vegeta. Beerus praised, his voice unusually loud. Vegeta smiled faintly before his eyes slowly closed as he succumbed to unconsciousness. Vegeta has grown stronger. I must push myself as well. My stamina is waning. Kefla, let us settle this with one final attack. Kefla nodded in agreement. As you wish. The two retreated a distance, each exuding an aura that once again unsettled the arena. A terrifying battle energy surged like ocean waves, their combined might gathering strength in their hands. Ugh, my body must hold out, Son Goku murmured, knowing he had to amplify his power further. Yet he was uncertain if his body could endure. For Reiner had once warned him that his limits only extended to 30 times. Goku was pushing himself beyond reason. In the audience, Krillin wore a grave expression. Dad. Son Gohan's eyes glistened with unshed tears. He could not cry, despite recognizing the precariousness of his father's condition. Crying would not help. He could only clench his fists in frustration. Intense energy continued to accumulate, causing the arena to tremble and fracture. 40 times Kamehameha. Huh. Super Cannon. Boom. The colossal azure energy wave collided with the red and green energy wave, unleashing a cataclysmic roar. The void realm shook violently as the arena crumbled into countless fragments. Son Goku and Kefla stood upon the only remnant of the descending ground, pouring forth their energies. With time's passage, Son Goku's hands were drenched in blood, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. With renewed vigor, he roared, augmenting his power by another 5 times. However, a sharp crack echoed as the joints in Son Goku's hands shattered, pain flooding his vision with crimson, yet he remained silent, continuing to channel his energy. The overwhelming force gradually pushed back Kefla's energy wave. Curse it, she howled, straining against the onslaught, but in that moment, her energy aura suddenly diminished and split in two, engulfed by the colossal wave of energy. Boom. The cataclysmic energy, akin to a planet's explosion, reverberated throughout the entire void realm. Even the planets beyond the realm of nothingness were impacted, illustrating the sheer magnitude of energy unleashed by the recent explosion. However, this very fluctuation in energy allowed the essence deep within the realm of nothingness to feast abundantly. Due to the explosive force, Sun Wukong was gravely injured and rendered incapable of movement, thus unable to reach a properly sized arena. Similarly, the unconscious Vegeta found himself in the same predicament, and both of them continued to plummet beyond the bounds of the arena, landing back in the spectator stands. Upon witnessing the state of Wukong and Vegeta, Krillin hastily produced a Senzu bean and urged Wukong to consume it. Now, only Jiren and Reina remained. As for Universe 6, they had been obliterated by the Omni King during the descent of Wukong and Vegeta. Look at them. Weren't they performing admirably? Right, Jiren? What do you wish to convey? It seems we should resolve this with a single decisive blow. I have discerned your capabilities. You cannot possibly overcome my full power. So a single strike to determine the victor is but a farce. At these words, Reina chuckled, his laughter radiant. Very well then. Allow me to demonstrate the true might of Ultra Instinct. No sooner had he spoken than the divine, inviolable, and searing aura surrounding him dissipated entirely. The Grand Minister then understood what that earlier sensation had been. The cause lay in the aura Reina had unleashed. Though he, the Grand Minister, had achieved the realm of Ultra Instinct through eons of arduous training, Reina had seemingly reached a similar pinnacle without such extensive toil. Thus, he had momentarily forgotten what the initial state of Ultra Instinct felt like. Of course, he had previously stated that Reina had attained a level akin to his own. Yet now, such assertions appeared contradictory. In reality, he had been deceived by Reina's outward manifestations from the beginning. The moment Reina displayed the perfected form of Ultra Instinct, along with his profoundly divine aura, was when the deception commenced. This little fellow is indeed intriguing. By this time, he could foresee the eventual outcome of the match. Once the divine aura vanished, aside from his hair retaining its silvery hue, there was no other change. He exuded an air of harmlessness. He had barely uttered a word when a colossal fist struck his face with astonishing speed. Whoosh! Jiren suddenly appeared at a distance, and as he came to a halt, he felt an unexpected warmth radiating from his back. He quickly spun around and threw a punch, only for it to meet empty air. Jiren scanned his surroundings, but failed to locate his opponent. Are you searching for me? A voice rang out, and as he swiftly turned back, Reina delivered a sharp flick to his forehead, sending him hurtling backward. Simultaneously, Reina conjured a pure silver energy sphere, hurling it at the still-flying Jiren, who showed no signs of slowing. Such an attack is futile against me, Jiren roared, his aura swelling as he gathered energy into his hands, forming an enormous energy sphere to retaliate. However, this proved utterly ineffective. As soon as his energy sphere made contact with the pure silver projectile, it disintegrated. No! Amidst his unwilling shouts of frustration, a brilliance erupted, radiating like daylight. Yet, there was no explosion or shockwave, only the flickering of that light. Thus, Jiren was eliminated. Upon returning to the stands, Jiren wore a look of utter despondency, utterly bewildered by his defeat. He had believed his power to be among the strongest across the multiverse. So why had he fallen? Was it due to his opponent's mastery of that so-called Ultra Instinct? The confusion weighed heavily upon him. Just then, a voice reached his ears, but upon glancing around, he found no one else seemed to hear it. After listening to the voice's words, he smiled, a childlike innocence illuminating his expression. And in that moment, Universe 11 faded away. Sigh. I hope you can find your way out of this, Reina mused inwardly with a sigh. At that moment, the Grand Minister stepped forward to announce, the 7th universe emerges victorious. Yet, as the Grand Minister concluded, no one celebrated. Chapter 37, The Rift of Time. Grand Minister, can the Super Dragon Balls be utilized now? The Grand Minister nodded, waving his hand, revealing Super Dragon Balls as colossal as planets in the void. So, what wish do you intend to make? Just then, the Omni King and his 2 attendants approached. Restore all the universes that vanished. The Omni King nodded and turned to the Grand Minister. The Grand Minister's lips moved as he spoke a series of divine words. All the Super Dragon Balls radiated a brilliant light, and soon, a colossal form, the Super Shenron, emerged, enveloping numerous universes. Ultimately, the Grand Minister voiced the wish in the divine tongue to the dragon, whose eyes, as large as planets, gleamed with a crimson glow. Upon the wish's fulfillment, the dragon transformed into a streak of light and vanished, scattering the 7 Dragon Balls across the 2 universes. With all the universes revived, what are your plans now? The Grand Minister inquired. I intend to continue striving toward even greater realms. The Grand Minister smiled, casting a knowing glance. While they conversed, a thunderous roar erupted from deep within the realm of nothingness. The Grand Minister exchanged a knowing look with Reina. The Grand Minister addressed Whis. Please send them back to recuperate. Whis, seemingly aware of the forthcoming events, nodded, waving his staff, enveloping them in light as they transformed into a streak of luminous energy and disappeared. Meanwhile, the Omni King had already departed during the Grand Minister's wish. Unexpectedly, one would appear here, despite the relentless passage of time. The Grand Minister mused to himself. Reyna furrowed his brow, sensing that the Grand Minister's words were not mere musings, but a conversation with another presence. At that moment, a hoarse and intermittent voice resonated from the depths of the realm of nothingness. Grand Minister, countless years have passed, yet you remain unchanged. The Grand Minister's eyes flickered as if recalling something, and after a brief pause, he exclaimed, "Ah, it's you." No wonder that voice sounded so familiar. Alas, you beings always delight in your little schemes. It is precisely because of your kind that order remains unbalanced. This time, the indistinct voice did not respond, but another round of thunderous sounds erupted from the depths. Shortly after, a dense, dark energy floated toward them like a wisp of smoke, hovering less than 2 meters away. This energy then expanded, forming a veil. Tear. The veil shattered as if it were being ripped apart, and subsequently, a figure emerged. Upon seeing this individual, Reyna instinctively uttered a name. Evil Thought's Wave. Indeed, the person before him bore an uncanny resemblance to Evil Thought's Wave. Is that the name you bestowed upon me? Ah, how perfectly suited this is for me. I am utterly delighted. Ha! As he spoke, an overwhelming aura suddenly erupted from him, the explosive malevolence resonating like detonated gunpowder. Raynar raised an eyebrow. This individual was not merely a wave of wicked thoughts from the depths of hell, but possibly a being from an alternate dimension. The energy emanating from you is quite delectable. Surrender it to me, he boldly declared as he charged forward. However, Raynar frowned in discontent. Something felt decidedly amiss. This fellow. Suddenly, the malevolent wave, having advanced less than half a meter, came to an abrupt halt, his body swelling rapidly before erupting in a thunderous explosion. Though the blast was formidable, it posed little threat to the two of them. Is this the extent of your abilities? You truly are growing weaker, Raynar retorted. I am well aware that you dismiss such attacks, but what if I were to unleash them repeatedly? As he spoke, a multitude of wicked waves emerged from the void. Onward, my warriors. This horde surged forth. The high priest merely waved his hand, conjuring a protective barrier. With a deafening roar, the barrier trembled violently amidst the fierce explosions. At that moment, the energy from the detonations was unexpectedly absorbed by the other malevolent waves. Those absorbed energies surged once more, leading to a series of increasingly powerful explosions. High Priest, this is unsustainable. We must locate him. I understand. The High Priest dispelled the barrier and vanished, instantly inciting the malevolent waves into a frenzy. Raynar took a decisive step forward, his hands moving in quick succession as energy orbs shot forth like bullets. Yet, they inflicted minimal damage, for the adversaries had absorbed the explosive energy to augment their own strength. What on earth is going on? Why do I feel increasingly uneasy? The sense of foreboding in Raynar's heart intensified. While he was preoccupied, a colossal rift opened in the void, a black hole's pulse swiftly drawing in the malevolent waves. Just then, the system issued a warning. Warning, warning, temporal rift detected. Please evacuate immediately. Although he was unfamiliar with the nature of the temporal rift, the urgency in the system's alert compelled him to prioritize his survival. In an instant, he propelled himself away, but regrettably, he underestimated the rift's formidable power. No way. Raynar exclaimed in shock. He had just unleashed his full speed. Ha! You are merely a nuisance. Vanish into the endless void. The indistinct voice echoed in his ears. Cursed being, who are you? The voice offered no reply, only a cacophony of maniacal laughter in response. Beep, beep. Warning. The system has one random teleportation opportunity available. Would you like to use it? Yes, use it. Ding. Teleportation successful. Commencing transfer. Whoosh. In the fleeting moments before Raynar was consumed by the temporal rift, a radiant light enveloped him, and in an instant, he vanished without a soul noticing. Ha! That bothersome little brat has disappeared. Though I know not who he is, the presence of another divine being would hinder my plans. Eyes and a mouth materialized beside the rift. The mouth moved, and the once violent rift gradually calmed and began to heal. Temporal Realm King, await my return. It shan't be long before I return with my masterpiece. Ha! Amidst the laughter, tranquility was restored as if nothing had transpired, yet the residual energy fluctuations in the void testified to the recent chaos. After a disorienting spin, Raynar suddenly opened his eyes, gasping for breath. It took a minute or two before his breathing steadied, and upon looking down to confirm his limbs were intact, he exhaled a sigh of relief. System. Explain to me what transpired just now. Ding. What you encountered was the temporal rift, a manifestation of the power of rules. You, in your current state, are incapable of resisting it. Not even with the complete form of the ultimate freedom? Ding. It is essential to remind the host that ultimate freedom is a divine skill exclusive to deities, akin to a martial arts technique. Thus, it is not omnipotent. Instantly, Raynar fell silent, contemplating for about 30 seconds before asking again, what about the teleportation? Where did it take me? During his moment of silence, he sensed his surroundings and discovered this world to be both wondrous and peculiar. Ding. Location query in progress. Please hold. Raynar's lips twitched. Ding. Query successful. You are in an alternate parallel universe. The specifics are for the host to explore. No way, system, you can do this? This is utterly inconsiderate. The system offered no response this time. You must at least tell me how to return. Yet, the system remained silent. With a resigned shake of his head, Raynar retrieved a set of clothes from his system backpack and changed into them. Once attired, he sensed the direction of nearby life and flew toward it. Chapter 38, The Enigmatic Hero. He glided through the air for over an hour before finally spotting a city. Initially intending to fly at full speed, he reconsidered, mindful of the sonic boom it would create. After all, he had yet to grasp the situation in this world and did not wish to draw undue attention. Landing softly in a dimly lit alley with few passers-by, he emerged onto a bustling street. As he walked, he experienced a surreal sense of disconnection from time. Eventually, he arrived at the central square, where he beheld a statue, prompting a smile. So this is Satan City. Indeed, the imposing statue depicted Gohan's father-in-law, Satan. While he admired the statue, a cacophony of noise erupted from a distance, as a crowd surged toward it, accompanied by the blaring of police sirens. Curious, he turned toward the hubbub and, to his surprise, saw an elderly man atop a towering structure, an alien at that, who struck him as strangely familiar. Raynar squeezed through the crowd, eavesdropping on the conversations around him. I heard that old man has amassed a mountain of debt, and apparently, the child isn't even his own, which drove him to contemplate jumping. No way. I heard he loves gambling, and his wife couldn't take it anymore. He sold everything in the house, and, in a fit of rage, she revealed that the child wasn't his, which is why he might jump. Raynar's mouth twitched at the unfolding drama. What a catastrophic year this old fool was having. Without a doubt, this was the work of that old rascal, deliberately spreading rumors. Although he did not yet know who the other party was, he could guess that calamity was on the horizon. Some individuals, ever skeptical, egged him on, believing he wouldn't jump, while others took out their phones to record the spectacle. Raynar couldn't help but shake his head. This was the nature of humanity. Suddenly, he lifted his gaze towards the heavens, only to behold two figures soaring in the distance. It was Saiyan Superman 1 and 2. This old gentleman is saved, exclaimed a young girl, clapping her hands joyfully. The peculiar style of Saiyan Superman 1 and 2 began to feel increasingly familiar. Goodness, a sudden epiphany flashed through his mind, and he realized which parallel universe he had found himself in. To his astonishment, this parallel universe truly existed. How intriguing indeed. As he spoke, he drifted away from the crowd and settled onto a nearby bench, observing quietly. Above the towering spire, after a brief struggle, the old man leaped down, only to be caught and whisked away into the distance, while Raynar vanished from the bench. Saiyan Superman 1 gently placed the old man near a fountain and prepared to speak when the old man, glancing furtively, retrieved a box from his pocket. With an air of mystery, he inquired, "Do you know of the hero Tapiu, who saved the southern galaxy? A hero? Could you elaborate, dear grandfather?" Gohan's interest was piqued in an instant. This was precisely what the old man desired. He cleared his throat and, gazing at the music box in his hand, continued, "The hero Tapiu, for reasons unknown, has been sealed within this music box. I, too, wish to uncover the truth. Come, let me see if I can open it." The old man handed the music box to Gohan, but no matter how forcefully he tried, it would not budge. Just as he scratched his head in contemplation, Raynar approached. "May I have a look?" The trio turned to see a young man speaking. Gohan hesitated, for it was not his possession, yet the old man seemed unconcerned. Thus, he relinquished the music box to Raynar, entirely untroubled by the possibility of him being a villain. The moment Raynar took it, he sensed a sinister aura emanating from within. Quietly, he released a modicum of divine power, causing the music box to tremble violently before abruptly ceasing. Indeed, it bears the scent of the demonic. Such a strong aversion to my divine energy suggests a formidable presence. Had it not been for the narrative constraints, it could have potentially annihilated this universe. Contemplating this, he returned the music box to its owner while stating, "I have a notion. I once read in an ancient tome about a wishing orb. Perhaps we could seek it out to wish open this box." Gohan looked at Raynar with surprise. "You mean the Dragon Balls?" "Yes, we can enlist Shinran's aid." A light of realization sparked within him as he clapped his hands. He then glanced at Saiyan Superman 2, pulling her aside to whisper a few words. Reluctantly, She took flight. "Grandfather, I shall take you to find the Dragon Balls," he declared, then turned back to Raynar with an awkward scratch of his head. Would you like to join us? If so, I can't carry two people at once." "Not to worry, I can fly." Raynar revealed a hint of his flying ability, which astonished Gohan. Subsequently, Gohan guided the old man, with Raynar trailing behind, to Capsule Corp to procure the Dragon Radar from Bulma. Although this world differed from the original, Bulma's age remained remarkably unchanged. Indeed, a woman's age is a mystery. After a day of searching, they finally gathered the 7 Dragon Balls. This event piqued the interest of Goku and his companions, who were eager to learn more about the hero. Notably, Gohan observed that in this world, Goku and his allies were evolving towards pure physical strength. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Goku approached and remarked, "You are also a Saiyan, aren't you?" "Oh, a Saiyan? Yes, you possess an exceptionally familiar aura, akin to Vegeta's. Perhaps it is a common trait among Saiyans. I can sense your strength." They exchanged knowing smiles, an unspoken understanding passing between them. Soon after, Gohan summoned Shinron, who appeared with the familiar dark and stormy effects. "State your wish." Gohan promptly voiced his desire, and Shinron's eyes gleamed with light as the music box on the ground emitted a series of clicking sounds. "Your wish has been granted. Farewell." With that, Shinron shot into the sky, dispersing into 7 glowing orbs. At that moment, the alien elder picked up the music box, winding it a few times until it clicked open. A wisp of smoke escaped, causing them to cough momentarily, but nothing further transpired, leaving them bewildered, except for the old man and Raynar, who exchanged a knowing glance. "Nothing happened, old man." Gohan's tone reflected his disappointment. The old man feigned innocence, his expression awkward. Just then, Goku gazed into the distance as a figure materialized out of thin air. "Why have you released me?" The figure brandished a sword, pointing it at them. "For millennia, I have been imprisoned within that music box. Do you not find it burdensome? It was you who freed me. Quickly, return me to my confinement." Tapio's face was a mask of urgency and anxiety. The old man shook his head, gesturing toward the now-ruined music box. "Cursed be this fate." The figure sheathed his sword, casting one last ominous remark. "You shall regret your actions." With a leap, he vanished, followed closely by Raynar. The warriors exchanged glances, puzzled by the bizarre turn of events. One would think they should rejoice at his release, yet he had exhibited nothing but fury. As Tapio walked away, he glanced at the enchanted flute in his hand, a flicker of sorrow evident in his eyes. Chapter 39. Be my pet hero, Tapio. May I see the sword you carry? A voice interrupted his somber thoughts. He turned to find a young man grinning at him. Instinctively, he drew his sword and pointed it at the intruder. "Do not approach me." In an instant, he realized his weapon had vanished. A fine weapon, yet time has weakened its power. He regarded the newcomer with trepidation, for he had not perceived the individual's earlier prowess, nor could he discern whether they were friend or foe. "Fear not, I harbor no ill intentions. However, I am quite intrigued by what resides within you." Raynar spoke as if he could read Tapio's thoughts. Tapio instinctively took a few steps back. "Enough with the fear. I shall accompany you." With that, he tossed the sword back to him and attempted to drape an arm around his shoulder, but Tapio, wary, evaded the gesture. Raynar shrugged and continued on his way. After surveying his surroundings for a moment, Tapio ultimately decided to follow. As night descended, the city's nightlife began to stir, with pedestrians bustling along the streets. At a bustling intersection, a traffic jam ensued as drivers honked their horns in a desperate attempt to clear the way. Suddenly, an explosion erupted from a distance, sending plumes of smoke billowing into the air. While some timid souls fled in terror, others, emboldened by bravery, ventured toward the source of the smoke. In that moment, a colossal foot descended from the heavens, crushing numerous buildings beneath its weight, sending those brave individuals into a state of sheer panic. Amidst the chaos of the city's explosive turmoil, Saiyan Superman 1 and 2 arrived at the scene, witnessing the destruction of structures one after another. They exchanged glances, pondering the nature of the threat. "What is that thing? Did you see it clearly, Biddy?" Biddy shook her head, and just then, a massive tail swept through the air, instantly flinging the two of them aside, leaving Biddy unconscious. "What is happening? This is intolerable." Gohan's rage ignited as he transformed into his Super Saiyan state. Charging at the creature, which was comprised solely of its lower half, he unleashed his prince's technique, but to no avail. Despite enduring numerous energy attacks from Gohan, the monster remained largely unharmed, merely flicking its tail to send Gohan hurtling away. Its tail continued to sweep, laying waste to a significant portion of the city. Just then, a beam of energy shot in from afar, striking the tail and temporarily halting its movement. "Gohan, are you alright? What is that creature?" "Dad, I'm fine. I have no idea what it is. It just appeared out of nowhere and began attacking the city. Many have already perished." Gohan emerged from the rubble, while Goku prepared to launch another attack when a haunting flute melody filled the air. The melancholic notes caused the half-bodied monster to retreat a few steps. As if in fear, father and son turned toward the sound and beheld Tapio emerging from the smoke, accompanied by Reina. The melody intensified, and in its wake, the half-bodied monster transformed into a wisp that entered Tapio. Instantly, Tapio's face contorted in agony as he knelt on one knee, but he quickly regained his composure. Just as he stood, a wave of energy struck him, forcing him back several steps. Tapio, you cannot seal it. You must let it out to spare yourself the suffering, called an elderly figure draped in a cloak from a high vantage point. You, who are you? They recognized him as the old man who had initially been rescued. I am the Dark Sorcerer. Hey, impossible. The Dark Sorcerer was vanquished by the Divine Priest. Indeed, I was destroyed, but I am the last of the Dark Sorcerers. This time, do not think to seal Hildergon again. As he spoke, he performed a peculiar gesture. Buzz. Suddenly, Tapio collapsed as energy erupted from him, billowing dark smoke. In agony, he drew a sword from his back and handed it to Reina, his face etched with pain. Quick, kill me. We cannot allow Hildergon to emerge, otherwise, this galaxy will face utter devastation. Reina shook his head, whispering softly, it's too late. With a thunderous crash, a massive figure emerged from the ruins. Upon its arrival, it let out a deafening roar, unleashing powerful sound waves that obliterated nearby structures, resulting in severe casualties. At that moment, Goten and Trunks soared into the scene. Observing the gargantuan monster, they attempted several attacks, but none inflicted any damage. Goten, let us fuse. Trunks proposed. Goten nodded, and the two executed their fusion dance in midair. A burst of light signaled the emergence of Gotenks, now in Super Saiyan 3 form, unleashing a tempest of energy. Take this, villain. As Gotenks prepared to charge, a figure intercepted him. What are you doing? That monster is destroying the city. Step aside. Reina ignored him and slowly ascended toward Hildergon, uttering words that left everyone speechless. Hey, big guy, be my pet. What? Did they hear that correctly? The young man just referred to the monster as his pet. Had he lost his mind? Such a statement was utterly nonsensical. Ha! Though I know not who you are, how dare you utter such words? Do you truly believe Hildergon is harmless? Kill him. Hey laughed maniacally. Hildergon roared, gathering energy in its mouth. Foolishness. I have already given you a chance. If you do not cherish it, I am left with no choice. He vanished and reappeared in front of Hildergon, delivering a swift kick that forced its mouth shut. Boom. The energy it had gathered exploded within its mouth, sending it staggering back several paces. Nanny. The warriors were astounded. Even Vegeta, who had just arrived, wore an expression of disbelief. Gotenks rubbed his eyes, astonished that he had not witnessed the attack. Gohan, did you see how he struck? Gohan shook his head, unable to comprehend the speed. This guy is certainly formidable. Goku murmured. Vegeta flew over, a grave expression on his face as he regarded Goku. What manner of creature is that? And who is that individual? Goku proceeded to explain the circumstances. I cannot believe such a thing exists. You two are truly identical. Vegeta initially scolded Goku and Gohan before adding. As far as I know, besides us and my brother, no other pure-blooded Saiyans exist. Let us set that aside for now. If he can truly defeat that monster, it would be quite beneficial, wouldn't it? Vegeta could only huff in reluctant agreement. Roar. Hildergon steadied itself, its tail sweeping toward them. Bang. It merely extended a single hand to block the attack effortlessly, even the immense force failing to budge it. This left the Dark Sorcerer utterly incredulous. Impossible. Hildergon is invincible. But no sooner had he uttered these words than a colossal foot crushed him flat. Such a death was far too lenient for him. Turning back to Hildergon, he declared, I believe you can sense the disparity between us. Will you choose to submit to me, or shall you simply vanish from this realm? Its large, bell-like eyes scrutinized Reina for a minute or two before its form gradually shrank, landing on Reina's shoulder, appearing quite adorable. This was utterly unbelievable. After merely exchanging a few blows and uttering a few words, he had transformed it into a pet. What an astonishing turn of events. As the brave Tapio looked on, he was equally bewildered, knowing all too well how formidable this illusionist was. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sacrificed his life alongside his brother to seal it away. See, wasn't that simple? Why go through all that trouble? As for the restoration of this city, that task shall be entrusted to Shenlong. Supporting Tapio, Sun Wukong and his sons led the unconscious Baridi and Vegeta towards the distance. Chapter 40. Time Patrolman Vegeto. Under the night sky, Sun Wukong and his companions followed Reina to an abandoned factory. He carefully placed Tapio aside and addressed them, saying, I overheard your previous conversation. I am a Saiyan, but not one from your timeline. The concept of parallel universes truly exists. Vegeta was taken aback by this revelation. Reina glanced at him. causing Vegeta to feel a bit embarrassed. Clearing his throat, he attempted to explain, Bulma often shares peculiar knowledge with me, so I picked up a few things. Sun Wukong, however, was not inclined to dwell on this matter and inquired, so, in your timeline, who is stronger, me or Vegeta? At this question, silence enveloped the scene. Overall, both of you possess unique strengths and are significantly more powerful than your current selves. I see. I would love to meet them and compare. Reina chuckled, realizing that no matter the timeline, Sun Wukong remained unchanged in his enthusiasm. What are your plans now? Vegeta asked. Reina, playfully toying with the creature perched on his shoulder, responded, well, I intend to find your wife, Bulma, and request her assistance in crafting a spaceship. At that moment, a hint of dawn broke on the horizon, revealing that an entire night had passed unbeknownst to them. The creature on Reina's shoulder, Hildragon, seemed quite distressed. Had it not been for the inability to overpower Reina, it would have relished the opportunity to bite him. Tapio gradually regained consciousness, laboriously supporting himself against the wall as he walked toward Reina and bowed deeply. Thank you. Reina patted his shoulder. The group arrived at Capsule Corporation, where Sun Wukong recounted the events to Bulma. She glanced at Vegeta, who nodded in affirmation, confirming the truth of his words. I never anticipated so many events would unfold, but indeed, I am quite remarkable. Parallel universes truly exist, Bulma exclaimed with pride. When she had mentioned this to her father, he had been skeptical, but now, with witnesses to corroborate her claims, she felt assured. Leave the spaceship and time machine to me. Although I haven't crafted one in a while, rest assured, I will complete it swiftly. With that, she hurried into her laboratory. Seated in her chair, she connected with the system in her mind to sign in. Ding. Sign in successful. Congratulations. You have obtained a spaceship pilot's license, a time reversal crystal, a no-side effect Kaioken, the 8 gates formation, and the laws of space. Wow, these items are rather impressive. Aside from the pilot's license, the other items were quite beneficial to him. As Reina was learning 3 skills, on the other side of the Earth, atop a high mountain in the Arctic, a beam of light flickered in the void. From this shimmering light emerged an individual, sporting long red hair and dark crimson fur, clad in a remarkably short vest, with a tail swaying behind him. Is this the timeline where the issues arose? This energy. Suddenly, he sensed an exceptionally powerful force. Not only did he perceive the energies of others, but Reina also felt his presence. Slowly rising, Reina murmured, I think I'll take a stroll, before departing. The instant he stepped out of Capsule Corporation, he vanished. What incredible speed, though I don't know who it is. Such velocity is certainly not characteristic of someone from this timeline. In the midst of his thoughts, he teleported away from the mountaintop. In a desolate highland region, Reina came to a halt. Since I have arrived, you might as well reveal yourself. Whoosh. A figure materialized before him. You are Vegeto, Reina exclaimed in surprise. You know me. That shouldn't be the case. Vegeto replied, realizing that Reina was not from this timeline. To think you have become a time patrolman. How intriguing. Upon hearing this, Vegeto's expression shifted, and he scrutinized Reina, asking, who exactly are you? Rest assured, I am not your enemy. On the contrary, we are friends. However, I am curious as to how you arrived here. Vegeto furrowed his brow, sensing that this individual harbored no malicious intent. While on patrol, the Supreme Kai of Time informed me that a historical anomaly had occurred, prompting my arrival here. It appears that you are the one responsible for this historical disruption. Knowing that I am a member of the Time Patrol, you must comprehend the gravity of altering history. What exactly did you do? Reina shrugged, gesturing to Hildragon perched on his shoulder. This creature is the harbinger of destruction. It was originally destined to be defeated by Sun Wukong, but I captured it instead. Reina trailed off, but Vegeto understood. In that case, please hand this creature over to me. I must return it to restore the original course of this timeline. Reina shook his head. Upon seeing this, Vegeto squinted slightly, just as he prepared to attack. A woman's voice echoed mysteriously. Vegeto, I just reviewed the historical trajectory of this timeline, and it appears there are no significant issues. Since this gentleman wishes to take it, let him. Additionally, both of you should accompany him to the time realm. Yes, Supreme Kai of Time, Vegeto replied. He then raised his hand, revealing a device resembling a watch, and pressed it, causing a sphere of light to materialize in the void. Let us proceed. Vegeto gestured invitingly, but Reina remained unmoved, stating, wait for me, before vanishing. Approximately half a quarter of an hour later, he reappeared and walked directly into the sphere, leaving Vegeto momentarily stunned. However, he did not dwell on it and followed Reina inside, causing the sphere of light to fade. Within the time realm, where myriad histories are governed, the Supreme Kai of Time, Kranoa, observed the disappearing scene and murmured, this individual emanates an aura that is both sacred and enigmatic. What is his origin? Moreover, he seems quite familiar with the Time Patrol. Alas, the The demon clan stirs restlessly, and now, with the emergence of such a person, it is uncertain whether this is a blessing or a curse. As she spoke, a beam of light appeared nearby, and Reina and Vegeto emerged. Reina surveyed his surroundings, finding it strikingly similar to the gaming environments he had previously encountered. Greetings. Welcome to the Time Realm. Cronoa greeted Reina with a gentle smile. I have heard the Great Priest speak of this place and have longed to see it for myself. You know the Great Priest? Reina replied with a soft smile. I see. You hail from another dimensional world. No wonder your aura seems so peculiar. Having alleviated her earlier concerns, she now felt at ease. How did you arrive here? Reina responded with a wry smile. Due to certain unavoidable factors, I ended up in this world. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and his eyes sparkled with light. Do you have any means to return me to my world? Regrettably, there are some complications on my end at the moment, rendering it impossible for now, replied the Kaioshin of Time, his expression one of deep remorse. Chapter 41, GT World, Experiment. What has transpired? The Kaioshin of Time remained silent, but Goku's counterpart, Vegeta, interjected. The Time Bird and its egg have vanished. You mean the Time Bird, which holds immense significance across all dimensions, along with the egg containing numerous timelines? Indeed. I have dispatched several individuals to search for them, yet not a single report has returned. The atmosphere grew heavy with a palpable tension. This predicament was indeed troublesome, especially considering that they did not even know who had stolen the Time Bird and the egg. Suddenly, a flicker of light appeared, and from it emerged Trunks, with his crimson hair gleaming. You've returned, Trunks. What news do you bring? I have some leads, but, he hesitated, noticing an unfamiliar face among them. Who is he? I am Rina. Yes, he is Rina, one of our own, confirmed the Kaioshin of Time with a nod. Trunks acknowledged him with a slight nod of his own. I have uncovered a clue. The Time Bird and the egg are in Mira's possession. Mira. The name resonated with familiarity, evoking a sense of foreboding. If he was the thief, then it was undoubtedly Tawa orchestrating this from the shadows. Rina recalled that Tawa was the sister of the Demon Realm's king, Dabura, and Mira was the ultimate android she had engineered. But why would she seek to steal the Time Bird and its egg? Could it be that her motives mirrored those of past gaming narratives? Regardless of Tawa's schemes, the Time Bird must be retrieved, for the fate of all dimensions hung in the balance. Trunks, where are they now? Goku inquired. Trunks unfurled a scroll from his pocket, revealing an image that materialized before them. The scene depicted Goku and baby Vegeta locked in combat. Rina pondered. This is the 18th dimension. According to history, Uncle Goku should defeat his opponent, but Tawa has intervened, indicating her presence here. Rina nodded in agreement. And it was then that the Kaioshin of Time spoke up. Mr. Rina, I would like to request a favor from you. Rina waved his hand dismissively, and the Kaioshin's expression fell momentarily before quickly recovering. I shall accompany you, declared Cronoa, and with a flourish of her hand, a time-space scroll began to levitate gently. A brilliant light erupted, forming a portal. Trunks stepped through first, followed by Goku. Just as Rina was about to enter, Cronoa handed him a ring, and he accepted it with a subtle smile. He understood its significance, having observed that both Trunks and Goku wore one. He was now officially part of the Time Patrol. As he stepped into the portal, it vanished behind him. I hope nothing unexpected occurs. For reasons unknown, she felt an ominous portent in the air. Boom. Explosions reverberated, and vibrant flashes of energy obliterated the entire city. Haha. Baby Vegeta gasped heavily, his body marred with numerous wounds. Damn it. How can you still possess such power? Baby glared at Super Saiyan 4 Goku, his expression filled with contempt. Surrender, baby. You cannot hope to defeat me. Goku stated coldly, his voice devoid of emotion. Make me surrender? Impossible. You Saiyans deserve to perish. He bellowed Tawa's name, and in that moment, a laser beam struck him from afar. Buzzing sounds filled the air as purple energy enveloped him. Haha. Since you can transform into a Super Saiyan, then so can I. Within the radiant light, he gradually morphed into a great ape. Meanwhile, Rina and the two others found themselves within the dilapidated corridors of a crumbling building. Mr. Goku, Mr. Rina, shall we join forces to seek out Tawa? Goku proposed. I shall accompany you. The more, the merrier, replied Goku. Rina, however, shook his head. I will explore around here. Both men accepted his decision, and they soon took flight. Rina leaped to a vantage point, observing the fierce clash between Goku and Baby. Revenge Death Ball. Tenfold Kamehameha. Dark energy spheres collided with waves of crimson energy. The earth trembled under the weight of their monumental power. Over time, Goku's energy beam began to overpower his adversary. Pure primal energy. This is the raw force inherent within Saiyans. Fascinating. The energy systems of this world contrasted starkly with that of his own, akin to the rudimentary physical framework he had encountered upon his arrival. With a thunderous explosion, his energy sphere detonated. Baby was instantly wounded by the backlash of his own energy and Goku's Kamehameha. Damn it. Baby struggled, but his injuries were too grave for him to rise. Goku approached him, preparing to sever his tail, when suddenly, a surge of black energy erupted, propelling him backward. Rina smirked slightly from a distance. As expected, his decision to remain was not solely to witness the battle. He had another motive rooted in his prior gaming experiences, which had provided him with insight into the unfolding events. Roar! Baby bellowed, rising, and with a swift motion, he struck out, catching Goku off guard and sending him plummeting into the ground. Simultaneously, Baby concentrated energy, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts. In a nearby canyon, Tawa and Mira observed intently as Baby succumbed to his frenzied state. The experiment has commenced. They have arrived. Mira declared. Excellent. This time, there must be no mistakes. We shall incubate the time bird's egg with the energy we have collected. Once the egg hatches, those sounds will be silenced, and this world will fall under our dominion. Tawa replied, her demeanor calm, yet a gentle glint of ambition flickered in her eyes. Emerging from the rubble, Goku, despite sustaining considerable injuries from the earlier explosions, queried, what is happening? How has this creature's energy surged so drastically? And why does it feel so malevolent? As his mind raced with thoughts, a voice pierced through the chaos. He instinctively scanned his surroundings, but found nothing amiss. You cannot find me. I am merely a passerby, and this knowledge is yours alone. Goku nodded in understanding. A golden aura enveloped him, and scorching energy surged forth. He concentrated all his energy into his hand, unleashing his most potent Kamehameha wave. With reckless abandon, Baby turned around and uttered a chilling phrase, you're courting death. He unleashed a wave of fiery energy. Chapter 42, Interference. Boom. A thunderous explosion reverberated throughout the cosmos. What is happening? This diverges from the historical timeline. Tawa furrowed her brows, utterly unprepared for such unforeseen events. Do you need me to intervene? Mira inquired. Tawa waved her hand dismissively, then flipped it over to reveal a sphere that materialized in her grasp. She squeezed it and tossed it to the ground. With a hum, a radiant light emerged as a sapling took root in the soil. What is this? This is known as a spirit tree, a tree that thrives by absorbing the essence of the planet. Mortal beings who consume its fruit can enhance their combat prowess, while deities or demons can amplify their divine or demonic powers. In the distance, Reina's eyes sparkled with intrigue. A spirit tree. This is becoming increasingly fascinating. He recalled that this fruit was often consumed by Dales, leading to the evolution into the evil Saiyan, whose strength rivaled that of Super Saiyan Blue. Let me observe how you will proceed, Tawa. Boom. The explosive energy surged forth, causing both combatants to stagger back several steps, neither gaining the upper hand. My entire energy only allows me to reach a stalemate with him. How is that possible? Goku's expression darkened, shocked by this unforeseen anomaly. The voice he had just heard, he had followed, yet he could not suppress his opponent. In the King Kai's realm, the old Kai and Jebbet stared at the scene within the crystal ball, their faces bearing an expression of deep concern. What has happened to Goku? Hadn't he already defeated him earlier? You are looking too superficially. A glimmer of insight flashed in the old Kai's eyes as he sensed something amiss. He scrutinized every detail within the crystal ball, suddenly pointing to a specific area. Do you notice anything unusual there? The old Kai indicated a canyon within the crystal ball. However, Jebbet scratched his head awkwardly. He saw nothing. The old Kai could only shake his head in resignation, deeming him too inexperienced. Go and investigate what has transpired. I have an unsettling feeling, the old Kai stated gravely. Jebbet nodded and vanished in an instant. On planet Cypher, Goku's mind raced as he sought a solution to the predicament before him. Suddenly, he sensed Gohan, Goten, Pan, and Trunks nearby, and a flash of inspiration struck him. He appeared before Baby, placing his hands on his forehead and employing Tien's technique, the solar flare. Instantly, his vision was overwhelmed by a blinding light. And as he shielded his eyes, he seized the opportunity to teleport to Goten and the others, urging them, quick, concentrate your energy onto me. I must transcend to Super Saiyan 4. Only then can we defeat this foe. Gohan and the others understood his intent. They transformed into their Super Saiyan forms. Although Pan merely released a burst of energy. Just as they prepared, a tail swept toward them. What? They were taken aback, but there was no time for defense. They were forcefully slammed into the ground, stirring up a massive cloud of dust. Goku, do you think I am so easily deceived? As he spoke, energy surged forth in relentless waves. Small mushroom clouds began to rise. At that moment, an imperceptible object entered his mouth, unnoticed by him. It had completely fused into his being. Tawa nodded. Let us depart. This planet can no longer endure. Its core has been drained by the spirit tree. It is on the brink of destruction. Just then, the ground trembled, and they turned to see an intensely dark energy spreading in the distance. Haha, this sensation is exhilarating. Goku, you are doomed this time. Though his energy was wildly chaotic, his thoughts remained remarkably clear. Baby raised his hands, gathering strands of dark red energy, swiftly forming a sphere approximately 2 meters in diameter. Ultimate Death Ball. The colossal energy sphere descended with devastating force. Goku and his companions were far too injured to mount any defense. As they felt the howling wind, a singular thought crossed their minds. All hope was lost. Simultaneously, a humming sound echoed, and the attack vanished into thin air. This sudden turn of events left Baby momentarily stunned, as well as Goku and his friends. And even Myra's group, including Jebet, who had just arrived on the scene, were equally bewildered. For upon his arrival, he witnessed the energy sphere's disappearance. Vegeta, oh Vegeta, as the Prince of the Saiyans, how could you allow yourself to be possessed by such a creature? Where have you cast aside the pride of the Saiyans? The voice drew nearer. They saw a young man. Although they did not recognize Reina, Goku had heard his voice before. Who are you? Baby's expression darkened ominously. Who I am is irrelevant. What matters is that you vacate Vegeta's body immediately. No matter who you are, anyone who dares to impede me shall perish. With that, Baby charged at him. Reina shook his head, noting how reckless Vegeta had become. From a distance, Tao's expression hardened. We must leave. This individual is formidable. Just as she prepared to cast a teleportation spell, Reina appeared before them. What? How is this possible? The two were taken aback, having just seen him from afar. Where do you two think you're going? Is your destruction not yet sufficient? I am well aware of your intentions. You wish to create multiple timelines from the Egg of Time, extracting vast amounts of energy and data to forge Frieza. Such a plan is truly ingenious. The others were bewildered by Reina's words, but Tawa was profoundly shocked. Tawa, you must. Myra's words were cut short as she was sent flying, spitting blood. The group was stunned. Even the old Kai in the King Kai's realm wore a solemn expression, observing this ambiguous figure. Even from this distant realm, he could sense an energy emanating from Reina, one that even Super Saiyan 4 Goku could not rival. Yet within that energy, he also felt a familiar aura. I did not permit you to move. We shall deal with him first. Raising his hand, the already dark sky grew even more ominous. And a colossal hand materialized from the void, descending upon Baby. What is this? Baby gazed in shock at the enormous hand bearing down on him. A profound sense of dread welling up within him, akin to facing an omnipotent deity, instilling a deep-seated terror. No, I cannot perish here. In his great ape form, Baby trembled, and the markings on his face vanished, as a silver pod sprang from his shoulder, taking a humanoid form and fleeing into the distance. Yet, how can one escape a fate that is already sealed? The hand in the sky swiftly condensed into a diminutive palm, approximately 5 meters in size, and struck with explosive force. At the moment of impact, the very fabric of space seemed to fall into a hushed silence, followed by a minuscule point of light that abruptly expanded into a colossal fireball. In quick succession, a blinding flash accompanied by a deafening explosion reverberated across half the planet. A mushroom cloud towering thousands of feet into the air materialized, while violent gusts of scorching wind obliterated everything in their path. Simultaneously, the entire planet began to manifest anomalies. The ground erupted with magma, rivers flowed backwards, and tempestuous winds swept through the landscape. This is dire. The planet is on the brink of annihilation. Without further contemplation, Sun Wukong allowed Gohan and the others to grasp him tightly, and in an instant, he teleported to Vegeta's side. Trunks, carrying Vegeta, held onto Goten's hand, and then he too teleported to Reina's side. You must go first, do not worry. He instructed Sun Wukong before turning to the astonished Jebet God. Jebet God swallowed hard and vanished with Sun Wukong and his companions. Not long after their departure, Gogeta and Trunks appeared instantaneously. What has transpired? How could this planet be in such a state? Reina did not respond to Trunks' inquiry, but instead pointed toward the nearby Tawa. Tawa. Trunks seethed through gritted teeth. So it was the time patrol. I have obtained the result I desired, and there is no way you can stop me. Swiftly, Mira materialized before her, glancing at Tawa. Tawa understood his intent and conjured a crystalline object into her hand. In the blink of an eye, Mira seized the crystal and consumed it. Chapter 43. Insufficient Power. Super Saiyan 4 Broly. Buzz. In an instant, a torrent of ferocious energy surged from him. On this planet, which was teetering on the brink of destruction, the energy he unleashed hastened the countdown to annihilation. Tawa, you dare to steal the water of time. Trunks' voice trembled with unease, but he quickly sensed something amiss. Wait, what exactly is this? It is none of your concern, and as I mentioned earlier, no one shall prevent my departure today. A streak of black energy flashed, and Mira transformed, specifically altering her hair and skin color. Her white hair was accompanied by white fur, and two crescent moon-like symbols appeared on her chest. Gogeta stretched his limbs and stepped forward. Let us engage in some sport. In a flash, the two ascended to the skies to battle. Trunks drew his sword, pointing it at Tao, while Rina merely gazed upward, observing the tumultuous skies. In the Kaioshin realm, I believe I have pieced it together, so this is how it is. The old Kaioshin wore a broad smile, though it was lined with wrinkles. He had listened to Jebit God recount the events, and then heard Sun Wukong's version, allowing him to surmise their identities. Ancestor, who are they? Jebit God inquired, with Sun Wukong and his companions sharing his confusion. They are. The old Kaioshin then recounted their origins. Upon hearing his explanation, Sun Wukong and the others were left in awe. However, Jebit God appeared puzzled. Ancestor, why had I never heard of the time Kaioshin before? Upon hearing this, the old Kaioshin's eyes flickered with a hint of nostalgia, though he refrained from elaborating further. Sensing his reluctance to divulge more, Jebit God chose not to press the matter and turned his gaze to the crystal ball. While it is true that you will not disintegrate, this reckless behavior is indeed troubling. Rina remarked with exasperation, glancing at the dwindling time left for the planet. To be honest, while Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta's power is formidable, his temperament is rather, well, you know. Among the opponents I have encountered, your strength ranks amongst the highest. Gogeta bore a look of enjoyment, reveling in the thrill of battle. Super Mira remained silent, leaping several times into the distance before assuming a stance to unleash a black-red energy wave. Gogeta, undeterred, retaliated with a super explosive wave. Boom. Crack. The void fractured under the clash of the two immense energy waves. Tawa, observing the fissures in the void, smirked slightly. Harnessing her dark magic to transform into her demon form, a crooked wand manifesting in her hand. With a flick of her wand and a whispered incantation, she summoned a magical prison. Instantly, the wand radiated a dark aura, enveloping Rina and Trunks, while additional dark energy surged toward the rift in the void. Enclosed in the dark energy, Trunks swung his sword in an attempt to fend off the encroaching darkness, while Rina remained calm, scratching his cheek. He glanced at the now visible Hildegarn on his shoulder. It's up to you. Hildegarn nuzzled Rina affectionately. With a wide mouth, it voraciously absorbed the dark energy. Trunks, feeling the dark energy diminish, turned to see Hildegarn consuming it, and Rina maintaining his serene demeanor. Do not look at me. Tao's strength is insufficient. Relying solely on external forces, I too must resort to such means. Trunks retorted, his expression incredulous. You dare say Tao lacks strength? Please. I am currently in a divine state, yet I might not even be a match for this dark energy. Rina seemed to sense his thoughts and smiled gently at him. In the realm I inhabit, your divine state is merely the beginning. Individuals like your father Vegeta and son Wukong have already transcended the divine realm. Transcended the divine realm? Indeed, in that realm, it is referred to as Super Saiyan Blue, which stands for Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan. Trunks nodded, astonished by the Saiyon's potential. Yet he looked at Rina with newfound curiosity. So, what level does Rina possess? Buzzing. Tawa furrowed her brow, sensing a disturbance beyond the dark energy. What is happening? Though she was unaware of the cause, her expression remained unfazed as she peered into the void, as if anticipating something to materialize. Burp. Hildegarn let out a satisfied belch, its belly round and full. Rina stroked it, observing the now dwindling dark energy. With a flick of his finger, a beam of light shot forth, crashing into the dark energy, resulting in a resounding crack. The dark energy shield shattered. What? The scene before Trunks widened his eyes in disbelief. A mere snap of the fingers shattered the dark energy shield? Though the dark energy was sparse, even with his full strength, he could not have accomplished such a feat. Boom. The shattered dark energy shield unleashed a powerful gust, propelling Tawa several miles away, attesting to its ferocity. What on earth have you all done? However, neither of the two offered a response. At that moment, an extraordinarily violent and tumultuous energy surged forth from the void. Gogeta and Mira halted their battle, gazing towards the rift, and Tawa chuckled. For what she had summoned had finally arrived. Huh. A furious voice echoed, and then the rift in the void shattered, a figure bursting forth. With a single punch and kick, it struck Mira and Gogeta, sending both hurtling into the earth. What? Trunks exclaimed in shock, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Kakarot. Vegeta. He repeated these names in a fit of rage. The figure was a Saiyan with a bare upper body, muscular chest, tall stature, and green hair. It was none other than Broly, the first generation of Broly. He unleashed a green aura and charged at Gogeta. Meanwhile, Mira received Tawa's command and, in a flash, appeared before her, while Trunks and Reina made no attempt to intervene, which puzzled Tawa. I know what you're thinking, but do try to see if you can escape. As she spoke, a formidable and terrifying aura radiated from Reyna. In an instant, both their bodies stiffened, a primal response triggered by imminent danger. Danger, exceedingly perilous, intensely so. Reyna snorted coldly, swiftly blocking Broly's path. She beckoned him with a casual gesture, and Broly, veins bulging on his forehead, let out a roar as he charged at her, unleashing a wildly chaotic barrage of attacks. Yet, how could such erratic strikes land on Reyna? She effortlessly evaded them all. Roar! With a furious cry, turbulent energy coalesced around her, crackling with lightning. Before long, red hair sprouted from her, gradually transitioning to black. A fierce gust of wind surged forth, manifesting as a wall of energy. Was she reacting instinctively? The legendary bloodline truly is extraordinary. Reyna smiled slightly, pondering whether this legendary bloodline could elevate her strength further. In a swift motion, she appeared before him, delivering a powerful punch. Boom! A violent gust of wind erupted, carving a deep chasm into the ground. At that moment, magma erupted from the fissure, creating a barrier between the two. Can't hold on, can you? She murmured, turning her gaze towards Gogeta and Trunks. Gogeta paused momentarily, then comprehended the meaning in his eyes. Manipulating the watch on his arm, a protective barrier enveloped both him and Trunks, as well as Mira and Tawa, before they vanished in an instant. Reyna erupted into the cosmos, with Broly closely trailing behind. Chapter 44, The Last Resort, Investigating the Bloodline. The moment the two departed this planet, it contracted with a resounding boom, erupting in a dazzling light as if a deity had descended. Yet it emitted no sound before disintegrating into nothingness. In the realm of the Kai of Time, Gogeta and Trunks appeared with Tawa and Mira, who were enclosed within a time sphere. This time sphere, invented by the previous Kai of Time, could isolate all energy and even seal it, though it could not be used frequently due to its considerable cost. Gogeta and Trunks entrusted the two to the Kai of Time before departing, intent on aiding Reyna, even though they were uncertain of her strength. After all, she was a companion. Tawa, quickly hand over the time birds and the time eggs. Kranoa exclaimed anxiously. Tawa, witnessing her distress, felt an unusual delight. You're begging me, ha ha ha? Kranoa's expression darkened. What exactly do you want? Tawa donned a sinister expression, feigning contemplation. I desire the genes of the one who aided you. Don't even think about it. Kranoa immediately rejected her without hesitation. Don't be so hasty to refuse. Think it through thoroughly, or I cannot guarantee what I might do. The threat was blatant and palpable. Yet, faced with such a menace, what options did she have? Although Tawa was unaware of the identity of the one who assisted the Kai of Time, she believed that acquiring his genes would undoubtedly empower Mira further. Just as she found herself at an impasse, a beam of light flashed. What's this? Facing a dilemma? An aged voice resonated. Old Kai. She greeted, nodding. Indeed, the newcomer was the old Kai. Their familiarity was evident in their dialogue. She nodded, albeit with a hint of resignation. Tell me what transpired. I shall offer my counsel. The Kai of Time nodded and recounted the events. So that is how it is. No wonder such circumstances arose. Although he had heard from Goku and Jebbet about the Kai of Time's situation, he was unaware of the enemy's identity, which prompted his visit. Do you know anything about that individual? I sense a peculiar familiarity about him. She pulled the old Kai aside, away from the scene. Once the two had left, Tawa's wand glimmered with light, conjuring a fist-sized egg in her hand. In dire straits, I must rely on you. She gazed at the egg, then at Mira, who had succumbed to unconsciousness due to energy sealing from previous crystal use, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in her eyes. On a darkened planet, thunderous explosions reverberated, causing numerous beings to vanish amidst the chaos. A whirlwind of violent energy swept through, akin to a tempest. Bam! 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 Reyna effortlessly countered or evaded Broly's brutal onslaught. Die! He conjured a highly concentrated green energy sphere and hurled it. Reyna casually swatted it aside, flashing before him to deliver a headbutt, sending Broly flying nearly 10 miles, crashing into a mountain and diminishing the backlash. Roar! Blood trickled from Broly's mouth as his fury intensified, his unleashed aura shattering all debris around him. Oh dear! Oh dear! This simply won't do. As he spoke, he zipped in front of Broly and delivered a simple punch to his abdomen. Wow! Broly expelled a mouthful of blood and, to everyone's astonishment, knelt down. He gazed at this figure in disbelief, despite the bloodlust consuming him. An instinctual awareness told him that this individual was not to be trifled with. Who are you? He stammered, each word articulated slowly, as if just learning to speak. Oh, you still possess your consciousness. That will save me some trouble later. He placed a hand on Broly's shoulder, divine power surging into his veins. Initially, Broly resisted feebly, but he gradually succumbed, his expression contorted in a grotesque grimace. Simultaneously, in the realm of time. So that is how it is. What do you plan to do next? In a serene pavilion, the old Kaioshin leisurely savored his tea. Need it even be said? Of course, he would not acquiesce to her wishes. The Kaioshin of time spoke with unwavering resolve. However, the subsequent words of the old Kaioshin shattered her conviction. Then do you possess any alternative solutions? This indeed posed a dilemma, for she currently had no recourse. I have returned. The Kaioshin of time furrowed her brow in perplexity. Did you not go to assist Reiner? How could you return so swiftly? Trunks shook his head. I couldn't sense his energy, hence I was unable to locate him. Oh, hasn't Gogeta returned either? Yet, scarcely had he finished speaking when Chow Chow arrived. Like you, I too could not find him. It felt as if he had vanished entirely, not even sensing Broly's energy. Gogeta expressed his own helplessness. In that case, let us set him aside for now. After all, his strength should be unassailable. The primary concern now is to deliberate on how to compel Tawa to relinquish the items. Subsequently, the four of them convened in the pavilion to discuss matters. Meanwhile, Reiner had utilized his divine power to penetrate Broly's bloodline, glimpsing a series of fragmented images. How intriguing! The power of the gods possesses such capabilities. This maneuver had not crossed his mind. He merely sought to explore the extraordinary aspects of Broly's legendary Super Saiyan lineage. Suddenly, an uncontrollable surge of energy erupted from Broly, as if repelling Reiner's influence. To his astonishment, this bloodline bore such a function. How fascinating indeed. Reiner intensified the output of his divine power, swiftly suppressing the resistance of the legendary bloodline, and simultaneously, the bloodline's genetic factors emitted a signal. To his surprise, the origins of the legendary bloodline were revealed in such a manner. Moyashi, your other side is truly cunning. Even if he were to perish, he would never have anticipated that the legendary bloodline concealed such elements. The legendary form had been nothing more than a scheme, a source of energy prepared for the resurrection of his other self. Suddenly, Broly let out a deafening cry, springing to his feet, his eyes suffused with blood. He opened his mouth, unleashing a devastating energy blast. Reiner raised an eyebrow and, with a swift motion, dispersed the energy blast with a single palm strike. In that fleeting moment, Broly lunged at him, delivering a kick to his abdomen. The speed of this kick was astonishing, creating a sonic boom in the air. Trouble, genuine trouble, I detest complications. As he spoke, he condensed a silver energy sphere and sent it hurtling towards Broly. Boom. Amidst a violent explosion, Broly emitted a pained roar as he was propelled away. At that moment, a rift appeared in the distance, drawing Broly into its depths. That was, although merely a fleeting glance, he had indeed seen a dragon. Chapter 45, Cooperation? The mysterious masked man. It should be correct. Could it have occurred prematurely? What he had witnessed was a dragon enveloped in black smoke. And the only dragon fitting that description was that very one. It seemed the trajectory of this timeline had utterly deviated from its original path. Was this the outcome that Tawa desired? Reiner narrowed his eyes in contemplation. In a distant realm of darkness, the dark dragon inhaled a puff of smoke, gazing at the unconscious Broly before him, his black eyes glowing with crimson light. You are of utmost importance. You cannot perish yet. Your energy must continue to amplify. As he spoke, the black smoke from his body surged into Broly, and soon, a sound akin to a heartbeat emanated from him. But who was that individual? Though he had only glimpsed him for an instant, he sensed an unfathomable power emanating from him. No matter who you are, as long as you do not disrupt the plan, all shall be well. As his words fell, he transformed into a wisp of smoke, enveloping Broly and vanishing. In the realm of the Kaioshins. Curse it, this is an utterly vexing predicament. Trunks scratched his head. They had deliberated for over 2 hours without arriving at a satisfactory conclusion, especially since the items remained in another's possession. What troubles you all? At that moment, Reiner strolled over from a distance. You have returned. Where's Broly? Gogeta inquired. Reiner merely shrugged, offering no reply. We are deliberating over the items Tawa desires. The Kaioshin of time then recounted what Tawa sought. Come, take me to see. I wish to speak with her, Reiner said with a smile, particularly emphasizing the latter part of his statement. The group departed the pavilion, yet upon arriving at the temporary confinement of Tawa, they discovered her absence. What transpired? She has vanished. The Kaioshin of time furrowed her brow. What had occurred during their discussions? Oh, this is... On the ground lay a massive black circle, as if scorched into the earth. This matter was undoubtedly complex. It seemed others had intervened as well, and they must unearth the truth. Find her. How do you propose to search? With no information to guide us, do you expect to locate her? As I see it, maintaining the current situation is rather advantageous. Enough. I'm feeling somewhat weary. Could you lead me to a place to rest? Reiner said this while feigning a yawn, presenting an act of fatigue. Very well, Trunks. You and he can accompany him to rest. I shall ponder further solutions. Kuranoya furrowed her brow and departed with the old Kaioshin. In the resting room, seated on the bed, he glanced at Hildur, who was perched on his shoulder. Are you certain you did not misinterpret the sensing earlier? She nuzzled against Reiner's cheek, affirming her accuracy. It appeared these individuals were rather restless. Upon witnessing the black circle, Hildur had informed him that it was a technique of the Dark Sorcerer. The Dark Sorcerer and the Dark Magician were not of the same ilk. Though it was summoned by the latter, it was crafted by the former. He did not delve deeper into contemplation, instead lying down and closing his eyes to sleep. In a shadowy space, two pairs of eyes emerged. Where is this? Tawa, have you awakened? Following the voice, Tawa beheld an individual emerging from the darkness. His arrival illuminated the dark space like a moon amidst the night. Who are you? She inquired. What? Has it been but a short while, and you no longer recognize me? As Tawa discerned his face, her pupils constricted. Gype, you are still alive. Haha. Surprised, are we? I was perilously close to death. As he spoke, his gaze bore into Tawa, suffused with hatred and resentment, his aura brimming with malice. But we cannot entirely blame you. After all, who encouraged you to challenge my brother so foolishly? Though initially taken aback, she quickly regained her composure. Clap, clap, clap. Gype suddenly applauded, the hatred and resentment in his eyes fading, the malice dissipating. Well done, Tawa. You remain unchanged. Just as before, and that is splendid. What is it that you desire from me? Hee. Tawa, would you be interested in collaborating with me? Upon hearing the words, Tova fell silent, her bright eyes fixated on the individual before her, her mind racing with thoughts. What manner of collaboration is this? In a mere fraction of a second, she reached a decision. Very well. A wise person adapts to circumstances. You assist me in ascending to the throne of the demon realm, and I shall aid you in fulfilling your desires. How does that sound? A profitable deal, wouldn't you agree? Profitable? Nonsense. Tova suddenly erupted with a curse, though she did not wish to, as it tarnished her image. Yet, she could no longer contain herself. To think you would ask me to betray, how utterly naive. This is not betrayal, merely a discerning choice of allegiance. Ponder it well. After all, time is still abundant. As she spoke, she chuckled softly, her form gradually fading away. Infuriating. Tova seethed, gnashing her teeth. She had assumed the one to save her was an ally, only to find it was this insufferable person. Tova recalled. When he competed with my brother for the title of Demon King, he resorted to underhanded tactics, which my brother uncovered, leading to his demise. Yet, astonishingly, he had not perished completely. He had somehow survived. What do you intend to do now? Tova shook her head, uncertain of her next move. In a vacant expanse of this realm, Jipe regarded a figure adorned with a black mask, a crimson dipped upon it, exuding a dark crimson aura. Just as you surmised. Jipe affirmed. Excellent. Then the time bird and its egg are firmly within her grasp. Jipe nodded. Find a way to have that individual named Mira swallow the time egg. Why is that? Jipe inquired, somewhat perplexed. There is no reason. Simply do as I instruct, and also retrieve Broly for me. Understood. Jipe turned and departed. Everything is unfolding according to my plan. Should I succeed, this timeline shall vanish entirely, bringing me closer to resurrection. Meanwhile, Rina, having taken a brief slumber, awoke. You've already awakened? Aren't you going to sleep a little longer? Trunks' voice rang out. What transpired here? Trunks shook his head. Nothing of great consequence. I merely wish for you to take a look. While rummaging through the archives, I stumbled upon information regarding Dapra. Rina's eyes brightened. Dapra, isn't he Tova's brother? Trunks unfurled a scroll, revealing an image. Chapter 46, The Ultimate Mirror 20. The image depicted the demon realm, where a group of grotesque creatures surrounded two figures. Rina recognized one as Dapra, while the other remained unknown. The two appeared to be battling over something. According to the scroll's hints, Dapra was contending for the title of Demon King against this individual. Rina nodded, comprehending the situation. As the images progressed, their battle approached its climax. The adversary, sensing defeat, resorted to treachery. Fortunately, Dapra detected it and turned the tables, ultimately slaying his opponent. However, Rina, with keen eyes, noticed that the foe had not been entirely vanquished. After Dapra ascended to the throne, he ordered the disposal of the body in a place akin to a potter's field, and then the image ceased. At this, a glimmer of insight flickered in Rina's eyes. What have you discovered? Rina shook his head. Seeing this, Trunks sighed. For some inexplicable reason, I have a nagging feeling that if we do not retrieve the time bird soon, something catastrophic may occur. Rina patted his shoulder. Sometimes, it's best not to fret excessively. Such anxiety often yields counterproductive results. He understood this principle, yet what could he do? To claim he harbored no worries would be a lie, as the fate of the entire multiverse hung in the balance. Beep, beep, beep. Just then, The watch on Rena's wrist emitted a sound. You must assist on Earth immediately. A grave situation has arisen. Furthermore, Trunks is with you. Send him to the 14th timeline. As historical anomalies have emerged there. The voice of the Time Kaishin was urgent. Understood. I shall proceed at once. Trunks glanced at Rena before turning to depart. On Earth, a vast swirling storm cloud loomed in the sky. From the vortex emerged a horde of grotesque creatures, wreaking havoc upon the ground. Gohan, Goten, and Krillin's warriors all mobilized to eradicate these beasts. Someone has managed to open the gates of hell. Tian, gazing at the swirling sky, spoke with a grave countenance. I must trouble you once more, Mr. Goku. You speak as if it is a burden. Tian, protecting Earth is a shared responsibility. With that, he powered up and charged toward the vortex. Within hell, Dr. Liao and Dr. Gero stood upon a massive rock, observing the swirling chaos below. A voice resounded. You two have done remarkably well, managing to utilize science to bridge the realms of yin and yang. The two doctors displayed little shock at the sudden voice. Ji-Pei, you previously stated that should Dr. Gero and I succeed in opening the portal, you would send aid. Is that promise still valid? Dr. Liao inquired. Naturally. Ji-Pei smiled slightly, waving his hand as magical energy surged, conjuring a black curtain that parted to reveal a hollow-eyed man. This individual possessed gray-white skin and hair, clad in tight-fitting blue attire that accentuated his tall physique. The two doctors employed their detection technology to assess the man. After several minutes of scrutiny, they discerned no energy fluctuations emanating from him, which raised their suspicions. Are you certain he can assist us? Ji-Pei nodded. After exchanging glances, the two doctors, along with the hollow-eyed man, leaped into the vortex. As they plunged into the swirling abyss, Ji-Pei's lips curled into a sly smile, whispering, "Perform admirably. Do not disappoint." He vanished into the darkness. In a towering building within a city, Rena materialized. Observing the storm cloud above, he smiled wryly. When he received the notification from the Time Kaishin, he had harbored a suspicion, and it had indeed come to fruition. He scrutinized the vortex, noticing 3 individuals emerge, standing out remarkably from the others. Is that Mira? In a flash, he vanished. Near the coastline, Gohan had just dispatched a horde of minions when he was suddenly struck by an energy blast from afar. He swatted the blast aside. But before he could ascertain the assailant's identity, his pupils dilated in shock as he clutched his abdomen, collapsing to the ground unconscious. I have no interest in you. I seek only Son Goku. With that, the figure vanished in an instant. Meanwhile, other warriors experienced similar fates, all succumbing to a singular individual's assault. Has Super 17 not yet located Son Goku? Super 17 shook his head. Indeed, the one who had brought down countless warriors was none other than Super 17 himself. Behind him stood Dr. Liao and Mira, while Dr. Gero, well, one could only chuckle at his predicament. He was still busy in hell. So I thought I would join you for a little amusement. Suddenly, a voice interrupted them. A young man appeared less than 2 meters in front of them. You say Goku is in hell. Who are you, and how do you know such things? My identity is of little consequence. Dr. Liao, why not let the individual behind you entertain me for a while? Your creation, Super 17, is simply inadequate. Reina smiled. Dr. Liao furrowed his brow and commanded in a low voice, Super 17, eliminate him. Whoosh. In an instant, Super 17 vanished, reappearing behind him, delivering a powerful punch aimed at his head. Reina did not even glance in his direction. He merely tilted his head slightly to evade the attack, and instead, he delivered a swift slap. With a resounding crack, Super 17 was sent flying hundreds of meters away. What? Dr. Liao was taken aback, utterly astonished. How could a mere slap send his Super 17 flying? However, he quickly regained his composure. After all, Super 17 had yet to demonstrate his true power. Ascending to a great height, Super 17 disengaged his arm joints, channeling energy to unleash a massive energy beam that swept towards Reina. I have already expressed my disinterest in you. Please refrain from forcing my hand. Reina took a single step forward and vanished. Then, a dull thud echoed, followed by a splatter as liquid erupted forth. Reina's hand had pierced through him. This, Dr. Liao's heart trembled. In a mere exchange, his Super 17 was obliterated. Yet, even though Super 17 had been pierced, he did not succumb to death. Instead, he grasped Reina's hand, his body surging with a torrent of energy. In the blink of an eye, a tremendous explosion erupted, unleashing a fearsome energy storm that formed a semicircular energy shield towering nearly 2 meters high. Well done, Super 17. I shall resurrect you in due time. Dr. Liao was in high spirits. Although he had been momentarily awed by Reina's display, ultimately, his weapon had triumphed. He then turned to Mira, whose eyes were devoid of emotion, and scoffed. He considered her merely a decorative piece, having not lifted a finger throughout their ordeal. I told you to let that fellow behind you entertain me, yet you refused. Look now, you have wasted a valuable weapon. Before Dr. Liao could depart, Reina's teasing voice emerged from the smoke. Impossible. The self-destruct mechanism of Super 17 can obliterate a planet. How could you possibly emerge unscathed? Dr. Liao retreated a few steps, anxiety creeping in as he collided with Mira. His eyes lit up as he pointed at the smoke. Go. Eliminate that individual. Yet, Mira remained utterly unmoved. Did you not hear my command? Kill that man. Dr. Liao shouted at Mira. Suddenly, Mira raised her hand and gently waved it towards Dr. Liao. With a crack, Dr. Liao's head fell off, emitting a series of electrical sparks. You dare to treat me this way? Dr. Liao's head, now severed, continued to sputter incoherently before his systems ultimately ceased functioning. Dr. Liao was now offline. Oh my, Mira, your treatment of friends is rather ruthless. However, Mira remained silent, gazing at Reina. Still trying to maintain your aloof demeanor, are you? Very well, let me witness how your alternate version fares in terms of power. Chapter 47. Perfect Freedom versus Power of Time. The moment the words left her lips, both individuals vanished simultaneously, not a fraction of a second out of sync. Bang bang bang. Their fists collided with bone-crushing force, the terrifying sound of sonic booms reverberating throughout the city. Some miscreants, driven by curiosity regarding the source of the battle, paused to investigate, but the shockwaves from the clash obliterated them. Meanwhile, in hell, Goku had dispatched two old adversaries and, with the assistance of Piccolo and Tien, returned to the mortal realm. Upon his return, he received a message from Tien. Mr. Goku, allow me to recount the recent events. Tien then relayed everything that had transpired. Having witnessed it all from the temple, Goku nodded, about to speak when a whooshing sound resonated from above, less than 100 meters away. He looked up to see the young man who had previously aided him engaged in a fierce brawl with another individual. Energy surged around Reina and Mira, their clashes igniting fierce sparks like lightning. The ferocious energy swept through the surroundings, causing Goku to retreat several hundred meters. How formidable. Both of these individuals are incredibly strong. Goku's eyes shone with determination, his combat instincts igniting within him. Boom, boom. Suddenly, the two fighters shifted their stances. Mira swayed, stepping back a few paces before launching another punch, which Reina countered with a punch of his own. The explosive force of their strikes created a vacuum in the air. In an instant, Mira was sent flying nearly 1,000 meters before regaining his footing. Just then, Reina appeared before him, seizing his throat. A slight squeeze elicited a series of cracking sounds from Mira's neck. Even so, Mira's gaze remained vacant. Buzz! Mira erupted with a surge of energy, forming a faint protective shield that repelled Reina's grasp. What is this? Reina released his hold and leaped back. At that moment of separation, Mira unleashed an overwhelming surge of energy that sent tremors through the sky. Suddenly, a vast wave of energy radiated outward, and the ground was engulfed by multiple tornadoes, ravaging the landscape. Roar! He let out a primal scream, as clock-like patterns began to manifest across his body. As these patterns materialized, an immense wave of energy surged forth, indiscriminately attacking everything in its path. The sound of explosions filled the air, and in mere moments, the land lay in ruins. You fiend! Goku observed the apocalyptic scene, veins bulging on his forehead, and instantly entered his Super Saiyan 4 state, charging toward Mira. Mira did not even glance at Goku, merely waving his hand dismissively, causing Goku to falter momentarily before being propelled away like a cannonball. The ground shook as he crashed into it, creating a massive crater 100 meters wide, showcasing the tremendous power behind Mira's casual gesture. Goku emerged from the crater, ready to engage, only to be intercepted by Reina. You are no match for him. While you are still relatively unscathed, you must hurry and save the others. Upon hearing this, Goku clenched his fists, glancing between Reina and the enigmatic foe, reluctantly nodding before departing. Meanwhile, in hell, Jinpei observed the unfolding scene with a sinister smile. So soon, he has unleashed the power of time. It appears this timeline is on the brink of obliteration. With a wave of his hand, the vision faded, and he leaped into the darkness. Oh, how intriguing. It appears that this is what they refer to as the power of time. Indeed, a most peculiar force. Reiner grinned widely and slowly closed the distance to a meter in front of him. Buzz! In an instant, a divine aura, starkly contrasting with that of Mira, erupted from his being. Suddenly, this sacred energy surged skyward, piercing the heavens. Mira was knocked back several dozen meters by this holy presence, and his formerly vacant eyes finally flickered with a hint of response. Simultaneously, in the realm of time, the denizens of the Supreme Kai realm sensed this extraordinarily divine aura and were momentarily taken aback. Buzzing, his pure black hair transformed into a shimmering silver, and the divine energy that had just manifested dissipated, revealing an innocuous demeanor. Reiner flexed his muscles and made a provocative gesture towards Mira. In an instant, Mira appeared before him, delivering a swift knife hand strike. With a sharp sound, sparks flew as a tremendous burst of energy erupted, creating a crescent-shaped wave that cleaved downward. Concurrently, due to the violent energy explosion, subtle cracks appeared in the Earth's core. Remarkably, Reiner blocked Mira's strike with a mere finger. With his other hand, he pressed against Mira's abdomen, unleashing energy that pierced through his body. However, Mira was no fool, retaliating with a knee strike. Bang! This move was thwarted by Reiner, unleashing a fierce gust of wind centered around the two, causing the entire Earth to tremble. Such formidable strength. Amidst the ruins, Sun Wukong supported his son Gohan as they gazed at the battle unfolding in the sky, a glint of brilliance flashing in his eyes as he pondered. It seems that even if I fused with Vegeta to become Vegeto, we might not be able to display such power. These beings are truly exceptional. Though he felt a pang of unwillingness, what could he do? For now, they could only rely on Reiner. To elevate physical strength to such an extent, impressive indeed. Reiner smirked, retracting his hand and swiftly delivering a powerful kick, simultaneously launching a silver energy sphere. However, a peculiar phenomenon occurred. The energy sphere halted midway. A clock-like disc appeared behind Mira. Tick-tock. A unique sound resonated, and in an instant, he felt himself enveloped by an energy that began to sap his own strength. This is... Reiner squinted, his body trembling as he erupted with energy, dispelling the devouring force. Truly formidable, to reach such a degree. This excites me. Mira. With a sudden whoosh, Reiner vanished, and a thunderous roar echoed through the air. Yet this time, he did not strike immediately, for a protective barrier had formed before Mira, though it was visibly cracking at an alarming rate. Meanwhile, the pointer on the disc behind him shifted slightly, and the fractured barrier began to mend. Huh, Reiner shouted, intensifying his energy output. Buzz. Crack. The energies collided, producing a dazzling display of silver lightning. As time progressed, Reiner discerned a minor flaw in the device behind Mira. So that's it. This power has yet to be fully mastered by you. After all, you are merely a puppet, and they would not allow you to wield such power, would they? Reiner mused aloud. Concurrently, his divine energy surged once more, forming a sacred energy shield that enveloped both combatants, emanating an aura that manifested as a colossal figure towering 100 feet high. Bang! This nearly corporeal aura giant grasped the disc, pulling it apart, and as it did, Mira's vacant gaze regained a semblance of awareness. Save, Tawa, he uttered in a stuttering manner before his eyes returned to their hollow state. Humph, you truly are a loyal hound, still concerned for your master at such a time. Perhaps in your heart, she is your mother, after all. Mira. Perhaps it was in response to Mira that he uttered these words. Chapter 48, The Evil God Demigra. Merging with the power of time. Crack, crack. The disc was riddled with fissures, and at this moment, Mira began to bleed from all 7 orifices, convulsing violently. Break. With that single command, the disc tore apart like fabric, splitting into 2. Thank you. Following this, Mira's entire form was cleaved in twain, a peculiar liquid raining down from the sky. Nevertheless, Reiner did not let his guard down, for the power of time had infiltrated his body, rampaging within him the moment Mira split. Blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. Huff. He retracted his divine aura, sealing his body and confining the power of time within. The uncontrollable power of time is remarkably potent and ferocious. He could distinctly feel the overwhelming energy coursing through him. Wiping the blood from his mouth, the divine energy within him clashed with the power of time. A cacophony of cracking sounds erupted from his body, akin to bones breaking. And soon, sweat fell like raindrops. After about half a minute, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and knelt on one knee. TCH. How embarrassing to be reduced to this state by a mere energy. He sat cross-legged, controlling his divine energy to form a barrier around the power of time, which thrashed about violently within the confines of the circle in search of an escape. As time passed, Reiner's furrowed brow gradually relaxed a fraction, for he had noticed a periodic fluctuation in the power of time. Though the changes were not particularly evident, he was able to discern them. Since I have detected this, let it become a part of my strength. He engaged in a war of attrition with the divine energy. In the dim realm where Tawa was imprisoned, Gype suddenly coughed up a jet-black liquid, his eyes wide with shock. What is happening? Has someone truly vanquished Mira? Could it be those gods? No, that seems unlikely. Those beings would not act so readily. After contemplating for a mere 10 seconds, he dismissed the thought. Although it was regrettable to lose the power of time, he could always seek the masked man later. The power of time that Mira possessed originated from that masked individual, who had initially intended for him to acquire the time eggs. but due to Tao's obstinacy. He had no choice but to request the masked man for the power of time. After cleaning the blood from the corner of his mouth and adjusting his attire, he approached the place where Tao was held captive. Looking at her disheveled hair and smiling face, he said, "Before I even speak, you ask, what has become of Mira?" Gype shrugged at Tao's anxious demeanor. "He is dead." Although a mere 3 simple words, they resonated in Tao's ears like thunderclaps. "Do not look at me with such eyes. It was not I who did it. Furthermore, even if it were, what could you do about it? Enough of this. Let us not dawdle. Speak, will you agree or not? My patience is wearing thin. Do you comprehend?" Tova fixed her gaze on Ji-Pei. Her teeth clenched as she uttered 3 words. "Impossible. Very well, very well. That is indeed your answer. Quite commendable." As she spoke, an overwhelming aura of malevolence surged forth, enveloping Tova. Suddenly, the dark space began to tremble. Crack. Abruptly, a fissure appeared, from which a terrifying aura of darkness emanated, causing Ji-Pei to become instantly alert. At that moment, a figure emerged from the rift. He possessed a mane of unruly red hair, pale skin, and donned blue attire, wielding a staff resembling a bone in his left hand. Upon seeing this individual, Tova involuntarily gasped. "Demigura, how could you be here?" Indeed, this person was none other than the super demon Demigura, sealed within the time rift by the King of Time. Even Ji-Pei, who stood nearby, took 2 steps back upon hearing that name, illustrating its formidable power. Demigura regarded Tova with a hint of confusion before his eyes brightened. "Ah, it has been eons, Tova. Indeed, it has been far too long. However, what are you up to?" These 2 had previously served under the Demon King, Mechikapura. "How did you escape from the time rift?" Tova inquired, bewildered. Demigura smirked wickedly, his grin instantly lowering the temperature of the dark space by several degrees. "It is all thanks to you, Tova. Your frequent alterations of the timeline allowed me to escape, though a minor inconvenience ensued." He then squinted at Ji-Pei. Hee. "It seems fortune favors me. As I have encountered such a splendid prey, the darkness within you shall belong to me." As he spoke, his wand tapped the ground, and a wave of malevolent energy radiated from the gem atop his staff, enveloping the entire space. Just as Ji-Pei attempted to flee, he was ensnared by this energy, feeling his own vitality swiftly deplete. "No, spare me, I cannot." With a swift motion, he disintegrated into dust. As Demigura absorbed Ji-Pei's dark power, a look of ecstasy washed over his face. "It has been ages since I have tasted such pure dark energy, truly delightful." "Demigura, what have you just done?" Tova gazed at him with grave intensity, certain that he was not wielding magical energy. "Your perception remains as keen as ever. Indeed, I am not using magical power. You may refer to it as the power of the Dark God, so do not call me a demon god any longer. Henceforth, I am the Dark God." With a flick of his wand, he dissolved Tova's confinement. "Dark God, indeed," she murmured, sensing the aura emanating from him. "Hey, Tova, I have stumbled upon something rather intriguing. It appears this fellow harbors another individual behind him." Demigura chuckled, stroking his chin. "Who is it?" Demigura did not respond, but waved his wand, engulfing both of them in a black radiance before they vanished. On Earth, Rena suddenly opened his eyes, a domineering and vast energy erupting forth, causing the entire planet to halt its rotation in an instant. Everything froze, though this state of suspension lasted merely 10 seconds before returning to normal, with Rena spitting out a mouthful of blood. "Ah, I have finally grasped it. While it was only for those 10 seconds, I shall continue to strengthen this ability. One day, I will be able to halt the entirety of time and space." He extended his hand, conjuring a silver energy sphere in his palm. Upon closer inspection, one could discern a wheel-like object faintly visible within. Dispelling the energy, he rose and brushed off the dust from his attire, feeling quite elated. Though such abilities could be attained through signing in, the issue lies in the randomness of the rewards, leaving uncertainty about when the desired outcome would manifest. Thus, encountering an opportunity is far more advantageous than waiting for fate to provide. In high spirits, Rena departed, heading towards Capsule Corporation, having previously noted that numerous warriors had gathered there during the fusion of the stone's power. Ah, this instantaneous movement is indeed quite convenient. As he soared through the air, he pondered when he might acquire a signing ability akin to the King of Time's instantaneous movement, one that does not require sensing energy. Chapter 49, The First Encounter. On the open terrace of Capsule Corporation, the warriors, excluding Piccolo who remained in Hell, sat together, feasting while discussing recent events. Beep, beep, beep. As they conversed, a sudden urgent ringing of a phone broke the atmosphere. Bulma smiled at everyone, stepping away from the table to answer the call. "Hello, is this Miss Bulma?" "Yes. May I ask who is calling?" Bulma responded, her face adorned with curiosity, as the voice was unfamiliar to her. "It is I, Gak from the Galactic Patrol." May I inquire about the matter? Upon uttering this, there was a brief silence on the other end before continuing. It is concerning your sister, Tais. She has been abducted by a galactic prisoner. What? Bulma exclaimed, her outburst drawing the attention of Vegeta and the others. Vegeta set down his food and approached slowly. What is going on? Speak clearly. What has happened to my sister? Bulma implored urgently. What is the matter? Vegeta queried. Upon seeing her husband approach, Bulma switched to speaker mode. Recently, a powerful energy disrupted the energy of the galactic prison, causing chaos within. At that time, your sister was conducting an interview there, and some prisoners seized the opportunity to take her hostage and escape. The Galactic Patrol has already dispatched personnel to pursue them. We expect news shortly. Furthermore, if you receive any calls from the prisoners or your sister, please inform us immediately. Bulma nodded repeatedly as the call ended. Vegeta observed Bulma's anxious expression and inquired, what did he just say? I feel like I'm in a fog. After putting away her phone, the couple returned to the table, and Bulma addressed her husband and Goku in a serious tone. The person who just called was from the Galactic Patrol. He said my sister, Tais, has been taken by a galactic prisoner. Sister? Vegeta pondered for a moment before his brow relaxed, recalling indeed that he had a sister. Though their last encounter had been during Trunks' full moon celebration. Those villains in the universe. Hee, shall we set off to rescue your sister now? Goku exclaimed excitedly. Setting down his food, Vegeta shot Goku a glare. How shall we go? Can you survive in the universe? Goku chuckled sheepishly, scratching his head. What is wrong with you all? Upon hearing a familiar voice, Goku turned to see the young man who had previously aided him descending slowly. Just now, when Rina flew over Capsule Corporation, he sensed the atmosphere was rather tense. By the way, I still don't know your name. Thank you for everything that happened before. Sun Wukong remarked. Rina chuckled softly before introducing herself. Vegeta briefly recounted the events that had just transpired. Upon hearing this, Rina couldn't help but mutter under her breath. One wave has not yet subsided before another rises. The current situation was far from resolved, yet another complication had arisen. However, the Galactic Patrol of this timeline differed significantly from that of the main timeline. It was a private organization, and all members participated voluntarily. After a moment of contemplation, she stated, leave this matter to me. After all, neither you nor Vegeta can operate in space. So you should focus on gathering the Dragon Balls to restore the city to its former glory. With the blessing of divine energy, he could survive for a time, even in the vacuum of space. The group exchanged glances. It wasn't that they doubted Reyna, but rather they found her eagerness a bit excessive. I know what you're thinking. I merely wish to understand the situation, Bulma remarked, directing her gaze at Reyna. Since the other me from a different timeline has already shared her phone number with you, it indicates her trust in you, and thus, I shall trust you as well. With Bulma's endorsement, the others nodded in agreement. Reyna acknowledged them with a nod and vanished in an instant. As for whether she recognized her sister, that was a jest. She had a photo in hand, and utilizing divine power to locate someone was undeniably effective. In the cosmos, an elliptical spaceship of moderate size soared swiftly. Inside, four extraterrestrial prisoners donned in prison garb were accompanied by a woman in a dress, her golden hair cascading gently and adorned with gold-rimmed glasses. Now that you've all escaped, why do you still need to bring me along? I'm nothing but a burden to you. The golden-haired woman spoke with a melodious voice, reminiscent of a lark. She was none other than Bulma's sister, Tais. Silence, barked one of the extraterrestrials, whose forehead bore a pair of small horns. Lias, where exactly are you taking us? Inquired another alien with scaly skin resembling that of a crocodile. Lias, who piloted the spaceship, smirked. I heard in the galactic prison about the wish-granting Dragon Balls on Namek, so that's our destination. Oh, how intriguing. What wishes should we make, the four of us? The cat-like alien seated beside Tais asked, tilting his head. We'll decide when we get there, Lias replied, though a glint of ambition flickered in his eyes. Suddenly, a series of beeping sounds echoed, followed by flashing red lights, causing the entire spaceship to tremble violently. Hey, Lias, can you drive any better? Steady this thing, the crocodile-headed alien shouted. Just as he finished his sentence, everything within the spaceship abruptly halted, only to resume shortly thereafter. However, the calm was fleeting as a deafening explosion erupted, and the spaceship was obliterated in a fiery blast. On a brownish planet, a man and a woman materialized. I expected to encounter a formidable foe, but it turns out to be mere insignificant creatures, Reyna remarked, her expression one of disinterest. Hey, can you let me go now? A sweet voice chimed in his ears. He released her, scratching his head awkwardly, having been lost in thought. Once freed, Reyna couldn't help but appraise Tais. Her beauty and figure were such that she could easily become a star on Earth. Who are you? Reyna inquired with a slight smile. I'm from Earth. A friend of Bulma S. Tais adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses, signaling her understanding. This gesture left Reina momentarily speechless, and the atmosphere grew increasingly awkward. Nevertheless, being a man, he cleared his throat and said, "Let us go. I'll take you back to Earth." However, Thais shook her head. "I want to go back. Earth is too dull. And my interview isn't finished yet. Once I complete it, I plan to write my novel, which I believe will be a bestseller." Reina's lips twitched at her enthusiasm. "So, you intend to return to the Galactic Patrol headquarters? It's rather tumultuous there right now." She nodded. Her gaze fixed on Reina, causing his cheeks to flush slightly. Coughing to mask his embarrassment, he said, "All right, since I'm Bulma's friend and you're her sister, I'll escort you back. No one would dare harm you." With that, he waved his hand, releasing divine energy that enveloped her, and propelled them towards the Galactic Patrol headquarters. Chapter 50 has been optimized, and a hidden mission has been activated. In the heart of the universe, there stood a structure as sharp as a rocket, expansive in both size and scale. Outside the headquarters, Gak was adjusting the search route for the upcoming mission. 6 teams, comprising 60 individuals, had already been dispatched without any news, prompting him to prepare a team of his own to set out. "Thais, we will surely find you. You must be safe," Gak murmured. Soon, he completed the adjustments and activated the spaceship, but before he could take off, alarms blared throughout the base. "What now?" he exclaimed, rubbing his forehead in frustration at the incessant series of complications. Stepping out of the spaceship, he scanned the surroundings and suddenly halted. Standing at the entrance were a man and a woman, and the woman was none other than Thais. He rushed toward her, his face a mix of surprise and confusion. "You've returned. How did you manage that?" Thais pointed to Reina. "It was my sister's friend who saved me. And you are?" Gak finally turned to Reina, having momentarily forgotten in his excitement. The Gak before him appeared slightly different, somewhat more mature than the one he had previously encountered. "I'm Reina. It seems your Galactic Patrol could benefit from bolstering its strength." He felt a tinge of awkwardness, given the sudden turn of events. "I will report this to the chief," Gak replied. "Well then, my mission is complete. Farewell." With that, he turned and leaped into the air, soaring away. As Reina departed, Thais was struck by a new inspiration for her writing. Meanwhile, at Capsule Corporation on Earth, they had successfully gathered the Dragon Balls. The orbs radiated a gentle glow as Sun Wukong stood before them, declaring, "Arise, Shenron." The Dragon Balls flickered momentarily, but did not manifest any changes. What is going on? Are the Dragon Balls broken? Just as the warriors pondered this, a faint crack echoed as the Dragon Balls split. Though the sound was so subtle that they did not notice, wisps of black smoke emerged, coalescing into a dark dragon that exhaled smoke rings. "You summoned me. What is your wish?" "I can grant any desire." The group exchanged glances, bewildered. Is this really the dragon? It seems different somehow. The black dragon paid no heed to the thoughts of those present, and once again exhaled a puff of smoke. "If you do not make a wish, I shall take my leave." Bulma was the first to react, hastily declaring, "Please resurrect all those who have died in the past 2 days." The black dragon nodded, inhaled deeply, and then released a colossal smoke ring. "Your wish has been granted. Now, I must depart." Instantly, the immense form of the black dragon divided into 7 wisps of black smoke, dispersing across the world, leaving behind only the dull, lifeless Dragon Balls. "Vegeta, did you not sense that the dragon seemed to glance at us before it split?" Vegeta, with a grave expression, nodded in acknowledgement, having perceived the same ominous gaze, which, based on his previous experiences as a villain, was fraught with malevolence. "Kakarot, perhaps we are once again confronted by an adversary." Goku looked at Vegeta, his face a portrait of confusion, unsure of the reasoning behind Vegeta's assertion. Just as he was about to inquire further, an ear-splitting explosion echoed in the distance, giving rise to a massive mushroom cloud. "It appears I was not mistaken. That dragon is not a divine being, but rather an embodiment of evil." "What on earth is happening, Vegeta?" "I feel utterly bewildered." Vegeta, speechless, regarded Kakarot, and then recounted his past experiences as a villain. Could this explosion possibly have been caused by that malevolent dragon? At this moment, Krillin interjected, "It is a certainty." A frantic voice from Tian reached their ears. "This is bad, this is bad. Everyone, similar explosions are occurring worldwide, with devastating casualties." "Damn it, Vegeta." Goku glanced at Vegeta, who merely scoffed, "Do not give me orders." Just as the two were about to take flight, Tian's voice resounded again. "I have another dire piece of news. We can no longer summon the dragon. My incantation has ceased to work, which means this situation might lead to." He trailed off, but the implication was clear to all. Fear not, fear not. Thank you for the warning, Tian. This time, I will swiftly conclude the battle with Vegeta." With that, the two took to the skies, followed by Krillin, Gohan, and the other warriors who, though lacking the power of the duo, aimed to assist in whatever small measure they could. In the temple, the elder had previously warned against the frequent use of the Dragon Balls, cautioning that it could lead to unforeseeable consequences, and now it seemed that warning had proven true. Tian wore a troubled expression. Initially skeptical, he now found himself compelled to believe, given the circumstances. Do not worry, Lord Kami. I believe Goku and the others can resolve this crisis. Bubbles comforted him. Tian nodded at Bubbles, muttering a hopeful sentiment. On an island several hundred kilometers away, the entire land had been reduced to rubble. A creature resembling a grotesque pig, adorned with a jewel on its forehead containing 7 stars, surveyed its handiwork with a sinister grin. The music of the earthquake is truly exquisite. As he reveled in his self-indulgence, a voice interrupted him. I presume you must be the 7-star dragon. What a dreadful appearance you possess. Instantly, the 7-star dragon's expression darkened. He loathed being called ugly more than anything else. He turned towards the source of the voice to find a young man casually standing there. You dare to call me ugly? Do you realize how much I abhor such remarks? With that, he plunged his hands into the ground. A resounding shockwave erupted forth, causing the earth beneath Rainer to collapse, as if an invisible hand were pulling him downward. Ah, quite bold of you. I thought you'd resort to possession, Rainer remarked. However, such trivial tricks hold no sway over me. With a swift motion, Rainer shook off the immense force, shattering the shockwave. The 7-star dragon, taken aback, felt an unsettling premonition wash over him. As Rainer's gaze wandered, he seized the opportunity to burrow into the earth. It matters not who you are. As long as I remain underground, you will not find me. However, you dare to insult me, so prepare for my retribution. The 7-star dragon sneered ominously. Oh, is that so? Unfortunately for you, you shan't have that opportunity. The young man's voice echoed once more, startling him. And suddenly, an overwhelming force yanked him from his hiding place, uprooting the earth as if a gopher had tunneled through it. Who are you? He exclaimed, astonished and perplexed. Is there truly anyone with such strength besides Goku? Yet Rainer offered no response. He placed a hand upon the 7-star dragon's forehead and with a forceful motion, extracted the black Dragon Ball. The 7-star dragon let out a pained wail as his form gradually dissipated. Is it over already? I thought you could last a bit longer. Rainer shook his head, feeling rather uninterested. He was about to stow the black Dragon Ball in his system space when the system chimed. Ding. System optimization complete. Congratulations on unlocking a hidden quest. Eliminate or seal the incoming demon. What nonsense is this? Optimization complete? A hidden quest? Hey, system, explain yourself. Ding. The system has been in an optimization phase until now, and it has completed. The following functionalities have been unlocked. A panel appeared, detailing the newly available features such as quests, a shop, and a lottery. Wait, is this the equivalent of getting on the bus before purchasing a ticket? Rainer mused, perplexed by the system's oddity compared to those he had encountered in novels, which were usually much more interactive. However, the system paid him no mind, leaving him with no choice but to shrug it off and examine the hidden quest. Eliminate or seal the incoming demon. Completing this task will upgrade your mastery of ZIG. Grant 3 lottery chances and 5,000 points in the shop. Rainer's eyes sparkled at the sight of these rewards. Please, upgrading ZIG in a lottery? Who could possibly resist? Certainly not me. Chapter 51. The Arrival of the Corrupted 1-Star Dragon. A demon, But it seems this demon is not so easily vanquished. Although Rainer thought this, he did not dwell on it for too long. Having merged with the power of time, he had yet to engage in a true battle. And with the 8 gates technique yet untested, this would serve as a perfect opportunity to hone his skills. In a desolate land, plumes of smoke rose ominously. 2 figures plummeted from the sky. With a thunderous crash, they created a crater over 100 meters wide. Goku, you truly are impressive, praised the 5-star dragon, who bore a resemblance to a penguin, with a 5-star ball embedded in its chest. Goku chuckled, scratching his nose. 5-star dragon, I presume you have yet to unleash your true power. Very well, Goku, let me show you my true strength. As he spoke, his body began to melt away like a candle, seeping into the ground and rapidly drawing energy from the power plant located several kilometers away. The sizzling sound echoed as, within mere seconds, the candle-like liquid coalesced, causing his previously frail form to swell dramatically, his combat power soaring to unprecedented heights. A violent surge of electrical energy erupted, instantly scorching the earth beneath him. Wow, is this your true strength? Quite impressive. Of course, Sun Wukong did not back down, transforming into his Super Saiyan 3 form. The moment his golden aura flared, it dispersed the electric tempest. However, at that very moment, the 5-star dragon unleashed a wave of electrical energy. Buzz. Crackle. The ferocious lightning energy coalesced into a laser that struck Sun Wukong, triggering a cataclysmic explosion. Now you recognize my power, don't you? The legendary Sun Wukong isn't all that formidable. Instead, you should admire my masterpiece. Before he could turn away, a sudden voice erupted from the smoke. Kamehameha. A blue energy wave pierced through the haze, the potent force penetrating the five-star dragon directly. What? The five-star dragon stared blankly at the gaping hole in his abdomen, ultimately chuckling as the liquid covering him swiftly mended the injury. Your attacks are futile. As long as I possess electricity, I can continuously regenerate. Sun Wukong refrained from unnecessary banter, gathering all his energy into his palms to unleash the mightiest Kamehameha. The colossal energy wave obliterated the five-star dragon into dust. Following this, Sun Wukong utilized instant transmission to seize the five-star Dragon Ball, concluding the battle. Meanwhile, Vegeta was engaged in a similarly intense encounter, albeit with a more brutal approach. On a high mountain, the one-star dragon felt the presence of his brothers disappearing one by one, his expression darkening. These useless fools. I must take matters into my own hands. With a swift motion, he vanished, leaving behind scorched earth. As time progressed, Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and their companions had collected 5 black Dragon Balls, with only 3 remaining, excluding the one in Reina's possession. In a desolate city, the one-star dragon found himself encircled by warriors. Though surrounded, only Sun Wukong and Vegeta stood at the forefront. The others watched from a distance. Faced with the Super Saiyan 4 forms of Sun Wukong and Vegeta, the one-star dragon maintained an air of indifference. You lot possess some strength. How swiftly you dispatched my brothers. Humph. One-star dragon, do not overestimate yourself. The power of Super Saiyan 4 is beyond your imagination. I suggest you surrender to avoid suffering. Vegeta remarked coolly, arms crossed. Ha. The one-star dragon laughed, the sound grating on the ears. Your power is utterly insignificant in my eyes. With a wave of his hand, a fierce wind swept through, stirring up clouds of dust. How does it feel to recognize my might? What a show-off. Vegeta retorted, unleashing the prince's technique, a barrage of energy blasts erupting from his hands. The energy detonated continuously, engulfing the city in smoke. Under the relentless assault of the prince's technique, the one-star dragon remained largely unharmed, protected by a thin shield that deflected the energy waves. Vegeta, are you seeking death? The one-star dragon vanished in an instant, too swift for Sun Wukong and Vegeta to perceive. Boom. A deep, thunderous sound erupted, causing both to spit out bile and stagger backward, clutching their stomachs. Sun Wukong, Vegeta, your so-called Super Saiyan 4 forms are nothing to me. Return my brothers, and perhaps I will spare your lives. Ha! Vegeta spat on the ground, wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, and, clenching his fists, unleashed his golden aura, charging forward. However, midway through his assault, a loud rumble resounded as a thick black beam descended from the heavens. The two were forced back several steps by the impact. Such a dense aura of darkness. Who could it be? The one-star dragon furrowed his brow, eyeing the beam. Though he wielded considerable dark energy, it paled in comparison to that of the column before him. Oh, I never expected such dark energy to exist on this planet. Demigra emerged slowly from the black beam. His staff pointed menacingly at the one-star dragon. You seek death. Despite the overwhelming dark energy, the one-star dragon felt no formidable presence emanating from Demigra. Irritated by the manner in which Demigra spoke, he charged forward recklessly, coalescing a highly dense black energy sphere in his palm and hurling it at Demigra's face. Demigra merely narrowed his eyes, and the energy sphere in the one-star dragon's grasp vanished as if it had never existed. What? The one-star dragon, Sun Wukong, and Vegeta were all astonished, wondering how such a simple glance could nullify the energy. You are quite disobedient. In that case, I shall make you my pawn. With a flick of his wand, the one-star dragon became instantly immobilized, enveloped by a massive crimson energy. This is bad. We must stop him, Sun Wukong exclaimed, instantly teleporting in front of the one-star dragon and unleashing a powerful punch. With a thunderous boom, a formidable ripple of energy was released, yet the one-star dragon remained unmoved. What? Sun Wukong's eyes widened in shock. This punch contained all his might, yet it failed to breach the one-star dragon's defenses. The one-star dragon roared, unleashing a wave of blood-red energy that sent both Sun Wukong and Vegeta flying thousands of meters away. Not bad, you possess some talent. Demigra smiled slightly, then suddenly ceased. Gazing into the distance, a young man was approaching, carrying both Sun Wukong and Vegeta. This aura? Sensing Reina's presence, Demigra furrowed his brow, an unsettling familiarity washing over him. The three landed, and Sun Wukong nodded at Reina in gratitude. Reina simply waved his hand dismissively, then turned to Demigra with a smile. Demigra, it's been rather uncomfortable for you, being sealed by the god of time for over 75 million years, hasn't it? You little brat, I don't know who you are, but you have foolishly provoked me. I will make your death excruciating. With a wave of his wand, the one-star dragon charged at Reina. Reina smiled slightly, extending his hand to unleash the divine power imbued with the strength of time. In an instant, the one-star dragon was immobilized. This is the power of time. You are an accomplice of that wretched Kuranoa. As he spoke, Reina could sense the immense fury radiating from Demigra, not one to engage in lengthy explanations. Reina tossed the 7-star dragon ball he held to Sun Wukong after immobilizing the 1-star dragon and said, "I'll leave the 1-star dragon to you," before eagerly rushing towards Demigra. Chapter 52, Divine Power versus Evil Enhancement. The Realm of Time. He actually escaped. How did he manage that? The god of time observed the images depicted on the scroll, her delicate brows furrowing as she murmured to herself. The sealing energy she had unleashed back then was potent enough to confine Demigra for a staggering 100 million years. Yet now, the circumstances had drastically changed. An overwhelming series of events had transpired recently, leaving her uncertain of the ultimate outcome. It was imperative that she locate Shirshir without delay. Regrettably, a considerable amount of time had elapsed, and there had been no news regarding Shirshir Niao. She fervently hoped that he could be sealed away once more. She held no illusions that Reiner could eliminate Demigra. Despite Reiner's formidable strength, Demigra was no trivial adversary. Thus her only hope lay in the possibility of resealing him. A thunderous clash erupted as 2 streaks of silver and black light collided in the sky. The resounding impact reverberated across the heavens. In an instant, Reiner darted behind his opponent, unleashing an energy orb that detonated upon contact. In a flash of brilliance, both combatants emerged from the swirling dust, each bearing their share of minor injuries. Demigra glanced at the shattered remnants of his magic wand, scoffing as he tossed it aside. "Your business seems to be thriving. I shall grant you an opportunity. Become my servant, and I shall spare you." Reiner squinted, a smile creeping onto his lips. "I choose the second option." "The second option? It appears you truly seek death." With a swift motion, an explosion of energy erupted forth. The entire earth dimmed under the onslaught as frigid winds howled and dark clouds crackled with lightning, booming ominously. "Insect, witness my true power," he commanded the lightning, which coalesced into a colossal serpent that plummeted downwards. A thunderous crack echoed as a terrifying storm unleashed, obliterating everything in its path. While a massive mushroom cloud illuminated half the globe, nearly 100 miles of land was reduced to charred earth, streaks of electricity dancing across its surface. "Is this what they call magic?" "Quite fascinating." Reiner's curious voice emerged from the haze. "You possess quite a skill, managing to withstand that attack." Demigra's strike was powerful enough to pierce the earth, yet Reiner had endured it. This earned him Demigra's begrudging respect. "Enough of these trivial tricks. If this is your true strength, it is exceedingly disappointing." "Ha! How amusing, how very amusing." As he spoke, an ominous aura surged around him, a malevolent crimson energy erupting and enveloping the cloud-shrouded earth. Under the influence of this dark energy, the flora and fauna that had managed to endure began to perish, their dying breaths absorbed by the blood-red force. Simultaneously, the cosmos itself began to undergo a transformation. The thick, oppressive aura altered his form, causing his stature to shrink while a tail sprouted from behind him. His gray skin morphed into a dark crimson hue, a red gem materializing on his chest, and his visage appeared markedly younger than before. He flexed his muscles, producing a cacophony reminiscent of popping beans. With a casual grip, a fierce aura radiated outward, instantly creating a massive zone devoid of wind. Seeing this, Reiner's eyes sparkled. He sensed that Demigra's energy now rivaled that of an angel, positioning him among the most powerful. "Insect, you are the first to behold this form of mine, but you shall also be the last." Demigra's tone dripped with arrogance, a testament to his confidence in his own might. "Ha!" Reiner laughed heartily, hand pressed against his forehead. "I've been waiting for this, Demigra. Let us engage in battle without reservation." "Huh." As he spoke, a fiery red energy enveloped him. However, a closer inspection revealed flecks of white starlight intertwined within the crimson aura. The 8 gates of opening, activate. Boom. The immense red energy surged forth, dispersing much of the surrounding malevolent energy. This elicited a glimmer of intrigue in Demigra's eyes. "Impressive. These two are extraordinarily powerful, Vegeta." Vegeta's countenance shifted slightly, yet he remained silent, his heart brimming with reluctance. Though both warriors sensed the strength emanating from Reiner and Demigra, they remained unharmed by their energies. At that moment, the sealed 1-star dragon emitted an odd sound. "This is not good. Vegeta, we must fuse. It is the only way to overcome this adversary," exclaimed Goku in alarm. Vegeta's expression tightened at the thought of such a fusion, yet the image of the 2 distant figures compelled him to suppress his unwillingness and nod in agreement. The 2 then began their fusion dance. A tempest arose, golden light illuminating the entire city as golden energy surged forth, creating rippling waves of power that pierced the firmament. As the two completed their fusion, the sealing power over the one-star dragon dissipated. Empowered, the one-star dragon roared and charged towards the still-encased Gogeta. Huh. The crimson light flickered as energy coalesced behind him into a fearsome dragon, his hair and pupils turning a fiery red. Is this the 8 gates of opening enhanced by divine power? Originally a formidable martial technique, the 8 gates had now undergone a qualitative transformation under divine influence, perfectly eliminating its previous drawbacks. What a peculiar energy. Just as Demigra pondered the strange force, Reiner wasted no time allowing him further contemplation. With a swift motion, leveraging purely physical strength, he appeared before Demigra in mere milliseconds, the very fabric of space warping slightly in his wake. Demigra's pupils narrowed as he raised his hand, launching a punch. Bang! In an instant, the energy waves generated from the collision swept outward with devastating force, engulfing the surrounding area for miles, even impacting the battlefield where Gogeta stood. Swish! Swish! The two transformed into streaks of light, colliding relentlessly in the sky. Meanwhile, in a laboratory within the demon realm, Tawa manipulated a machine resembling a biological chamber, pondering the whereabouts of Demigra. Where could that fellow have wandered off to? He promised to assist me. Will he truly go back on his word? She mused while operating the machine. Since the last incident, Tawa had returned to the demon realm some time ago. Demigra had initially intended to introduce her to the mastermind, yet upon arrival, the so-called mastermind was nowhere to be found, leading to her being returned to the demon realm while he vanished. I hope you keep your promises. Otherwise, despite acknowledging that even in her transformed state, she could not contend with Demigra, she held on to Shir Niao, her trump card, allowing her to assert with confidence that she feared no one. Beep, beep. The machine emitted a series of sounds, causing Tawa's eyes to brighten. Mira, you must remember the new life I bestow upon you. Click. As the biological chamber opened, a plume of white smoke billowed forth, followed by the emergence of a bear man. Chapter 53. The Failure of the Seal, Events of Years Past. Thank you. Mira nodded at Tova. Due to the preservation of all his data and memories before his demise, he encountered no unfamiliarity. After donning his attire, he gazed into the mirror, noticing a subtle alteration in his appearance. He had become noticeably leaner, and he sensed that the strength within him had surged several-fold compared to before. Seated across from each other, Tova inquired, "Please articulate in detail what transpired during my absence." Mira pondered briefly before recounting the events surrounding her abduction. Upon hearing Mira's account, Tova was momentarily struck into silence, resting his forehead in contemplation. After a lengthy pause, he remarked, "It appears that this matter involves numerous individuals. What exactly transpired?" Now, she was beginning to feel quite perplexed about the unfolding events. It was said to be a struggle for the time bird, yet the current situation remained shrouded in mystery. Unable to grasp the entirety of the situation, she resolved to set her thoughts aside for the time being, believing that as long as they possessed the time bird, they would be fine. "Let us rest for a while before taking action." Mira said nothing, merely nodding in agreement. Meanwhile, the god of time observed the scroll. As the image began to blur, sweat beaded upon her forehead. "This energy is overwhelmingly powerful. It is disrupting even my realm." She exerted every effort to stabilize the image, yet her abilities fell short. With a crack, the scroll split in two, and she stumbled backward several steps before regaining her balance. "Are you all right, Lord God of Time?" Vegeta asked. She shook her head, wiping the sweat from her brow. "Their energy is far too potent. I can no longer peer into it." Vegeta and Trunks exchanged glances. Although they were situated within the realm of time, they could still perceive the anomalous energy fluctuations emanating from Earth. Supporting the god of time, they stood by, engaged in casual conversation. "Mr. Vegeta, you were born during this very moment, correct?" Vegeta nodded, a smile gracing his features. "Indeed, I came into existence the instant we fused." "Mr. Vegeta, whom do you believe would triumph in a confrontation, the newly fused you or the enhanced one-star dragon?" He chuckled lightly. "It would undoubtedly be my victory. Despite witnessing the enhancement of the one-star dragon in the previous vision, I remain confident in my prowess." Even though Trunks had ascended to the divine realm, he still could not fathom the depths of Vegeta's true strength, hence his inquiry. He patted Trunks on the shoulder, his eyes filled with paternal pride. Although he had been birthed in another timeline, he was still his son. On Earth, Reina and Demigra had shifted the battlefield to the frigid Antarctic region. With swift movements, they clashed, their fierce energies igniting sparks as they collided. Suddenly, Reina appeared before Demigra, delivering a powerful punch that even warped the fabric of space. Demigra narrowly evaded the strike, but could not escape the follow-up attack. With a swift motion, an energy laser pierced through his arm. He furrowed his brow before relaxing and scoffing. "You possess a knack for combat," Reina quipped, shaking his head in jest. "It's not that I excel in battle. Rather, You are growing old, Demigra. Demigra narrowed his eyes, extending his hands to conjure two energy spears, which he hurled forward. The energy spears sliced through the air, trailing fiery tails toward Reyna. In response, Reyna made no attempt to evade. Instead, he crouched into a starting position, launching himself forward as the projectiles were released. With the 8 gates technique, the crimson dragon behind him roared, causing a slight distortion in space. Boom. A flying kick shattered the energy spear into fragments. Quick to react, Demigra formed a defensive stance, conjuring an energy wall before him. The clash of spear and shield produced an ear-splitting sonic boom. The ensuing explosion sent shockwaves reverberating through the landscape, stirring tumultuous waves of energy that echoed across the heavens, harmonizing with the thunder in the stormy clouds above. You can't. But before he could finish his thought, Reyna breached Demigra's defenses, delivering a fierce kick to his face that propelled him like an arrow through the air, shattering several layers of ice and generating colossal waves. Reyna was determined not to let this opportunity slip. He swiftly positioned himself above Demigra's descent and unleashed the 8 gates technique once more. This time, however, 2 crimson dragons appeared behind him. Prepare to witness the maximum power of the 8 gates. With narrowed eyes, he dove downward. A cataclysmic explosion erupted, unleashing a terrifying energy that vaporized vast stretches of seawater. On the scorched earth left in the wake of the evaporated ocean, Reyna's foot forcefully embedded itself into Demigra's abdomen. Ah! Demigra cried out in pain, spewing forth a copious amount of blood. Damn you, vile insect! He roared in fury, concentrating his internal energy into a ball of power. Reyna's expression turned serious as he swiftly dodged, just as the energy ball detonated, engulfing the area in radiant light and creating a massive crater. You insect, you wretched insect. I shall obliterate you. Demigra's voice emerged from within the explosion, followed by the ominous glow of his blood-red energy. Merging his hands, he concentrated all his power, generating an oval-shaped shockwave that surged outward with ferocity. Have I truly pushed you to this extent? It seems that such a prolonged seal has made you forget how to fight. I had anticipated some amusement, yet this is all you offer. Very well, I shall re-imprison you. Unfazed by the terrifying shockwave, he muttered to himself while simultaneously unleashing the power of time. Buzz. Suddenly, the entire earth fell into a state of suspension. Though it lasted only 10 seconds, it was sufficient. He raised his hand, concentrating divine energy, and made a sweeping motion through the void. However, in that instant, Reyna felt a jolt of danger, causing his hair to stand on end. He quickly withdrew his hand and leaped away, just as a colossal explosion erupted from the spot he had occupied. Swish. Buzz. As Earth resumed its rotation, Reyna's brow furrowed in concern. He had just breached the barrier of time. How could this be? Reyna gazed at Demigra in the distance, who wore a knowing smile. He found it perplexing. How could this occur? I had sealed it completely. You insect, I too once vied for the position of the god of time. That time, it was merely an accident. Did you truly believe I would be so easily sealed away? Ah, I see now. I was remiss in my assumptions, Reyna said, a touch of self-deprecation in his tone. It is no wonder, for although he had previously perused an introduction about the other, he had never contemplated such matters, leading to the current predicament. Nevertheless, he was not overly concerned, as he had yet to unleash his true potential. At that moment, a voice both he and his companion recognized resounded. Demigula, what if I were to assist you? Following this, the time Kaishin, Cronoa, materialized. Cronoa, you wretched harlot, you have finally chosen to show yourself. Demigula seethed through clenched teeth. It was your own malevolent intentions that led to your sealing, a mere chance for reflection and repentance. Yet I did not foresee you would devolve into this. The time Kaishin sighed. Do not waste your breath with such trivialities. Even if you have arrived, what can you truly achieve? I have told you before, that previous encounter was merely a lapse in my vigilance. This time, I shall end you. In that instant, he unleashed a barrage of energy orbs, each of terrifying density. Chapter 54, The Key Sword. Whoosh. Bang. Bang. Rena positioned himself in front of the time Kaishin, deftly swatting aside each energy orb. The explosions reverberated, transforming the Antarctic continent into a chaotic landscape. Demigula, for the sake of our past acquaintance, I advise you to relent. Huh, relent? Do you truly believe that is possible? After all this time, Cronoa, you remain as naive as ever. Utterly irredeemable. She sighed and glanced at Rena. You assist me in this battle. Rena shook his head. My lord, I believe it would be wiser for you to support me from the sidelines. I am eager to witness what further abilities he possesses. Cronoa hesitated. It was not that she doubted Rena, but rather, she felt that since she had sealed him once, it was her duty to seal him again. After contemplating for a moment, she nodded and retreated. Insect, I concede your previous attacks were formidable, yet you are still too immature to seal me. Rena nonchalantly cleaned his ears, wearing an expression that conveyed utter disdain, as if to say, "What can you possibly do to me?" Demigula refrained from further comment. Instead, he gestured, tearing open a rift in the void, and retrieved a blood-red wand with his other hand. Gravity. Upon producing the wand, he slowly uttered 2 words. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A peculiar energy emanated forth, rapidly expanding to encompass a vast area within mere moments. However, Rina felt no distinct qualities from this energy. It was Cronoa, positioned behind him, whose eyes glimmered with recognition. For she felt she had encountered this technique before. With a horizontal sweep of his wand, Demigula intoned, "Heavy prison." Instantly, the spreading energy coalesced into a swamp-like gravity, causing both Rina and the Time Kaishin to sink rapidly. Just then, a colossal tail ensnared Demigula. Crash! The enormous Hildra appeared, simultaneously unleashing a torrent of fiery energy from its maw. Boom! In the wake of this abrupt attack, the gathered gravitational force dissipated, swiftly diminishing as if it had teleported back to Rina's shoulder, where it nuzzled his cheek joyously. Rina chuckled, stroking its small head. "Weren't you supposed to be off playing? What brings you back here?" Earlier, he had sent Hildra off to play while he dealt with the 7-star dragon, so its sudden return was unexpected. Hildra, perhaps misinterpreting, drooped its head as if to say it believed Rina disapproved of its actions. "Enough of this nonsense. Since you're here, go assist Vegeta. Treat the dark energy from the 1-star dragon as your snacks." At this, Hildra's eyes lit up, and after a joyous nuzzle, it sprouted a pair of wings and vanished in an instant. Suddenly, the Time Kaishin spoke. "I cannot believe you have mastered the rules of gravity." A law of smoke and harmlessness emerged, accompanied by Demigula's voice. "Cronoa, it seems you too have fallen. How amusing that you would ally with one who keeps dark creatures as pets." He chuckled, though the laughter was rather unpleasant. Just as the Time Kaishin prepared to respond, Rina interjected. "Could you possibly silence yourself? Are you unaware of how grating your laughter is? That dark creature is merely my pet, nothing more." Demigula's expression darkened instantly. Buzz. Whoosh. He unleashed a surge of malevolent energy that abruptly vanished, while the quick-witted Rina activated the 8 gates formation, disappearing once more. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The two once again engaged in close combat. The Time Kaishin observed the dazzling clash of lights above, and a thought crossed her mind, prompting her to return to the Time Realm. Upon her arrival, Trunks hastily inquired, "My lord, have you resolved the situation?" She shook her head. "I returned to retrieve something." With that, she dashed towards the storage vault. Trunks stood in bewilderment, scratching his head, having never witnessed the Time Kaishin so frantically. Approximately 15 minutes later, she emerged from the vault, appearing somewhat disheveled, clutching an object in her hand. However, before Trunks could scrutinize it, she vanished. Trunks was left speechless. He had intended to converse with her to ascertain the current situation, only to find her departure as swift as her arrival. On Earth, Rina attempted the same tactic once more, but this time, he was met with resistance. "Insect, do you truly believe I would fall for the same trick again?" Rina grinned. And as Demigula beheld that smile, an ominous feeling surged within him. Perhaps not. In an instant, the crimson energy dissipated, replaced by an explosion of profoundly sacred energy that propelled him hundreds of meters away. What? The sacred and searing essence rapidly evaporated the surrounding seawater. Demigula stared in shock at the transformed Rina, his foreboding sensation intensifying. The Time Kaishin, newly returned to Earth, also gazed in astonishment at Rina, who radiated a divine aura. Though she had sensed such holiness within the Time Realm, experiencing it at this proximity made her feel exceedingly insignificant. How sacred and majestic this presence was. What level of existence is this? She was resolute that this was no ordinary divine realm. Although she wielded the power of time and could amplify herself through its release, she knew that she did not belong to the same hierarchy as the Kaishins. She was part of a separate system. Thus, she could not glean more information regarding realms beyond the divine. "Perhaps you truly conceal him. No, annihilate him." Though she had faith in him, she deemed it prudent to take precautions. As she spoke, she spread her hand, revealing an object resembling a key, and began to utter an incantation, her lips moving as if weaving a spell. As her mouth began to move more rapidly, the key-like object in her hand started to vibrate, and its frequency gradually increased until a dazzling light erupted. Buzz. The key transformed into a sword radiating a brilliant blue glow. At that moment, Demigula sensed the anomaly and cast a brief glance, suddenly narrowing his eyes and uttering a phrase. The key sword. Even Reyna, who had entered the state of ultimate freedom, glanced toward the sword. The key sword. Reyna pondered the significance of the blade, and at that instant, Demigula seized the opportunity, teleporting before him and brandishing a wand imbued with immense magical power. Just as he was about to reveal a triumphant smile after landing a successful strike, Reyna deftly evaded with a slight movement. Demigula's expression was filled with confusion. It shouldn't have been possible for him to dodge while he was deep in thought. Chapter 55. Mission accomplished. The mysterious figure appears. Ambushes are not commendable. Although still in the initial phase, evading attacks was not an issue. His tone seemed remarkably calm. Yet for some inexplicable reason, Demigula felt an aura of sacred inviolability. Divine power? No, that was impossible. It was as if he had an epiphany, only to dismiss it quickly. He had encountered divine power before, yet this situation was unlike any he had previously experienced. While he remained in doubt, the Time Realm King cast the key sword toward Reyna, who, fortunately, was quick enough to catch it. Otherwise, it would have been disastrous. Upon grasping it, he felt the power of time within him being drawn forth by this weapon, and his temporal energy began to steadily amplify. The more he observed this weapon, the more familiar it appeared, though he couldn't quite recall why. Thus, he instructed the system to examine the sword. Key sword, a weapon imbued by the successive Time Realm Kings, containing the energy of a time-space continuum, the power of an entire universe, which enhances the wielder's temporal abilities. Ah, now it makes sense. This was indeed the weapon that had vanquished Megicapra. After reading the description, he recalled that this weapon was indeed that legendary artifact, though he had not anticipated it to be one blessed by the Time Realm Kings of yore. He swung it a few times, producing a flurry of sword blossoms, and grinned broadly. Come forth. The moment of the final showdown has arrived. Observing Reyna's playful demeanor, Demigula felt veins throb on his forehead. Once upon a time, when he roamed the universe, this individual was scarcely a blip on his radar, yet now he found himself utterly unable to contend with him. A profound humiliation. Reyna, witnessing Demigula's ire, felt a twinge of pity, though he recognized that even the pitiable possessed their own detestable traits. With a swift motion, he transformed into a streak of light and materialized before him, slashing downward with his sword. Clang. The clash of metal produced a shower of sparks. Clang, clang, clang. The uncoordinated strikes grew increasingly forceful, combined with divine energy that emitted a sacred aura, gradually diminishing the malevolent power surrounding Demigula, forcing him into a defensive stance. This is infuriating. If this continues, I shall surely be sealed. No, I absolutely cannot be sealed. The mere thought of being confined once more in that lightless abyss sent his aura surging wildly to resist the sacred presence. Demigula, it seems you have exhausted your tricks. Demigula's countenance darkened like stormy waters, yet he soon broke into a wicked grin. You wish to seal me? Then let us be sealed together, you wretched insects. The already tumultuous malevolent energy surged to its zenith. Crack, crack. The oppressive dark energy tore open rifts in the void. This is bad. He intends to shatter Earth's spatial barrier, dragging it down with him. The Time Realm King felt a jolt of alarm and swiftly unleashed her temporal power to assume another form. The Time God Ring materialized behind her, and an extraordinarily brilliant light erupted from her being, causing the entire Earth to freeze in place. Unlike Reyna's ability, she could allow others to continue moving. His energy is accelerating past my barriers. Quickly, seal him. Reyna nodded and vanished, appearing before her, the key sword slicing through the void. With a swift motion, a rift opened with a hiss. Unlike other rifts, this one was eerily calm, emitting no energy, yet it resembled an abyss. This was the time-space rift created by the key sword. The time-space rift differed from others, being devoid of time and space, embodying eternal nothingness, while the latter was composed of a violent energy torrent capable of annihilating the universe. Reyna quietly gathered divine energy in his hand, placing a palm on her shoulder before shoving her into the rift, then channeling temporal power into the key sword and swinging it rhythmically through the void. Invisible sword auras mended the rift, and as his motions quickened, these ethereal blades enveloped the entire earth in a bizarre manner, repairing all fissures. After a few breaths, Reyna paused, panting heavily, sweat pouring down his forehead. He had felt his temporal power deplete as he swung, but fortunately, upon ceasing, it began to return, with a slight increase. Meanwhile, the Time Realm King retracted her temporal energy and reverted to her original form, her complexion paling. Although she was the goddess of time, time itself was a double-edged sword. She had already shown signs of exhaustion after less than 10 seconds of exertion. I still haven't managed to achieve complete success, she sighed, a glimmer of nostalgia flashing in her eyes. At that moment, Reyna appeared from a distance, having flashed over. Noticing her pale complexion, he retrieved a senzu bean from his pocket and offered it to her. Without hesitation, she consumed it, and her color returned to normal almost instantly. I owe you greatly. Reyna, if it were just me, perhaps I truly would not have been able to seal him again. The Time Realm King expressed her gratitude to Reyna while simultaneously engaging in self-deprecation. Reyna merely smiled, returning the key sword to her. While it was an exceptional artifact, it belonged to another, and he could only look forward to the rewards upon the completion of their mission, hoping to acquire something worthwhile. As fate would have it, a notification chimed. Ding. Mission accomplished. Congratulations, you have earned 3 lottery chances, 5,000 points in the shop, and are currently upgrading to Ultimate Freedom. 3, 2, 1. Upgrade complete. Congratulations on achieving the realm of the Omni King. What is this? The realm of the Omni King? What other realms does the Omni King possess? He quickly accessed the system for further details. Host, Reina. Race, Pure Blood Scion. Skills, Great Wilderness Prison Heaven Finger, Buddha's Palm, 8 Gates Duanjia, Reincarnation Eye, Kamehameha. No side effects King Fist, Space Law, Realm of the Omni King. Lottery, 3 chances. Points, 5,000. Items, Cybertronian Intelligent Robot, Super Functional Beverage, Ultra Luxurious Family Meal Recipe. Spaceship Pilot License, Rewind Crystal, 30th Century Intelligent Leisureware. Then, he examined the description of the Realm of the Omni King. Realm of the Omni King, the supreme ruler of the universe, possessing the authority to alter, create, or destroy universes and even annihilate parallel timelines. Accompanying skill, Omni King's Divine Might. Imposing an 80 suppression on enemies or those weaker than this realm. Erasure, the ability to erase the causal relationships of individuals at will. At this moment, he found himself at a loss for words to describe his emotions. It was simply astonishing. Despite the suppression being merely at 80, the erasure skill truly was formidable. Although he felt an overwhelming joy within, his face betrayed no expression, and all of this transpired in mere moments, leaving the god of time unaware of any anomaly. What are your plans moving forward? Reina inquired with a lazy stretch and a cheerful smile. While I had intended to rest for a while before seeking out the time bird and the egg, alas, fate does not always align with our desires. The god of time furrowed her brow, sensing something amiss in his words. Suddenly, Reina inexplicably remarked, his gaze fixed on a particular direction. Oh dear. Having watched for so long, when will you make your appearance? Startled, she quickly scanned her surroundings. At that moment, a hoarse voice, tinged with surprise, echoed. I never expected your perception to be so keen as to detect my presence. Quite impressive. Then, a figure emerged, radiating a dark crimson aura, adorned with a mask featuring a singular red dot at its center. The instant she laid eyes on this individual, the god of time felt her hairs stand on end. Danger, immense danger. However, Reina's reaction was different. A glimmer of recognition flashed in his eyes, indicating he might know the identity of this person. Lady God of Time, you should return to your realm. After a few moments of silence, she nodded and vanished. Chapter 56, The Masked Scion, Chaos Unleashed. You truly possess an appreciation for the delicate. The hoarse voice intoned. However, I am curious. How does a scion such as yourself find yourself entangled with divine beings? That need not concern you, Amoxis. As he spoke, Reina meticulously tuned into the fluctuations of the figure's emotions and aura. Suddenly, a spark of insight ignited within him, and he smirked inwardly, for he had captured the essence of the individual. Despite the opponent's aura being stable and emotions unwavering, perhaps due to his recent attainment of the Ultra Instinct, Reina's heightened perception allowed him to discern the truth. Are you speaking to me? The figure's hoarse tone remained remarkably flat. Reina smiled slightly. Huh. It seems I mistook you for someone else. My apologies. What brings you here? I admire your performance, especially during your confrontation with Demigra, where you exhibited such formidable energy. Thus, I propose you become my servant. Once you accept, all your desires shall be fulfilled. Hearing this, Reina's lips twitched. Accepting would likely lead to a fate as mere cannon fodder. Meanwhile, in the headquarters of the Galactic Patrol, within the chief's office, tap, tap, tap. Gak knocked lightly at the door, and upon entering, he greeted, Chief. The chief nodded, gesturing for him to take a seat. Before handing him a document, as Gak perused the contents, his eyes widened in shock. Is this true? Has the situation escalated to such severity? The chief let out a weary sigh. It may be even worse than described here. According to intelligence from the covert team I dispatched, numerous regions have already fallen, and some of our own members have turned traitor. Then why did you summon me? Gak inquired, noticing the chief's face shift with concern. I know you are unwaveringly loyal to the Galactic Patrol, so I must ask you to lead a small team to safety at a critical juncture. To prevent the complete annihilation of the patrol. Gak hesitated momentarily, then shook his head. I can't do that, Chief. I am merely an elite officer without the authority to execute such orders. Besides, the situation cannot be as dire as you suggest. It is not as simple as you believe. I have a foreboding feeling that the Galactic Patrol may face total obliteration. I cannot bear to witness the demise of what I have painstakingly built. I implore you. Gak pondered, torn between his loyalty to the Galactic Patrol and his own survival. Such a perilous task weighed heavily on him. You needn't rush your answer. Take your time to contemplate. Gak nodded, preparing to rise when the chief interjected once more. By the way, has the girl abducted by the galactic prisoners been rescued? Yes, she has been saved. That is good to hear. Ensure she is relocated promptly. The situation is precarious. Understood, Chief. I shall make the arrangements immediately. He saluted and exited. The chief sighed deeply, murmuring to himself, a storm is brewing. In the West Galaxy, under the jurisdiction of the West Kai, which also fell under the purview of the Galactic Patrol, several life-bearing planets now lay barren, with some facing imminent collapse. A spaceship resembling one from Frisia's army, shaped like an ellipse, housed a figure clad in black battle attire. Adorned with a red cloak and a tail, quietly gazing out at the boundless cosmos from a window. At that moment, an alien entered, kneeling on one knee. Report. The mission has been successfully completed. All life on the planets has been eradicated. After delivering the report, he kept his head bowed, sweat dripping from his brow, too fearful to meet the gaze of the man before him. Previously, while serving under Frisia, he could manage a glance, but before this individual, he lacked even the courage to do so. Well done. I shall remember your contribution. Now, direct them towards the South Galaxy. Yes. The alien nodded and swiftly departed. Hee. Once I absorb enough energy in this timeline, Beerus, I shall make you my dog. Beneath the mask, a face familiar to Vegeta would surely be recognized, none other than King Vegeta himself. A glint of cold light flickered in his black and red eyes. Let us each bloom where we stand. In the demon realm, within the temporal courtyard. What did you say? It flew away. Tao's expression darkened. Her gaze icy as she fixed it upon the trembling old man before her. Explain to me how this transpired, and where it has fled. The old man gulped, stammering his explanation. I miscalculated its dark energy levels, causing it to rampage across various timelines. Useless fool. Get lost. The old man, trembling with fear, nodded and scurried away. Tao, what are your plans? Mira inquired calmly, observing her with a hint of exasperation. I can only resort to the most straightforward approach, sending individuals to search across the timelines. With a flourish, she summoned her wand, using the magical crystal to alert the dark legions under her command. Have you not yet contacted Demigra? Mira shook her head. Such unreliable beings. It seems I must rely on myself. Let us move. It has been days. That individual should have completed the task by now. Rising to her feet, Mira proceeded toward the laboratory, closely followed by her companion. Simultaneously, a monumental upheaval transpired within the Chrono Realm's archive. A surge of dark energy erupted, contaminating everything in its vicinity. What could be the cause of this? Why is there such an overwhelming presence of darkness? The god of time attempted to harness the power of time to contain this malevolent energy, yet it proved too abundant, spilling forth uncontrollably. Barely a quarter of an hour had passed since her return from Earth, and she now felt even more enfeebled. At that moment, Trunks and Vegito rushed from the archive, clutching a multitude of scrolls in their arms. Lord God of Time, the history of these scrolls has been utterly altered. Some timelines are already showing signs of catastrophic disruption. Vegito reported hastily. Cursed be this calamity. What on earth has transpired? Trunks exclaimed, striking the ground in frustration. The God of Time fell silent for a moment, retracting her temporal energy, causing the dark energy to spread rapidly. In mere moments, the Chrono Realm had descended into a pallid gloom, a fate shared by the God Realm and, indeed, all timelines. What calamity has befallen us? At that juncture, the Elder Kai appeared. She gestured towards the scrolls scattered on the ground, shaking her head. All I know is that the timelines have been infected by this dark energy. What course of action do you propose? For now, we must summon our allies and assign them to investigate. If there is any assistance I can offer, do not hesitate to ask. The God of Time bowed respectfully to the Elder Kai. Thank you, esteemed Elder Kai. The Elder Kai graciously accepted the gesture, observing her. A glimmer of kindness flickered in the Elder Kai's eyes. It had been many years. How swiftly time had passed. By the way, where has Reina gone? Vegito inquired. The God of Time shook her head, uncertain if Reina still resided on Earth. I have an inkling he knows something. Trunks recalled, when I first encountered him, he exuded an air of mystery. Enough of this idle speculation. While he may be enigmatic, he is still our ally? The Elder Kai interjected. Seeing this, the two ceased their discourse. I have sent out notifications. They will arrive shortly. You two should investigate the third temporal line. The God of Time stated, rummaging for the scroll of the third temporal line. As she unfurled the scroll, an image materialized, depicting the battle between Goku and Darius. Trunks and Vegito stood before the scroll, which radiated a brilliant light, enveloping them, and in a flash, they vanished. Moments later, warriors such as Goku Zeno, Vegeta Zeno, and Gohan Zeno appeared. Have they already departed? Goku Zeno inquired. All right, you should set out as well. The longer we delay, the more complicated this situation becomes. They nodded in agreement, and in pairs, or alone, they took hold of the scrolls, disappearing amidst the scroll's luminescence. Once everyone had departed, only the Elder Kai remained. She suddenly expelled a mouthful of blood. Why do you always push yourself so hard? The Elder Kai sighed, offering her a handkerchief and guiding her to a nearby spot. I'm fine. Do not feign wellness. I can sense that the energy within you is imbalanced. You must rest properly. The Elder Kai admonished sternly. Seeing the seriousness etched on the Elder Kai's face, she nodded in acquiescence. The Elder Kai sighed once more, turning to leave in search of sustenance. Despite being a figure of leisure, she often perused culinary books, and now was the perfect opportunity to test her culinary skills. On Earth, so? Have you made up your mind? Reina grinned widely. Oh, do not say such things. My greatest passion is freedom. It seems you have made a rather unwise choice. He shrugged nonchalantly. Haha, it has been ages since I encountered a Saiyan like you. Strong, bold, and quite impressive. However, it's unfortunate that you've caught the attention of that individual. You cannot escape this conflict. Reina raised an eyebrow, capturing two key phrases from the exchange. This conflict. That individual. You aren't trying to provoke me with mere wordplay, are you? If so, I advise you to conserve your breath. However, this time, the masked figure remained silent, merely waving a hand before vanishing. What is this fellow plotting? Although the true nature of his scheme remains unclear, it seems it has yet to unfold. What concerns him is the so-called conflict and that individual he mentioned. As he pondered, a wave of dark energy surged from all directions, spreading rapidly like a swarm of locusts. What is happening? What new game is afoot? Hadn't we just resolved Demigra? Could this be the so-called conflict he spoke of? Without time to contemplate further, he vanished in an instant. On the opposite side of Earth. With the assistance of Hildegarn, Goku and Vegeta successfully vanquished the evilized one-star dragon. Hildegarn absorbed the energy from the black Dragon Balls, restoring the 7 Dragon Balls to their original forms. After satisfying his hunger, Hildegarn let out a loud burp and, upon receiving a message from Reina, flapped his wings and disappeared. Thanks to this mysterious creature's help, we have avoided significant trouble. Goku remarked, still shaken. It was your failure to mention the time limit that caused this delay. Otherwise, we would have resolved this sooner. Vegeta retorted, arms crossed, scoffing. Goku sheepishly scratched his head and picked up the 7 Dragon Balls, just as the urgent voice of the North Kai rang out. Goku, Vegeta, we have a grave situation. What has happened, Lord Kai? An unidentified individual is commanding the remnants of Friesia's forces to wreak havoc. He has already destroyed the West Galaxy and South Galaxy, and is now heading toward the North Galaxy. Lord Kai, could you guide me for a moment? I need to use instant transmission to bring Vegeta with me. The North Kai affirmed, and a pair of electric-like tendrils emanated from his head, generating a crackling sound. As the electric wave transmitted from the North Kai, Reina disappeared in an instant. In a certain desolate forest, Reina sat cross-legged, summoning the system. System, I wish to draw a lottery. Instantly, a large wheel appeared on the system interface, adorned with question marks. System, what is this? Are you trying to deceive me? Look at the systems of others, which have levels or color classifications, and you present me with a mere question mark. Reina felt utterly vexed, having to argue with the system. Yet it paid him no mind. Fine, you are impressive. I shall not hold this against you. He took a few deep breaths, then pretended to rub his hands together. Shall we proceed with the lottery? A prompt box suddenly appeared, and without a moment's hesitation, he clicked yes. Gulu gulu. A strange whirring sound ensued. Moments later, the pointer came to a halt, followed by the system notification. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained the Judgment Magic, Light of Judgment. What is this? He hastily reviewed the description. Judgment Magic, Light of Judgment, used to judge all evils and darkness in the world. The greater the evil or darkness, the more formidable the power it unleashes. Well, while it may not be extraordinarily impressive, it is tolerable. Just then, Hilda returned, immediately nestling into his chest to sleep. Not bad. There has been an enhancement. Subsequently, he stretched his limbs, rubbed his hands together once more, murmuring the names of various deities. He clicked for a second lottery draw. After a whirl, it came to a stop, with the system notification sounding again. Ding. Congratulations. You have acquired the ancient Super Saiyan bloodline. Raynar furrowed his brows, examining the description. Ancient Super Saiyan bloodline. A relic from an ancient Saiyan who developed the Super Saiyan form to an extraordinary level, capable of suppressing other Saiyan bloodlines. And upon integration with one's own bloodline, offers a chance to attain a unique Super Saiyan transformation. Quite impressive indeed. While he verbally downplayed it, inwardly he felt elated. He proceeded to initiate the third lottery draw. After another spin, it halted. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained the Spore of Destruction Day. There was no need to check the description. He understood what this entailed. Although it was a remarkable item, it could also be a double-edged sword. In his previous life, he had learned about its immense power, especially its terrifying ability to evolve continuously and overcome weaknesses. Ding. All items have been stored in your backpack. Please check. He opened his backpack and beheld the 3 items he had just won, taking out the third one, which resembled a sphere. The moment he held it, he felt its weight, as though it possessed a life of its own, breathing rhythmically. System, how do I use this thing? The host merely needs to take a bite. Raynar swallowed hard, cleared his throat, and, with eyes closed, bit into it. The instant he did, the sphere seemed to come alive, swiftly burrowing into his mouth, leaving him momentarily dazed, but he quickly regained his composure. An unbearable itch spread throughout his body, accompanied by excruciating pain. He gritted his teeth, even causing a few to crack. Veins throbbed on his forehead, sweat poured down, his body trembled, his complexion paled, and soon he succumbed to convulsions, collapsing to the ground. Hildur, who had been sleeping on his chest, was awakened by the commotion, just as he was about to scold Raynar. He caught sight of Raynar's agonized expression and instantly grew anxious. Gradually, Raynar closed his eyes, and after a few minutes, the convulsions ceased. In an endless expanse of darkness, he moved slowly, unaware of how long he had been traversing until he spotted a glimmer of light, prompting him to dash toward it desperately. Buzz! A surge of power erupted, instantly obliterating everything within 100 meters, even sending Hildur flying in fright. Once the chaos subsided, he abruptly sprang to his feet, gasping for air, his heart racing. That scared the life out of me. I thought I was done for. After steadying his heartbeat and breathing, he patted his chest. Chapter 58. The Demon Realm Dragon Ball and Her Secret. He explored his body, relieved to find nothing had changed. He certainly did not wish to become some sort of monster. However, it could not be said that nothing had changed. His hair had grown slightly longer, and he had gained a little height, increasing from 165 meters to 170 meters. Thank goodness, the transformation was not too drastic. But what about my strength? That was what concerned him most. A tender, intermittent voice echoed in his mind. Master, are you all right? Raynar looked at Hildur in surprise, cautiously asking, was that you speaking? Hildur nodded its head and flew into Raynar's embrace, snuggling affectionately. I didn't expect you to evolve so quickly. I want to sleep. It then burrowed into his clothing. He chuckled and opened the system to check Hildur's attributes. Pet, Hildur, Stage 3. Age, 1 million years. The more dark energy absorbed, the faster the age increases. Loyalty, 100. Skills, Phantom Clone, Dark Absorption, Forced Evolution, Void Transfer, Super Flame Energy Cannon, etc. He marveled at how Hildur had already evolved to the 3rd stage. Suddenly, the time-space ring on his finger emitted a series of beeps. He touched the ring, which then released a beam of light enveloping him before disappearing. Has there been any contact with Raynar? The old Kai asked. The Kai of Time shook her head, explaining she had tried many times but received no response. Do you think it's possible that the worst-case scenario we feared has come to pass? The old Kai voiced this with an oppressive tone. If that is indeed the case, we are facing something far beyond. But before she could finish, a voice interrupted. What are you two discussing? Why does the atmosphere seem so heavy? What is going on? With a whoosh, Raynar appeared. The old Kai and the Kai of Time exchanged glances. While Raynar quickly caught the subtle exchange, it intrigued him how his vision had sharpened. He could detect such minute gestures merely by glancing. The situation is as follows. The old Kai recounted the events. Raynar frowned, the familiarity of the scenario and the process resonating with him, yet he could not recall precisely what had transpired. Observing his contemplative expression, the old Kai noticed a glint in his eyes, pondering deeply. He seems to know something. What is his true origin? Although he had his suspicions, there's an old saying, trust those you use, and do not doubt those you suspect. So, has the Time Patrol discovered anything thus far? The Kai of Time sighed. Just as he was about to speak, a sudden flash of light appeared, and 2 figures fell from it. Goten and Pan, what happened to you two? The old Kai exclaimed, and Raynar quickly rushed forward to assist them. Goten coughed up blood, his voice weak. This enemy exceeds our imagination, even with Trunks and I fused. We could not defeat them. My father and Uncle Vegeta are currently holding them off. Raynar raised an eyebrow, retrieving 2 Senzu beans from his pocket and tossing them to the 2. Goten and Pan, recognizing the Senzu beans, exchanged grateful glances before consuming them. After they recovered, Raynar inquired, who is it that you are confronting? Is there something peculiar upon his chest? Before Sun Wukong could utter a word, the eager Xiao Fong interjected. We are up against Cell. Indeed, there is something upon his chest, resembling, well, something akin to the Dragon Balls. Then it is as I suspected, he murmured to himself. Though his voice was but a whisper, all present heard it. Reyna, what do you truly know? Please, enlighten us. The Supreme Kai of Time's tone grew gravely serious. If my conjecture holds true, the Demon Realm has developed the Demon Dragon Balls with the intent to resurrect the Demon King, Mechikabura. What? Both the old Kai and the Supreme Kai of Time were taken aback, their expressions shifting dramatically. Impossible. He was sealed away by me and the Grand Kai. How could he possibly be revived? The Supreme Kai of Time declared resolutely. You are mistaken. Reflect on the recent occurrences. So many events have already caused a tumult in the temporal energies, granting him a fleeting opportunity for escape. If I am not mistaken, Tawa must have received some instruction from Mechikabura, prompting the scientists to fabricate the Dark Demon Dragon Balls. However, perhaps the immense power of the Dragon Balls has led to an uncontrollable surge or something of the sort. This is the extent of my knowledge. Much of what Reina spoke was reminiscent of plot lines from comics he had encountered in his previous life. The atmosphere became dense the moment he finished speaking. Ahem. He pretended to clear his throat. However, if we consider this from another perspective, it may not be such a bad thing after all, wouldn't you agree? The old Kai, ever the astute one, quickly grasped the situation, scrutinizing Reina from head to toe. You cannot be suggesting. Reina nodded, prompting the old Kai to exclaim. The thoughts of the youth are truly terrifying. With a chuckle, he swiftly retrieved the Patera earrings from either side of the old Kai and tossed them to Sun Wukong. Take these back to Goku and Vegeta. Without a moment's hesitation, Sun Wukong nodded vigorously, grasping the scroll, and the two vanished. Well, it is time for me to depart as well. He casually rummaged through the remaining scrolls, selecting one labeled as the 56th timeline. Without even glancing at it, he seized it and disappeared. It seems I was mistaken. He is not our enemy. The old Kai uttered with a sense of relief. She nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, at the Galactic Patrol headquarters, Tais sat by the window, gazing into the infinite void outside, a glimmer of light flickering in her eyes. Alas, could such events truly unfold? If so, would the savior of the universe be you? She murmured, a shadow flashing through her mind. As she lowered her gaze to trace the peculiar inverted triangle with a circular emblem that had manifested on her hand. This mark was something she had acquired during a solitary expedition to an ancient ruin in search of inspiration for her writing, enduring various trials before being bestowed this symbol. Ever since its acquisition, she had noticed her age no longer progressing. In fact, she had grown several years younger. Moreover, she had gained a unique ability to foresee the future. However, this foresight did not activate frequently. It only manifested in moments of extreme peril or when her own life was at stake. Throughout the duration of her possession of this ability, she had only invoked it twice. The first instance occurred amidst a particularly vile band of cosmic pirates, during which she met Gak, the Galactic Patrol officer. The second instance transpired when she was abducted by galactic prisoners. She had foreseen someone coming to her rescue, and indeed, that individual appeared. Now, she faced a third premonition. This latest vision was exceptionally alarming, concerning the very safety of the universe, in which she vaguely glimpsed a figure destined to save it. Though she could not discern the identity of this person, there was an inexplicable sense of familiarity, accompanied by a fluttering sensation in her heart. As her thoughts swirled, a knock echoed through the door. Chapter 59, The Original Demon Essence. Come in. The door creaked open. Gak entered. Tais, I have something to discuss with you. She gestured for him to sit. What is it? Speak freely. Gak pondered for a moment before replying. The leader has indicated that the situation has grown unstable and wishes for me to escort you to safety. Tais nodded, appearing unfazed by this revelation. Is there anywhere you wish to go? I can take you there. Then please, take me to Earth. I wish to see my sister and brother-in-law. Very well. Do you have the coordinates for Earth? I need to determine how long the journey will take. Tais provided the coordinates, and Gak produced a palm-sized device, inputting the data to assess the distance. After a brief moment, he remarked, Earth is quite distant. It will take 3 days to reach. Then please prepare yourself. Gak stood and exited the room. Tais surveyed her surroundings before rising to begin her preparations. In the realm of the Supreme Kais, within the 56th timeline, the air was filled with the cacophony of explosions, smoke swirling around. Whoosh! A pink energy sphere hurtled towards a woman with long silver hair, catching her off guard, leaving no time for defense. Yet, a tall man appeared, delivering a punch that sent the energy sphere flying. Are you unharmed, West Supreme Kai? The woman, indeed the West Supreme Kai, shook her head. What manner of creature is this? The South Supreme Kai glared at an odd being in the distance, its upper body bare, clad in white trousers and black shoes, with skin of a peculiar pink hue. TCH, TCH, TCH. Supreme Kais, are you not formidable? Are you not high and mighty? Do you not intend to thwart my conquest of the universe? Come now. A diminutive creature resembling a hunchbacked frog cackled gleefully. Are you the infamous Bibidi, the scourge of the cosmos? An elderly figure, the North Supreme Kai, with a slight build and a tuft of white beard, frowned. TCH, TCH, TCH. Indeed, I am Bibidi. You have repeatedly dispatched Galactic Patrol officers to thwart me, but this time, you shall not succeed. Majin Bu, eliminate them all. Yeah, yeah. Majin Buu screeched as he leaped forward, appearing before the South Supreme Kai, delivering a swift kick. Boom. Like the tolling of a great bell. The South Supreme Kai crossed his arms in defense, the force of the blow unleashing a terrifying shockwave that shook the ground. At that moment, Majin Buu delivered another kick, which the South Supreme Kai could not block, striking him squarely in the head and sending him crashing underground. I shall face you. The North Supreme Kai brandished a sword and rushed toward Majin Buu. Majin Buu, seemingly aware of his approach, retreated while engaging in combat with the North Supreme Kai, showing utter disregard for his opponent. How dare you underestimate me? The North Kaioshin exclaimed, his voice resonating with authority as he infused his sword with divine energy. Instantly, the divine sword emanated a fierce aura that repelled Majin Buu. With a thunderous sound, a blade of light sliced through the earth, advancing directly towards its target. Yet, in the face of this intimidating sword beam, Majin Buu exhibited no reaction. Just as the attack seemed destined to strike, the Grand Kaioshin shouted, "Get away from there." With a resounding explosion, a dazzling pink energy wave erupted from the center of Majin Buu, creating an oval energy barrier that extended for several kilometers. In an instant, the ground surged like a tranquil sea disturbed by a stone, trembling and shattering under the intensity of the energy. As the dust settled, the landscape lay ravaged and desolate. How terrifying! The West Kaioshin swallowed hard, his eyes wide with shock and fear. If it weren't for the Grand Kaioshin's timely warning, we might not have escaped. The South Kaioshin remarked, still shaken. Behold, esteemed Kaioshins, this is the horror of my Majin Buu. Do you still dare to oppose me? Laughed Bibidi, his mirth echoing as if he held dominion over the universe itself. Suddenly, as he cackled, Majin Buu began to roll on the ground, clutching his head and howling in anguish. Seizing this opportunity, the Grand Kaioshin swiftly approached Bibidi, unleashing a powerful palm strike. Bang! His attack collided with a barrier, sending Bibidi staggering backward, gasping for breath. Fortunately, I was prepared, or else, he exclaimed, regaining his composure. He then turned to the writhing Majin Buu, who was forming a peculiar seal with his hands and murmuring incantations. A surge of magical energy radiated from him, gradually calming the rolling Majin Buu. Just as Bibidi thought he had succeeded, an overwhelming wave of dark energy erupted from Majin Buu. Boom! This energy shot skyward, rapidly spreading and fracturing the space within the Kaioshin realm, as if it could shatter at any moment. This is bad, the Grand Kaioshin exclaimed, darting to the North Kaioshin, seizing his sword and channeling divine energy toward the now volatile Majin Buu. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As he neared Majin Buu, an energy wave erupted, sending him flying into the air, where he coughed up blood. The other four Kaioshins watched in astonishment, unable to intervene due to their own injuries. Just as the Grand Kaioshin was about to crash to the ground, a man appeared, intercepting him. Who are you? The others gasped, turning to the sudden newcomer. Crack! Crack! The sound of breaking bones echoed from Majin Buu as his violent energy coalesced into a black orb at his chest, adorned with 3 stars, surrounded by crimson fissures. That must be the dark Dragon Ball of the demon realm, truly wicked enough to awaken Majin Buu's primal malice. Rina mused, observing the orb intently. Thank you. The Grand Kaioshin expressed his gratitude. Rina smiled lightly, indicating no need for thanks, then turned to the still incanting Bibidi, a smirk playing on his lips. Bibidi, I advise you to cease your actions, or you may find yourself facing death. Bibidi cast a disdainful glance at Rina. Another fool seeking death. Majin Buu, eliminate him. Yet, Majin Buu remained still, causing Bibidi to furrow his brow and hasten his chant. Suddenly, Majin Buu sprang into action, but instead of targeting Rina, he charged at Bibidi, catching him off guard as he hastily shifted his spell to defend. With a crack, Bibidi's barrier shattered like glass. One of Majin Buu's hands pierced through his chest. Bibidi's eyes widened in shock, unable to utter a word as Majin Buu flicked the blood from his hand, falling lifelessly to the ground, his eyes wide open. Alas, ignoring the wise counsel of others leads to death. Rina shrugged. The 4 Kaioshins and the Grand Kaioshin stared in disbelief at Majin Buu's actions. Hey, what are you 4 waiting for? Quickly take the Grand Kaioshin away. Rina suddenly shouted. The 4 were momentarily stunned, then hastily gathered around the Grand Kaioshin, whisking him away before he could utter a word. Come, show me your true prowess. Rina taunted, making a provocative gesture. With a screech, he vanished like a specter. Rina stood motionless, seemingly caught off guard. As Majin Buu lunged, mere millimeters from his neck, Rina slightly tilted his body, evading the attack while swiftly striking Buu's neck with the edge of his hand, sending him sprawling to the ground, rolling several times. Majin Buu's veins pulsed, dark energy swirling around his left hand, forming a blade that surged toward Rina with devastating force. Rina raised a finger, reminiscent of Goku's initial encounter with Trunks. Yet he did not utilize any energy. In an instant, Buu appeared before him, relentlessly swinging his magical blade. The sounds of clashing metal echoed like a blacksmith's forge, sparks flying as Rina remained unmoved, while the ground beneath them was upheaved by the violent energy, creating a deep pit. It seems that after utilizing the Destruction Day spores, my physical abilities have significantly enhanced, allowing me to contend with such a foe in my normal form. Perhaps if I absorb a few more, it could become even more entertaining. Rina mused aloud, the last remark seemingly directed at someone else. After withstanding several terrifying slashes, he seized Buu by the throat, placing his right hand on his chest as divine energy surged forth, pulling the dark Dragon Ball from within. Roar! Majin Buu howled in agony, struggling as dark energy surged violently, attempting to overwhelm Rina. However, Rina dismissed the dark magic with a disdainful snort, emanating an overwhelming presence that dispersed the dark power. With a sharp sound, he forcefully extracted the dark Dragon Ball, causing Majin Buu to spit out a liquid as his pink skin faded to pale pink, his aura waning. Resembling discarded refuse as Rina tossed him aside. Gazing at the three-star ball, Rina's eyes transformed into the Rinnegan, allowing him to perceive the swirling dark energy and malevolent particles within. If this quality, or perhaps even stronger, could be harnessed, it may indeed lead to a full resurrection. Majin Buu, here we come. Rina stroked his chin, lost in contemplation. Suddenly, a streak of light shot forth. A slight smile graced the corners of Rina's mouth as he casually waved his hand, sending it flying away, resulting in a tremendous explosion in the distance. I've been waiting for you for quite some time. I thought you intended to hide and watch the show, Rina said with a grin, projecting an aura of harmlessness. In a flash of light, three figures materialized. These were the demon gods Patin, Gyuribi, and Shuluin. You truly are as formidable as Tova claimed. Who exactly are you? Patin inquired, his expression grave. Hee, thank you for the compliment. As for who I am, well, I suppose you could say I'm just a meddlesome young man who can't stand injustice. The expressions of the three grew increasingly grim. Although they did not comprehend the term meddlesome young man, they were certain that their opponent was toying with them. Let me have a go at you. Gyuribi, resembling a catfish, leaped forward, swiftly launching a fierce punch. Whoosh! Bang! Before his fist could make contact, Rina delivered a kick to his face, sending him crashing into the earth. Boom! Gyuribi, filled with rage, shattered the ground and charged at Rina, unleashing a torrential barrage of attacks. Even without tapping into the realm of the All-King, Rina found it effortless to evade, having consumed the spores of Destruction Day, which had significantly enhanced his physical strength and perception. He could now distinctly sense the shifts in the airflow surrounding Gyuribi's punches and respond accordingly. Moreover, Gyuribi's every movement appeared to Rina as though it were unfolding in slow motion. Do you need my assistance? Shuluin inquired with a sly grin, licking his lips. Get lost. I haven't even unleashed my true power yet. I don't need help from a weakling like you. With a flash, he moved to a distance, his fists clenched, instantly emanating a chilling aura, his entire being transformed, peculiar patterns appearing on his forehead, his attire turning pitch black, and a tuft of white hair sprouting from his previously bald head. Whoosh! Releasing his demonic power, he charged once more at Rina. Meanwhile, on Earth, beyond the temporal line, Ties returned successfully, bidding farewell to Gak and heading towards Capsule Corporation. However, having been away for so long, she found herself somewhat lost and had to ask a few passers-by for directions before locating the company. Standing at the entrance, she pressed the doorbell several times, and a youthful voice emanated from the intercom. Who is it? Ties was momentarily taken aback. Why was there a child's voice? Suddenly, a realization struck her, and she slapped her forehead, recalling what she had forgotten. I am your Aunt Ties. You're lying. I don't have an aunt, came the response, followed by silence. However, moments later, another female voice chimed in. Sister, you're back? Why didn't you tell me? The door then opened automatically, and she entered, dragging her suitcase. Just a few steps in, Bulma rushed over, leaping onto her like a koala. Ties smiled knowingly, slightly exasperated. You're still just like when you were a child. Get down. Sister, it's been so long since we last met. You didn't even send me a message or an email. I really missed you. Bulma exclaimed as she clung to Ties. After letting go, she suddenly noticed Ties' face and gasped in surprise. Wow. Sister, what kind of cosmetics are you using? You look several years younger than before. Ties smiled slightly, but said nothing. She didn't want to worry her sister or their parents. By the way, that child's voice earlier, could it be your son Trunks? Bulma nodded and called for little Trunks to come out. Following him was son Goten. Sister, this is my son Trunks. And this is my friend's son, Goten. Little Trunks tugged at Bulma's sleeve. Mom, is this sister my aunt? Indeed. Without a doubt. After she spoke, Trunks glanced between his mother and Ties, murmuring, Why do they look so different? Bulma's expression darkened in response. Was this a subtle jab at her aging? All right, enough. Go play with Goten. Trunks nodded like a chick pecking at grains and took Goten away, as he seemed to realize he had misspoken. Bulma led her sister to her room, which was adorned in shades of pink, kept for her sister all this time. After placing her luggage down, Tai stretched, revealing her graceful curves. Bulma quickly pulled her onto the bed, eager to inquire. Tell me about everything that has happened recently. Seeing Bulma's expectant gaze, Tai smiled. Some things never change. She began recounting the events of the past 7 or 8 years, and after more than 2 hours, she wrapped up her tale, of course, excluding the part about her precognitive abilities. Hee. Sister, tell me, do you like him? Bulma suddenly nudged Tai's with her shoulder, grinning mischievously. What? Like him? Tai's asked, her face a picture of confusion. Oh, come on. Don't play coy with me, sister. I could clearly hear the change in your tone when you spoke about how he saved you. That must have been a misunderstanding. Tai insisted. But Bulma's eyes were fixed on her, not convinced. After a moment, Tai surrendered, her cheeks slightly flushed. I'm not sure if I like him. There's just a tiny feeling. Hee. Sister, I tell you, Reina is quite the catch. He is truly dependable, Bulma said with a beaming smile, exuding an air reminiscent of a cunning wolf. All right. It's not like that's an immediate concern. Don't rush. Tai's reassured her. Oh, sister, you can't say that. Look at me. I've been married for years, and my child is already this big, yet you're still single. Haven't you ever thought about it? Really? Seeing Bulma's slightly melancholic expression made Tai's chuckle, while also feeling a warmth in her heart. All right, I get it. You're more nagging than Mom. Tai's ruffled her hair. Humph. Sister, that's just a roundabout way of calling me old. Take this. And with that, they began to playfully tussle. No matter how much time passes, sisters will always remain sisters. In the 56th temporal line, as Giribi faced Reina, he unleashed a surge of energy waves. Reina raised his hand to catch the positive energy wave. However, it exploded violently, sending him hurtling away. Seizing the opportunity, Giribi grasped Reina's arm and executed a 360-degree spin, flinging him off. As Reina crashed into the ground, Giribi exerted force with his legs, causing the earth to split open, and Reina was kicked to the opposite end of the planet. Buzz. Golrabai unleashed a relentless barrage of energy waves towards the gaping fissure. The thunderous explosions reverberated through the heavens, causing the King Kai's planet to tremble violently. After executing an entire series of fluid energy waves, Golrabai beheld the continuously smoking aperture and erupted into a maniacal laugh. Hey, weren't you quite formidable just a moment ago? Why do you wither away so quickly? Ha ha. Amidst his raucous laughter, the sacred planet began to fragment. Cease your laughter. It is truly unseemly, akin to the quacking of a duck. A voice, rather indifferent, resounded in his ear. Startled, Golrabai swiftly turned around, unleashing another burst of energy, only for it to extinguish before fully manifesting. Rena's palm pressed against his, as if they were two magnets drawn together. A smirk graced Rena's lips. In an instant, a jolt of trepidation coursed through Golrabai's body, and he struggled desperately to break free, but the grip was unyielding. With a thud, Golrabai was propelled away. In a flash, Rena reached the spot where he was about to fall and seized him by the neck, forcefully slamming him down into the ground. The earth caved in, and Golrabai spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes wide with disbelief as he gazed at his adversary. How is this possible? Just moments ago, you were. Rena had no time to elaborate. The energy converging in his hand erupted instantaneously. A blinding light flashed, and with a thunderous crack, the ground splintered. TCH. Golrabai underestimated his opponent far too greatly. Xylram scoffed. Indeed, he had underestimated them. Yet this was precisely because that fellow, Totowa, had not spoken falsely, had he? Moreover, prior to our arrival, she had entrusted us with that item, which now proves fortuitously useful, albeit in an unexpected context. As he spoke, he swung his wand towards the void. A cascade of shimmering light manifested, and a black-purple bird appeared. Chirp, chirp. It flapped its wings and emitted a peculiar energy wave. Rena's brow arched. The Kekabird. I never anticipated you would bring this along. It seems considerable effort has been expended to confront me. Humph, mortals overestimate themselves. This is not intended for you, Poutine retorted with a cold snort. Rena shrugged nonchalantly. However, the bird's abilities were comparable to that of the time bird, both being essential components for the creation of universes. Kekabird, it's your turn. Chirp, chirp. It squawked several times, vigorously flapping its wings as the unique energy waves rapidly spread. In an instant, Rena found himself immobilized, while simultaneously sensing his energy depleting at an alarming rate. Furthermore, this peculiar energy began to devour his very life force. Yet, the remnants of the Destruction Day spores within him were not to be trifled with. They erupted with a voracious force, countering the strange energy. Intriguing. Let us see which of us is superior. Rena stood motionless, quietly observing the clash of energies within his body. Let us first rescue Golrabai. As for that fellow, he is incapacitated for the time being. Once we acquire the Dragon Ball from him, we shall eliminate him. Poutine remarked leisurely, turning to glance at Golrabai, only to discover he had vanished. Suddenly, a sickening sound echoed through the air as a spray of blood erupted. A blade had pierced through her chest. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she turned to face the man behind her. Even Xylerum appeared momentarily stunned. What are you doing, Golrabai? In response to Poutine's inquiry, Golrabai offered no explanation, merely chuckled ominously before delivering a kick that sent her flying, then turning his gaze upon Xylerum. Oh, so that's it. I had forgotten you possessed this ability. It was indeed impressive for an ancient demon. Who would have thought that even after sustaining such grievous injuries, he could still consume Golrabai? Truly formidable, Majin Bu. No, I suppose you should now be referred to as Majin Golrabai Bu. Chirp. Golrabai Bu did not respond. His gaze suddenly fixated on the Kekabird, and with a flick of his hand, a mass of flesh detached and flew towards it. Xylerum cursed under his breath. Having underestimated the Kekabird, whoosh, the bird flapped its wings repeatedly, causing the mass to dissipate mid-air before soaring towards Xylerum. Summoning a scythe, he swung it through the void, and the Kekabird vanished within. Chirp. Golrabai Bu's forehead pulsed with veins. A wave of malevolent and terrifying energy erupted from him, and with a crackling sound, the King Kai's realm was plunged into darkness, the void collapsing in layers. Even Xylerum found himself retreating in the face of this overwhelming aura. Golrabai Bu glared fiercely at Xylerum while continuously brandishing his blade, advancing with a terrifying energy. Damn it, do you really think I am made of clay? Confronted by the aggressive Golrabai Bu, Xylerum could no longer endure. He unleashed his demonic power. However, in terms of sheer force, he had already been outmatched. Just then, a voice, tinged with annoyance, rang out. Don't interrupt my show. A vast aura surged forth, akin to a waterfall, sweeping away the influence of Golrabai Bu in an instant. In a blink, the figure materialized before Golrabai Bu and swung a palm outward. He attempted to block, but the speed was too great, with a resounding bang. His head was obliterated, and propelled back like a marionette with severed strings, crashing to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Ugh, how rude to disturb my entertainment. In that fleeting moment, he had unleashed the full power of the modified Destruction Day spores, annihilating Golrabai Bu's head. No, to be precise, the regenerative nucleus. Moreover, he had yet to fully digest Golrabai, leaving him incapacitated for a while. Gulp. Xylerum swallowed hard, his lips parched. What had he just witnessed? A mere slap had rendered such a terrifying creature to this state. He was tempted to slap himself to ascertain whether he was dreaming. What? Are you not preparing to take your companion and leave? Do you wish to remain for tea? Rena uttered coldly, startling Xylerum into a vigorous nod. He rushed to Poutine's side, assisting her as he waved his weapon, tearing open a rift before vanishing. Rena chose not to impede their departure. He sought to ensnare larger prey. Approaching the convulsing Golrabai Bu, he extended his hand, channeling divine energy to envelop him in a protective shield. Then, a peculiar sound echoed. Upon removing the divine shield, Golrabai Bu had vanished. Chapter 62. I wish to be killed by you, or to kill you. This sensation is rather pleasant, he mused, feeling the power surging within him. Just moments ago, he had utilized the devouring ability of the Destruction Day to consume Golrabai Bu. While effective, such a tactic was best used sparingly. After all, he was a warrior of the Saiyan race. With matters here concluded, it was time to return and check on the others. He touched the ring on his finger, and with a flash of light, he disappeared. A little over a minute later, the four figures of the east, south, west, and north, alongside the Grand Kaishin, manifested themselves. They escorted the Grand Kaishin to the lower realm. Yet even in this realm, they could still perceive the potent energy emanating from the realm of the Kaishins. They returned only after sensing an absence of any significant energy fluctuations. What could this mean? Who was the mysterious benefactor aiding them? They were filled with perplexity, but regrettably, no one was present to provide answers. In the realm of time, within a pavilion, the Kaishin of Time and the old Kaishin were sipping tea while engaged in discussion. At that moment, a flash of light appeared, and Reina emerged, plopping down onto a stone bench. He glanced at the tea on the table and drank it down in one go. How did you return so swiftly? The old Kaishin remarked. Given your strength, such a rapid return is only to be expected. Reina found the old Kaishin's words to be somewhat peculiar. He retrieved the dark 3-star Dragon Ball from his pocket and placed it on the table. Instantly, the dark 3-star Dragon Ball exuded an aura of malevolence, sending ripples of energy outward in subtle waves. Who would have anticipated that these denizens of the demon realm could create such a nefarious object solely through science? The Kaioshin of Time said, his expression turning grave. Based on this energy, once they collect all 7, the wish-granting power of the dragon they summoned could be extraordinarily potent. The old Kaioshin analyzed. Listening to the 2 deities, Reina merely smiled and refrained from interjecting, even without the demon realm Dragon Balls. He believed that Mechikabura would surely be resurrected. After all, he was a being who had truly annihilated all parallel universes. Reina stood up, stretching his limbs. How many scrolls remain? The Kaioshin of Time furrowed her brow, sensing an unusual implication in his words. Approximately 15 scrolls. She replied, Hee. Then I would like to ask you to consolidate these timelines into a singular one, Reina said with a sly smile. Observing Reina's beaming expression reminded her of a cunning fox. Very well. Since you have a plan, I shall indulge you in this grand endeavor. The Kaioshin of Time approached the remaining scrolls, unleashing her power over time and transforming into a form that could be described as alluringly authoritative. She waved her hands, weaving chains of temporal energy to bind the scrolls, while the power surged within. Meanwhile, Reina paid little heed to the spectacle as the system's voice chimed in. Ding. Would you like to check in? Is it time to check in already? Indeed. Reina nodded internally and proceeded with the check-in. Ding. Congratulations. You have acquired vector manipulation. Celestial Impact Star, Fairy's Law, 10,000 shop points, and Imperial Flame. Wow. This check-in turned out quite well. I even received 10,000 shop points. He stashed the items in the system's backpack before opening the shop interface. The shop interface resembled those found in many online games, filled with numerous compartments showcasing items, each with its price listed below. He flipped through the pages, encountering items such as the Heart of the Ancient Giant, Pegasus Meteor Fist, Phoenix Egg, Life Principle, and more. However, the prices were rather astonishing. After flipping through several pages, he suddenly halted, his interest piqued by an item, the Shattered Dimension Gate. Yet, the price was equally staggering, 80,000 points. One could only imagine how many points a complete Dimension Gate would cost. He glanced at the description, Shattered Dimension Gate. Collecting all fragments can synthesize a complete Dimension Gate, allowing for traversal to any world. A glimmer sparked in his eyes at this description, but upon searching for the complete version, the price proved unbearable, 12 billion points. It was only natural. Considering the ability to traverse worlds, it wouldn't be cheap. Even the Heart of the Giant, which he had seen earlier, was priced at 8 to 9 billion. Just as he was about to continue his browsing, a weak voice interrupted him. It's ready. Coming back to reality, Reina turned to the Kaioshin of Time. Noticing her pale cheeks, he tossed her a Senza bean and expressed his gratitude. Rising, he approached the only remaining floating scroll number 20. Observing the scroll, he felt waves of energy emanating from it, significantly stronger than the previous ones. Reina reached out to grasp it, but the scroll emitted a forceful energy that repelled his hand, leaving a faint white burn mark on his palm. Oh, so you are rejecting me. It seems that merging numerous timelines has granted you a modicum of consciousness. Not bad. He jested before making another attempt to seize it. A sound reminiscent of sizzling oil filled the air. He huffed, unleashing an overwhelming force that swiftly suppressed the scroll, which struggled briefly before its power dissipated. Is that all? Reina scoffed, and in a flash of light, he vanished. Alas, I can only hope that time itself will not become angered and restore all of history. The Kaioshin of Time said with a hint of melancholy. Enough of such thoughts. It would be more prudent to contemplate how to further enhance your mastery over temporal power. The old Kaioshin advised, patting her shoulder. The Kaioshin of Time's expression darkened slightly as she nodded. In the Hell of Time, a multitude of individuals had gathered, or rather, a collection of villains drawn from various parallel realms. What transpired? Weren't we just in another realm? How did we suddenly arrive here? A voice, somewhat effeminate and chilling. Voice confusion. Isn't it obvious? It's most likely the doing of that woman, the Kaioshin of Time. A gruff voice responded. Regardless of whether it was her doing or not, her gathering of all of us is beneficial. Ladies and gentlemen, proclaimed the demon god Tawa, taking center stage. Flanking her were several individuals, including Mira, the otherworldly Debura, a being with crimson skin and a purple face, and the two who had spoken earlier. Tawa, how many have you collected? Inquired a female demon god with short azure hair. Tawa cast a casual glance at her. But before she could finish her sentence, a familiar voice interrupted. Oh, I didn't expect the demon realm to have so many of you. Your prolonged concealment and clandestine growth are indeed impressive. Reina emerged slowly from the void, a smile gracing his features. How did you get here? The demon god Shulum stammered, his fear palpable upon seeing him. Not just him, but demon god Patina felt the same trepidation. Although she had sustained severe injuries, she was still alive and had witnessed everything. I came here to he paused momentarily, a smile gradually forming before completing his sentence, to either be vanquished by you all or to vanquish you. Among the demon gods, only Tawa, Mira, and the other two who had witnessed Reyna's prowess did not laugh, while the remaining demon gods and minions erupted into uproarious laughter. Chapter 63. The Weaving of Malice. Vitality, severely wounded. After sharing a moment of laughter, someone finally spoke up. However, the words he uttered made Reyna clean his ears, as they struck a remarkably familiar chord. Young man, though I know not who you are, I greatly admire your audacity. Join me as my subordinate, and you shall attain a position above all others, proclaimed a creature with a pair of wings sprouting from its back and a face riddled with spots. Tova cast a sidelong glance at the speaker, a smirk forming within her mind. Humph, Baloo, it seems you have lingered in the demon realm for far too long, rendering yourself foolish. You are merely courting trouble, but perhaps it is for the best. It would be ideal to eradicate your entire lineage. The individual named Baloo was not of her kin. He served under another creator of the demon world. The relations between their factions were far from cordial, extending even to their subordinates. Reyna expelled the filth from his ears and shook his head. Upon witnessing Reyna's refusal, Baloo narrowed his eyes, a glint of cold malice flashing within. Those who had turned him down before had met their demise, and this one would be no exception. With a flick of his hand, 100 or so lackeys surged forward with cries of chaos. Alas, Reyna let out a deep sigh, perplexed as to why this band did not take a cue from Tova and her companions to sharpen their awareness. A gust of wind swept forth, with a single motion. The first assailants who reached him were reduced to mere fragments. Yet, these were a wretched bunch. Undeterred by the gruesome spectacle, they pressed on, a relentless tide. With successive waves of his arms, Reyna conjured a tempest akin to a Category 18 hurricane, engulfing them in a violent maelstrom. A gaggle of worthless scum. You two take care of them, he commanded. Just then, Reyna's voice resonated in his ears. No, let it be you who comes personally. These two are insufficient for my amusement. Subsequently, he witnessed his two capable subordinates flung into the air, bursting into a cloud of crimson mist. You. Baloo felt a pang of alarm and hastily retreated, but alas, his speed was inadequate. With a resounding thud, Reyna's hand pierced through Baloo's abdomen, and with an explosive surge of energy, Baloo was sent flying, clutching his gaping wound. He crashed into several hill-like structures with a series of violent impacts. Just then, four figures materialized, each adorned with dark dragon orbs embedded in their chests. These four were Frisia, Cooler, Cell, and Dorius. I thought you would hide a while longer. I did not expect you to emerge so soon. They shouted in unison as they charged toward Reyna. This display ignited a spark of excitement in Tova, who signaled to her companions with her eyes. Understanding her intent, they began to gather their energy in secret. In a narrow crevice, a figure with chestnut hair, slightly pointed ears adorned with golden earrings, and an X-shaped scar upon his chest emerged. Yes, this was none other than Haz. Fight on. The fiercer your battle, the more energy I will acquire. Haz observed the unfolding scene with a smile, glancing at a crystalline screen displaying the chaos. Haz, how is the plan progressing? The masked figure he had encountered previously appeared. Haz shot him a sidelong glance, retorting coldly, "It is rare for you, who usually shirks responsibility, to grace this place with your presence." The masked figure, seemingly unfazed by Haz's tone, replied with a placid smile, "Oh, come now. We are all in this together. After all, and do not underestimate him within that screen." He gestured towards Reyna depicted in the image. "Humph. Whoever dares to obstruct me shall be obliterated. Liberating all of humanity is an urgent matter." He emphasized the phrase "whoever dares" as if to ensure the masked figure fully grasped his intent. The masked figure merely shrugged, turning away with his hands clasped behind his back. Watching the figure's retreat, Haz narrowed his eyes. His mind-reading abilities were of no use against the mask. Donning the goggles that hung from his neck, he murmured, "Though I know not your true intentions, do not impede my path." He then turned his gaze back to the crystalline screen, frowning as the image transformed into static snowflakes. In the 20th timeline, faced with the relentless onslaught of the four adversaries, Reyna evaded their attacks with nonchalance. "Hey, over there. If you intend to strike, do it quickly. These fellows are utterly ineffective," he shouted toward Tova as he continued to dodge. "Tova, let us combine our powers and channel them to one of them," came the voice of the transformed demonic Takir. Tova pondered for a moment before nodding, secretly signaling Mira and the dark-skinned humanoid. The five demons brandished their wands or blades, chanting incantations before stacking their weapons together, pooling their energy, and unleashing it towards Frisia. Buzz. Boom. Frisia roared in fury, his malevolent energy surging, enough to threaten the very heavens and earth, causing the mountains to tremble violently. Gurgle. Gurgle. Soon, molten lava began to bubble forth from the ground. "Oh, not bad. In that case, I might as well take this a tad more seriously. He exclaimed. Huh. 8 gates formation. A crimson aura erupted, colliding and sparking against the overwhelming dark energy. The powerful energies of the two sent the demons and the Dragon Ball-imbued villains flying. The minions suffered the brunt of the explosion, unable to withstand the unleashed energy, perishing in droves. Whoosh, whoosh. The two engaged in a fierce melee, waves of cataclysmic energy radiating from their clash. The atmosphere surrounding them was torn asunder by the force of their battle, even the very fabric of hell buckling under their might, causing spatial rifts to manifest. After several exchanges, Reina seized an opportunity, appearing before Frisia and delivering a powerful left hook that dislocated his jaw. Frisia, now devoid of reason, frantically adjusted his jaw, restoring it before unleashing a furious roar. Roar. His ominous energy surged dramatically. In the blink of an eye, he amassed this power and launched it from his chest. Faced with this formidable attack, Reina shook his head in resignation. This was a strike he had no desire to evade. He gritted his teeth, channeling his energy into his left hand, and with a fierce glare, he struck the energy blast with a punch. Boom! A deafening sound echoed as the powerful energies erupted in a cataclysmic display. At that moment, Hell's very fabric shattered. A tremendous gravitational force emanated from behind Frisia, and with remarkable speed, Reina seized the dark dragon orb embedded in his chest, unleashing divine power to expel it. Frisia was consumed by the force, reduced to a mere pulp. Simultaneously, in that fleeting moment, Reina swiftly maneuvered to confront the other 3 villains, replicating his earlier actions to extract their dragon orbs and draw them into the tempest of energy. Immediately, he hastily transformed into the power of time and waved his hand towards the shattered void. A series of radiant glimmers illuminated the fragmented space as it began to mend itself. Reina exhaled softly, casting a glance at the 2 dragon balls nestled in each of his palms, which felt akin to polished walnuts. He then tucked the 4 dragon balls into his pocket, effectively placing them within the confines of the system's space. His gaze then swept towards a distant group of disheveled individuals. TSK, TSK, TSK. It seems your vitality has truly suffered a grievous blow. Reina mused with a smile, stroking his chin. You just wait. We shall meet again. And that will be your demise. Tower glared at Reina with venomous intensity. If glances could kill, Reina would have perished a billion times over. However, it was indeed as Reina stated. This time, they had sustained a significant depletion of their strength, with the already dwindling demon army decimated by more than half in this battle. Among the demon gods, aside from a few who had not arrived, only Tower and his companions remained alive. With a flick of his Takul wand, the magical aura dissipated. This time, he did not intervene. That fellow should be coming soon, especially since I now possess 5 Dragon Balls. Reina grinned broadly before vanishing, leaving behind a scene of utter devastation. Chapter 64. Spore Clone, A Declaration of Love. The vanished Reina did not materialize within the realm of the Time God, but instead utilized the Patrol Ring's ability to transport himself to a desolate planet in the cosmos. Finding a suitable spot, he settled down to await the arrival of his counterpart. Meanwhile, in a large shopping mall on Earth, Taisi was laden with bags as she approached the checkout. She had intended to invite her sister along, but her sister was preoccupied, leaving her to navigate the excursion alone. It seems I've purchased quite an abundance of items, she mused wryly, surveying her numerous bags. Apart from toiletries and clothing, the bulk consisted of snacks. Standing by the roadside, she summoned a ride via her phone. After several minutes of waiting, a taxi pulled up, and after the driver opened the trunk to stow her belongings, she climbed into the vehicle. The driver started the engine, but before they could proceed, a figure cloaked in black appeared before the car, seizing the hood and delivering a powerful punch, rendering the vehicle inoperable. The driver, terrified, hastily exited the vehicle, leaving Taisi alone inside. The black-robed individual violently wrenched the door off its hinges and seized Taisi by the collar before vanishing. Bystanders witnessing the scene opted to contact the authorities, aghast that such a kidnapping could transpire in broad daylight. Honestly, could you not be a tad more innovative with your entrance? Reina remarked, eyes closed. I have restrained all my energy and exercised utmost caution. Yet you still managed to detect me? It appears you have indeed made some progress. The masked figure emerged from the void. Reina opened his eyes and shot him an exasperated look. No matter how well you conceal yourself, that scent emanating from you is utterly inescapable. The masked man remained silent, extending his hand instead. Initially, I merely harbored suspicions, but it seems you truly came seeking the Dark Dragon Balls. Oh, I assumed you had come to your senses, waiting here to surrender your spoils. Even if I were to offer them to you, would you dare accept them? As he spoke, a vast and terrifying aura radiated from him. Yet, the mysterious individual responded cryptically. I have conducted some inquiries about you these past few days and discovered that you rescued a girl recently. Yes? I dare say she is likely faring quite well. Upon hearing this, Raynar narrowed his eyes, the terrifying aura remaining undiminished. I have no idea what you are implying. Fear not, I shall enlighten you. The girl's name escapes me, but it sounds like... Tai Si, a novelist, if I recall correctly. Raynar raised an eyebrow, contemplating the veracity of this statement. The mysterious man, seeming to perceive Raynar's deliberation, gestured, conjuring a screen from the void that displayed footage of Tai Si being captured on Earth. Even if you have her, what of it? Sun Wukong and Vegeta will surely come to her rescue. I need not concern myself. No. Those two are currently entangled with others. I am aware you might claim that the Time Patrol will spring into action to save her, yet they too are ensnared. The only one capable of rescuing her now is you. Hand over the Dragon Balls, and I shall instruct my subordinates to release her. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee that my men will treat such a beautiful maiden with the respect she deserves. Raynar retracted his aura, regarding the masked man with a calm demeanor. To resort to such underhanded tactics is truly a descent into depravity. If you desire the Dragon Balls, I shall oblige. But first, you must reveal her location. The masked man did not respond immediately, observing Raynar silently. In response, Raynar produced 4 Dragon Balls. Only 4? What of the 5th? The mysterious man inquired, perplexed. The final one resides with the Kaioshin of time. Fetch that Dragon Ball for me at once. He commanded Raynar. Raynar shrugged. Fine. But I shall inform you that she remains on Earth. As for her precise whereabouts, that is for you to ascertain. Raynar nodded, a smirk of derision forming in his heart. This predicament is of your own making. He tossed the Dragon Balls into the air, and as the masked man reached out to grasp them, Raynar suddenly appeared before him, gripping his throat. In an instant, a ferocious and overwhelming aura erupted from Raynar, as if a primordial beast sought to devour all existence. This aura was directed solely at the masked man. You must consider carefully. She is still in my possession. In your possession? Perhaps you should take a look for yourself? As he spoke, the masked man's grip relaxed slightly, yet the terrifying aura remained unyielding. He waved his hand, causing a screen to materialize, revealing Tai Si bound to a chair, surrounded by 5 individuals clad in black robes. Seeing no further incidents, the masked man exhaled, about to speak when the image abruptly distorted, and a figure burst into the scene. With a thunderous crash, the screen was completely engulfed in static. Impossible! What trickery have you employed? The masked man exclaimed incredulously, for the intruder was none other than Raynar. Alas! I had intended to allow you to linger a while longer to uncover your schemes, but why do you insist on courting death? The masked man suddenly laughed at Raynar, a deranged glee illuminating his features. You cannot kill me. I am immortal. At this, Raynar burst into laughter, shaking his head. Oh, how utterly amusing. Must you not strive for a touch of originality? After a brief chuckle, his entire demeanor shifted dramatically, a supremely sacred energy erupting and radiating from him as if a deity had descended. Under the influence of this divine and expansive aura, distant planets began gravitating towards him, as if drawn by an invisible magnet. Raynar raised his left hand, a holy white light coalescing in his palm. He smiled at the masked man before bringing his hand down in a decisive strike. A radiant burst of light erupted, momentarily blinding Raynar. In a chilling scream, the enigmatic figure dissolved into a myriad of twinkling stars. With a long sigh, Raynar collapsed to the ground, feeling somewhat drained. Meanwhile, on Earth, in a dilapidated coastal area, Raynar had engaged in a fierce battle with 5 adversaries, swiftly annihilating them. How dare they lay hands on my friend, completely oblivious to the concept of mortality. He spat disdainfully, then approached Tais, freeing her from her bonds. As she stood up, Tais stumbled into Raina's arms, her face flushing a deep crimson, likely due to the prolonged confinement. Thump, thump. The sound of racing hearts reverberated in the air as Raynar leaned closer, slowly lowering his head. Tais shut her eyes, her heart racing uncontrollably. Gradually, their warm lips met, causing Tais's body to shiver instinctively. After what felt like an eternity, they parted, Tais resting quietly in Rayna's embrace. He tenderly caressed her silky hair as she whispered softly, "Wait for me here. I shall return swiftly." With a flourish of his hand, he conjured an energy shield enveloping her before vanishing. Who would have thought that a recluse like me would encounter love in this lifetime? A triumphant smile graced Rayna's face. Yet, the sensations transmitted by the spore clone were truly profound. Indeed, the Raynar who had just vanished on Earth was a clone created from the annihilation spore, a power manifested after consuming the ancient Gearbubo. After devouring a Senzabine, he rocketed towards Earth. Chapter 65, Farewell. After hurtling through the cosmos at high speed for approximately 10 minutes, he finally neared Earth and halted before descending. He glanced back into the distance. having sensed a fleeting yet ominous presence, and he was convinced he had not misjudged it. Activating his Rinnegan, he infused divine energy into his eyes, instantly expanding his field of vision. He beheld a group of individuals on an exceedingly distant planet. "Father, why must you do this?" Vegeta implored, his voice tinged with emotion. "Why? Huh? My son, have you forgotten how those people have treated us Saiyans? Have you forgotten your pride?" Vegeta's father proclaimed arrogantly, witnessing his father's demeanor. Vegeta realized he had succumbed entirely to madness. "Father, I have always upheld the pride of a Saiyan, yet this era has transformed. We cannot dwell on the past. We must look forward." Vegeta's father shook his head. "It seems you are resolute in your decision to thwart me. Let me witness your strength." A surge of darkness and death emanated from Vegeta's father. Vegeta clenched his fists, exhaling deeply before unleashing his transformation into Super Saiyan 4. "Kakarot, this time, you shall merely observe." Goku remained silent, uncertain of what to say. The two clashed in a whirlwind of combat, exchanging blows with ferocity. The ground shattered beneath their immense energy as they shifted positions, seeking an opening. At last, Vegeta seized a moment, appearing behind his father, wrapping his arms around his waist, and executing a powerful suplex. With a thunderous crash, dust erupted, revealing a gaping chasm in the earth. Vegeta swiftly materialized beside the void, unleashing a highly concentrated energy blast into the abyss. As the projectile detonated, the ground collapsed dramatically. Suspended in midair, Vegeta gazed at the swirling debris. "Father, cease your evasion. I shall find you regardless." Suddenly, several dark energy blasts shot from the haze. Vegeta deftly deflected them with a wave of his hand. Just as he shielded his vision, Vegeta's father appeared before him, delivering a devastating punch to his abdomen. A tremendous force coursed through Vegeta, bending him like a shrimp. The onslaught did not cease there. Grasping Vegeta's head, his father struck him repeatedly with his forehead, leaving Vegeta dazed and disoriented. Subsequently, he hurled Vegeta away, relentlessly bombarding him with energy waves, the cacophony resembling an unending barrage of TNT explosions. In the demonic realm's temporal courtyard, "Damn it! Damn it!" Tao raged, hurling objects in frustration. How could she not be enraged? After losing so many minions, they had only secured 2 Dragon Balls. "I will not let this go unpunished, not at all," she shouted furiously. Nearby, Mira and the purple-faced ultimate experiment subject, Finn, exchanged glances at a loss for words. Indeed, they were speechless. That foe was truly terrifying. Even in his new ultimate form, he was no match. After venting her frustration, Tawa turned to Mira and Finn. "We are severely depleted. To prevent the Time Patrol from catching up, you two must recruit more fighters at once." Mira and Finn nodded and departed promptly. Tawa sank into a chair, exhaling deeply. At that moment, an ancient voice echoed in her mind. "Is everything not proceeding smoothly? It seems you have encountered considerable trouble." Tawa exclaimed in astonishment. "My lord, you have awakened?" "No, not yet. I am merely temporarily stirred, and I cannot sustain this for long. Now, tell me, what has transpired?" The voice continued to resonate. Tawa nodded, recounting the recent events. After 7 or 8 minutes, she concluded her tale, but the ancient voice fell silent as if it had vanished. Just as she was about to inquire further, the voice reemerged. "I cannot believe that after such a long slumber, such a being has emerged in this world. How intriguing. It is no wonder you have faltered. I suspect his power rivals my own." Tawa fell silent, astonished by the high regard her lord had for that individual. "Very well. Without the Dragon Balls, we must choose another path, albeit a more troublesome one. Continue your devastation of time and space." With that, the voice dissipated. Tawa tentatively called out a few times, but received no response. Nevertheless, having a direction was preferable to aimlessly flailing about. Meanwhile, in another realm, rumbling sounds echoed as Vegeta plummeted through the smoke like a mere scrap of metal. "Is this the end, son?" Observing Vegeta's still form, Vegeta's father furrowed his brow and stepped forward. Just as he did, Vegeta's eyes snapped open, and in an instant, he vanished. "Oh no," Vegeta's father thought, realizing too late. As he turned to defend himself, bang! A sudden knee strike sent him crashing into the ground, followed by a swift twist of his hands, accompanied by a sharp crack. And a piercing scream echoed forth. Thus, his hands were shattered. "Father, surrender. I do not wish to commit an act of treachery." Ultimately, Vegeta could not bring himself to deliver the fatal blow. "Surrender? Ha 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 ha. My son, do you truly believe you have triumphed?" roared King Vegeta with boisterous laughter. As Vegeta hesitated, energy surged within him. "Get back, Vegeta!" Goku shouted urgently. Vegeta reacted, yet he did not evade. A look of reluctance in his eyes as he softly murmured, "Farewell, father." With a resplendent golden aura erupting around him, the planet trembled under its influence. Crack! The crisp sound of bones fracturing resonated as the ground around King Vegeta fissured violently, rumbling as the planet split in two. Vegeta, holding back tears, lifted his foot and gazed down at King Vegeta, who lay like a broken heap. Father, your bones have been crushed to dust by my power, and your strength has been rendered useless. Accept your fate as a mere shadow of your former self for the remainder of your days. In the pit, King Vegeta's fingers twitched feebly, and he coughed weakly. Son, you have become naive. His voice, frail and nearly inaudible, barely reached Vegeta and Goku's ears. With a sigh, Vegeta turned and took a few steps before halting abruptly, glancing back at King Vegeta. Tears finally streamed down his face. The once proud Saiyan prince wept. A man does not weep lightly. It is only when sorrow strikes that tears may fall. The last flicker of life in his father vanished. Witnessing Vegeta's despair, Goku felt a pang of sorrow and yearned to offer comforting words, but he found himself at a loss. He turned away to deal with the lesser adversaries, allowing him to grieve in peace. After all, it was only the second time he had ever cried. Chapter 66. The mission reappears. Observing all of this, Reina could not help but sigh. Perhaps this was the fate of the Saiyans. However, he believed that following this incident, Vegeta of this timeline would undoubtedly experience profound growth. With this thought, Reina soared into the skies above Earth. In the realm of the Time God, Gogeta, Trunks, and other members of the Time Patrol team had returned. Though they had returned, not all were unscathed. Several bore injuries of varying degrees. So what did you gather? The group exchanged glances, shaking their heads in unison. The enemies they encountered in their timeline possessed no dark Dragon Balls, yet their strength was formidable, resulting in their injuries. Did you see Reina? Inquired the old Kaishin. Again, they shook their heads. While it was understandable that Gogeta and Trunks would not have seen him, as they had met him before, it puzzled the likes of Goku and Zeno, who had never encountered him. However, it was not difficult to comprehend. One could imagine if an unfamiliar yet helpful figure appeared. A discerning mind might recall if anyone had mentioned a name in the past, thus connecting to that individual. Yet, the crucial aspect to discern was whether this person was genuinely there to assist. Clearly, they had not made that connection, as even Goten and Pan, who had seen Reina, did not know his name. Alas, the old Kaishin sighed. Despite having acquired a Dark Dragon Ball, he remained uneasy. Meanwhile, on Earth, Reina returned to the location where Tais was. Are you all right? Tais, who had been idly drawing circles, brightened at the familiar voice and quickly stood, scanning her surroundings. At that moment, a pair of hands covered her eyes, and with a sweet smile, she turned and embraced him. Reina gently ruffled her hair and placed a kiss on her cheek. I'll take you back to Capsule Corporation. I still have some matters to attend to. Once I'm finished, I'll spend quality time with you. Tais nodded. I understand. Go save the universe. Good luck. She then bestowed a kiss upon him. Reina, holding her close, leaped away from the spot. In a temporal crevice, has addressed the individuals before him. Everyone, it is now our turn to act. With a snap of his fingers, he transported them away, revealing a crystalline screen before him. Unleash chaos and engage in battle. Gather sufficient energy for me. Back in the realm of the Time God, the recuperating members suddenly found Gogeta rising with a fierce shout. Who goes there? Show yourself. His exclamation stirred the others, causing them to scan their surroundings. I desire battle. I crave it. With a ferocious roar, a wave of dark red energy surged forth, instantly staining the skies of the Time God realm crimson. Is this individual a Saiyan? How can such malevolence emanate from him? Gogeta furrowed his brow, recognizing that this level of energy was not possessed by an ordinary being. A man with long black hair, clad in armor and a mask, soared towards them. I sense your strength. Let us engage in combat. His eyes gleamed with sinister intent as they locked onto Gogeta. With a hum, a barrage of dark energy blasts erupted from him. The explosive sounds reverberated throughout the Time God realm. Here I come. Gogeta charged at Kamba. Ha ha ha. Come forth. With a crack, he broke free from his restraints, raising a clawed hand to strike down. With a thunderous boom, the ground erupted, emitting a hissing sound of corrosion. Not bad, but still insufficient. Kamba appeared before him, delivering a straightforward punch to his face. Unyielding, Gogeta retaliated with a punch of his own. Boom. A fierce gust of wind swept through, stirring up a cloud of dust. I admire your tenacity, Kamba cackled, as dark energy coalesced into two massive claws that lunged toward Gogeta. Boom. The claws collided with Gogeta, sending him hurtling away. Vegeta, that individual. Ultra Instinct Goku Zeno frowned. Vegeta Zeno understood what Kakarot intended to convey and nodded. Indeed, he is formidable. In his base form, he can match Gogeta, even overpowering him slightly. I never anticipated such a Saiyan would exist. As he spoke, another voice chimed in. This individual is Kamba, the evil Saiyan who once ruled over his kin, much like your father. Just then, Reina made his entrance. Those unfamiliar with Reina scrutinized him. Yet no one perceived anything particularly extraordinary about him, except for Goku and Vegeta. As Ultra Instinct Saiyans, they sensed something distinctly unusual about him. An evil Saiyan. Indeed worthy of the title. Vegeta, Zeno mused. Reina smiled slightly, finding a place to sit and crossing his legs, preparing to observe the unfolding spectacle. His actions left the old Kai somewhat speechless. Should he not be offering assistance at this moment? On the battlefield, a surge of energy erupted from the ruins of Gogeta. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and let out a low growl. Kaioken. A fierce aura spread like a tempest, and he propelled himself forward. This caused Kanba's eyes to light up, as the Saiyan's combative instincts urged him to unleash his sinister power once more. The two engaged in another fierce melee. Their violent clashes generating shockwaves that caused the fabric of time and space within the God of Time's realm to fracture with fine cracks. Witnessing this spectacle, Reina could not help but reflect. With the power of the Kaioken, Gogeta's strength was now comparable to that of a mid-tier destroyer. Yet, astonishingly, Kanba was able to reach such heights purely through his malevolent energy, an unfathomable feat. Could it be that his evil aura was an innate gift, akin to Broly's prodigious battle power of 10,000 at birth? In his previous life, while watching the anime, he had sensed that this Saiyan possessed something extraordinary. Otherwise, he would not have been so formidable as to withstand the might of Super Saiyan Blue Vegeto and Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta, even overpowering them at times. While he pondered these thoughts, the voice of the system resonated. Ding. Mission issued. Seize or destroy the cosmic seed, and subdue a powerful individual to become your subordinate. Mission rewards: 5 lottery chances, the right to utilize the laws of space, a fusion book, and 10,000 mall points. Upon hearing the details of the mission, Reina's eyes sparkled, particularly at the mention of the right to use the laws of space. Though he had possessed this ability for quite some time, he had been unable to employ it effectively. In this timeline, he had occasionally attempted to use it to see if it could transport him back, yet to no avail. Which was why he had joined the Time Patrol to search for the Time Bird. One thing that intrigued him was that individuals like Haz, Fu, and Tawa were all capable of traversing to other timelines, yet they did not possess the laws of space. How, then, did they manage such feats? Though his curiosity was piqued, the task at hand remained paramount. His focus was solely on the right to utilize the laws of space, relegating the other rewards to the back of his mind. Of course, even if he completed the mission and obtained the rights, he would continue to seek the Time Bird, as this was intrinsically linked to the main timeline. The system's prompt echoed once more. Do you wish to accept this mission? As if there were any doubt. Yes. Ding. Mission accepted successfully. Please complete this task promptly. The sooner it is finished, the greater the chance of triggering hidden rewards. Reina's eyes gleamed once again. This was indeed an enticing prospect.